Chapter 1. Regretful Realization and the Divorce Agreement. In a cramped bedroom, Yi-chun sat in a daze, clutching his phone. On the screen, a female streamer was live, sensually twisting her alluring figure, enticing her viewers. Have I been reborn? Im alive, itolium. Yi-chun suddenly awoke from his stupor, but was rendered speechless upon spotting the divorce agreement on the table. Before his rebirth, he had a blissful family and a beautiful wife, who had gifted him a lovely daughter. However, during his wife's pregnancy, he became infatuated with a female streamer, lavishing gifts upon her and ascending to the top of the leaderboard, lost in the seductive calls of "I love you, darling." From that moment on, he was ensnared in the world of gifting during live streams. With every tap on his phone, he would send extravagant gifts worth 300 yuan. His savings vanished. Even the money for his child's formula was squandered. Completely bewitched, he resorted to borrowing and mortgaging his home, spending over $1 million in just a month to shower the streamer with gifts. Once the gifts ceased, so did the affection. The streamer cut off all contact when she realized Yi-chun was broke. That moment, he was left to sell their possessions, watching his wife plead on her knees for him to abandon his obsession. By then it was too late. In his previous life, he faced ruin, losing his family and ultimately taking his own life in despair. Yet, unexpectedly, he had been granted a second chance. Mei-yun. Yi-chun called out his wife's name, picking up the divorce agreement, tears welling in his eyes. At that moment, the door swung open. A woman in a khaki suit entered, her long hair cascading down her shoulders. She possessed a slender figure and an innate air of elegance. Though she had given birth, her physique remained impeccable. This was his wife, Qin Mei-yun. Yi-chun, please sign the divorce agreement. We will split the 1 million debt, but I have one request. Tong must stay with me. Qin Mei-yun's expression was icy as she regarded the document in his hands. She had lost all hope in the man before her. During her pregnancy, he had pilfered their savings to lavish on a female streamer, neglecting his job and losing his stable position. Even their daughter's formula money had been squandered on frivolities in the online streaming world. More despicable than gamblers, Yi-chun had abandoned his wife and daughter for a streamer, selling anything of value and accruing massive debts to evade creditors. Qin Mei-yun had been forced to hide with their daughter, enduring countless nights in fear. Her heart had been irreparably shattered. Wife, I was wrong. Please give me another chance just once. I won't spend on those streamers again. He implored, his eyes reddening. That is impossible. How many oaths did you take to deceive me, time and again, hurting both me and Tong? Do you realize that Tong has never owned a new piece of clothing, always wearing hand-me-downs? Even the kindergarten fees were borrowed from my parents. And yet, for another woman, you spent extravagantly, while your daughter and wife cowered in fear of creditors. I cannot endure this life for another moment. Yi-chun, if you possess even a shred of conscience, spare me. I beg you. At this, Qin Mei-yun fell to her knees, tears streaming down her face. Yi-chun was rendered speechless, his mind swirling in confusion, as if struck by a thunderbolt. Yi-chun, for our daughter, let us divorce. I no longer desire the promises of love you once made. I no longer want anything. With that, tears flowed freely down Qin Mei-yun's exquisite face, filled with despair. Yi-chun felt as though he could scarcely breathe, his heart aching. He had been a beast. The girl who once looked at him with adoration was now a mother, resilient yet struggling. She could not even afford to change her tattered underwear, and their daughter was left with meager provisions. All of this was the result of his own actions. What use was a second chance at life when it was already too late? If only he could return to the best moments of their lives, he would do everything to win her back. I agreed to the divorce, but Tong must. Yi-chun lowered his head in defeat. He recognized that he was unworthy of this marriage. Mentioning their daughter's name sent sharp pangs to his heart, words of protest lodged in his throat, unable to escape. Half an hour later, at the Civil Affairs Bureau, Yi-chun and Qin Mei-yun emerged. Yi-chun clutched the divorce certificate, his expression somber. Daddy, please don't send gifts to those Annies anymore, and don't eat instant noodles. A 6-year-old girl, with adorable pigtails, wore clothes that, though clean, had faded from countless washes. Her innocent face was etched with sorrow. This was Yi-chun's daughter, Tong. Hearing her words nearly shattered his heart. Yes, Daddy will listen to you. Tong, be good and listen to your mother. Daddy will earn a lot of money and build you a magical castle, making you the happiest princess in the world. Okay? Yi Chun crouched down, yearning to embrace his daughter, but Qin Meiyan swiftly scooped Tong Tong into her arms instead. Tong Tong, say goodbye to Daddy. Qin Meiyan said expressionlessly, Daddy, come back soon. Tong Tong misses you. As soon as Tong Tong spoke, Qin Meiyan hurried to the roadside. Suddenly, a BMW X3 came to a halt. A middle-aged man opened the door, ushering Qin Meiyan inside. Upon seeing this man, a shadow crossed Yi Chen's face. Why, Yi Chun, do not meddle with Meiyan any longer. Your absence is the best protection for her and Tong Tong. Pathetic fool, you've wallowed in your own misery. Don't drag others down with you from now on. If I see you pursuing them again, don't blame me for being ruthless. The middle-aged man's tone was frosty. Cousin, let's not waste time with him. Let's go. Qin Meiyan said impatiently from the car. The man got in, started the engine, and drove away. Through the window, Yi Chen caught a glimpse of his daughter, pressing her face against the glass, her eyes red and full of reluctance as she gazed at him. At that moment, his heart felt as though it might shatter. Since fate has granted me a second chance, I shall not squander it. For my daughter, for Mei Yun, I must lead a better life. I will earn money and change our circumstances. I can no longer remain a scoundrel. Why Yi Chen clenched his fists, resolute in his decision to embark on a new venture, determined to show his wife and daughter that he would not let them down again. Chapter 2. The Extraordinary Gift of Foresight, a Life Worth Living. At that moment, a delivery worker passed by Yi Chen. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced his mind, and vivid images flashed before him. Without hesitation, Yi Chen stepped forward and halted the Matewan delivery man. At the next intersection, do not run the red light. Even if you're pressed for time, think of your family. They are waiting for your return. Yi Chen earnestly implored, positioning himself in front of the delivery man's vehicle. The delivery worker was momentarily taken aback, but then, recalling his urgent order, he impatiently retorted, Get out of the way. Are you out of your mind? With that, he revved the engine and sped off. Yi Chen merely sighed deeply as he watched. In a blink, the Matewan delivery man found himself facing a red light. Glancing at his phone, he realized time was running out. Gritting his teeth, he pressed the accelerator, preparing to rush through. Suddenly, the words of the man who had stopped him echoed in his mind. Think of your family. In that fleeting moment, he released the accelerator. Just as he was about to surge forward, a deafening roar erupted ahead. A certain Brandon Oppo's electric vehicle lost control and sped past the delivery man, colliding with 3 cars before finally coming to a halt. The delivery man's eyes widened in shock, his entire body trembling as he stood frozen in disbelief. No, there is no if. Just ahead was the very target of that vehicle's collision. Had he not recalled that man's warning, he would have been obliterated by the force of impact. In an instant, the delivery man felt a wave of dread wash over him. Surviving this ordeal brought him to tears. A divine intervention, indeed. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned back, abandoning his delivery. He sought out his benefactor, but upon returning to the spot, the man had vanished without a trace. Ding-ling-ling. The phone suddenly rang, causing Yi Chen to tense up immediately. It was a creditor, a call for debt collection. However, he could not afford to ignore it. Otherwise, they would harass Mei Yun. Gritting his teeth, Yi Chen reluctantly answered the call. Yi Chen, do you want to die? How dare you hide? You Haven and Amp, Oppos, T even prepared the interest for the past half month. I warned you last time. If you don't repay, I'll have you chopped up and fed to the dogs. 1 million in principal. And your wife has already taken 50,000 of your debt. Such a waste for your beautiful wife to end up with a loser like you. So, how much have you gathered? The voice on the other end belonged to the loan company's boss, Xiao Tianhao, a notorious figure in Longzhou, commanding a powerful influence with a group of ruthless subordinates. Such was the nature of high-interest lending. Brother Hao, just give me 7 more days. I promise to return the principal and interest by then. Yi Chen hastily interjected, yet the other party scoffed derisively. Yi Chen, you and Amp, Oppos, VE said that far too often. Do you think I'm your foolish wife? Easily deceived? I warn you, you must repay today, or I'll have someone kill you right now. What makes you think you can negotiate with me? Just then, Yi Chen felt a piercing pain in his head, and an influx of information surged within him. He was momentarily stunned as scenes of the earlier accident replayed in his mind. Foresight. He realized that after his rebirth, he had acquired the gift of foresight. Speak up. Are you mute? Xiao Tianhao's impatience turned to anger as he shouted. Yi Chun, jolted back to reality, summoned his courage and declared, Brother Hao, there is something I need to tell you. Spit it out, I'm busy, came the gruff and impatient response from the other end. 10 minutes from now, the president of Haitian Group will come to discuss a collaboration requiring an investment of 10 million. Do not invest, or you will lose everything. Yi Chun relayed, uncertain of the accuracy of the sudden insight. The sensation of foresight was overwhelmingly strong. Otherwise, he would not have dared to speak. You must be delusional from watching too much live streaming. What nonsense are you spewing? Chun Baiqiang, the president of Haitian Group, is a super-rich businessman. How could he possibly come looking for me? Stop talking rubbish. Xiao Tianhao scoffed in disbelief. Brother Hao, if you don't believe me, let us make a bet of 300,000. If I lose, I'll pay you an additional 30,000 on top of the principal and interest. Do you dare? Suddenly, Yi Chun's sixth sense intensified, growing increasingly clear, instilling within him a newfound confidence. You seem quite confident now. Did watching a female streamer give you some courage? Xiao Tianhao mocked. Last chance. 300,000 is not a lot for you. Do you dare to play? Yi Chun glanced at the time, biting his lip as he inquired. Xiao Tianhao fell silent for a moment before sneering. Fine, as if I'm afraid of you. He then abruptly hung up. Meanwhile, at Jipu Loan Company, as Xiao Tianhao lit a cigarette, the phone rang again, this time from the front desk. He answered casually. Boss Xiao, the president of Haitian Group, Chun Baiqiang, has arrived and wishes to discuss a collaboration. This is a great opportunity. Upon hearing this, Xiao Tianhao paused, glancing at the time. Just 5 minutes had passed. Let him in, he instructed, a hint of suspicion creeping into his mind. Strange. Could it be that Chun Baiqiang, this financial tycoon, is truly here? Just then, the door swung open. The female secretary entered, escorting a middle-aged man. The man, donned in gold-rimmed glasses and exuding an air of authority, appeared rather impatient. What brings President Chen here? Please take a seat. Xiao Tianhao welcomed him with enthusiasm, instructing the secretary to prepare tea. No need for that, Boss Xiao. I'm here to discuss a project. Chun Baiqiang dismissively waved his hand and sat down, displaying visible anxiety. At that moment, Xiao Tianhao felt a jolt of surprise. Could be that Yi Chun was right? Surely, this couldn't be mere coincidence? What is the investment amount for this project? 30 million for a stake, which would grant you 30% of the shares. Or we can arrange a monthly interest of 1 million. As Chun Baiqiang spoke, Xiao Tianhao extinguished his cigarette, his expression growing serious. This was a significant deal. An investment would yield far greater returns than interest payouts. Yet, the monthly interest was substantial. 1 million was already considered exorbitant for high-interest loans. Xiao Tianhao felt tempted. Such a lucrative deal was rare, securing it could yield a net profit of 1 million a month. However, he recalled Yi Chun and Oppo's warning and found himself wavering. President Chun, you know my small business can barely scrape together enough funds for investment. Most of it is already lent out and not yet returned. How about? Xiao Tianhao hesitated, feeling as though his heart was bleeding. Before he could finish, however, Chun Baiqiang had already grown impatient and stood up. If 30 million cannot be withdrawn, then 1 million will suffice. I offer you an opportunity to earn. Do not take it for granted, Chun Baiqiang remarked while adjusting his attire. 1 million. Hiss. Xiao Tianhao found himself in a quandary once again. Forget it. Since you are unwilling to collaborate, I shall seek others. With that, the other party turned and departed, leaving Xiao Tianhao no chance to respond. Watching helplessly as the figure vanished, Xiao Tianhao leaned back against the sofa, shaking his head in despair and sighing repeatedly. Damn it, have I truly missed this chance? But how could that useless Yi Chun possibly know? How extraordinarily coincidental, 30 million. Not a penny less. How can this be so fortuitous? With this thought, Xiao Tianhao picked up the phone and dialed. On the other end, Yi Chun answered. Chun Baiqiang has indeed arrived and is keen to discuss a partnership. This is a 30 million project, and if I acquire shares, I could earn at least 10 million in dividends by year-end. Even in interest alone, that and Oppos. $1 million a month. In just 2 months, it would be pure profit. Yichen, what on earth is happening? You must clarify this for me, or I stand to lose tremendously. Xiao Tianhao inquired earnestly. Meanwhile, Yi Chun, having confirmed his suspicions, felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. It appeared that his foresight was genuine. Suppressing his eagerness, Yi Chun replied calmly, Brother Hao, pay close attention to the news this evening, and the truth will reveal itself. With that, Yi Chun hung up once more. Left to ponder in turmoil, Xiao Tianhao eventually called the front desk. Secretary Liu, keep a vigilant eye on the movements of the Haitian group. Inform me immediately of any developments. Chapter 3. Do not say I did not give you a chance. At this moment, Yi Chun had returned home, gazing upon the familiar yet desolate room. The dilapidated house still bore the lingering scent of his wife, Qin Meiyun. He entered his daughter's room, his eyes landing on the scattered toys, and tears could no longer be restrained. With a sudden slap, Yi Chun struck himself across the face. You fool! A perfectly good home, lost just like that. Mei and Tong Tong, wait for me. I will carve out a life that will ensure you both live in comfort, he declared, his eyes reddened and fists clenched, roaring with determination. Endowed with the gift of foresight, he believed that his rise was merely a matter of time. It was only a question of how he would wield this ability. He sensed the immense power of his foresight, whether it pertained to geography, weather, fortune, life and death. There were no bounds to what he could predict. Even the fate of nations. With a mere thought, relevant information would illuminate his mind. Bending down by the bedside, he retrieved a jar of cookies and walked to the window. As he gazed at the fiery clouds on the horizon, he savored the cookies, beginning to miss his daughter dearly. As night fell, Yi Chun wandered the streets, resembling a homeless dog. He reached the riverbank, feeling the wind brush against him when suddenly his phone rang. It was Xiao Tianhao calling. Yi Chun, you were right. The Haitian group is finished and is now under thorough investigation for fraudulent contracts, deceiving numerous corporate executives. That scoundrel Chen Baichang has absconded with 10 billion and fled overseas. The Haitian group has completely collapsed. The voice on the other end was filled with a mix of shock and a hint of schadenfreude. Had he not bet with Yi Chun that day, he might have been among those lamenting their losses. Brother Hao, regarding the 300,000 we discussed earlier, could you transfer it to me? I am in urgent need. I promise to return the remaining funds within a week. Yi Chun ventured tentatively. All right, send me your account number, and I will transfer it right away. You've saved my life. Otherwise, I and Oppos, DB facing a 30 million loss and might have considered jumping off a building. As for the debts you owe, forget the interest. Return the principal whenever you can. Xiao Tianhao sighed, genuinely grateful to Yi Chun. This seemingly useless man had indeed saved him. More than that, he was astonished at how Yi Chun had acquired such insider knowledge, especially since the downfall of the Haitian group had not been hinted at prior. Even those far more astute than him had fallen prey to the deception. This was Yi Chun's brilliance. Thank you, Brother Hao, Yi Chun replied, his face brightening with joy. His greatest fear had been that Xiao Tianhao would default on the debt. The call ended swiftly, and soon Yi Chun received a notification of the incoming funds, 300,000 in total. He then took a taxi to the entrance of the Haitian group, where a throng of people had gathered. There were creditors, shareholders, all due to the CEO and Oppos' disappearance with a significant sum of money, leaving many investors ensnared in despair. Chen Baichang's treachery had harmed countless families. Hundreds surrounded the company, blocking all passage. Unable to push through, Yi Chun opted to find a nearby hotel for a night's rest. The next morning, he purchased 2 buns and returned to the stock exchange hall, where he observed the Haitian group's shares. Indeed, they were in disarray, all glowing green, with many investors cursing loudly. Yi Chun approached the counter, placing his bank card down. 300,000, I wish to purchase shares in the Haitian group. As his words fell, several shareholders cast him strange looks, and even the staff at the counter appeared bewildered. Sir, are you sure? The attendant asked, thinking she misheard. Absolutely. Hurry and execute the transaction, Yi Chun urged, glancing at the clock. Only an hour remained before the window closed. Brother, have you lost your mind? The Haitian group is on the brink of collapse, and the chairman has fled abroad with the funds. You still wish to buy these worthless shares? Exactly. How many people have been driven to despair? You're willingly jumping into the fray. Have you lost your senses? Two investors mocked him, assuming he was deluded. Yet, Yichin paid them no mind, entering his password. The 300,000 was swiftly deducted. Sir, the purchase was successful. Here is your card. The staff continued to look at him in astonishment as she handed him the card. With satisfaction, Yichin took the card and exited the stock exchange. Outside, he lit his cigarette, savoring a moment of calm before dialing a number. Moments later, Xiao Tianhao's boisterous voice rang through. Hello, Yichin. Have you already secured the funds to repay me? It was clear that Xiao Tianhao was merely jesting. With only 300,000 in hand, Yichin knew that even in a casino, winning $1 million in a single night was an unlikely feat not this time. I can offer you a chance to earn, Yichin proclaimed after inhaling deeply from a cigarette. His tone indicated he was serious, prompting Xiao Tianhao to respond. What do you mean? How much capital can you mobilize? Yichin inquired. About 3 million, Xiao Tianhao replied, withholding the truth. He had over 5 million at his disposal. Invest in the Haitan Group shares. In 3 days, you shall see the fruits of your decision. Yichin casually tossed the suggestion. Haitan Group shares? Chen Baiqiang is finished. Buying in now is either madness or a misunderstanding on my part. You're not regretting your earlier assistance, are you? Planning to swindle me? Xiao Tianhao's incredulous voice echoed through the line. Yichin quickly moved the phone away and insisted, this opportunity is singular. In 3 days, the outcome will reveal itself. If you choose not to invest, the chance will slip away. Do not say I did not provide you with an opportunity. The decision rests with you. With that, he hung up. Through numerous validations, he had discerned that his foresight could leverage information disparities to facilitate his swift ascent. However, his initial capital remained somewhat lacking. He sought to accelerate his journey through Xiao Tianhao, and now it was up to Xiao Tianhao's resolve to seize the opportunity. Meanwhile, Xiao Tianhao pondered after hanging up. Brother Hao, you seem troubled, remarked a middle-aged man adorned with gleaming gold teeth and jewelry, a shareholder of the Jiepo Loan Company, akin to Xiao Tianhao. It's nothing serious. Just oldly, I'm wondering if purchasing shares in the Haitan Group right now would make me look foolish, Xiao Tianhao asked earnestly. Foolish? No, that's an understatement. It's downright absurd. Even novice investors know the Haitan Group is crumbling. No one would want those shares, even for free. If you proceed, I'll withdraw my investment and cease our collaboration. Xiao Tianhao shot a glare at the man. Then he took out his phone, opened the stock market, and located the entry point for shares of Haitian Group. He glanced at the time, 12:47 p.m. Xiao Tianhao found himself engulfed in deep contemplation. After a moment, he gritted his teeth and muttered, Yichin, you truly are a sorcerer. I have fallen under your spell. At that moment, Xiao Tianhao made a decision that contradicted the wisdom of his ancestors. After purchasing 1 million shares in one breath, he exhaled deeply. His heart raced with an ominous premonition of impending losses. Yet he could not fathom the impulsive urge that led him to heed Yichin and Amp, Oppos, as whimsical words. Now it was over. Everything was lost. Cold sweat broke out on Xiao Tianhao and Oppos. Brow, and despair settled in his heart. 3 days later, at this moment, Yichin stood in Nanhai Square, the heart of the city. He glanced at the time, 1:00 p.m. The moment had arrived. He lifted his gaze to the large screen, which suddenly sprang to life, displaying the news broadcast. Chapter 4. The Stock Market Soars. Our station reports the latest news. 3 days ago, Chen Baiqiang, the CEO of Haitai Group, fled overseas with a substantial amount of money, leaving the Airbus company with liabilities nearing 100 billion. Chen Baiqiang and Amp, Oppos, S shares in Airbus have become neglected and worthless. However, according to recent reports, the leading enterprise in our city, Shengshi Group, led by Sheng Qiqiang, has invested a staggering 1 billion to fully acquire all of Haitai Group and Oppos' assets. With Sheng Qiqiang's powerful intervention, Haitai Group's shares have hit the daily limit for 3 consecutive days. The stock market is poised for a significant upheaval. As the announcement on the large screen concludes, a roar erupts from the crowd in the square. What the hell? 3 days of hitting the limit. Why didn't anyone say anything sooner? I sold all my shares. Ah, damn it, I regret it so much. Shengshi Group actually acquired Haitai's assets. Who would have thought that? Of course, the stock will skyrocket tomorrow. If I had held on to my few hundred shares, I could have bought a new car by now. Heaven is blind. I guess not many people still hold shares in Haitai Group, right? Wait, look. There are actually buy records this morning. One for 300,000 and another for 150,000. Who could that be? A god, perhaps? How could they predict that Haitai would be acquired by Shengshi Group? Wow, that's insane. The one who invested 150,000 must have doubled their worth instantly. And the one who invested 300,000 also made a significant profit. I'm so envious. This is fate. At this moment, discussions filled the square. Yi Chun, upon hearing this, simply smiled faintly. Xiao Tianhao had shown some courage, though he only invested a small amount. However, any ordinary person would probably hesitate to invest even 10,000. Yi Chun instantly deduced that the second investor of 150,000 was undoubtedly Xiao Tianhao. To his surprise, the old chap actually made the investment. It was likely because Yi Chun had previously provided him with credible information, which led to a certain degree of trust. Otherwise, unless Xiao Tianhao were foolish, he would not have believed him. Ding, ding, ding. The phone rang. Yi Chun glanced at the screen. It was a call from Xiao Tianhao, and a slight smile crept across his face. He answered the call casually. Brother Hao calling so late. Did you see the news? As soon as Yi Chun finished speaking, Xiao Tianhao's excited voice burst through the receiver. Yi Chun, don't call me Brother Hao. You are my father, my true father. This is unbelievable. Shengshi Group not only took over the mess, but also leaked insider information, starting a recruitment frenzy. Clearly, they're gearing up for something big, and our stocks will surely soar tomorrow. Ha ha ha. Just now, the secretary of the vice president of Shengshi Group contacted me. Wanted to purchase my shares. Guess how much they offered for my shares? Xiao Tianhao and Oppo's voice trembled with excitement, showcasing his exhilaration. His loud voice nearly broke Yi Chun's phone speaker. Just as Yi Chun was about to speak, the other side couldn't contain the excitement any longer. They offered 6 million to buy my 150,000 shares. Xiao Tianhao exclaimed joyfully. Did you agree to sell? Yi Chun finally managed to interject. Of course. A net profit of 5 million. How could I let such a golden opportunity slip away? I've already signed the agreement, so hurry up and make your move. Xiao Tianhao laughed heartily, roaring with enthusiasm. Yi Chun exhaled deeply. Xiao Tianhao's vision was still too limited. This stock was bound to soar tomorrow, holding infinite potential, truly a golden goose. As it turned out, the other party offered over 6 million, which ensnared him. Yi Chun could predict that this stock would continue to rise. A 300,000 investment yielding a 10% increase meant at least 30,000 daily. A veritable golden goose. Once trading commenced, Xiao Tianhao's 150,000 shares, if not sold, will be worth much more than 6 million when the stock skyrocketed. Nevertheless, the fellow had a sense of loyalty, promptly informing him of the good news. That could be seen as a sign of filial piety. My money, isn't urgent. I'll wait until tomorrow. It's definitely a guaranteed profit. Just a matter of how much. When the funds come in tomorrow, I'll treat you to a meal. Yi Chun chuckled, not revealing the harsh reality. After all, that would be too cruel. Don't. If you treat me, how can I let you pay? Tomorrow at the Kirtan Grand Hotel, I'll reserve a table. Just show up, and don't be polite with me. With that, the call abruptly ended. Yi Chun couldn't help but chuckle. The title of father felt rather awkward. That night, Yi Chun returned home, gazing at the empty house, and familiar images flooded his mind. In the past, his daughter played with toys in her room, while his wife busied herself in the kitchen, tears streaming down her face, her pretty face marred with bruises. Meanwhile, he lay on the bed, obliviously sleeping. To support that female streamer, Yi Chun resorted to lying and borrowing money, his reputation tarnished beyond repair, even indulging in gambling. There was even a time when he lost everything and had to pawn his wife for money, leaving her harassed by a group of thugs. Now, reflecting on those times, Yi Chun gritted his teeth and slapped himself hard across the face. With reddened eyes, Yi Chun entered the room and picked up a doll toy. The toy was filthy and quite worn out. These toys were all salvaged by his daughter from the garbage, discarded by other children. He remembered once, when he took his daughter past the cake shop, and she licked her lips, yearning but too timid to ask. In the end, he lost his temper and scolded her. Damn it, beast. Yichen, you are a beast. Embracing that toy, Yichen crouched on the floor, weeping uncontrollably. Regret erupted from deep within, no longer able to be restrained. Tong Tong, Meiyun, Yichen, vow to ensure you both live a life free from worries, indulging in luxury, and purchasing everything you desire. The former Yichen was dead, utterly gone. Yichen curled up on the floor, cradling the toy, gently stroking it. At that moment, the phone rang, and Yichen hastily picked it up. The caller was unexpectedly Tong Tong. He wiped his tears and quickly answered. Tong Tong, why aren't you asleep yet? Yichen softened his voice and hurriedly inquired. There was a moment of silence on the other end, and just as Yichen grew anxious, he heard Tong Tong and Appo's sweet voice. I miss you, Daddy, but I'm afraid you'll hit me. Upon hearing this, Yichen felt as if his heart was being tightly squeezed by an invisible hand. Daddy 1T hit you. Daddy was wrong. I promise I 1T hit you again. Really? But Mommy 1T let me see you. I secretly called you. She'll be back soon. But I miss you. What should I do? Tong Tong and Appo's voice was soft and incredibly endearing. Daddy will come to see you tomorrow. It's too late now. You should rest. Yichen felt anxious, wishing he could see his daughter right now, but Meiyun wouldn't allow it. Tong Tong, be good and rest. Wait for Daddy tomorrow. Yichen reassured her once more. Knock, knock, knock. Hearing the sound from the phone, Yichen was puzzled. Tong Tong, what are you doing? Yichen inwooted. What are you doing on your phone? Tong Tong replied with a hint of grievance. What are you doing on your phone? Yichen grew increasingly perplexed. I'll hit you. With that, there was a sudden silence from Tong Tong's side, and she abruptly hung up the call. Yichen put away his phone, feeling a mix of amusement and exasperation. Yet warmth blossomed within him. Suddenly, he was struck by a memory. The old screensaver on his daughter's phone was a photograph he had taken during a visit to the zoo with her. A pang of sorrow washed over him inexplicably as he lay on the floor and closed his eyes. Moonlight streamed through the window, illuminating his face. In his slumber, a smile graced his lips. He dreamt of his daughter. Chapter 5, Do Not Hit My Father. The following day, Yichen was roused from his slumber by the incessant ringing of his phone. Groggily, he fumbled for his mobile device. Who could be calling at such an early hour? As he blinked awake, he noticed the caller was Xiao Tianhao. Father, I regret it deeply. I am utterly remorseful. My insides are churning. I have been bewitched by folly. Xiao Tianhao lamented on the other end of the line. The stock market has surged today. The shares of Haidan Group have reached a peak, a 10% increase. Had I not sold my shares, I would have been reaping tens of thousands daily. Last night, in celebration of his unexpected windfall of 5 million, he had indulged himself with a few massage girls, reveling the night away. In all his years of running a business, he had never amassed such a fortune. He felt like a nouveau riche. However, upon awakening today and preparing to finalize his stock transaction with Shengshi Group, he was horrified to discover the stocks were continuing to soar. This was a guaranteed income. That meant his previous investment of 1,500,000 could have yielded continuous profits had he not sold. Yet, he had already signed the agreement and was unable to breach it. The pain of his loss nearly caused him a heart attack. Enough with the wailing. Who told you to be so impulsive and unable to restrain yourself? In the future, pay more attention to the market trends. Shengshi Group's movements are so significant. They are clearly aiming for a surge in shares. Besides, the price they offered was not low. Consider it a fair deal. After all, stocks can decline too. Yichen offered a casual consolation, then got out of bed and made his way to the bathroom, activating the speakerphone while washing his face. Father, I was wrong. I did not heed your advice, and I suffered a great loss. By the way, you Haven Tea sold your shares, have you? You can make a fortune. Please don't sell. I suspect Shengshi Group will definitely approach you for acquisition. Xiao Tianhao urged. After finishing his face wash, Yichen replied, after a while, I will sell my stocks and transfer the money I owe you. What are you saying, father? What debt are you talking about? Don't frighten me, Xiao Tianhao exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. One matter is separate from another. Debts are easy to repay, but favors are harder to settle, Yichen insisted. No, you can't say that. Father, you saved me once, preventing me from losing millions. and now you've helped me earn millions. That's a total of 10 million. If I were to ask you for money again, would I still be considered a man? If word got out, how could I ever show my face again? Xiao Tianhao was adamant in his refusal. Stop with the hesitation. It's settled. I'm transferring the money now, Yichen declared, prepared to end the call. Father, you're treating me like I'm not human. If you insist on returning it, fine. I'll give you the 5 million I earned. This money was made thanks to you. I don't want it. Xiao Tianhao replied, his tone tinged with irritation. He understood the difference between a single feast and a banquet every day. Yi Chun's brilliance lay in the sudden influx of mysterious information, precise to an extraordinary degree. He truly felt like a god. As long as he could cling to Yi Chun before he completely ascended to greatness, perhaps he could alter his own fate. All right, Fine, call it as you wish. But don't call me father anymore. It sounds unpleasant. From now on, I'll call you brother. And you can call me bro. Yi Chun recognized Xiao Tianhao's sentiments. He was a man of loyalty and could be a valuable ally. Great. When are you free? I'd like to introduce you to a significant figure tonight, Xiao Tianhao said, his tone now laced with mystery. Networking. Yi Chun immediately made the connection. If he wished to rise rapidly, he could not overlook the importance of connections, especially in navigating social nuances, as wealth alone could not resolve all matters. Otherwise, even with foresight, he would encounter developmental limitations. All right, let me know when. I have some matters to attend to, so I'll hang up for now. Yi Chun concluded the call and promptly accessed the stock market. It was trading hours, and after some contemplation, he made a transaction of 30,000. The remainder would be held, as he foresaw that Haitan Group shares would remain stable and on an upward trajectory for at least 6 months, with minimal fluctuations during that period. After 10 minutes, upon seeing the figures in his account, he felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him. In his past life, he had squandered tens of millions, leading to his family's ruin. Now, he effortlessly earned nearly 30,000 daily. In this lifetime, he held the chips for a turnaround. He would not let his life be for naught. Checking the time, Yi Chun left his home, first visiting a toy store, then a bakery, purchasing an array of items before finally heading to his destination as per the address. Half an hour later, with hands laden with gifts, he stood before a door. After scanning his surroundings to ensure no one was watching, he knocked gently. Who is it? A youthful voice inquired from within. Hearing this, Yi Chun and Appo's face broke into a smile. Tong Tong, it's Daddy. I brought you a cake and a new Barbie doll. Really? The child's voice was filled with wonder, and he even heard the sound of the door lock rattling. Yet, moments later, silence enveloped the space. Were there really cakes? Are you lying to me? If I eat it, will you hit me? The timid inquiry pierced Yi Chun and Appo's heart, revealing the child's apprehension. No, I would never hit you. It was always my fault before. Don't be afraid, Tong Tong. Yi Chun's voice trembled with emotion. The memory of his daughter's hopeful yet cautious demeanor struck him deeply. It filled him with sorrow for his past actions. In his previous life, he had behaved worse than a beast. Last time, I merely glanced at you, and you hit me. It hurts so much. I'll wait for Mommy to return. Can you stay outside for a while? It was evident that the child bore emotional scars. Tong Tong longed for cake, yet feared punishment. Her innocent heart was caught in a storm of conflicting emotions. For her, indulging in a simple cake had become a distant dream. All right, Daddy will wait for you. I want to go in, Yi Chun reassured her, aware that regaining his daughter's trust would require patience. He could not afford to be hasty. He had caused enough suffering already. Do you have a place to sit? The ground is cold. Mommy will be back soon. You want to have to wait long? Came Tong Tong's concerned voice from within, as if she feared he might leave. Don't worry, Daddy will stand here, Yi Chun replied with a warm smile. At that moment, the building's entrance swung open. A middle-aged woman, carrying a basket of groceries and humming a tune, stepped inside. However, upon spotting Yi Chun, she froze momentarily, then charged towards him with a furious expression. Yi Chun, you beast! What more do you want? Haven't you caused enough misery for Mei Yun and her daughter? Get lost. Leave this instant, or I want to hold back. The stout woman, named Li Liping, was a vegetable vendor from the market. Known for her fiery temper and straightforward nature, yet she possessed a good heart. She took great care of Mei Yun and her daughter. often bringing them food out of compassion. Having learned of Yi Chun's past transgressions, she exploded with rage upon seeing him. Yi Chun did not resist. His back collided with the railing, and he remained silent. "Don't hit my daddy. He.S. here to bring me a cake. Please, Auntie." At that moment, Tong Tong's voice emerged from within the door, prompting Auntie to finally cease her actions. Chapter 6. He has truly changed. Fat sister, if you wish to strike, then do so. All the faults lie with me, and I accept that. If you believe it will ease your anger, then use a rolling pin or a stick, whatever you desire. Yi Chen spoke with a countenance of deep shame. Enough with your pretense. Look at how sensible Tong Tong is, such a big child, and you actually have the heart to lay a hand on her. Mei Yun is beautiful, capable, and devoted, helping you repay your gambling debts. And yet you squander your resources on live streaming and gifts, leading to your family and Amp, Oppo's, ruin. Are you even human? If you had any decency, you would spare her and her daughter. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. I, fat sister, have my ways in this area. Fat sister fumed, her voice filled with wrath. I know I was wrong, fat sister. I genuinely want to make amends for them. I do not wish for anything beyond that. Yi Chen sighed, attempting to express his remorse. Make amends? With what? Tong Tong should be in her last year of kindergarten. Yet she remains at home due to your financial irresponsibility. During Mei Yun's pregnancy, she could barely afford fruit, often go to the market for spoiled produce to bring home and peel. Now, while working, she also has to juggle repaying your debts, collapsing from exhaustion multiple times. Tong Tong is already malnourished at this age. Her stunted growth is your doing. What do you have to offer in recompense? Fat sister jabbed her finger into Yi Chen's chest, shouting vehemently. Noticing Yi Chen's silence and contemplative demeanor, Fat sister's fury began to subside. Fat sister, I know you do not trust me, but I will prove my sincerity. Just give me one more chance, just this once. By the way, you lent me 3,000 yuan when Tong Tong was hospitalized. Here it is, along with these 2 bottles of wine for your elder brother. Yi Chun produced the money and wine, extending them toward her. Forget it. Instead of this, you should pay for Tong Tong's schooling and help improve their lives. Fat sister sighed, waving her hand dismissively, scattering the money onto the floor. At that moment, she was taken aback, watching as Yi Chun bent down to gather the bills. Yi Chun meticulously organized the money and, with a smile, placed it back in her hands, stating, "Rest assured, fat sister, as a husband, I have failed. As a father, I am unworthy. The only thing I can do now is earn money to provide a better life for them. Nothing more." Instantly, fat sister fell silent. She sensed genuine sincerity emanating from Yi Chun, not a facade. She had a keen eye for people. The former Yi Chun had been nothing short of a beast. Yet, the current Yi Chun seemed to be genuinely different. Fine, I will accept this for now. But I hope you keep your word and do not deceive them again. Otherwise, I will not spare you. With that, fat sister turned and entered the room. At that moment, the door opened, and Qin Meiyun, brushing back her hair and wiping the sweat from her forehead, staggered in carrying a bag of rice. Yi Chen rushed over to his sister, but she instinctively took a step back, her eyes filled with caution as she regarded him warily. In that moment, her beautiful eyes twitched slightly, turning away. It was a reflex born of past abuse. She was afraid. "Get away from me," Qin Meiyun shouted, her eyes reddening. Seeing this, Yi Chen and Oppo's hands fell limply to his sides as he silently stepped aside. Qin Meiyun, burdened with the rice, lowered her head as she returned home. Upon noticing toys and snacks scattered on the floor, she frowned and moved them aside. "Take your things away. We do not need you here anymore," she said firmly, setting down the rice and lifting her head to assert her stance. "I will leave now. No need to worry. Next time, I will deliver the items directly to Fat Sister's home. Can I not see Tong Tong for a moment?" Yi Chen's words trailed off. "No, you need not say another word. We only wish to live a simple life." Qin Meiyun and Oppo's tone was resolute as she glared at him, her teeth clenched. Now that they were divorced, she no longer feared him. If he dared to strike her again, she would either call the police or stand her ground. "Do not be angry. I will leave at once. Tell Tong Tong that Daddy has eaten the Little Bear cookies and has brought her 3 cans. Yi Chen sighed deeply before turning to exit. Realizing Qin Meiyun was too sensitive at this moment, he knew he could not be too hasty, or it would only backfire. Once Yi Chun had departed, Qin Meiyun exhaled in relief. At that moment, the door across the way opened, and Fat Sister emerged. Meiyun, I believe Yi Chun genuinely wishes to reform. Why not give him a chance to prove himself for a while? It's not easy for a woman to leave one family and enter another, especially with Tong Tong in tow. If you find a responsible stepfather, it could be beneficial. Otherwise, it may become perilous. If he truly wishes to make amends, grant him this opportunity. If he is merely pretending, he will eventually reveal his true nature. Fat Sister earnestly counseled. Fat Sister, a dog cannot change its nature. Yi Chun is rotten to the core. I have given him 7 years. He has sworn countless times to change, deceived me repeatedly, and even struck me. If not for Tong Tong, I would have contemplated ending my life to escape. The torment of gambling and abandoning his family for an online female streamer has turned my life into hell. He is beyond redemption. I have just managed to escape this demon. How could I possibly return? Qin Meiyun leaned against the wall, tears streaming down her face. The word suffering had festered within her for far too long, unspoken yet flowing from her eyes. Take your time to decide. I sense he is sincere and markedly different from before. Rest assured, if he persists in his old ways and dares to bully you again, I will have my vengeance. With that, Fat Sister turned and re-entered her home. Qin Meiyun composed herself, tidied her things, and opened the door, only to find Tong Tong standing there, her little face beaming with joy. Mommy, you and Appos, back. Did you send Daddy away just now? Tong Tong and Appos. His eyes were filled with concern for her mother, for she was everything in her world. Do not worry about him. We need not fear him anymore, Qin Meiyun said as she carried the rice inside. Suddenly, she noticed gifts and a splendid cake on the floor, hesitating for a moment. At that moment, Tong Tong, with her finger in her mouth and her head tilted, was also gazing at the cake and a large strawberry bear that was even bigger than her. Her eyes sparkled with anticipation. Seeing this, Qin Meiyun smiled softly and decided to bring everything inside. However, when she opened the bag of snacks, she was astonished to find 3 stacks of cash inside. 30,000 yuan. Her expression shifted as she realized the implications of this money. What exactly was Yi Chun up to? Her face turned cold, filled with trepidation, and she did not perceive this as a good omen. Chapter 7. I told you, you're in trouble. On the other side, in the evening, at the Golden Palace. This is the most luxurious hotel in Longzhou City. At the entrance, Yi Chun exited the taxi and spotted Xiao Tianhao, who was chatting with a stunning woman in black stockings, a cigarette dangling from his lips. Upon seeing Yi Chun, Xiao Tianhao hastily discarded the cigarette and jogged over, excitement radiating from him. Goodness, Brother Yi, you finally made it. That esteemed individual has been waiting for you inside for quite a while. You nearly gave me a heart attack. I thought you were going to stand me up today. At that moment, Xiao Tianhao shed his demeanor of a loan shark, appearing more like an awestruck younger brother, his face brimming with reverence. In his eyes, Yi Chun was akin to a deity. Let us go in. By the way, who is this esteemed individual you mentioned? Yi Chun inquired, curiosity piqued. The princess of Wanding Group, Miss Han Yashuan, a major player in Longzhou's jewelry industry. Xiao Tianhao proclaimed, pride evident in his voice. What? Wanding Group? How did you manage to connect with them? Yi Chun's surprise was palpable. It is well known that Wanding Group is a true industry leader, having ascended to the status of a super conglomerate worth billions. The term leader refers to a company that stands at the forefront of its field. The Han family has a rich legacy in jewelry, with the elder Han having amassed a fortune through antiques, rivaling entire nations in wealth. It was astonishing that Xiao Tianhao could establish a connection with them. Yi Chun smiled faintly. It was indeed a good thing. I merely spoke of your capabilities, and they sought you out, wishing to witness the prowess of such a remarkable individual. Xiao Tianhao rubbed his hands together, excitedly stating. Yi Chun shot him a glance, but refrained from further comment. As they walked, they entered the elevator, ascending directly to the 6th floor. Upon opening the private room, they were greeted by a short-haired woman seated elegantly in a chair. She possessed a delicate beauty and exuded an exceptional aura. Dressed in a fitted white blouse and wide-legged pants, she radiated youthful vitality. However, there was an air of nobility about her, creating an impression of unapproachability. When the two entered, the woman merely glanced up briefly before returning her attention to a man seated beside her. "Miss Han, hope we're not interrupting?" Xiao Tianhao, sensing the awkward atmosphere, took the initiative to greet her with a smile. "Not at all. Please take a seat. The waiter came by earlier to ask if we wanted to order. But since you hadn't tea arrived yet, I asked them to wait while I discussed work with my friend," she replied with a warm smile, turning to acknowledge them. As Yi Chun and Xiao Tianhao settled in, her gaze shifted to Yi Chun, appraising him with interest. "So, you must be the esteemed individual that Xiao mentioned?" "Hello, I am Yi Chun. You flatter me," he responded courteously. "Indeed, this is my brother, a remarkable talent. My stock investments he guided me in purchasing have netted me several million. If I hadn't tea sold, I would have seen a substantial profit every day." Xiao Tianhao began to promote Yi Chun's abilities with fervor. "Is that so? Quite impressive for someone so young to be a stock market guru," Han Yashuan remarked, a smile playing on her lips. At that moment, the burly man beside Han Yashuan interjected, his voice gruff and filled with arrogance. "You are Yi Chun, correct? How did you know that Haitan Group was on the verge of collapse, yet poised for a significant turnaround?" The news of Chun Baiqiang and Appo's flight was kept from the police. Moreover, the acquisition of Haitan Group by Shengshi Group was a closely guarded secret. "I'm curious, where did you obtain this information?" Xiao Tianhao hurriedly introduced Brother Yi. "This is Feng Tianhai, the head of Longzhou Feng Tian Liquor Group and the exclusive distributor of Maotai in Longzhou City." Yi Chun felt a sense of astonishment. Both of these individuals were indeed significant figures. Whether it was Han Yashuan or Feng Tianhai, they were top-tier social elites, possessing vast connections and wealth. In his previous life, he would have had no opportunity to meet such individuals, let alone converse with them. "If I say it was calculated, would you mock me, Mr. Feng?" Yi Chun spoke with a calm demeanor, his tone measured and composed, even when faced with two prominent figures whose mere presence could shake Longzhou. "Ha! What era are we in? Are you still clinging to outdated superstitions? That's hilarious." Feng Tianhai chuckled derisively, slapping the table as if he had heard the most absurd joke. The atmosphere grew tense, and Xiao Tianhao appeared anxious. Yet Yi Chun remained unflappable, his expression as serene as a placid lake, betraying no signs of anger or joy. "All right, enough laughter. Let us discuss serious matters." At this moment, Han Yashuan diverted the conversation. Though Feng Tianhai ceased his laughter, his gaze toward Yi Chun grew increasingly contemptuous. "Mr. Yi, I apologize. Mr. Feng enjoys jesting. Let us investigate how you acquired this information. I am genuinely intrigued." Han Yashuan's curiosity was palpable. She was eager to learn how Yi Chun had obtained insider information that even she had not heard. "I mentioned before, it was calculated," Yi Chun replied nonchalantly, raising his hands in a gesture of indifference. Upon hearing his response, Han Yashuan's expression turned frosty. The temperature in the room seemed to drop. "Mr. Yi, I've already apologized. Why continue with the jokes? I previously mentioned that Mr. Feng enjoys humor, but I do not. There should be no second chances for repeated offenses." Yi Chun furrowed his brow, his demeanor growing cold. "If you do not believe me, there's nothing I can do. It seems there's no need to continue this conversation. I'm sorry, but I must take my leave." Yi Chun stood up, preparing to depart, leaving Xiao Tianhao at a loss for words. "Stop right there." At that moment, Feng Tianhai rose, his expression menacing. "Miss Yashuan asked you a question, and you have yet to respond. Who gave you permission to leave? Who do you think you are? You think you can calculate? Huh, you're just trying to fool a child. Now, stop wasting time and tell us where you got that information." Feng Tianhai's demeanor was scornful, exuding a formidable presence. "Brother Hai, let us not escalate this. Calm down." Xiao Tianhao attempted to mediate. "Mr. Yi, please stay." Han Yashuan's side, her tone taking on a serious edge. "Since you claim to possess this ability, could you perhaps predict my recent fortunes? If your calculation is accurate, we will apologize for earlier. If not, you must divulge your source of insider information. How does that sound?" Han Yashuan blinked, her enchanting eyes gleaming with curiosity, yet also bearing an authoritative intensity. Yi Chun turned back to her, meeting her gaze before smiling and saying, "Miss Han, you will encounter significant troubles ahead, experience setbacks, and suffer considerable financial losses. Most importantly, you have offended a powerful figure." As Han Yashuan displayed a dismissive smile, Yi Chun continued, "Miss Han, did you not just spend a staggering 170 million to acquire a renowned painting, securing an authentic masterpiece from the illustrious Master Wang of the Tang dynasty, intended as a gift for a certain influential figure? As for the identity of this esteemed individual, I shall refrain from mentioning it. To procure the land in Beihai, you must obtain the consent of this magnate, and through the act of gifting, ensure their satisfaction. Alas, the painting you have purchased at such a high price is a forgery, deliberately placed in your hands by your competitor. When you present it to that eminent figure, it shall be exposed as a counterfeit, rendering you a laughingstock. At that moment, not only will your aspirations for the Beihai land vanish, but the reputation of the Han family may also be irreparably tarnished." As he chin and amp, oppose, S words resonated, the once dismissive smile on Han Yashuan and amp, oppose, S face gradually faded, replaced by a look of solemnity. Chapter 8. You are a deceiver, exposed. 4. Everything Yi Chun uttered was indeed the content of the internal family meeting of the Han clan. Moreover, it was genuinely being executed recently. To acquire the land in Beihai for the development of a resort, the crucial vote from that esteemed old general was imperative. Yet, how had Yi Chun come to know this? This matter was evidently a secret known solely to the members of the Han family. Still skeptical? Perhaps you should verify the painting before making any judgments. Yi Chun revealed a mysterious smile and spoke. "Please hold on." Han Yashuan took out her phone and dialed. "Assistant Sun, please take Master Wang's authentic piece back to Old Un for a reevaluation and expedite the process. It would be best to summon the other masters as well." After concluding the call, Han Yashuan extended her hand with a playful expression, softly saying, "Mr. Yi, please have a seat. I believe we shall have results shortly." Yi Chun chuckled and returned to his seat. The atmosphere grew somewhat oppressive. Feng Tianhai, sipping his drink, fixed Yi Chun with a mocking gaze. "Kid can't sit still. Can you? Afraid of being slapped in the face later?" Feng Tianhai sneered. Yi Chun, however, did not respond, merely offering a faint smile. Minutes passed. Suddenly, Han Yashuan's phone rang. She picked it up and placed it on the table, activating the speakerphone. "Miss, something terrible has happened. That painting. The voice on the other end was breathless, struggling to articulate. The excitement rendered the words incoherent. "What happened to the painting? Speak quickly." Han Yashuan, who had previously appeared calm, was now visibly shaken as she urgently inquired. "It an oppose, S.A. fake. The painting is a counterfeit. After a joint appraisal by 3 masters, we found threads along the edges, and upon peeling them back, the signature was burnt ink, not Master Wang and oppose, as authentic work at all. Mississippi. We and oppose, we've been duped." The voice from the phone concluded, leaving Han Yashuan momentarily stunned, leaning back at her chair, lost in thought. "Retrieve the painting immediately. Contact the old man and find a replacement. See if we can source another suitable piece from his collection. It must be delivered by tomorrow. We cannot afford any delays." After issuing her orders, Han Yashuan hung up and gazed at Yi Chun, her face a mask of astonishment. It all matched. Everything Yi Chun had said came true. Was this person truly that extraordinary? He hadn't even laid eyes on the painting, and yet knew it was a forgery. This was utterly uncanny. "Mr. Yi, I apologize for my earlier rudeness. I should never have doubted you. Please accept my sincere apologies." Han Yashuan stood with gravitas, earnestly apologizing to Yi Chun. At this moment, her heart was still tumultuous. How Yi Chun accomplished all this was no longer her concern. It could be said that he had indeed salvaged the Han family. After all, that painting was meant as a gift for a significant figure. Although the big shot had retired, he still wielded immense influence. The Han family could afford to lose the land in Beihai, but presenting a counterfeit painting would have dire consequences. The repercussions were unimaginable. Thus, it could be said that Yi Chun had effectively rescued the Han family. Instantly, Han Yashuan and Amp, Appo's demeanor transformed, her expression filled with reverence. Miss Han, there's no need for such formality. It was merely a small effort on my part. Yi-chan waved his hand dismissively, speaking nonchalantly. He did not rise, nor appear flattered. To him, receiving this gratitude felt entirely justified. Had the Han family sent that painting, not to mention losing the Beihai land, just offending that big shot would have been enough to spell disaster for them. In his foresight, once the Han family had offended that significant figure within mere months, all their projects would be abruptly halted, cut down in one fell swoop. Subsequently, malicious rumors would circulate within the circle, leading to other business groups severing ties with the Han family. Ultimately, in a span of 2 years, the Han family would descend from being a leading enterprise in Longzhou to obscurity, potentially leading to their total financial ruin. Mr. Yi, please do not be modest. If that painting were to be sent out, the consequences. Han Yashuan began, feeling a chill run down her spine. I apologize, Mr. Yi. I must visit the restroom. Please don't leave. Ensure you wait for my return. We must celebrate tonight until we are utterly inebriated. Han Yashuan even approached Yi-chun, suddenly smiling as she bent deeply, bowing with utmost humility. This scene left Yi-chun momentarily speechless. He had not anticipated such sincerity from her. Meanwhile, Xiao Tianhao looked at Yi-chun with envy and admiration, as though he were worshipping a deity. Incredible. That was Han Yashuan, the icy goddess coveted by countless men in Longzhou. Truly, he was Yi-chun, the man who could make a goddess submit upon their first meeting. At that moment, Xiao Tianhao and Appo's admiration for Yi-chun soared exponentially, silently vowing to cling to this powerful ally. After Han Yashuan exited the room, Feng Tianhai gazed at Yi-chun with a complex expression. You can't possibly be guessing, can you? Did you really hit the nail on the head? Feng Tianhai was still reluctant to concede. The matter involving Miss Han is manageable. After all, offending someone is not irreparable. But your situation, that and Appo's, serious. Yi-chun turned his gaze towards Feng Tianhai, speaking calmly. Kid, what do you mean by that? Are you cursing me? Clarify your words. Or Don and Appo's, blame me for being impolite. Feng Tianhai abruptly stood up, appearing quite enraged. Yi-chun let out a cold laugh and replied, a few days ago, you brought in a batch of 2008 Roman Connie red wine at Robert's Manor. An entire ship, over 1,200 bottles, with a purchase price of $19,999 per bottle, totaling $23.99 million. Am I correct? Based on the timeline, that shipment should have departed from Jinian country and is likely to arrive in Haikou tonight. However, I advise you to call them now and cancel the order. Feng Tianhai, upon hearing this, slowly sat down, narrowing his eyes at Yi-chun. You think I would give up everything I've painstakingly prepared just because you said so? Do you have any idea the resources I've expended to invite the streaming guru? Just the advertising alone cost millions. This order was fiercely contested against a group of tycoons in the West. It was no easy feat to secure this batch. Why should I cancel just because you say so? Feng Tianhai insisted resolutely. Following the earlier incident with Han Yashuan, he felt uncertain within, but he could not allow Yi-chun's vague remarks to derail his plans. Canceling the order would mean losing all the advertising investments and the costs of bringing in the streaming guru, a tremendous loss. If word got out that he was intimidated by someone else's words, it would be a source of mockery. He wouldn't even be able to face the old man. Tonight, a storm is brewing, potentially leading to a typhoon, and Haikou might even be closed off tomorrow. This is your first calamity. The wine on your ship will incur significant losses. However, that is not the worst part. If your wine is sold, that would be catastrophic. Yi-chun spoke with an air of calmness, yet his words carried the weight of impending disaster. Feng Tianhai fell into a contemplative silence. The chamber was instantly engulfed in an eerie silence. You charlatan. I knew you were bluffing. You can't deceive me. The weather forecast has been predicting a drought for half a month, and my employees were suffering from heat stroke this afternoon. Yet, you dare to tell me there will be a storm tonight? There isn and Appo's, even a wisp of wind, and you still have the audacity to spout such nonsense. With that, Feng Tianhai rose and strode to the window. He flung open the curtains and threw open the window. Outside, all was serene. A look of derision crept across his face. Feng Tianhai was eager to see how long this impostor could maintain his facade. Chapter 9. Complete Conquest. At this juncture, even Xiao Tianhao was seized by apprehension. Despite his unwavering faith in Yi Chen, fortified by numerous past events, he found himself perplexed by Yi Chen's pronouncements. Surreptitiously, he consulted his mobile device to ascertain the weather conditions. Confirming a temperature of 32 degrees Celsius with no prospect of rain for the ensuing week, not even a semblance of overcast skies. Should Yi Chen and AMP oppose, as predictions prove erroneous, the repercussions would be dire. Feng Tianhai remained skeptical of Yi Chen, poised for a relentless confrontation. What was to be done? Yet in the ensuing instant, a deafening roar reverberated as a bolt of lightning cleaved through the inky expanse above. The window panes shuddered violently as a tempestuous gale, accompanied by torrential rain, surged through the aperture, drenching Feng Tianhai in its wake. Feng Tianhai and AMP oppose. His countenance underwent a dramatic transformation as he hastily attempted to secure the window, his hands trembling with anxiety. Xiao Tianhao promptly rose to assist, and together they managed to latch the window shut, restoring a semblance of tranquility. Oblivious to his disheveled state, Feng Tianhai retrieved his mobile device, his hands quivering with trepidation. Secretary Li, has the consignment of liquor been loaded onto the vessel? Feng Tianhai inquired urgently, his voice verging on a shout. Director Feng, the loading process is nearing completion. We anticipate departure within 10 minutes. Secretary Li's voice echoed from the other end of the line. Unload it all immediately. Feng Tianhai commanded abruptly. Director Feng, why? The loading and unloading fees are exorbitant, and storing the goods in a warehouse overnight will cost several $1,000s. Furthermore, any breakage during handling would incur significant losses. Unloading and reloading would only compound the expenses. Secretary Li protested vehemently. Cease your incessant chatter and comply with my instructions. Furthermore, return the entire consignment, without exception. Feng Tianhai retorted. Director Feng, this is a highly sought-after commodity, procured after half a month of relentless effort and a year-long reservation. Other merchants would clamor for such an opportunity. Returning the goods would entail substantial losses. By reselling them through live streaming platforms and offline channels, we could realize a substantial profit margin. Are you certain you wish to forego this opportunity? Secretary Li inquired, utterly bewildered by his superior and oppose's erratic behavior. Secretary Li, are you feigning incomprehension? I reiterate, return the entire consignment. Unload the goods. Should you dare to bring back a single bottle, I shall personally ensure your demise. With that, Feng Tianhai terminated the call abruptly. He then approached Yi Chen, his demeanor somber, droplets of rainwater cascading from his hair, his attire soaked. Mr. Yi, I merely seek clarification on one matter. Assuming this tempest persists for a mere 3 days, why is it imperative to return the liquor rather than retain it? This time, Feng Tianhai's inquiry was devoid of spite, his tone earnest. A look of anticipation graced his features as he sought illumination. The explanation is quite simple. The consignment of foreign liquor is counterfeit, adulterated with toxic substances. More precisely, your esteemed secretary has been suborned with the intent of defrauding you egregiously. Should the consignment be reintroduced into the market, the ramifications would be. Yi Chen paused, allowing his words to hang in the air. According to his precognitive abilities, a substantial portion of Feng Tianhai's liquor would be smuggled ashore, resulting in fatalities among consumers. Not a solitary victim, but a multitude. This incident would engender profound repercussions, shattering countless innocent families. Feng Tianhai, a successful entrepreneur, would be transformed into a condemned criminal overnight. His family's liquor conglomerate would collapse in short order, becoming an object of public scorn. Although subsequent investigations would exonerate him, the perfidious secretary Li would remain at large, finding refuge in the Golden Eagle Nation. Upon hearing this, Feng Tianhai and oppose's face reflected a mixture of disbelief and trepidation. He seized his mobile device and initiated a call. and Lon, disregard your slumber and retrieve the 2 bottles of foreign liquor I brought home. Deliver them to the laboratory for analysis immediately, expeditiously. With that, Feng Tianhai concluded the call. Within 5 minutes, the mobile device emitted a ring. Feng Tianhai seized it hastily. Answering the call. Tianhai, dire news. The 2 bottles of liquor you brought back contain alarmingly high levels of toxic substances, compounded with industrial alcohol. Mr. Wang, the technician, conducted an experiment using a laboratory mouse, which resulted in immediate death. Feng Tianhai and Amp, Oppos, S-wife and Amp, Oppos, S-voice echoed from the other end of the line. Abruptly, the mobile device slipped from his grasp and clattered to the floor. Feng Tianhai sank to his knees, his face ashen. At that moment, even Xiao Tianhao was rendered speechless. Han Yashuan, having changed into a qipao adorned with a blue and white porcelain pattern, stared in disbelief at the scene unfolding before her. What? What is transpiring? Why is Director Feng prostrate on the floor? Han Yashuan inquired, her countenance a mixture of astonishment and bewilderment. Feng Tianhai shook his head in a daze, his mind reeling. Yi Chun had spared his life. Indeed, the lives of his entire family. Had the counterfeit liquor been reintroduced into the market and disseminated through the live streaming platform, the consequences would have been catastrophic. The mere contemplation of such a scenario sent shivers down Feng Tianhai's spine. Yi Chun, in his eyes, had become an almost divine figure. Please rise. The floor is rather cold, Yi Chun said with a gentle smile. However, Feng Tianhai shook his head vehemently. No, I was brash and ignorant. And I offended you, Mr. Yi. I, Feng Tianhai, am indebted to you beyond measure. With that, Feng Tianhai delivered a resounding slap to his own face, declaring, I was foolish and arrogant. Mr. Yi, you are my benefactor, the benefactor of the entire Feng family. Had it not been for your timely intervention, I might have already. At this juncture, Feng Tianhai was overcome with a sense of profound relief, the joy of having narrowly averted disaster welling up within him. In that moment, Yi Chun was elevated to the status of an ancestor, a living Buddha. Your words are too strong. Your belief in my words is already an affirmation and recognition of me. If you don and oppose, believe me, no matter how much I try to persuade you, I can't stop things from happening. Get up quickly, or I'll really leave. Yi Chun got up and extended his hand. The other party had been kneeling for so long, and his attitude was very sincere. At this time, even Xiao Tianhao persuaded him. Brother Hai, get up quickly. Brother Yi said he doesn't and oppose. Care anymore. Otherwise, he will really leave. Including Han Yashuan also persuaded him. Feng Tianhai then stretched out his hand, grabbed Yi Chun and Oppo's hand, and slowly got up. But his face was still full of gratitude. Han Yashuan was also very curious about what happened during the time she was away. Xiao Tianhao whispered a few words in her ear. Han Yashuan, who learned the truth, was also moved again, and the way she looked at Yi Chun was full of brilliance. President Xiao, Brother Yi, is he married? Han Yashuan lowered her head and suddenly asked. This. Xiao Tianhao instantly realized something. Obviously, Miss Han is interested in Brother Yi at this time. This is a great joy for Yi Chun. Hey, Brother Yi Chun just got divorced a few days ago and is still single. Xiao Tianhao thought for a moment and then said. Chapter 10. The Arrogance of Li Yaoyang. I have a former wife and a daughter. Yi Chun added with a smile while drinking with Feng Tianhai. In his heart, only Qin Meiyun and Tong Tong held a place. There was no room for anyone else. He could sense that Han Yashuan had a slight interest in him, although it was just the beginning of affection. Nevertheless, he wanted to extinguish all external elements. He had already lost his wife once and had experienced heart-wrenching pain. He couldn't and oppose, to do anything to betray his wife and daughter. Xiao Tianhao nodded awkwardly, while Han Yashuan simply smiled and said, Brother Yi is not only exceptionally capable, but also very loyal to his family. It's rare to find someone like that in this materialistic era. I truly envy sister-in-law for finding such an outstanding man. However, why did you two divorce? Sister-in-law was too unappreciative. Han Yashuan continued in a sincere tone, Don't worry. Brother Yi, it won't and oppose, be long before sister-in-law realizes and comes back to you. She will regret the divorce. She already has. Yichun said with a wry smile as he picked up his glass and downed it in one gulp. See, I told you sister-in-law would regret it. Where else can you find such an amazing man? Han Yashuan remarked with a smile. No, I'm the one who regrets it. Back then, I didn't amp, oppose. T cherished them enough and lost my wife and daughter. Now I and amp, oppose. Am trying my best to salvage things, but I don and amp, oppose. T know if I still have a chance. Yichun sighed deeply after saying this, remembering Tong Tong and Appo's innocent face and Mei Yun, who endured so much and was hurt to the core by him. His heart began to ache again. Brother Yi, Don and amp, Appo's, TB sad. Now that you know where the problem lies, resolve it earnestly, and sister-in-law will come back. We believe in you. Keep going. Han Yashuan waved her hand with a smile. Yes, Brother Yi, Don and Appo's. T get worked up. With your character, we all believe that sister-in-law will forgive you. Making mistakes ISN and amp, Appo's, T scary. What an amp, Appo's. As scary as not knowing how to repent. Feng Tianhai rose to his feet, respectfully raised his glass, and said, come on, let's drink to that. Let's not go home until we're drunk. The atmosphere at the table immediately became lively. Everyone raised their glasses and began to drink heartily. Suddenly, an abrupt knock echoed through the room. Who is it? Xiao Tianhao, who was closest to the door, got up impatiently and opened it. A man in formal attire, with a regal watch adorning his wrist, entered. Excuse me, is Feng Tianhai, Director Feng here? I am Li Yaoyang, the investment manager from Lantian Corporation, here to request cooperation, Li Yaoyang said with a sincere smile. His gaze swept across everyone in the room and paused when it landed on Yichun. His expression faltered. Feng Tianhai was about to ask what the man wanted when Li Yaoyang walked directly toward Yichun, a mocking smile plastered on his face. Well, if it isn't Yichun, what kind of person are you to be in such a high-end restaurant? I heard you divorced that slut Qi Meiyin. I knew it all along. You and amp, Appo's, a piece of trash you spend your daughter and amp, Appo's, milk money on gifts for female streamers. You even took out loans to gamble to become the top fan. How embarrassing. Warren and Appo's. To you so impressive back in college? The famous campus heartthrob? How did you turn into a pile of mud after entering society? What good is being a campus heartthrob? You're just a poor wretch. Li Yaoyang assumed he had entered the wrong room and stumbled upon Yichun. Jealousy surged within him, causing him to curse mercilessly, disregarding their former camaraderie. In college, Qin Meiyun was the campus belle, and Li Yaoyang, who was wealthy and influential at the time, had pursued her, even with a grand display in the square with countless people watching. However, she had cruelly rejected him. Yichun was the campus heartthrob, with top grades and looks. However, Qin Meiyun also had pride, and neither of them was willing to yield to the other. Initially, they disliked each other, but then they unexpectedly got together and married after graduation, envied by many. After learning that Qin Meiyun had married, Li Yaoyang didn't end amp, Appo's, to attend the wedding but went abroad to develop his career. Now, he had achieved some success and returned triumphantly. Upon learning that Yichun and Qin Meiyun had divorced, he became even more smug. Yichun still wore a smile on his face, but a glint of coldness flashed in his eyes. He had initially intended to greet Li Yaoyang, as they were old classmates and hadn't Appo's seen each other in years. But he didn't Appo's expect this despicable man to still hold a grudge. That was one thing, but the dog was actually insulting his wife. Li Yaoyang, did your parents die early and not have time to teach you how to speak? I Appo's. I'll teach you. As he spoke, Yichun grabbed a wine bottle and smashed it angrily at Li Yaoyang. Li Yaoyang instinctively raised his arm to block the bottle, but he still let out a scream. Damn it, Yichun, you're crazy. How dare you hit me? Why don't you take a piss and look in the mirror? What do you think you are? Daring to hit me? I and Appo's, am going to kill you today. Li Yaoyang roared, and two burly men rushed in from behind him. Beat him to death. You ignorant fool. As Li Yaoyang cursed, the two burly men were about to attack. Xiao Tianhao and Appo's fiery temper ignited instantly. He picked up a chair and threw it at the burly men who had rushed in through the door. Damn it. All of you better stop. Are you asking for it? If anyone dares to touch my brother, Xiao Tian Hao today, I'll take their life. At the same time, Feng Tianhai also stood up abruptly, ready to fight with a wine bottle in hand. However, Li Yaoyong wore an arrogant expression and shouted outside, "Hey, come here, all of you." As he shouted, a chaotic sound of footsteps echoed through the corridor. Then, a dozen burly men, armed with machetes and iron rods, rushed in and flooded the room. The leader was a young man with a buzz cut, a scar on his face, and tattoos on his neck, clearly not a good person. "Who is so bold as to cause trouble in my golden palace? Are you tired of living? Don't you know my name, Wu Hao?" The young man tilted his head, his face filled with ferocity. Clearly, these men were called by Li Yaoyong. At this moment, they had the upper hand in numbers. Han Yashuan gave Feng Tianhai and Yi Chen a look, signaling that she would handle it. With a slight smile, Han Yashuan asked, "Iasin and Amp." "Amp, Oppos, T the Golden Palace Zhao, Wu Chang and Amp." "Amp, Oppos, as property?" "When did it change hands to the Leaf family?" Her tone was composed, like a calm lake, without the slightest hint of panic. "Oh, this chick looks good. And she even knows my uncle's name. Seeing as you're so pretty, give your dear Hao a kiss, and you can leave. If you can sleep with me for one night, I guarantee you'll have a life of luxury." When he saw Han Yashuan, Wu Hao's eyes lit up, and he instantly had wicked thoughts. What makes you think you and Oppos? Reworthy? Were you? You disgust me." Han Yashuan immediately lost interest in negotiating with him. She had initially thought that he had some ability, so she intended to negotiate with him and persuade him not to interfere in this matter. However, his words revealed his limited scope and status. Chapter 11. The Price of Arrogance. "Little minx, dare to repeat that?" Wu Hao bellowed, his eyes bulging. Just then, Li Yaoyong, with a malicious grin, pointed at Yi Chun and said, "Brotherly, let's handle the main affair first. As for the girls, I can summon any type you desire. Help me deal with this brat first. Let me tell you, his wife is an absolute stunner, with a beauty that could launch 1,000 ships, practically an ethereal being." Wu Hao and Amp, Oppos, eyes widened with avarice. "Really? Is that true? Someone like him actually has such a gorgeous wife? Boy, I and Amp, Oppos, LL give you a chance. Call your wife over to entertain me. If I and Oppos am pleased, I might spare your life today. Otherwise, I and Oppos, LL cripple you." Wu Hao leered lasciviously. At that moment, Yi Chun and Amp, Oppos, gaze turned glacial, almost radiating murderous intent. He was consumed by unbridled fury, despite his newfound composure since rebirth. Any threat to his wife and daughter would send him into an uncontrollable rage. Foresee Meiyun and his daughter were his heart and Amp, Oppos, most vulnerable spot, his true Achilles and Amp, Oppos' heel. Just as Yi Chun was about to unleash a desperate assault on Wu Hao and Li Yaoyong, Han Yashuan's voice cut through the tension. "Brother Yi." She approached and reassured him, "Don and Amp, Oppos, worry, leave this to me. You and Amp, Oppos, LL have your chance to vent your anger later. Just give me a moment, trust me. Don't let these scoundrels stain your hands." Han Yashuan spoke with unwavering sincerity. Yi Chun, his face still etched with coldness, glanced at Han Yashuan. He paused, glimpsed a vision of what was to come, and a faint smile touched his lips as he lowered his fists. Seeing this, Han Yashuan turned her gaze towards Wu Hao. "Li Hao, is it? I will pursue this matter to the very end. I'll call Zhao Wuchang and inquire if the Golden Palace wishes to remain open. If not, then we and Amp, Oppos, LL have it razed to the ground." Han Yashuan and Amp, Oppos, fair face was a mask of icy resolve. "Ha! Little girl, who do you think you are calling my uncle? My uncle is the big boss of the Golden Palace, a wealthy magnate who rakes in gold every day. Do you think you could just contact him? Do you even have his number? Why don't you beg me? And I might tell you, ha." Wu Hao retorted with a sneering laugh. Ignoring him, Han Yashuan pressed the dial button. A raspy voice immediately emanated from her smartphone. "Miss Yashuan, you've graced my humble establishment with your presence. My dilapidated place is truly honored. Miss, feel free to charge anything to my account. And Amp, Oppos, that's all on me. My apologies for not being able to personally attend to you." The voice was exceedingly generous. "Director Zhao, I would and Amp, Oppos, dare. Forget about charging anything. I and Amp, Oppos, am hosting a respected guest, but our meal has been disrupted by some troublemakers. They barged in with a group of people, intending to harm my friend and me, and even hurled insults. Director Zhao, have I offended you? Is the Golden Palace resorting to such tactics against me? Han Yashuan said with a sardonic smile, her tone laced with undisguised menace. Silence hung in the air on the other end of the line, followed by a sharp intake of breath. Hold on. Miss Yashuan, give me 5 minutes. If I'm not there by then, you can chop off my head and use it as a football. With those words, the call abruptly ended. What audacity! He's blind as a bat, daring to cause trouble for the Han family's heiress in my establishment. He must have a death wish. At a neighboring gambling table, Zhao Wuchang abruptly stood up, slamming his cards onto the table. Boss Zhao, you had a straight flush. Are you quitting? One of the portly men asked. Playing your mother. My whole empire is about to crumble. Zhao Wuchang, consumed by anxiety, rushed out barefoot and sprinted towards his establishment. Little girl, you're putting on quite the act. You almost had me convinced. Stop the charade and get down on your knees, all of you. Inside the private room, Wu Hao brandished a club menacingly, hurling insults. Yichen, you think you and Oppos, Re so tough, acting all high and mighty just because you know a few people. Are those pathetic friends of yours even worth anything? And you, who the hell are you? You wanted to fight me earlier. You think you an amp? Oppos, Re so great. As he spoke, Li Yaoyang approached Feng Tianhai, poking him in the chest with his finger. Feng Tianhai was about to retaliate when Yi Chun subtly signaled him to stop. Recalling Yi Chen's uncanny ability to foresee events, Feng Tianhai gritted his teeth and suppressed his anger. To think you're friends with Yi Chun, what a bunch of poppers. Looking at you all, I doubt you can even scrape together 10,000. Yi Chun, my collaboration with Feng Tian Winery alone is worth millions. Can you even imagine that? You can only dream about it. At this point, Li Yaoyang's arrogance reached its zenith. Hearing this, Yi Chun interjected with feigned interest. Collaboration with Feng Tian Winery? Director Hai, he and Amp, Oppos, S looking for you. At this, Feng Tianhai sneered. Li Yaoyang, if I and Amp, Oppos, am not mistaken, you represent Blue Sky Winery, seeking a partnership with my company, correct? Well, that project is now terminated. With that, Feng Tianhai retrieved his phone and dialed a number. The call was quickly answered. General Manager of Blue Sky Winery, right? This is Feng Tianhai. I wasn't aware your company was so formidable. Your recruitment manager is so arrogant, poking me in the chest and calling me a pauper. That's it. The collaboration is terminated. No further possibilities. After speaking, Feng Tianhai activated the speakerphone. Li Yaoyang, you have a death wish. You don't even recognize Director Hai. What kind of deal are you trying to make? You're fired. Go back to your village and till the land. A barrage of curses erupted from the other end of the line. Hearing that familiar voice, Li Yaoyang was dumbfounded. It was indeed his own general manager. Could the person before him really be Feng Tianhai? Li Yaoyang staggered to the door, rubbed his eyes, and meticulously examined the room number. His mind was struck by a thunderbolt. He had indeed come to this room to find Feng Tianhai, but upon seeing Yi Chun, he instinctively assumed he had entered the wrong room. Who could have imagined that Yi Chun, a debt-ridden gambler and a wastrel who lavished gifts on female streamers, could be on such familiar terms with a figure like Feng Tianhai? The more Li Yaoyang pondered, the more terrified he became, his scalp tingling with dread. Why you and Amp? Amp? Oppos. Really, Director Hai? Li Yaoyang stammered, his face ashen, as he re-entered the room. What else would I be? With Feng Tianhai and Amp. Amp? Oppos. S grim words. Li Yaoyang's phone began to ring. He frantically answered it, his complexion growing increasingly pallid. Beads of sweat, as large as soybeans, streamed down his face. General Manager. Let me explain. Before Li Yaoyang could finish, the call was disconnected, the tone utterly resolute. Knowing his boss and Oppos' volatile temper, he realized he had been completely blacklisted in the industry, his career ruined. Li Yaoyang's face was drained of color, his body drenched in a cold sweat. He finally understood the magnitude of his blunder. Just then, the door was kicked open. A bald man strode in, his face so dark it seemed as if it would drip with ink. Uncle, why are you here? Wu Hao exclaimed, stunned, as he rushed forward to inquire. The bald man was none other than Zhao Wuchang, the owner of the Golden Palace. Smack! Don and Amp. Amp. Oppos. T you fucking call me uncle. You and Amp. Amp. Oppos. Re my uncle. You dare to offend someone I can and Oppos. To even afford to offend, you must have eaten a bear in Oppos. Escall. With a swift backhand. Zhao Wuchang sent Wu Hao sprawling onto the ground. Wu Hao, eyes wide with bewilderment, stammered, "Uncle, what does this signify?" "Get lost, you incompetent fool," Zhao Wuchang retorted, kicking Wu Hao away without a second glance. His countenance then shifted to one of obsequious delight as he scurried toward Han Yashuan. "Miss Yashuan, I am profoundly sorry for this oversight. Had I known of your arrival, I would have instructed the staff to await you at the entrance. I should have been more prepared to prevent such an egregious blunder." Zhao Wuchang, his brow beaded with perspiration, bowed and scraped, leaving Wu Hao in a state of utter bewilderment. Chapter 12. A Matter Settled. Zhao Wuchang, a veritable kingpin of the underworld, possessed influence that could shake Longzhou to its core. Wu Hao had never witnessed his uncle kowtow to anyone, yet now he observed him acting with utmost deference. This immediately brought to mind Han Yashuan's earlier words, filling Wu Hao with ashen-faced despair as he realized he had severely miscalculated. "So, Mr. Zhao, you're implying it's my fault? Should I have sought your permission before arriving?" Han Yashuan retorted with a frosty smile. "Oh, my esteemed lady, you are beyond reproach. Anyone who dares suggest otherwise will face my wrath. I assure you, this matter will be resolved to your utmost satisfaction," Zhao Wuchang declared, bowing obsequiously. Han Yashuan narrowed her phoenix eyes, stating coldly, "I require no resolution for myself. However, my esteemed guest warrants an explanation. Should he remain displeased, I dare say your golden palace will cease to exist." Emphasizing the word esteemed, she stepped aside, allowing Zhao Wuchang and Amp, Oppos, gaze to fall upon Yichun. In an instant, Zhao Wuchang's mind raced, desperately trying to identify the young man before him, sweat beading on his forehead. Though unfamiliar, the youth and Amp, Oppos' importance to Miss Han Yashuan suggested he was a remarkable individual. Without hesitation, Zhao Wuchang approached Yichun, exclaiming, "Brother, please accept my sincerest apologies. I am at your disposal. How would you like this situation to be handled? Your wish is my command." His voice was laced with supplication. "I am easily appeased." Yichun responded calmly. "A simple breaking of his legs will suffice." In truth, he desired to eliminate Wu Hao, but considering Miss Han Yashuan's intervention, he would exercise restraint. Upon hearing this, Wu Hao, who was sprawled on the ground, turned deathly pale and instinctively clutched his legs. "No, I was wrong. Yichun, sir. I was blind and foolish. I beg your forgiveness. I am not worthy. Please, spare me, I implore you." Wu Hao pleaded, his arrogance completely extinguished. However, Yichun remained impassive, showing no mercy. "Very well, brother, I shall break this current Amp, Oppos' legs immediately," Zhao Wuchang declared with a fierce glint in his eyes. Even for his own nephew, he would show no leniency. Seizing an iron rod, he approached Wu Hao and raised it high. "Uncle, great uncle, please no. I was wrong. I will never dare to do it again. Please give me another chance." Wu Hao trembled uncontrollably, wetting himself in terror. "Wu Hao, don an Amp, Oppos, be foolish. I am saving you." Having offended such a prominent figure, a broken leg is a merciful outcome. "Remove your hands, or I will break them as well," Zhao Wuchang roared menacingly. At that moment, Wu Hao gritted his teeth, averted his gaze, and reluctantly released his grip. Zhao Wuchang swung the iron rod with full force, striking Wu Hao's legs. A sickening crack echoed through the air as Wu Hao convulsed in agony before losing consciousness. Witnessing this, Li Yaoyang was utterly petrified, his eyes glazed over, and saliva dribbling from his mouth. "There is another one over there," Yichun remarked casually, pointing towards Li Yaoyang. "Yichun, we were classmates. You cannot do this to me. It was my foolish mouth, my lowly eyes. I would never have dared to appear before you had I known of your success. Please, I beg you, spare me this once for the sake of our past friendship." Li Yaoyang groveled, kowtowing and pleading desperately. However, Yichun grabbed a wine bottle and smashed it ruthlessly against Li Yaoyang and Oppos' mouth. A piercing scream reverberated throughout the room as Li Yaoyang and Appo's mouth was shattered. His teeth scattered amidst a pool of blood. He clutched his face, writhing in agony on the floor. Done. This matter is now settled. Should anyone speak ill of my family again, I will take their life, Yichen declared, clapping his hands before heading towards the exit. Following suit, Feng Tianhai strode over Li Yaoyang and Appo's body. Xiao Tianhao followed closely behind. Finally, Han Yashuan picked up her bag and prepared to depart. Miss Yashuan, please wait. May I inquire as to the identity of that Yichun? Zhao Wuchang asked cautiously. What? Do you intend to seek retribution and cause him trouble? If you wish to harm him, you'll have to go through me first. Han Yaxuan responded, Li. My dear lady, you misunderstand. I must remember this man and Appo's name to avoid offending him in the future. I must also warn my subordinates to be cautious, lest they invite their own demise. I must issue a warning to my men. Zhao Wuchang explained hastily. Very well, that is more like it. Remember, his name is Yichun. Whoever dares to cross him crosses the Han family. With that, Han Yashuan left. Zhao Wuchang remained rooted to the spot, staring at Yichun and Appo's departing figure, pondering, It seems he is a prominent figure from another province. Could he be? Heavens, that esteemed figure also shares the surname Yi. Could he be related to that great man? It must be so. Even Han Yashuan and Feng Tianhai hold him in such high regard. It must be the doing of that great man. With this realization, Zhao Wuchang and Appo's heart pounded. He turned to his subordinates and barked, Listen up, all of you. Should you encounter that Master Yi, you are to avoid him at all costs. Anyone who dares to provoke him will face the extermination of their entire family. Understood, boss? Yes, sir. Instantly, a chorus of voices echoed from the dozen or so subordinates. Meanwhile, Yichun bid farewell to Han Yashuan and the others and arrived at the Korean fried chicken shop, where he purchased a deluxe meal for 200 yuan. He then dialed a number. After several minutes, the call was answered by a tender, adorable voice. Daddy, why did it take you so long to call? I miss you so much. I and Appo's finished all the snacks from last time. I and Appo's am so hungry. Hearing Tong Tong and Appo's voice, Yichun and Appo's heart melted. How could he have ever laid a hand on such a precious child? It was utterly monstrous. Yichun could not forgive himself. Tong Tong. Can you guess what Daddy is doing? Yichun asked, forcing a smile while suppressing a sob. He turned away and wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes. Are you playing mahjong? Then, Tong Tong won and Appo's. Bother you. Suddenly, Tong Tong and Appo's voice faltered, filled with sadness. In the past, Yichun would often spend entire days and nights playing mahjong. Qin Meiyin would be at work, leaving Tong Tong alone at home, often hungry. She would chew on raw rice to stave off the hunger. On 2 occasions, Tong Tong had even fainted from starvation. When the hunger became unbearable, she would cautiously call Yichun, only to be met with his roaring and vicious curses. Nay, hold on. Don and Appo's. Hang up, he implored. Your father wasn't and Appo's. Partaking in mahjong, and I assure you I won an Appo's. Engage in it henceforth. I and Appo's. And presently at the Korean fried chicken establishment, where I acquired a supremely generous set meal. The attendant was even gracious enough to gift me a small bear. His tone was gentle as he hastened to clarify. Chapter 13. Misunderstanding, a broken promise. Really, Daddy? Upon hearing about the food, Tong Tong was overjoyed. She was growing and had been feeling ravenous. Indeed. But who should we give all these treats to? Yichun said with a smile. To Tong Tong, of course. Daddy, please bring them quickly. I and Appo's am eager to eat. Tong Tong was indeed still a child, unable to resist the temptation of delicious food. What about the little bear? The auntie said it should go to the most adorable child. Who could that be? Yichun Kuden and Appo's. Helped but teased Tong Tong again with a smile. That and Appo's. Me, of course. Mommy always says Tong Tong is a caring little darling who always listens to her parents. She replied, Daddy, please come soon. I miss you. Oh, This little one has learned to be cunning. She clearly wants the food and toys, but says she misses daddy. Yichin Kuden and Amp. Oppos. T concealed a smile on his face as he softly said, "Ask mommy if I can come." Daddy one and Amp. Oppos. T into the house. And Oppos. LL just leave the things at the door. Tong tong. It and Oppos. S late. Why are you eating fried food? Have you forgotten what happened last time with your tummy ache? At that moment, Chi Meiyun snatched the phone and said, "Tong tong and Amp. Oppos. S habit of snacking at night must be corrected. Stop tempting her with late-night treats." Upon hearing this, Yichin quickly nodded and said, "Then I and Amp. Amp. Oppos. LL leave at the door, and she can have it tomorrow morning. It one and Amp. Amp. Oppos. T spoil." Silence ensued on the other end of the phone. After a moment, Chi Meiyun replied, "All right, just leave at the door. We and Amp. Amp. Oppos. About asleep." With that, she hung up the phone. Yichin was overjoyed. He rushed out of the shop, hailed a taxi, and headed to the residential complex where the mother and daughter lived. However, upon reaching the entrance of the building, he discovered it was completely locked. Yichin sighed, lit a cigarette, and squatted down, hoping someone would return late and open the door for him to slip in. However, 1 cigarette, 2 cigarettes, 3 or 4 cigarettes later, there was still no sign of anyone. What to do? Mayan already thinks I'm untrustworthy. But I can end Amp. Amp. Oppos. T leave the things outside. What if someone throws them away, thinking they and Amp. Oppos. Retrash. Yichun checked his phone and saw that it was already 2 in the morning. He couldn't call and wake them up. I'll wait a bit longer, he thought. Yichun curled up in a corner, clutching the food, leaning against the wall, and drifted off to sleep. Early the next morning, Sister Pang put on her fish-scaling apron and gloves and left her house. As she opened the building door, she saw Yichun with his head tilted, leaning against the wall, still asleep. She was slightly taken aback, especially when she saw the KFC meal in his arms. "Hey, you rascal, what are you doing sleeping here? Get up." Sister Pang reached out and nudged Yichin awake, puzzled. Yichin opened his sleepy eyes and yawned. When he saw Sister Pang, he quickly stood up and greeted her with a smile. "Sister Pang, going to the market so early?" As he spoke, Yichin rubbed his eyes. "I and Oppos. He gotten used to it over the years. How else can I earn money if I don and Oppos? T get up early. By the way, why are you sleeping here?" Sister Pang asked. "I came to bring food to Tong Tong last night, but the building door was locked. I thought it was too late, so I didn't end Oppos. T want to disturb them. I was hoping someone would come, and I could follow them in, but I fell asleep without realizing it." Yichun said with a grin. Sister Pang nodded, her eyes softening. "It seems you and Amp. Oppos, a bit different now. But you need to persevere and be consistent. Don and Amp. Oppos, T just do it for a couple of days. I believe if you sincerely repent, truly realize your mistakes, and treat them well, Meiyun will forgive you. That girl has a good heart. I know her," Sister Pang said with satisfaction, feeling quite gratified. It seemed that Yichun had indeed changed, quite unlike what Chi Meiyun had described. Afraid of waking the mother and daughter, he waited all night and slept outside. It was quite chilly last night. "Sister Pang, I don and Amp. Oppos, T want to make any promises, nor do I expect Meiyun to forgive me. I just want to do everything I can to make amends." Yichin said earnestly. "All right, and Amp. Oppos. That's enough that you have the intention." Sister Pang patted Yichun and Amp. Oppos. S shoulder. "Sister Pang, you should go and get busy. I and Oppos. LL take these to Tong Tong and then head back," Yichun said, shaking his head. "All right, I and Oppos. LL go first." Sister Pang nodded and left. About a few minutes later, Chi Meiyun came out wearing a business suit. When she saw Yichun, she frowned, and a hint of coldness appeared on her face. "What are you doing here?" she asked in a cold, stiff tone, a stark contrast to her attitude last night. "I came to bring food to Tong Tong. You Haven and Amp. Oppos, T eaten either, right? There's quite a bit here. You should eat some before going to work," Yichun said, looking at the woman before him, who was still exceptionally beautiful even without makeup. He cursed himself for being such a scoundrel back then. Chi Meiyun, a campus belle from Longzhou University, was top-notch in terms of figure, temperament, and appearance. But ever since she married him, she was reluctant to buy clothes, only used cheap cosmetics, and sometimes only used what her female friends had left over. She barely bought 2 new outfits a year. Even her shoes were the simplest and ugliest kind. She used to love high heels. But now, the more Yi-Chen thought about it, the more his heart ached. Why was I so foolish back then? Eat it yourself. I have to go to work, move aside. Qin Meiyun said coldly. Sensing vin Meiyun amp, upos, se emotions. Yi-Chen instinctively site pud aside. However, Qin Meiyun didn't and amp, oppose, to leave immediately. Instead, she opened the building door, slowly turned her head, and said, "Go in. Next time, Don and oppose. T lie to her about coming at night. Don and oppose. T make promises you can and oppose. T keep." Seeing Yi-Chen grab the building door, Qin Meiyun shook her head and left. Yi-Chen watched her departing figure and sighed before walking inside. He went to the door and knocked a few times. "Who and amp? Amp? Oppose. S knocking. Is it mommy?" Tong and oppose. S childish, somewhat muffled voice came from inside. It sounded like she was brushing her teeth. Tong and oppose. S daddy. I brought you some delicious food. Yi-Chen quickly said, but there was no response from inside. Tong, why aren't and oppose? To you saying anything? What an oppose? S wrong. Yi-Chen panichkit, pacing back and forth in front of the door, anxiously reaching out to grab the door seam. Bad daddy. Suddenly, Tong and amp, oppose. S mumbling voice came from inside. Through the peephole, Yi-Chen saw Tong wearing a little vest, holding a water cup in her left hand and a cute rabbit-shaped toothbrush in her right, pouting her little mouth. Her small face was full of grievances, and her eyes were watery. Tong and amp, oppose. S all daddy and amp, oppose. S fault. Daddy was wrong, Yi-Chen said with heartache, readily admitting his mistake. It and oppose. S your fault, bad daddy. You said you and oppose. D bring me food at night, and I didn't and oppose. T eat properly. I waited all night. You and oppose. Real liar. You and oppose. Real liar. Tong raised a small finger and pointed at the door, taking 2 steps back. What? Yi-Chen's eyes widened. So Tong had been waiting for him all night. No wonder she was so angry. Chapter 14. Qin Meiyun discovers the truth. Yi-Chen had already envisioned his daughter staring at the clock, sighing with her chin in her hands. A simple-minded little girl, staying awake, eagerly awaiting her father to bring her treats. After waiting all night, her stomach growling with hunger, how wronged and disappointed she must have felt. Instantly, Yi-Chen explained with a hint of trepidation, Tong, and amp, oppose. That's all daddy and amp, oppose. That's fault. I came yesterday, but it was too late. If I called you, we both would have been scolded for sure. That and amp, oppose. That's why I waited for mommy to leave for work before sneaking over to bring you treats. It and amp, oppose. S daddy and amp, oppose. S fault. Can you forgive me this once? All right then, I forgive you, daddy. I and oppose. LL opened the door for you. Tong said with an air of affected pride. Indeed, children are just children. No suspicion, so easily convinced. Unlike adults, whose minds are complex and prone to misunderstandings. As the door opened, Tong immediately retreated a few steps in a fluster. Through the doorway, she dared to use a questioning tone, but upon seeing Yi-Chen in person, Tong instinctively hid behind the wall, only peeking out her little head after a long while. Daddy, just put the food over there. I and oppose. Am afraid you and oppose. LL hit me, Tong said with a trembling voice, filled with apprehension. Upon hearing this, Yi-Chen felt as if his heart was being twisted. For similar incidents had occurred before. Once, the female streamer didn't and oppose. T contact him, and coupled with his gambling losses, he was in a terrible mood. Yi-Chen drank heavily and then drunkenly stormed into Qin Meiyun and oppo's workplace, causing a scene that forced Qin Meiyun to take leave and go home. Then, still unrepentant, he chased after her, cursing and yelling all the way home, kicking and banging on the door. Qin Meiyun was so frightened that she could only lock herself in the room, hiding in a corner and crying. Yi-Chen had bought some snacks and tricked Tong into opening the door. At that time, Tong was not even 4 years old. How could she have comprehended such complex matters? After opening the door, the consequences were unimaginable. Yi-Chen dared not dwell on it, his heart aching severely. Tong, Daddy will leave the food here. It and Appo's. That's all your favorite things. Daddy has to go now. Daddy will come to see you another day. Yi-Chen choked out. To avoid frightening his daughter, he turned and walked away. He gently closed the door. The instant the door closed, through the crack, he saw Tong Tong cautiously running out, her little face beaming with happiness. At that moment, Yi Chun leaned against the door panel, his body slumping down to the ground. Huff, huff. After a long while, he took a deep breath, composing himself. Meanwhile, Qin Meiyun was hurrying to work when she encountered Auntie Pang, who was happily eating soy milk and fried dough sticks. Auntie Pang, good morning. Upon hearing this, Auntie Pang said with a smile, Meiyun, I was just waiting for you. I brought you a breakfast. Don and Appos. To go to work hungry all the time. It's not good for your health. As she spoke, Auntie Pang handed over a breakfast. Qin Meiyun accepted it with some embarrassment. There was no way around it. Auntie Pang was too kind. Knowing that she was living frugally, she always bought breakfast and waited for her to pass by so she could offer her a meal. Every time she refused, Auntie Pang would get upset. It was an irresistible warmth and kindness. So Qin Meiyun accepted it, secretly vowing to repay this kindness. After receiving her salary, the remaining money would be enough to cover expenses, and she would occasionally treat Auntie Pang, making it a reciprocal and harmonious relationship between the two families. Auntie Pang, I heard your son is getting married and you're preparing the wedding home? That's a joyous occasion. When I get my salary this month, I'll be sure to give you a generous red envelope to wish you an early grandchild, Qin Meiyun said with a smile. At this, Auntie Pang revealed a wry smile. It's difficult. These wedding homes are too expensive, over 10,000 per square meter. A home costs over $1 million. Your brother and I have been selling fish at the market for years, barely making enough to cover living expenses and support our child's education. We haven't even managed to save enough for the down payment. The daughter-in-law is adamant about not getting married without a house. I've borrowed from all my relatives, but I still haven't raised enough. Never mind, it's just a source of worry. Oh, right, this morning I saw that Yi Chun kid sleeping at the entrance. It looked like he had been there all night. It seems like this kid has really turned over a new leaf. He seems quite sincere. Auntie Pang changed the subject and said, Auntie Pang, you saw him? Qin Meiyun, who was eating a fried dough stick, suddenly froze, nearly choking. Yes, I saw him as soon as I went out. He was sleeping against the corner of the wall. That kid has really changed his ways. The temperature last night was terribly cold. That fool waited all night, saying he wanted to bring Tong Tong food because it was too late to call, fearing he would disturb you and the child's sleep. Auntie Pang chattered on. At this moment, Qin Meiyun suddenly stopped, turned her head, and glanced in the direction of her home. Her heart was filled with indescribable emotions. It turned out that she had wronged Yi Chun this time, thinking he had stood her up last night. She wanted to go back and see him, but seeing that it was getting late, she had to hurry to work. Auntie Pang, Adon and Appos, do you have time? I have to go. Qin Meiyun called out before quickly running toward the bus stop. Slow down. Be careful not to fall. Auntie Pang kindly reminded her. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yi Chun arrived at the stock trading hall. He raised his head and looked at the stock trends. The market was doing well. Yesterday, it had risen to the limit, then dropped a bit but quickly rebounded. Now, he was making at least tens of thousands of yuan per day. After a few days, his principal plus income had reached 570,000 yuan. Subtracting the 30,000 yuan he gave to Meiyun, he had 540,000 yuan left. He didn't plan to touch this money, because according to his premonition, this stock would continue to generate stable profits for the next 6 months. However, Yi Chun was not content with the status quo. He took out his phone and dialed a number. Soon, someone answered. Brother Yi, do you have any good deals lately? Tell your brother quickly. On the other end of the phone, Xiao Tianhao eagerly asked. He now admired Yi Chun immensely. Xiao Tianhao had long lost interest in the loan company and was now just waiting by his phone every day, eagerly awaiting Yi Chun's call. Actually, I wanted to borrow some money. Saying this, Yi Chun felt embarrassed. After all, he hadn't even paid off the last loan, and now he was asking to borrow again. So that's what it is. I have a few million on hand. I'll transfer it to you right away. Xiao Tianhao said generously upon hearing this. Then he quickly arranged for his subordinates to prepare the transfer. Wait, I can't borrow your money for nothing. Let's make it clear. This time, you give me 2 million, and in 3 days, I'll return 2,200,000 to you. Don't rush to object. If you don't want it, I and Appos, I'll have to find someone else. Yi Chun said in a resolute tone. Chapter 15, Prophetic Foresight. Brother Yi, I've come to realize that you don't truly consider me a friend. You're even calculating interest between us. It's rather belittling. Xiao Tianhao exclaimed, not in anger, but feeling aggrieved. He felt he treated Yi Chun as a brother, but Yi Chun saw him as a mere acquaintance. I knew you'd think that way. Lending money is lending money. Repaying is repaying. If we want our relationship to last, we must be financially transparent. Clear accounts make long friends, or disputes are inevitable. Yi Chun simply explained. If the other party didn't understand, so be it. At worst, he wouldn't borrow money from Xiao Tianhao again. He'd pretend nothing happened. Damn, why didn't you say so earlier? Brother Yi, if you had, I wouldn't have misunderstood. All right, I'll transfer the money to you now. Xiao Tianhao, enlightened by Yi Chun's words, said with pleasant surprise. As long as he was sure Yi Chun considered him one of his own, everything was fine. No need to transfer. Wait a moment. We'll use it directly from your end, Yi Chun said with a smile. Brother Yi, do you have a new venture? Can I join in? Xiao Tianhao asked, grinning into the phone, tentatively gauging Yi Chun's attitude. I only need to borrow 2 million, not much. Keep the rest as seed money and handle it yourself. Tell me, do you have a way to get Matai? The older the vintage, the better, but ordinary ones will do too. At this moment, Yi Chun foresaw a grand official event was about to happen. Many places would follow suit, holding similar small-scale events. Matai was practically a symbol of China. The amount consumed during the event would be countless, even outstripping supply. The Matai market would experience a major sales boom, because the event only lasted 3 days. Even factory production couldn't keep up, so existing stock would become highly sought after. You should contact Feng Tianhai, President Hai, for that. He wouldn't have even acknowledged us before, but now. One word from you, and he'd deliver it to your door with a smile. Xiao Tianhao said, anticipating the prospect. It's better I don't get involved. You can contact him. If I personally contact Feng Tianhai, I'd incur a favor, canceling out the last one. Such connections are precious, and I don't want to waste them so easily. All right, I'll chat with President Hai. How much should I buy? Xiao Tianhao asked. The current price of flying Matai is around 2,001 or 2, fluctuating. I need 1,000 bottles. Try to get it down to 2 million for me. As for the rest, buy as much as you can with the funds you have. Yi Chun knew Xiao Tianhao likely had little left after lending him 2 million. After all, he had a company to invest in and a bedridden daughter whose expenses were daily. That's why Xiao Tianhao had turned to loan companies. Every family has its troubles, and everyone has their hardships. Brother Yi, can the price of Matai still rise? Xiao Tianhao asked thoughtfully, incredulously. It's been this price for 2 years, especially these last few months. There hasn't been any fluctuation. He wasn't questioning Yi Chun, just curious about the reason. You'll find out soon enough. Go quickly. Neither of us will sleep soundly tonight until we have a liquor. Yi Chun hung up. Meanwhile, Xiao Tianhao called Feng Tianhai. President Hai, how much Matai do you have? After some pleasantries, Xiao Tianhao cut to the chase. Just got a batch, but sales haven't been good lately, and prices are only falling. If you want to drink it or give it as a gift, I'll drive over with a couple of bottles. But if you want to hoard it, I advise against it. It's easy to get stuck with it. You've seen it this past year. The price of Matai hasn't fluctuated. The bigger the storm, the more valuable the fish. So don't rush to invest without a storm. It's pointless. Feng Tianhai said, leaning back in his office chair. The Matai sales director had treated him to dinner and gifts, and the price was reduced to 1,500 a bottle, which was why he had stocked up. This showed the Matai market wasn't doing well. Difficult. I really want to hoard some goods. I happen to have some spare cash. How about this, President Hai? Consider it a blind investment, a lesson learned. I have 4,300,000. Can you give me 2,000 bottles? Xiao Tianhao said grandly. Feng Tianhai was stunned, and it took him a while to react. Are you crazy? Or do you have too much money on your hands? No, absolutely not. We're acquaintances. I can't cheat you. If Brother Yi finds out, what will I look like? Feng Tianhai shook his head, refusing. To be honest, Brother Yi wants to buy this batch of liquor. That's all I'll say. Prepare 2,000 bottles for me now. I'll transfer the money to you. And I'm counting on you for this, President Hai. Xiao Tianhao hung up. Feng Tianhai pondered. 2,000 bottles. Such a large quantity. What was going on? Incomprehensible. After muttering a few words, Feng Tianhai called his assistant. He had all the Matai stock in the warehouse brought out and sent to Xiao Tianhao's company. 3 days passed quickly. Dragon City was decorated with lanterns and streamers. The moat was lined with various wines and offerings. The latest news reported that the Dragon City mayor, to develop the economy and drive urban development, had released many plots of land and reached cooperation with dozens of real estate companies. The Dragon City Chamber of Commerce was hosting banquets everywhere. Countless foreign guests attended, surrounded by attendants, a scene of unprecedented excitement. The grand banquet lasted 3 days, welcoming the entry of overseas chambers of commerce. Flying Matai wine was favored by domestic and foreign dignitaries, becoming the mainstream, a symbol. On the same day, Flying Matai was in short supply. The market was swept clean and prices soared. Yichen was still in bed when a phone rang. Yichen answered it casually. "Brother Yi, you're truly prophetic, a living immortal. The Flying Matai you had me hoard has skyrocketed. Ha ha ha. I've already put away the Guan Yu statue and put up your photo, kowtowing to it every morning when I wake up. We bought it from President Hai at a low price, 1,791 a bottle, and now it's skyrocketed to over 7,800 a bottle." Xiao Tianhao and Appo's excited roar came from the phone, almost shattering the speaker. As expected, Yichen was pleasantly surprised and sat up quickly. "Lao Xiao, you made a fortune this time." Yichen lit a cigarette, took a deep breath, and asked casually. Chapter 16. Brother, take your little brother along to make money. I beg you. Brother Yi, your 1,000 bottles have multiplied in price, grossing 7.8 million, and after deducting the capital, the net profit is 5.8 million. It's so awesome, unbelievably awesome. Shouted at the top of his lungs, his excitement palpable even through the phone. His voice was trembling. "Old Xiao, you've got some savings now. Consider changing careers. After all, usury is quite detrimental. Think of it as accumulating some merit for your daughter," said calmly after a moment of silence. "Of course, I'm just making a suggestion. The decision is yours. Usury, especially campus loans, is too harmful, a complete trap. It lures college students who have no concept of money, causing them to lose their minds and fall into a vortex, only for their families to step in and pay off the exorbitant debt. This is too wicked. Of course, the money borrowed for the female streamer was his own doing, and he couldn't blame others. Alas, I've long wanted to quit. Seeing my daughter like this, my heart aches every day, and I feel like it's retribution. I'll withdraw my shares tomorrow. Don't worry, Brother Yi. Even if you didn't say it, I'd already planned to give up this venture." His mood dropped, and he said with a sigh. His attitude was serious, not like he was joking. "Well, consider it yourself. I'm hanging up." Hung up the phone and saw the transfer notification. A full 6 million had been credited. In the stock market, there was already over 800,000. Adding the two together, assets had reached nearly 7 million. It's time to make a big move. Smiled slightly and began to make plans. Suddenly, the phone rang again. He saw who was calling. Immediately, couldn't help but smile wryly. He was here to question him. He answered the phone and walked toward the bathroom, turning on the speakerphone and splashing water on his face. "Hello, is this brother?" hoarse voice came from the other end of the phone. He seemed to be a bit agitated and kept smacking his lips as if he were smoking a cigarette. "Speak, I and Appo's am washing up," responded simply. "Big brother, you and Appo's, re too unkind. I sincerely admire you and am grateful to you. But this time, you made money with and kept it a secret without saying a word to your brother. How am I different from? I admit I made mistakes before, offended you, but that and Appo's, all in the past. Big brother you and Appo's, voice was full of grievance." Hearing this, hung up the phone. Immediately, the phone rang again. It rang 7 or 8 times before answered. Brother, Don and Appo's, T hang up. Don and Appo's, T misunderstand. I didn't and Appo's, T mean that. It's normal for brother not to take me to make money. I'm not unhappy, and I don't have the right to be. It's just that is lucky. He met you first. The order of appearance is important, I understand. It's not that I'm particularly short of money. I'm just envious of the brotherly bond between you and Big brother. If you don't want to be friends with me, I'm really sad. I feel like I'm a failure. On the other end of the phone, explained hastily, afraid that would hang up again. What? Didn't remind you at the time. Wiped the water from his face and began to shave. He did remind me, but I thought he was joking. It's too strange. It's been quiet for over a year without even a ripple. Who would have thought that this flying Maudai would suddenly skyrocket? I really didn't react. Brother, I really think that I'm definitely not bad at making friends. But you have to give me a chance to show it. Next time there's something good, remind me. Atone was aggrieved, but not too coy. He wanted to complain, but was afraid that would be impatient. He sounded like a resentful little wife. Felt a chill and was covered in goosebumps. All right, I thought you wouldn't care about this little bit of money. You just said you don't lack this money. Finished getting ready, picked up his phone, walked out of the bathroom, and began to get dressed and put on his shoes. Today, there were important things to do. No. Brother, I was wrong. Don't take it seriously. Brother, to be honest, I only look good on the surface. I'm actually broke. My old man gave me $20 million in startup funds, and now I've lost almost everything. You know, we're guarding this wine group, which looks very stable, but we're also poor in a stable way. I just want to achieve results sooner and prove to my old man that I'm not a waste. He chuckled. Brother, next time you make money, take your little brother along. The last sentence was the key. Actually spoke in a pleading tone. Smiled, a confident smile. He knew very well. This guy had a strong background. Although his father was an ordinary businessman, his grandfather was extraordinary. He was the city lord of the entire district, a first-rate figure of authority, equivalent to an ancient prefect. Although he had retired, he still held the title and was busy every day. Such a big figure was necessary to befriend. All right, stop nagging. I'll take you next time. I have something to do. I'm hanging up. With that, hung up the phone and walked out of the house. He thought for a moment, first went to a nearby high-end restaurant, packed a lot of seafood and desserts, and then drove towards the residential area where his wife and daughter lived. When he arrived at the unit door, took out his phone and dialed. After a moment, answered the phone. I bought some food for. Can you open the door? Leave it at the door. I'll leave. Said softly. Come in. I've unlocked it. After speaking, the other side hung up the phone, then walked in, came to the door, and saw that had opened the door and was standing there. Beside her, his cute little face showed an expectant smile. Daddy, you're here to bring me food again. Wanted to come out to greet him, but pulled her back with a cold face. Is so smart. She knew Daddy would come and came to greet me. Look, what did Daddy buy for you? Seeing this, smiled helplessly and put the packages on the ground. As he spoke, took out a box. Inside was a pink phone with a well-designed shell. A brand new pour. Very exquisite and lovely. Was stunned when she saw it. Wow, is this a new phone? It's so pretty, thank you, Daddy. Seeing the phone, happily took it. The child is so young. Why are you buying such an expensive phone? This phone must cost at least $7,000 or $8,000, plus the $30,000 from before. Where did you get so much money? Said with a frown. Chapter 17. I'm taking you to meet my father. Rest assured, this money is legitimately earned. It's all for my own endeavors. If it were illicit, I would have been apprehended already. S phone is a 3-year-old hand-me-down from her maternal grandfather, and the battery and hardware are failing. The screen is shattered and blurry, which is detrimental to her eyesight, especially the call disconnections, which could be disastrous in an emergency. Beamed, his face radiant. His daughter's happiness was his own. Upon hearing his explanation, remained unconvinced, her brow furrowed with concern. Every penny of this money caused her anxiety. Recalling his past misdeeds, she wondered if he had relapsed into gambling. The thought sent a pang of unease through her. But even if she wanted to return the money, she didn't know which establishment to go to. You should use this money to repay your debts and alleviate your parents' worries. They have no source of income and exhausted their savings to support your education. They could have been enjoying their retirement now that you and AMP, oppose, VE, become a civil servant, but she paused, then continued. Never mind, just use the money to pay off your debts. Don and Oppos, T try to show off. I and Oppos, LL take care of my share. And don't expect anything from me. Averted her gaze, her face stern. She had resolved to no longer involve herself with whom she considered a bottomless pit. As a man, I have failed to fulfill my roles as a father, son, and husband. Said earnestly, rest assured, I will take care of our parents. And I will do my best from now on. Why tell me this? Tell your parents. Replied indifferently, by the way, I might be returning to my grandmother and Oppos. As company to work soon, and we might be moving. You shoot and Oppos. T come to see so often. Had once owned a family business. But her father, lacking business acumen, had retired to become a truck driver. She felt compelled to work at her grandmother's company as a salesperson in order to repay her debts as soon as possible. She desired to be self-reliant and live by her own means, no longer dependent on anyone. "It's all right. I can rent a place near you." Nodded in agreement, adapting Tu's decisions. As long as he could see his wife and daughter, he would do anything. "All right, you can leave now. I need to tidy up the house." Had hoped that would offer some advice, but she quickly dismissed the thought. Seeking his counsel was less reliable than flipping a coin. "Wait, give me your phone." Suddenly reached out, blocking the door from closing. "What do you want?" asked, her voice sharp, instinctively taking a few steps back, her eyes fixed on with apprehension. She was visibly trembling due to her intense nervousness. Could sense her deep fear of him. I just need to use it for a moment. Just a moment, I promise." Was even more anxious and cautious than, his voice barely above a whisper. Hesitated for a long time before reluctantly handing over her phone. Instinctively entered his own birthday as the passcode, the same one had used when her eyes were full of him. The moment the phone unlocked, was taken aback, his body tensing. He looked up at with a mixture of surprise and emotion. "I forgot to change it. It's just a password. It doesn't end amp. Oppose. T-matter whether I change it or not. I end amp. Oppose. I'm used to it." Stammered, her fair cheeks flushed with embarrassment, quickly masked by an impatient expression. "Hurry up. Don't dawdle." "Oh, that's good, that's good." Remained outwardly composed, but his heart was filled with joy. He knew his wife well. If she truly despised someone or had completely lost hope, she would avoid any association with them, unwilling to even think about them. This meant that he still had a chance, however small. It seemed he needed to redouble his efforts. Filled with elation, immediately took out his old, worn-out phone and transferred 50,000 yuan to via WeChat. Then, using his phone, he accepted the money. "I've transferred 50,000 yuan to you. Don't be frugal. Spend it however you want. I wanted to transfer more, but I've reached the daily transfer limit." He paused, then continued. "I should devote all my attention to you and our daughter, but instead, I use the family's money on other women. Consider this money as a reminder of my past transgressions. Spend it, so you won't feel resentful. Think of it as retribution for my past foolishness and heartlessness. Don't worry about the 1 million yuan loan. I'll take care of it all." Without waiting for a response, stuffed the phone into the bag of food on the floor, turned, and left. As he reached the door, he turned back to wave at, saying, "Daddy will come see you again soon. If you miss me, we can video call. Tell Daddy if you want anything to eat or any toys." With that, pushed open the door and quickly departed. After regained her composure, she picked up her phone and saw the transfer of 50,000 yuan. She was completely stunned. He bought a new phone, bought food for, and transferred 50,000 yuan. Adding the previous 30,000 yuan, that was almost 100,000 yuan. What was doing? If he had money, why didn't he pay off his debts? Was he trying to be a deadbeat? She seemed even more worried. A moment later, took the money and left the house, boarding a bus headed straight for the loan company. She intended to use all of the money had given her to repay the debt. She wooed and oppose, to keep a single cent, fearing they would get into serious trouble. Meanwhile, after leaving, took out his phone and made a call. Soon answered. "Old brother Yi, what can I do for you?" "I'm at your service," said jokingly. "It's nothing much. It's just that your sister-in-law might be going back to repay the money. Find a way to turn her down." Said seriously, "I'll repay you the 1 million yuan. He knew, with the previous 30,000 yuan in cash, she would definitely go to repay the debt first. Help him repay the money. I thought it was something important. "No problem," assured him, pounding his chest. "All right, I'm counting on you." With that, hung up the phone. Just then, a blue Maserati slowly pulled up in front of him. Then, jumped out of the car. She was dressed simply today in a white shirt and jeans, paired with red-bottomed black heels, which was quite stylish. Moreover, she was wearing delicate light makeup, had taken off her sunglasses, and said with a smile, "Brother Yi, are you busy? I want to take you to see someone." Paused for a moment before responding, "I'm all right, not too busy." Then get in the car. I'll be the driver. Enthusiastically opened the car door, gesturing for him to enter. Got into the car. As the car started and moved into the center of the road, asked, "Wait, who are we going to see?" "My father," said suddenly. Hearing this, was taken aback, looking at her in astonishment. "What is it?" Han Yashuan inquired, tilting her head, sensing Yi Chen's gaze. "Brother Yi, you were of great assistance to our Han family last time. My father wishes to express his gratitude in person. Han Yaxuan explained it hastily. It was nothing, just a trifle. Yichen responded with a smile. He reclined in his chair, and a series of images flashed through his mind. Subsequently, he gently closed his eyes, seeking repose. Approximately half an hour later, Han Yaxuan smoothly parked the car on ancient Charm Street, and Yichen opened his eyes. Have we arrived? Yichen inquired. Yes, we're here. My father is inside the shop, Han Yaxuan affirmed, opening the car door, and they both alighted, making their way to a shop named Treasure Trove. A middle-aged man with upright features and a square face was seated on a rosewood chair, sipping tea. In his hand, he toyed with a golden Nama bracelet. Upon noticing Han Yaxuan and Yichen entering, he slowly raised his head and promptly rose to greet them. Father, this is the expert I mentioned, Brother Yichen. Had it not been for his timely warning, our painting would have been delivered to Master Qi, with dire consequences. Han Yaxuan introduced them eagerly. Brother Yi, this is my father, Han Tianzheng. Han Yaxuan enthusiastically introduced both parties, and Yichen extended his hand in greeting. However, Han Tianzheng turned away abruptly, walking towards the bookshelf with an expressionless demeanor. Yichen appeared slightly awkward, but he smiled and paid it no mind. Upon witnessing this, Han Yaxuan was immediately displeased. Father, we went to great lengths to invite Brother Yi. What are you doing? She exclaimed. Brother Yi assisted our family so greatly last time. Why are you putting on airs? Han Yaxuan approached her father, visibly annoyed, and questioned him. However, Han Tianzheng remained silent, retrieving a wooden box instead. Upon opening it, a painting was revealed. It was a landscape painting. Han Tianzheng gently unfurled it and placed it on the ancient 8 Immortals table. I heard from my daughter that you didn't even need to glance at it. And with a single pronouncement, you determined the authenticity of the painting? He began. In our line of work, authenticity requires visual judgment. You claim to discern the truth from afar, which piques my curiosity. Since you are so adept, perhaps you could examine this painting before me and determine its authenticity. If you can, I will apologize for my rudeness earlier. If not, do not blame Han for considering you a charlatan. With this, Han Tianzheng gestured for him to proceed. Upon hearing this, Yichen smiled faintly, casting a brief glance at the painting before calmly stating, It's fake. Han Tianzheng's expression changed instantly. Nonsense, he retorted. Appraising antiques requires experience, keen eyes, and meticulous attention to detail. You haven't even examined the painting closely. How can you know it's fake? It seems my suspicions were correct. You're merely guessing, a stroke of luck. Perhaps you even obtained prior information, plotting to deceive us in collusion with the seller. Speak. What is your motive for approaching my daughter? Han Tianzheng fixed his gaze upon Yichen with piercing eyes, rebuking him coldly. Father, what are you doing? Han Yaxuan exclaimed. Brother Yi helped us avert a disaster, yet you're here being suspicious. It's disheartening. What will others think of our Han family if word gets out? Han Yaxuan bit her lip, her fair face flushed with anger, anxiously observing Yichen and damp. Appo's expression, fearing he would be utterly disappointed in the Han family. Contrary to her fears, Yichen remained composed, even smiling slightly as he approached the painting. There's no need to waste time, no matter how closely one examines it. This painting is fake. Yichen was so confident because he had glimpsed the future. The Han Tianzheng before him, known for his expertise in antiques and calligraphy, was ensnared in a grand scheme, and his obstinacy would lead to his demise. Upon hearing this, Han Tianzheng scoffed, Yaxuan, do you see? This is the expert you speak of. This painting is an authentic piece brought back by your cousin from the South China Sea, personally appraised by 3 international masters, and even featured in news reports. We spent over 70 million on this authentic piece. With such conclusive evidence, he dares to peddle falsehoods, treating our Han family like fools. You foolish girl, usually so intelligent. How could you so easily trust a charlatan? Han Yaxuan was stunned for a moment, but shook her head firmly. That's impossible. Brother Yi is not a charlatan. I trust him. Yichen smiled inwardly, feeling a warmth in his heart. It was Han Yaxuan's trust that kept him from leaving. Otherwise, Han Tianzheng's fate was of no concern to him. Han Tianzheng sighed, his face ashen, and rebuked. I don't know what enchantment this scoundrel has cast upon you, that you continue to defend him at this point. You're bewitched. Foolish. He turned to face Yi Chun, sneering, "Young man, though you possess a handsome visage, you dare to deceive my daughter, stooping so low, which I cannot tolerate. I will give you one chance to leave immediately. Otherwise, do not blame me for being impolite. Under no circumstances will I allow my daughter to suffer any further harm." At that moment, Yi Chun stepped forward confidently, stating calmly, 3 months ago, you invested $600 million to acquire a South China Sea auction house because it held many authentic artifacts. However, this auction house is merely a shell created to extract your funds, a fraudulent scheme. Now that your money has been deposited, the other party has already closed the net. As I predicted, they have begun to transfer the ownership of these artifacts. As for who this person is, I need not tell you, I presume. Instantly, Han Tianzhong, who had been icy, felt his breath catch in his throat, his heart pounding, stirring waves of shock. If Yi Chun had only mentioned one thing, Han Tianzhong might have insisted it was merely luck, another correct guess. But with one thing after another hitting the mark, even the details were exceedingly clear, which was somewhat frightening. At that moment, Han Tianzhong's suspicious gaze instinctively fell upon his daughter, Han Yashuan. Han Yashuan widened her beautiful eyes and said, "Father, even at this point, you still believe that I would collude with Brother Yi to deceive you?" Han Tianzhong did not respond, but his face remained gloomy. Clearly, his character was extremely stubborn, and he did not trust Yi Chun. Chapter 19. Mind your language, or it will not be just a simple head injury. Han Tianzhong exhaled slowly, directing his gaze back to Yi Chun, and coldly remarked, "Even if everything you say is correct, what evidence do you possess to substantiate that the auction house is merely a fade?" At this moment, his tone was no longer one of skepticism. Rather, he was fervently seeking the truth. Indeed, deep down, he had begun to believe in Yi Chun. Yi Chun smiled faintly and replied, "Is it not simple to provide proof? In 3 days, the $600 million you invested will be transferred to another party. The land valued in the tens of millions that belongs to that auction house will leave you with nothing. The deed will bear a name that is not yours. I trust you have noticed some discrepancies during this time, yet you are reluctant to confront them." He refrained from directly revealing the truth, as he knew that even if he did, the other party would not believe him. Some truths must be discovered through personal exploration. Only by witnessing the reality will one come to believe it. Otherwise, no amount of explanation would suffice. Han Tianzhong, worth over $100 million, was no fool. In fact, he was quite astute. However, truly ruthless predators often target the most cunning individuals, setting elaborate traps specifically for calculating old foxes like him. As Yi Chun's words lingered in the air, Han Tianzhong fell into deep contemplation and seated himself on a nearby chair. "Father, may I ask you, is the Nanhai auction house managed by my cousin Han Jingqi? Perhaps we should summon him for a confrontation. The truth will be unveiled then." Han Yashuan interjected anxiously from his side. Han Tianzhong scoffed disdainfully, "What a joke. How could your cousin betray me? I have been supporting his entrepreneurial endeavors since his return. I paved the way for him." Turning to Yi Chun, he continued, "Wait here. I will call him in for a confrontation." With that, he dialed a number. "Jingqi, come over immediately to the Treasure Pavilion store." "Yes, as soon as you can." After hanging up, Han Tianzhong narrowed his eyes and scrutinized Yi Chun. At that moment, Yi Chun reclined in his chair, exuding an air of tranquility and composure. The more composed he appeared, the more uncertain Han Tianzhong felt. During this time, he had indeed detected numerous inconsistencies. The Nanhai auction house had several unclear data points, including the authentication of antiques, which remained incomplete. The only thing providing him solace was his trust in Han Jingqi. After all, he was family. How could he possibly deceive his own? Yet, after Yi Chun's analysis, his conviction began to waver. Approximately 20 minutes later, a BMW X6 pulled up outside. Shortly thereafter, a young man clad in a suit and sporting gold-rimmed glasses entered. The young man, Han Jingqi, possessed a refined appearance, leaning towards the more delicate side, and carried a Hermes bag as he hurriedly walked in. "Uncle, why did you summon me so urgently? What has happened?" he inquired nervously, noticing the unfamiliar face of Yi Chun but not paying it much mind. Han Tianzhong lit a cigarette and asked, "Has everything been finalized with the Nanhai auction house?" Are those antiques authenticated? His expression was inscrutable, making it difficult to discern his thoughts. Han Yashuan, growing increasingly anxious, abruptly seized Han Jingqi by the collar, her demeanor fierce. Jingqi, I ask you, is that Nanhai auction house merely a shell? Have you engaged in any deceit to swindle my father's 600 million? Where has the money gone? As her words fell, Han Jingqi's expression shifted dramatically, but he regained his composure almost instantly. Cousin, such allegations cannot be made lightly. The value of the over 100 antiques far exceeds our investment of 600 million. The authentication process must be meticulous. Each piece must be appraised carefully. We cannot rush this. I returned from overseas with your uncle's support. Without him, I would not be where I am today. I, Han Jingqi, no matter how unprincipled, would never stoop to such treachery. We are family. We share in the profits together. How could I possibly betray you? With fervor, Han Jingqi pounded his chest, his speech filled with righteousness, even appearing somewhat aggrieved. Yet, the truth was that Han Yashuan's words had terrified him, causing his heart to race with an intensity that felt like thunderous waves within him. If not for his strong mental fortitude, he might have revealed too much. That's enough, Yashuan. Release him. You are being utterly disrespectful. In this world, anyone could betray me, except for our own family. Han Tianzheng suddenly stood up, sternly admonishing her, forcibly pulling her away. Having reached this point in the conversation, any further inquiries would undoubtedly imply distrust. If Han Jingqi's emotions were stirred, their business dealings could be jeopardized, rendering all of Han Tianzheng's careful planning futile. Uncle, who has spread such rumors? This is utterly malicious. Han Jingqi retorted defiantly, his face etched with anger as he immediately demanded an explanation. Observing the tension between the Han family members, his gaze settled on Yichun. Indeed, it was I who said so. Yichun coughed lightly and stated matter-of-factly. Upon hearing this, Han Jingqi whirled around, his expression darkening as if he could almost drip water from his countenance. Gritting his teeth, his eyes narrowing dangerously, he growled, "Who the hell are you? Stirring up trouble with your nonsense? You're courting death." Furiously, Han Jingqi brandished his fist, preparing to strike Yichun. Yet, Yichun merely smiled indifferently, tilting his head to easily evade the punch. What nonsense was this? With his precognitive abilities, Yichun could foresee not only fists but even the trajectory of bullets from a gun, allowing him to dodge effortlessly. "Kid, you dare to evade? I swear I will make you pay today." Han Jingqi faltered for a moment, fueled by rage, and prepared to retaliate. In the next instant, Yichun let out a cold laugh, swiftly delivering a kick that connected with Han Jingqi's leg. Han Jingqi lost his balance, toppling forward and crashing his head onto the table with a resounding thud. Everyone rose to their feet, except for Yichun, who remained nonchalantly with his arms crossed, as if nothing had occurred. "Jingqi, are you all right?" Han Tianzheng urgently inquired. "Do not act impulsively. Let us discuss this calmly." At that moment, Han Jingqi, clutching his bleeding head, scrambled to his feet. "You scheming coward!" He suddenly turned, resembling a ferocious wolf, fixating on Yichun and bellowing, "Mind your language, or it will not be just a mere head injury." Yichun's expression hardened as he retorted coldly. Chapter 20. Short Selling, Reverse Arbitrage. Yichun's tone was even, yet his mere presence exuded an aura of unwavering stability and formidable power, rendering his words profoundly impactful. Han Jingqi was momentarily stunned, a tremor running through him. "Enough, Jingqi. Your impulsiveness led you to the brink of violence. Let this matter rest. See to your wound to prevent infection and expedite the formalization of the antique ownership." Han Tianzheng stated gravely. "Understood, grandfather." Han Jingqi glared at Yichun, accepting defeat and departing with gritted teeth. After Han Jingqi and Appo's departure, Han Tianzheng extended a cup of tea to Yichun. "Young man, I initially perceived you as composed and experienced, but your impetuous nature, this immediate retribution, may impede your future progress." He no longer doubted Yichun's capabilities and was now attempting to appease him. His gaze betrayed a hint of admiration. Yichun sipped his tea leisurely, then raised his head and said, Why not seek retribution? Some matters warrant tolerance, but others only worsen with forbearance. Hesitation and indecision are the hallmarks of the weak, and by the time they act, it and oppose. It's often too late. Han Tianzhong and oppose. S brow furrowed, his expression darkening. He could not misinterpret the implication of Yi Chen's words, an indictment of his own irresolute nature. Insolence. Who do you think you are, presuming to lecture me? Were it not for my daughter's sake, I would have ejected you long ago. Han Tianzhong erupted, pointing at Yi Chen. How could he tolerate such condescension from a mere youth? Yi Chen scrutinized Han Tianzhong, then remarked indifferently, "It seems you are beyond redemption. For the sake of Miss Han Yashuan, allow me one final word of caution. Temper your avarice and withdraw sooner rather than later. You fancy yourself a fisherman, but alas, a lifetime of fishing may lead to your watery demise." With that, Yi Chen rose, preparing to leave. Han Yashuan stood up anxiously. Han Tianjing's countenance shifted drastically, his body trembling. "Wait," he exclaimed, extending a hand as Yi Chen reached the door. Yi Chen, however, remained impassive, exiting without a backward glance. "That boy, his temper surpasses even mine," Han Tianjing lamented, hastily pursuing Yi Chen. Shortly after, Han Yashuan was astonished to see her father escorting Yi Chen back, his demeanor now obsequious. "Yi Chen, my boy, my apologies for my earlier behavior. I am prone to such outbursts and have offended many over the years. Please overlook my transgressions. In truth, I admire your temperament, your promptness in seeking retribution, and your swiftness in resolving disputes." Han Tianzhong cajoled, managing to invite Yi Chen back. The two resumed their seats, much to Han Yashuan's delight. Yi Chen paused, then stated earnestly, "Uncle Han, I am aware of your scheme. The 600 million is the bait, intended to ensnare the antiques, with grander designs to follow. Unfortunately, those funds are irretrievable. Han Jingqi intends to appropriate your investment, and he is halfway to success. Within 3 days, the auction house and invaluable antiques will change hands. Moreover, the earlier incident has alerted him, and he will accelerate his plans, leaving you with, one day, Han Tianzhong and Amp. Oppo's eyebrows twitched, his heart pounding. Yi Chen and Amp. Oppo's word struck with unnerving accuracy. Alas, Han Tianzhong sighed, his voice weak. I had suspected as much. I contacted my secretary in the South China Sea and discovered that only a few tens of millions remain in the account, and the antiques have been taken. Han Jingqi has produced a lease agreement, and he is transferring the auction house's land. The money is lost. To think that my own nephew, my brother's flesh and blood, would betray me, a family misfortune, I am ashamed to admit." His face was etched with deeper lines, as if he had aged a decade. Yi Chen paused, then said, "No, your secretary is lying. Han Jingqi has bribed him, which is why you have been kept in the dark. Trust me, Han Jingqi is not so swift. The auction house still holds at least 300 million worth of antiques that have yet to be moved. There is still time to salvage the situation. If you act now, you can minimize your losses. However, the stocks you have invested in are another matter." Han Yashuan and Han Tianzhong were aghast. The revelation regarding the stocks dealt a far greater blow than the news of Han Jingqi's embezzlement. This secret was unknown even to his wife and daughter. How did Yi Chen know? Was this young man truly so prescient? "Yi Chen, I apologize. I withheld information from you. Please, tell me what has happened to the stock." Han Tianzhong pleaded, his face etched with unprecedented anxiety. He had remained relatively composed upon learning of the 600 million loss, but the 20 billion at stake in the stock market had crossed his threshold. This 20 billion represented the collateral from all of the Han family's antiques and properties, borrowed from 6 banks. Loss would mean financial ruin. Yi Chen inhaled deeply and said gravely, "It seems that the 600 million was a deliberate offering to Han Jingqi. That is your family matter, and I will not interfere. But did you not consider the possibility of losing all 20 billion invested in Tianqing real estate? If you liquidate now, there is still hope. Delay, and prepare to see it all vanish." Yi Chen had said enough. Han Tianzhong knew the stakes better than anyone. Han Tianzhong clutched his chest, his face contorting. Losing 20 billion would mean the wrath of his relatives and the shattering of his family and Oppo's hopes, leading to. He shuddered, a cold sweat breaking out. Please, help me. It is the lifeblood of the Han family. I implore you. Han Tianzheng rose shakily and knelt, his eyes devoid of doubt. Han Yashuan was stunned, but understood the gravity of the situation, casting a pleading glance at Yi Chun. Yi Chun sighed and said, "Very well, I will see what I can do. All day, long hunting geese, only to be pecked in the eye by one. Henceforth, refrain from engaging with such matters. Prepare a laptop for me. Hurry and withdraw whatever funds you can from the auction house." Yi Chun sat cross-legged on the couch, exhaling slowly. It seems today is the day to warm up. Just in time, that peculiar stock is approaching, perfectly poised to make preparations. As Yi Chun's words fell, Han Yashuan hastily dashed to the bedroom in search of the computer. Han Tianzheng also rose, retrieving his phone and hurriedly ascending the stairs. Meanwhile, after leaving the treasure pavilion, Han Jingqi parked his car by the roadside and took out his phone to make a call. "Secretary Liang, now, as I instructed, immediately liquidate all antiques. Sell them all to any buyers you can find. Not a single piece should be left." However, silence enveloped the line. "What is it?" After a moment, the voice on the other end inquired. "My uncle has grown suspicious. We must expedite the plan," Han Jingqi said, filled with urgency. Chapter 21, Dual Assault. Ultimate maneuver. On the other end of the phone, a panicked voice of Secretary Liang reached Han Xiao. "I'm sorry, Han Xiao. Chairman Han Tianzheng has already sent someone to take away all the antiques. This group consists of experts, and what they took are genuine artifacts. What remains are merely the fakes we and AMP, Oppos, VE previously replicated. Furthermore, I received a notice from the bank stating that the funds previously injected by the chairman are temporarily frozen, and we still have 300 million that we have not been able to liquidate." Han Jingqi's eyes widened in fury, his teeth grinding audibly as he exclaimed, "Damn! Truly worthy of my uncle, a cunning old fox, turning around to pull such a stunt. It seems he only intended to placate me. Nevertheless, I'm not a loss. I managed to siphon off 300 million. As for those antiques, they are of no consequence. Moreover, there is a far greater fortune that is about to be in my grasp. I'm not concerned with these trifles, haha." With that, Han Jingqi hung up the phone and drove off in haste. Meanwhile, the treasure pavilion had already closed its doors. Inside, Yi Chun sat on the sofa with a serious expression, his hands flying across the keyboard. He looked up at the hurriedly arriving Han Tianzheng and casually inquired, "So, how much capital have you managed to gather?" "I've managed to secure some antiques through a few old friends, and I also borrowed 30 million from the bank, risking my life to seek help from several brothers in the industry. Combined with a frozen 300 million, we now have 920 million in usable funds." Han Tianzheng approached, his expression grave. "Uncle Han." Yi Chun leaned back on the sofa, narrowing his eyes as he said softly, "The time for a life-and-death gamble is upon us. Are you prepared? You need to decide whether you truly believe in me. If you do, I am about to commence." In Yi Chun's mind, vivid scenes unfolded. In another parallel universe he had witnessed, Han Jingqi's scheme had succeeded, allowing him to not only siphon off 600 million from the auction house, but also to take all the antiques. He had even colluded with his father, Han Zhengshan, to manipulate two stocks, striking at Han Tianzheng and Oppos' market funds, causing the entire Han family and Oppos' wealth to flow into the stocks of Tianxing Real Estate. For the owners of Tianxing Group, the mastermind behind it all was none other than Han Jingqi and his father. The father-son duo conspired together, bringing ruin to the entire Han family. They stood atop the corpses of countless individuals, amassing immense wealth and emerging as titans in the stock market. As for Han Tianzheng, he faced the curses and scorn of relatives, pursued relentlessly by creditors, and was beset by lawsuits from the bank. With no way out, despair consumed him, leading him to contemplate suicide. Just before his fateful leap, he called his wife, uttering, "I love you, my dear. Please take care of our daughter," and then plummeted into the abyss. A generation of collectors, antiquities moguls, and business tycoons had met their demise, even as Yi Chun foresaw this grim fate. The image of Han Tianzheng standing at the edge of the rooftop, buffeted by the howling winds, echoed in his mind. Han Tianzheng took a deep breath, trembling all over. This 900 million truly represented his last vestige of wealth. Should he lose it all, there would be no return. Beyond death, there lay no other escape. It was his family that would suffer. After a moment, Han Tianjing's eyes turned red as he gritted his teeth, resolutely declaring, "Let us proceed. I refuse to be haunted by this misfortune. I've fished my entire life, and I shall not be swallowed by the depths." Yi Chun sat up, his expression stern. "Then let the war begin. I will do my utmost to reclaim your 2 billion. When the time comes, you may settle your accounts with them at your leisure." Han Tianjing nodded. "Very well, I trust you." At this moment, Han Tianjing felt a profound sorrow. He had received intelligence that his 2 billion had plummeted by 200 million in just 3 days, and it continued to decline. This was the entire Han family's pooled resources. If they lost, it would not merely spell personal bankruptcy for him. The entire Han family would bear the weight of terrifying debts, doomed to a life of perpetual struggle. All their stores, enterprises, and real estate would not suffice to repay the bank. After Yi Chun finished speaking, he began inputting codes, locating 2 stocks. Tiansheng Real Estate, the empire of Han Jingqi and his father, Han Zhengshan. These two had initially breached Han Tianjing's defenses through this stock. Yi Chun sneered. The father-son duo had thoroughly dismantled the Han family. After identifying the 2 shares, he locked onto another, Tianshi Holdings. This was the second trap laid by Han Jingqi and his father. Yi Chun was filled with confidence. Having decided to assist Han Tianjing in reversing his fortunes, he knew he must deliver decisively. Without hesitation, he injected 300 million into Tiansheng Group. The A-shares market was terrifying. Even billions could hardly create a ripple. However, Tiansheng Group's market was relatively small, only 12 billion, with 6 billion still belonging to Han Tianjing. As 300 million surged in, it instantly propelled Tiansheng Group and Oppo's real estate stocks to their limit. A meteoric rise shot through the sky. It was evident that formidable capital had entered the fray. All shareholders were electrified. Many large institutions were left dumbfounded. At that moment, Tianjin Group was akin to a fresh venture, with its stock price soaring. This instant drew the attention of many, as the stock markets erupted with fervor and speculation. In this critical moment, Yi Chun began to liquidate positions. As the limit was breached, he immediately began to press prices downward, ruthlessly driving down values. This maneuver caused panic among many investors. Fearing the major players were about to pull out, no one wished to be caught in the crossfire, hastily retreating from their positions. Then, as the market began to plummet, Yi Chun smiled faintly, continuing to build positions, absorbing shares sold at low prices. He took in as much as he could. This repetitive cycle of harvesting, striking, and hitting limits allowed him to consume all the panic-driven sell-offs. After a few rounds, Tianjin Group stock price rode a roller coaster, soaring to the limit before plummeting to a trough. It resembled the relentless waves of the sea, rising and falling without end. Yi Chun had accurately anticipated the tide, seamlessly reaping wave after wave of profits. Countless investors erupted in curses. The first to suffer were those heavy-hitting shareholders. Yet, this was merely the first step of his grand plan. A satisfied expression graced Yi Chun and Oppo's face. Simultaneously, on the other side, Han Jingqi arrived at a club, intending to unwind with a companion, but received a call from his trader. His face lit up with joy as he answered the call, knowing that a call from the trader signaled significant movements in the market. It seemed the harvesting had begun. "Young master, we have grave news. Our shares have been obliterated today, repeatedly hitting the limit down, resulting in catastrophic losses." Upon hearing this, Han Jingqi was left stunned. He nearly crashed into a stone pillar in the parking garage. "What the hell? How much have we lost?" he exclaimed, his voice trembling, his features contorted in horror. "Young master, it's not just a loss. The market has been completely smashed. We are left with less than 3 million. Someone skilled has targeted us in the stock market." The voice on the other end was filled with despair, nearly in tears. Each word felt like a dagger, piercing Han Jingqi's heart. "Damn it. It's over, utterly overweight. What about my father? I must check on him. As long as my father remains unharmed, there is still hope. His influence is substantial. Please assess the possibility of an early acquisition. We cannot afford to wait any longer. An unsettling feeling envelopes me, as though I am under scrutiny. After the tension subsided, Han Jingqi surveyed his surroundings, gripped by anxiety. He sensed an invisible gaze, observing his past actions and impending decisions. The sensation was utterly terrifying. Following Han Jingqi and Oppo's instructions, the sound of keyboard tapping resonated from the other end of the line. Soon, a voice emerged. Young Master Han. There has been no movement from Tiansheng Holdings. Amusement filled the air as he continued. It appears this individual merely stumbled upon the shares of Tianshi Group, considering their smaller scale. Currently, there are no issues. Your father has injected over 2 billion in funds, which should deter any rash actions from the other party. The operator spoke with calm assurance. Han Jingqi, elated, replied, "Excellent. Keep a close watch. I must finalize matters with the auction house promptly. We cannot afford any further mistakes." Just as he prepared to end the call, a voice of astonishment broke through. "Young Master Han, what is happening?" "There's a situation with Tiansheng as well. A substantial amount of funds has just been injected." At that moment, Han Jingqi's eyes widened in disbelief. His forehead veined and pulsating as he frantically swallowed. Chapter 22. You said as long as I have it. How much funding do I need? Han Jingqi inquired anxiously. 500 million. Although it has not yet reached the limit up stage, I cannot be certain whether the other party still possesses additional funds to invest. The trader replied in a fluster. 500 million is no small sum. It seems they are targeting me. Who could it be? Damn it. Could it be that old fox Han Tianzheng? Han Ying ki beluvet. But upon further reflection, it cannot be Han Tianzheng. The opponent has already sold everything, investing all their family's resources. They cannot possibly have more money. Han Tianzheng has already lost 2 billion of the 20 billion he invested, which has long since fallen into my hands. Even the bank would not lend him money. Instantly, he dismissed this line of thought. Regardless, what is the situation over at Tianshi? Han Jingqi resolved to confront the opponent. I absolutely cannot allow them to easily siphon off my 600 million. I must devise a strategy to reclaim some losses. The opponent still has 300 million left, and I suspect that the 500 million being poured into Tiansheng is from the same individual. It appears they are genuinely attempting to target our Tiansheng shares. Young Master Han, what should we do? Just give me the word, and I will take action. The trader was incensed as well. This is a provocation against his career. A reckless provocation. All right, your analysis is sound. I share your thoughts. However, the individual on Tianshi still has 300 million left. Have him strike there. Han Yingqi faute decisively. First, let us seize that 300 million, then move into the accumulation phase. Understood, young Master Han. I will begin immediately. With that, the trader hurriedly ended the call. Han Yingqi promptly redialed. Soon, the other party answered. Jingqi, is there something you need? Han Yingqi's factor, Han Feng-san. Spoke in a deep tone. Dad, there has been an incident at the auction house. My uncle seems to have sensed something and transferred a batch of antiques early. Moreover, someone is attacking our 2 stocks, resulting in massive losses, 600 million gone. I want to retrieve some funds to fight back. Han Yingqi stated honestly. What? How could this happen? Could the one targeting us be your uncle? Han Jingshan asked in alarm on the other end of the line. Clearly anxious, he even neglected the antiques, focusing solely on the stocks, for that is the real prize. It cannot be my uncle. That old fox is broke. Where'd he find the money to target us? Moreover, with his capabilities, how could he possibly challenge our most professional trader? If it were truly him, there would be no need for concern. His meager funds could hardly make a ripple. Han Jingqi said, his tone firm and scornful. Very well. As long as you are confident, tell me how much you need. Han Feng-san responded grandly. Currently, I need to prepare at least 1 billion. Han Yingqi stated solemnly. 1 billion. Are you sure it won't be a problem? Upon hearing the figure, Han Jingshan was taken aback. His own funds had dwindled to just 1 billion. The rest had been invested in stocks as bait, aimed at completely devouring Han Tianjing's 20 billion. He truly could not spare more. Dad, I've already minimized my request. I have 1 billion on hand, and even with yours, it may not suffice. I am truly unwilling to accept this. Tiansheng is being so ruthlessly undermined. 600 million is at stake. Han Jingqi shouted, venting his frustration. Sensing his son and Appo's agitation, Han Jingshan could only nod and say, "Fine, I will transfer it to you now." Then, the father and son ended the call. At this moment, in the treasure pavilion, Han Tianzheng and his daughter were dining, but had little appetite. The two occasionally glanced at Yi Chun, who was engrossed in his computer, worry etched on their faces. Yet, neither dared to speak nor approach. In this moment, no one dared to interrupt or disturb. Yi Chun never ceased his operations. Every second could mean tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions. Particularly Han Yashuan, who bit her chopsticks, her eyes sparkling with intrigue, fixated on the focused Yi Chun. Indeed, a man fully absorbed in his work possesses an irresistible charm. At that moment, Yi Chun was intently watching the stock line of Tiansheng real estate until a line began to rise. He smiled. "Indeed, it has arrived. I have been waiting for you for quite some time." Yi Chun smirked, exhilarated, and then swiftly began tapping on the keyboard. He rapidly injected funds, aggressively accumulating shares. Once again, he propelled the stock to nearly the limit-up stage. Yet, the opponent abruptly ceased their capital injection. Yi Chun, upon seeing this, wore a disdainful expression. Raising his hand to inject another sum into Tiansheng real estate shares. On the Tiansheng side, 500 million were established, while on the Tiansheng side, 300 million were liquidated, followed by an additional 400 million for further accumulation. This was all the available capital that could be mobilized. Observing 1 billion entering, Yi Chun unhesitatingly established positions, accumulating shares, and liquidating. He entirely consumed the opponent and Appo's S1 billion. Then, he swiftly redirected the remaining funds into Tiansheng shares. To his astonishment, Tiansheng, which had been battered, reinvested another billion. Yi Chun paid no heed, instead repeating his operations, bringing Tiansheng shares to nearly the limit-up stage. With a heavy position, he commenced a massacre, a frenzied slaughter. He was certain that the opponent had no funds left to operate, for they mistakenly believed they had invested all their shares in Tiansheng. Thus, they continued to focus on Tiansheng. This was akin to a ticking time bomb. Yi Chun had effectively struck both stocks, pouring in a total of 900 million into Tiansheng and Tiansheng. It was as if the red and blue wires of a fuse were being tested. The opponent was probing by cutting the red wire. However, those 200 million were devoured by Yi Chun. The opponent was desperately attempting to sever the blue wire. Otherwise, the bomb would inevitably explode. Yet, regrettably, they had already run out of capital. Thus, Yi Chun's gamble was that Han Jingqi's gun was empty. He then went all in. Commencing a wild harvest, he lowered prices and hit the limit up. Yi Chun reclined on the sofa, stretching lazily. What has transpired? At this moment, Han Tianzheng finally mustered the courage to inquire. His heart racing, his face betraying anxiety. "It is done. Both boards have been attacked, and I have seized 21 billion from him." After speaking, Yi Chun turned the computer towards Han Tianzheng, displaying the funds. Upon witnessing a stream of numbers flow into the bank, Han Tianzheng's tears flowed freely, his hands trembling. Overwhelmed with emotion, he opened his mouth but could not articulate a word. He had certainly encountered tempestuous figures in the market, but had never witnessed such a masterful scene. At this moment, Yi Chun had effectively saved his life. The joy of surviving a catastrophe was indescribable. "Yi Chun, how can I express my gratitude to you?" Han Tianzheng's legs buckled, nearly kneeling. Seeing this, Yi Chun hastily extended his hand to assist him up. "Uncle Han, my assistance this time is not without cost. The Han family now owes me a significant favor. I do not require money, but I desire one particular item from you." Yi Chun smiled slightly as he spoke. 20 billion was nearly all of Han Tianzheng and Appo's fortune, but it also included the investments of his siblings, not solely Han Tianzheng and Appo's personal property. Nonetheless, Yi Chun remained resolute, convinced that as long as he spoke up, acquiring 200 million would be a mere formality. However, his aspirations extended beyond this sum. Despite the notion that possession was paramount, Han Tianzheng wiped away his tears, patted his chest, and proclaimed with considerable bravado. Chapter 23. Once my in-laws at this moment, Han Yashuan emerged from the kitchen, her beautiful visage illuminated by a sweet smile upon learning that the crisis had been averted. She released a deep sigh of relief, her gaze towards Yi Chun brimming with admiration and longing. "Uncle Han, I desire but a single ring, a thumb ring once worn by Emperor Zhu during the Ming Dynasty," Yi Chun declared without hesitation. Taken aback, Han Tianjung paused for a moment before responding with surprise. "Young brother, I do indeed possess such a ring. However, its market value is merely around 20 million. Are you certain?" Yi Chun smiled faintly. "I am indeed certain. While this thumb ring may currently be valued at 20 million, it will soon be worth far more, perhaps even 200 million. Of course, this was merely his conjecture, which he kept to himself. "Yes, I am certain," Yi Chun affirmed with a nod. "Very well, I shall retrieve it for you." "Please wait a moment," Han Tianjung replied before ascending the stairs. 10 minutes later, he returned bearing a classical wooden box, accompanied by 2 bottles of wine, which he placed on the table. "I also have 2 bottles of 70-year-old Maotai in my collection. They're yours as well. You may take them home to share with your elders or enjoy them yourself, whichever you prefer," Han Tianjung said, carefully placing the wooden box into Yi Chun and Appo's hands. Upon opening the box, Yi Chun beheld a magnificent imperial green jade thumb ring nestled within golden silk. As the evening glow streamed through the window, it cast a fleeting shadow of a dragon's seal upon the ring's surface. "This is indeed the ring." Yi Chun smiled, delicately securing it close to him before rising to his feet. "All matters have been resolved. I still have other affairs to attend to, Uncle Han. I shall visit again another day." With that, he began to walk towards the exit. "Brother Yi, allow me to see you off," Han Yashuan exclaimed, hurriedly following him out. Han Tianjung waved his hand and stood attentively at the door, watching as his daughter and Yi Chun made their way to the car. "This young man is extraordinary. Truly a dragon among men. One day, he shall soar to great heights. If only my daughter could." Han Tianjung and Appo's eyes squinted with a smile as he murmured, his burdens finally lifted, leaving him in a state of unprecedented relaxation and joy towards Yi Chun. Meanwhile, on the other side, Han Jingqi, in a fit of rage, smashed his phone to the ground, shattering it into pieces. "Damn it! Who is it? Who is conspiring against me? I swear, I will make you pay." Just a minute ago, Han Jingqi had learned that 2 of his stocks had plummeted. Only Tiansheng remained with 300 million, which had already hit the ceiling price. His adversary had already sold off their shares. Once the market opened tomorrow, he would lose that 300 million. What shall I do? How will I explain this to my father? He had released the news of Han Tianjung and Appo's financial losses to manipulate his family, creditors, and the bank into driving Han Tianjung to despair. Once that happened, no one would contest his claim to the family fortune. But now, his father was immersed in the joy of an unexpected victory. He could not dare reveal the truth. An overwhelming sense of despair clouded Han Jingqi and Appo's mind. After escorting Yi Chun home, Han Yashuan departed. Yi Chun reclined on the sofa, gazing at the 2 exquisite bottles of wine in his hands, deciding to pay a visit to his former father-in-law. On the day of their wedding, he had knelt before his father-in-law, vowing to care for Mei Yun. Yet after marriage, he had not only caused his daughter suffering, but had also brought countless troubles upon his in-laws. Thinking of his father-in-law's aging face, graying hair, and disappointed gaze, Yi Chun could no longer suppress his guilt. Before leaving, he stopped by a nearby convenience store. "Boss, I would like 2 packs of soft Zhonghua," Yi Chun said cheerfully. What do you want? Are you out of your mind? Yi Chun, have you paid off your debts? 2 packs of soft Zhonghua cost 1,300. Look at your predicament. Why would you buy this?" The store owner, a middle-aged man, was astonished upon hearing Yi Chun's request while munching on watermelon at the entrance. Yi Chun had squandered his money on streamers, leading to a financial downfall that left him destitute, living off scraps, and even becoming a gambler. This had become common knowledge in the neighborhood, even making it to the news as a cautionary tale. Previously, he had borrowed from the store for minor purchases, often leaving debts unpaid for a year. Buying cigarettes? You usually opt for the cheapest. Today you ask for soft Zhonghua, and 2 packs at that? Rest assured, this time I won't be borrowing. Yi Chun replied with a smile. I will also settle my previous debts. Forget it, Yi Chun. You're no longer a child. It's time to change your ways. Your wife is wonderful, and you have a lovely child. Why make your life difficult? Look at my wife, always playing mahjong and neglecting her duties, and I can hardly say a word. You married a beautiful and capable woman. You should cherish her." With a sigh, the owner handed Yi Chun 2 boxes of 10 yuan Baisha cigarettes, insisting, "Take these. No need to pay." As the owner returned to his seat to continue eating watermelon, a notification chimed on Yi Chun and Amp, Oppo's phone. "WeChat payment received, 1,500 yuan. The store owner widened his eyes in disbelief, staring at Yi Chun. "Are you serious? You actually have money? You should be spending it on your wife, not indulging in extravagance." Yi Chun felt warmth in his heart. Though the owner was somewhat nagging, he understood the man's good intentions and patiently explained, "Don't worry, brotherly. I recently earned some money and have cleared my debts. I even have a little left over. Is that true? Such a lucrative business has come your way?" The owner still appeared worried as Yi Chun approached the counter. "Rest assured, I am neither gambling nor engaging in illicit activities. If I were, do you think I could buy cigarettes so openly here? Now, hurry up, brotherly. This is for my father-in-law, not for myself. Quickly, please." The owner could only relent and handed over 2 packs of cigarettes to Yi Chun. "Goodbye, brotherly. Consider the remaining 200 as settling my account." Yi Chun stepped out and hailed a taxi, heading straight for the old district where his father-in-law lived. "Hey, you still owe me 300. Ah, forget it. A prodigal son returning home is enough," the owner called after him, fanning himself, yet wearing a smile as he resumed his watermelon feast. On the other side, Yi Chun exited the taxi, made the payment, and stood before the familiar, yet somewhat foreign entrance of the building, momentarily frozen. As if struck by nostalgia, memories surged in his mind. He recalled the first time he visited Mei Yun's family, the nervousness of meeting his in-laws. He remembered the stern yet gentle gaze of his father-in-law as he first tidied up the table and entered the kitchen. He thought of their first drink, their first smoke, their first conversation. He remembered kneeling before his father-in-law, solemnly vowing to care for his beloved wife. He also recalled the times he had deceived his father-in-law for money, causing him distress, transforming the initial pride and affection into disdain and resentment. Now, this was the outcome of his past misdeeds. Sighing, Yi Chun shook his head, his lips trembling as tears welled in his eyes. In the presence of a significant figure like Han Tianzhong, he maintained an unwavering composure. Even amidst the staggering investments of billions every fleeting second, bolstered by an unwavering confidence. Yet, when confronted with the overwhelming debts owed to his father-in-law, he succumbed to panic. He closed his eyes, attempting to sense the events that were about to unfold, only to be met with waves of sharp pain surging through his mind. Previously, he had sought to foresee whether he and Mei Yun could reconcile, yet found no answers. It seemed that this ability to foresee was ineffective when it came to matters of family. Nevertheless, regardless of the outcome, I must atone for the transgressions I have committed. With this resolve, Yi Chun summoned his courage and took a bold step forward. Chapter 24. Time has already vanquished that beast. Thud thud. Yi Chun and Appo's heart raced. Yet he still knocked on the door. They have arrived. After a moment, a familiar voice responded from within. It was his mother-in-law, Han Guizhi. When the door swung open, a woman in her 50s stood there, her face adorned with a warm smile. However, upon seeing Yi Chun, her smile froze. "Mom, is Dad home?" Yi Chun managed to force a smile and inquired. "Yi Chun, what are you doing here? Could you please spare us old folks? I beg you. Have a heart and stop deceiving us. I would kneel if it would help." Han Guizhi clasped her hands, pleading desperately, her legs bending as if she truly intended to kneel. This scene horrified Yi Chun. He hastily reached out to assist her, but his gesture only startled Han Guizhi, causing her to retreat a few steps in panic. "Mom, please don an Amp, Oppo's, to do that. I and Amp, Oppo's, am just here to bring you some things. I and Amp, Oppo's, V left them here. Please take care of yourselves. I will take my leave now." Yi Chun sighed, lowering his gaze and speaking softly. Yet, his mother-in-law recoiled as if he were a harbinger of misfortune, unwilling to approach him in the slightest. This filled Yi Chun with shame, leaving him utterly helpless. This was all his doing. Once his in-laws had held him in high regard, especially after learning of his civil service examination success, They boasted to everyone, proclaiming, "My son-in-law Yi Chun is about to achieve great things. My daughter is so fortunate." But as he became engrossed in live streaming, they ceased to mention him, even responding evasively when neighbors inquired about their son-in-law. Yi Chun placed the items at the doorstep and turned to leave. Just as he descended the stairs, he encountered an elderly man clad in military green trousers and a white shirt, carrying 2 bottles of Ergo 2. The old man, with a head full of white hair, hummed a little tune. However, once he raised his head and spotted Yi Chun, the smile vanished from his face. "You brat, how dare you come back? Today, I shall make sure you face the consequences." The old man was none other than Yi Chun's father-in-law, Qin Jinshan, a veteran who had once served as a company commander in the field army. Despite his advanced age, he was still robust. He lunged forward, seizing Yi Chun's collar and pinning him against the wall. The bottles in his hands were cast to the ground, shattering upon impact. "You scoundrel! You've brought my daughter nothing but suffering. You've squandered my pension." Qin Jinshan and Appo's eyes reddened as he raised his fist, ready to strike Yi Chun. Yet, when he noticed something amiss, he halted. Yi Chun was not retaliating. Qin Jinshan furrowed his brow, astonished. Indeed, it was baffling. Yi Chun, the son-in-law who had fought fiercely with him before, now appeared tranquil, resembling a remorseful convict, his eyes filled with regret, devoid of anger, and offering no resistance. "Dad, I've come this time with no ulterior motives, just to see you both, merely a glance. If you wish to vent your frustrations, feel free to strike me. If you desire, hit me daily, as many times as you wish." Yi Chun's lips trembled as his voice cracked. Gazing at his graying father-in-law, his heart ached. This old man, blessed with such an excellent daughter and a lovely granddaughter, should be enjoying a peaceful retirement. Yet because of him, all their savings have been drained. In his twilight years, he was reduced to laboring, tending to the boiler, and performing menial tasks to make ends meet. The wrinkles on his face and his white hair were gifts from Yi Chun's own actions. Taking a deep breath, Qin Jinshan coldly retorted, "Do not call me Dad. I cannot bear it. As long as I do not see you, I might live a few more years. Leave quickly. I do not need your concern." Though he spoke thus, he stood up and refrained from striking again. At that moment, a woman carrying groceries passed by and cast a curious glance. "Old Qin, isn't this your son-in-law? Why is he lying in the hallway?" she queried. The old man, proud and concerned about his reputation, suppressed his inner fury and forced a smile, replying, My son-in-law came to visit us, but he accidentally fell down and broke the bottles." "Yi Chun, you child, get up and come inside to wash up," the old man sighed, truly feeling the weight of the situation. It was a matter of swallowing bitter truths to maintain dignity. Despite his deep loathing for Yi Chun, he had no choice but to usher him inside. Hearing this, Han Guoji and Appo's expression turned anxious, but she could only comply with her husband, gathering the items and opening the door for Yi Chun to enter. As for the nosy neighbor, she only resumed her ascent upstairs after Yi Chun had entered the house. Inside, standing at the threshold, Yi Chun felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety. He understood that his in-laws allowed him entry solely to prevent their neighbors from discovering their plight, preserving their face and dignity. "Dad, Mom, I shall take my leave now." Observing his father-in-law's grim demeanor as he sat gasping for breath, and his mother-in-law wiping her tears, Yi Chun felt a pang in his heart, prompting him to turn and push the door to leave. "Stop. Take back what you brought. I cannot bear your filial piety." In the midst of his words, Qin Jinshan seized the fallen bottles and fruit, forcefully thrusting them into Yi Chun's hands. "Dad, it is merely a token of my regard. I am leaving now, and you may dispose of these items as you wish," Yi Chun insisted, placing the goods on the ground and turning to exit. Once the door closed, both in-laws sighed in unison. "Do you have any money left?" Qin Jinshan asked after a prolonged silence. "I do. The 2,000 you gave me yesterday remains untouched," Yi Chun replied. Hearing this, Han Guoji rummaged through a tattered cloth bag and produced the money. "What are you waiting for? Send it to him. That rascal wouldn't come here without trouble. Otherwise, why would he seek us out? Give him the money to silence his incessant complaints." Qin Jinshan glared, his voice filled with indignation. "This is our living expense. If we give it to him, we shall be left with nothing. Han Guizhi exclaimed. Without it, how will our daughter find peace? He will only pester her. Qin Jinshan retorted. What can we do with this scoundrel? Should I grab a knife and deal with him myself? He declared, heading towards the kitchen. Upon witnessing this, Han Guizhi's face turned pale as she hurriedly opened the door, chasing after Yi Chun. She feared her husband's temper. If pushed too far, he might act on impulse. Outside, Yi Chun lit a cigarette, puffing thoughtfully. Reflecting on the past kindness of his in-laws, his eyes brimmed with tears. They had treated him as their own son. However, he felt he had let them down. Yi Chun sighed deeply, resolving to change his current circumstances. He was no longer the beast he once was. He believed that time would ultimately vindicate him. Just as Yi Chun was about to depart, a voice echoed from behind, beckoning him to tarry. Yi Chun, pray, hold a moment. Chapter 25. Commercial Bluster. Whose son-in-law is superior? Upon hearing his mother-in-law's voice, Yi Chun hastily came to a halt. Before him stood Han Guizhi, clutching 2,000 yuan, which she promptly thrust into his hands. Yi Chun, I beseech you, take this money and leave them be. Do not trouble Mei Yun and her daughter any further. They cannot withstand your torment. The moment his mother-in-law spoke, Yi Chun felt a lump in his throat. The 2,000 yuan in his grasp bore a weight heavier than the millions he had earned. It was the first time he truly felt the burden of money. He fought back the tears welling in his eyes, lowered his head, and softly replied, Auntie, please take this money back. I did not come here for money, nor will I harm Mei Yun and her daughter. I understand you may not believe me, but I shall prove it to you. His mother-in-law was unconvinced, her eyes reddening as her emotions erupted. Yi Chun, if you do not want the money, then what is it you seek? Just tell me how much you desire. We shall scrape together every last bit we have to give you. All we ask is for you to spare my daughter's life. Must you bring ruin to our Qin family before you are satisfied? You wretched beast, do not push us to our limits. Otherwise, we shall take you down with us, ensuring you can never harm our daughter. Disregarding the curious stares of those around them, she pointed at Yi Chun and berated him fiercely. Very well, Annie, I shall accept this money. Suddenly, Yi Chun's expression brightened as he pocketed the cash. Seeing him accept the money, Han Guizhi finally breathed a sigh of relief. Her greatest fear was that he would refuse it, indicating his insatiable appetite and signaling that this matter was far from over, putting her daughter in jeopardy. May I borrow your phone for a moment? Yi Chun asked gently, pursing his lips. What do you need it for? My phone isn't worth much, Han Guizhi replied, her tone cautious as she sensed his intentions. Annie, just a few minutes, Yi Chun reassured her with a smile. Skeptically, Han Guizhi retrieved her phone and handed it over. After taking it, Yi Chun quickly navigated to his WeChat, added a friend, and promptly transferred 10,000 yuan. He worried that if he transferred too much, his in-laws might hesitate to use it, suspecting it to be tainted money. Mom, here's your phone back. I've sent you 10,000 yuan. You and Dad should buy something to eat and drink. Please do not skimp on yourselves any longer and allow Dad to rest for a few days. He need not return to the construction site. Rest assured, this money is clean. If you find yourselves in need again, call me. I can earn now and will not ask you for more. Please take back the 2,000 after speaking. Yi Chun pulled out the cash again, waving a single 100 yuan before Han Guizhi, who stood there in a daze. This 100 is for your secret smoking fund. I'm off now, Annie. Take care. Yi Chun turned away, wiping away his tears. The sight of the 100 yuan in his hand threatened to shatter him. In his most desperate times, he had not even a cent for a cigarette, and his mother-in-law would secretly tuck 100 yuan into his clothing whenever he left. Reflecting on it now, Yi Chun wished he could slap himself. Once, they had placed all their hopes upon him. He could hardly fathom how the hopes of his in-laws had transformed from worry to anger and ultimately to despair and indifference. It was he who had led them to ruin. But this time would be different. Han Guizhi watched Yi Chun's retreating figure, glancing at her phone, before she walked back home in a daze. Upon entering, Qin Jinshan hurried over, his face etched with concern. Did he accept it? Han Guizhi nodded. That's good. That's good. As long as he took the money, at least Mei Yun and her daughter can live in peace for a while. Qin Jinshan sighed in relief. However, the next moment, Han Guizhi revealed the cash, saying, he only took 100. The rest he returned to me. What? That scoundrel didn't take it all? Has the sun risen in the west? This cannot stand. He will not be satisfied until he has swindled us of every last cent. Change in Sean's face turned a mixture of alarm and fury, and he transferred me an additional 10,000. Look, Han Guiji handed her husband the phone, her expression a mix of panic and confusion. Dajan, he couldn't possibly be seeking out our daughter again, could he? We cannot accept this money. How do we return it? He dares. This money is too hot to handle. We cannot accept it. If we do, it will spell disaster. I will transfer it to Meiyan later. If that scoundrel has regrets, at least she can return the money to him, sparing us from further trouble. Qin Jinshan was initially shocked, but quickly realized the gravity of the situation, speaking sternly. Han Guiji nodded in agreement. Just as the elderly couple settled down to a simple meal, a knock echoed through the door. Qin Jinshan went to answer it, his face lighting up upon seeing an old man clad in a green military uniform. "Old Wang, what brings you here? Come in and join us for dinner." Qin Jinshan greeted his old comrade warmly. "I was just at home bickering with the missus, feeling irritated, and thought I'd seek you out for a drink," Old Wang boisterously declared. As they sat down, Old Wang glanced at the spread of vegetarian dishes and chuckled. "You two still prioritize health? Your living standards are commendable. My family, on the other hand, can't go a day without meat. My health has suffered as a result." Old Wang's remarks left Qin Jinshan and Han Guiji feeling a bit embarrassed. This wasn't a matter of health. It was simply their dire financial situation limiting their meals. Qin Jinshan, envious, chimed in, "Old Wang, you shouldn't be ungrateful. I heard your daughter has what a businessman who just gifted you a luxurious Benz. You must be living the good life now. Once upon a time, Yichen had made similar claims. Yet now, not only did they lack a Benz, but they were also left without a bicycle, having squandered their retirement funds." Old Wang pounded his thigh, exclaiming, "Don't get me started. The sight of that nouveau riche infuriates me. By the way, Old Qin, I heard your son-in-law has resigned? Such a waste of good job." Old Wang, ever straightforward, inquired with genuine curiosity. Qin Jinshan, understanding his comrade's nature, recognized that while an unfamiliar face might take offense, his old friend's words were simply a lament. He sighed, "Let's not dwell on that. Let us just drink." Old Wang nodded, sharing his own frustrations with his daughter as husband. "That nouveau riche son-in-law of mine, what good are his riches if he can't guarantee the future? If they marry, who knows what troubles may arise? I have worries. Once, I envied you, with your daughter marrying into a stable government job. Your son-in-law seems so dependable. Who would have thought he could lose even that?" As Old Wang rambled on, Qin Jinshan felt a competitive spark arise within him. "I must say, my son-in-law isn't as incapable as you claim. He has found work now and has even sent a bit of money home. Just the other day, he transferred 1,000 yuan to my wife. See, he has sent various gifts as well. While they may not be extravagant, they certainly reflect his intentions." Yet, even as he spoke, a hint of insecurity lingered in his heart. How could Yi Chun, a mere boy, compare to someone like Old Wang's successful son-in-law? One a businessman, the other a gambler. One purchased a car for his father-in-law, while another undermined his father-in-law and Appo's as pension. Yi Chun, that scoundrel, also perpetrated domestic violence against his wife and subjected his children to cruelty. He is nothing but a beast. Old Wang shook his head and boasted, "My nouveau riche son-in-law is the same. Every visit, he splurges on a multitude of items, from moutai to king crabs, indulging my palate. Well, that's not too shabby. Old Qin, you've even had moutai. I've heard your son-in-law is in debt everywhere, living off others and awaiting death. It seems those were mere rumors." When Han Guiji brought out the wine, Old Wang and Appo's eyes lit up in astonishment. However, Qin Jinshan felt quite uncomfortable upon hearing this. No matter what, Yichen had once been the son-in-law he accepted. He could scold him, but others were not permitted to do so. Chapter 26. The derelict building. Qin Jinshan thumped his chest with great exuberance and laughed heartily. "Old Wang, do not pay heed to the idle gossip outside. They only know how to chatter. My son-in-law is doing splendidly, far from the grim tales they tell. However, as for this wine, perhaps it is best I fetch 2 bottles from downstairs." Though his words were bold, he harbored a genuine fear of counterfeit liquor. Old Wang, renowned as a connoisseur, could discern the authenticity of any wine at the first sip. If he were to be embarrassed, he would lose all semblance of dignity. Just as Qin Jianshan stood up, old Wang, quick as a flash, had already uncorked a bottle. "I say, old Qin, you refuse to share the Mao Tai? How miserly of you! I shall bring you 2 bottles in return. For now, let us savor this one." With his eyes gleaming at the sight of the wine, old Wang poured a glass while lamenting, unable to resist taking a sip. Qin Jianshan, upon witnessing this, felt a pang of anxiety as he scrutinized old Wang's expression. If it turned out to be counterfeit, the humiliation would be unbearable. However, after tasting, old Wang sat upright, hastily inspecting the bottle from every angle. Qin Jianshan felt a sense of helplessness wash over him. It seemed he was destined for disgrace today. The scandals of his family had long since spread. After a lifetime of building respect, he felt it all slipping away. "Old Qin, this wine," old Wang began, still holding the bottle. "No need for further discussion. If you do not wish to drink, then don and damp, oppose tea. This was a gift from my son-in-law, and I shall enjoy it." With that, Qin Jianshan handed the bottle to Han Guizhi, resigning himself to the loss of his dignity. Han Guizhi was equally frustrated, yet she said little, rising to dispose of the wine. "No, please don't," old Wang exclaimed, alarmed. "Old sister-in-law, you cannot frighten me like that. Old Qin, you have become rather presumptuous. How can you consider discarding this 70-year-old Mao Tai? What kind of extravagance is this?" Old Wang, his eyes wide with shock, interjected, "That bottle is worth hundreds of thousands. Where did your son-in-law acquire such wealth? This single bottle could purchase me a Mercedes." Qin Jianshan was taken aback once more, rushing to the door to retrieve another bottle. Placing it on the table, "Are you saying this is worth dozens of thousands?" Overwhelmed with excitement, Qin Jianshan's voice rose, causing old Wang's eardrums to throb painfully. Han Guizhi stood in stunned silence, utterly speechless. Meanwhile, outside the community, Yichen opened his stock market app and watched as his investments soared once more. His initial capital of 300,000 had ballooned to 1,700,000. Soon, it would grow exponentially. However, he realized he must close his positions immediately. The stock was now attracting considerable capital, poised for a significant drop. He planned to short sell, seizing the opportunity to profit and reinvest, repeating the process to ensure a comfortable income within 6 months. After closing his positions and accounting for transaction fees, he would have 1,720,000. Alongside his prior earnings of 6 million, Yi Chun now possessed a staggering fund of over 7 million to maneuver. His next destination was clear. Hailing a taxi, Yi Chun directed the driver towards Nanhu, where a cluster of derelict buildings awaited him. Upon reaching the sales office, he was met with a barrage of banners and slogans advocating for refunds. The entrance was battered, with a large hole in the glass door. A few sales consultants lounged on the sofas, sipping tea. As Yi Chun entered, they merely glanced at him, offering no further acknowledgement. "Don't bother with the derelict buildings," one man said, his head buried in his phone. Upon closer inspection, Yi Chun noticed the managerial badge pinned to his chest, though he seemed preoccupied with the game. "Are the properties no longer for sale?" Yi Chun inquired, puzzled. "They and amp, oppose, for sale. But do you truly wish to buy? Can and amp, oppose, TUC construction has halted? The Group S CEO has ceased funding. We merely spend our days accommodating refund requests," the manager replied, finally looking up from his screen. "Indeed, I am interested in purchasing. The state of the building matters little. What I seek is a prime location. Do you have any available?" Yi Chun smiled as he posed his question. The manager, intrigued by Yi Chun and Oppo's words, advised, "Brother, let me kindly warn you, Don and Oppo's, waste your time here. Who in their right mind would purchase a derelict building? It's uninhabitable. You should leave. We Haven and Oppo's received our salaries in 3 months. If it weren't and Oppo's for the paycheck, we would have all left long ago." The manager and Oppo's concern was genuine. Anyone with sense would avoid such a pitfall. Yi Chun, however, approached the sand table, pointing at the layout, and asked, "Have the A and B districts sold out? You're quite persistent, aren't you? All right, I can offer you the lowest price, 5,000 per square meter. How many square meters do you desire? Choose freely between these 2 districts." The manager, realizing he might profit from the transaction, stood beside Yi Chun. Lower the price to 4,001 per square meter. I want 70 units, all the best layouts, ranging from 80 to 100 square meters, Yi Chun replied with earnestness. At that moment, the manager's expression soured, and he chuckled in disbelief. If you and Amp, Oppos, re-joking Don and Amp, Oppos, T blame me for being rude. I was genuinely trying to help you leave, not to play games with you. No one would want a derelict property, even as a gift. And now you want to buy 70 units? Do you take me for a fool? Yi Chun sighed in resignation. I am not jesting. If you don't believe me, let us sign a contract. Should I fail to produce the funds, you may do as you wish. Furthermore, after signing, I shall introduce you to a major client. Yi Chun understood the manager and Amp, Oppos, as skepticism, yet he had to expedite this matter. Time was of the essence. Very well, this is your word. Xiao Wu, fetch the contract and seal. The manager gritted his teeth, irritated but also bored. If the client wished to play, he would indulge him to the end. With his command, a subordinate rushed to the printing room. Approximately 10 minutes later, the contract was ready, stamped with the official seal. Next came the signatures and the payment process. Yi Chun swiftly signed, each retaining a copy of the contract, and then produced his phone. Please provide me with the company account number. I will transfer the funds. As he finished speaking, the manager was already prepared, providing the account number without hesitation. Chapter 27. You shun the profitable restaurant business and gamble on a half-finished building? Turning around, Yi Chun noted the payment information and the house purchase contract. After a few moments, he put away his phone and looked up at the manager. The manager snorted disdainfully, still unconvinced, and said, I said I'd indulge you for a while, but you've become addicted. It's just a game. Let me tell you, I'll tear up the contract, and you can leave. Don't say I didn't warn you. If you think you're a businessman, you're mistaken. As he spoke, the manager really intended to tear the contract apart. However, just then, the phone rang, and he hurriedly answered it. It was the financial director from headquarters. Hello, Director Chun. I'm at the sales office, and I wanted to check on the 3-month salary that hasn't been paid yet. Before he could finish, the voice on the other end interjected. I ask you, did you receive a payment of over $7 million? It's for a housing agreement. Have you met with the clients at Longhai Bay? What? Director Chun, you received the payment? The manager asked incredulously upon hearing the voice on the phone. Is that even question? You sold the property, didn't you? Regardless, you've done us a service. The company is in dire need of cash flow. And if you manage to sell at Longhai Bay, then you've shown some real talent. Your salary, along with bonuses, will be transferred to you shortly. If his client decides to back out, just keep him on the line. If the contract is signed, he can't renege. Let him go through the legal process with our legal team. Resolve this, and I'll give you an extra 100,000 in bonuses. After that, the call ended abruptly. On this side, the manager was left dumbfounded. He stared at Yi Chun in utter shock and stammered, Brother, are you serious? Yi Chun replied earnestly, Of course. If I were joking, I'd be on a comedy show instead of here. He added, A friend of mine will be coming soon. Prepare another contract for him, and let him decide how many units he wants. The manager, resembling a devoted servant, grasped Yi Chun's arm and exclaimed joyfully, Brother, my dear brother, I was just negligent earlier. You clearly are a person of great promise. It's my fault for not recognizing your potential. Please come upstairs, Xiao Wu. Stop dawdling and bring out the fruit platter. And you, Zhang Chenxi, hurry and change into something more alluring to entertain my brother. All salaries and bonuses will be distributed shortly. The manager treated Yi Chun like royalty as he led him upstairs. The girl named Zhang Chenxi indeed changed into a sexy miniskirt and served fruit and fine tea. Brother, may I sit for a moment? After performing a dance, Zhang Chenxi smiled and asked, Of course, that's what chairs are for, Yi Chun replied, pointing to a nearby seat. Meanwhile, the manager was busy massaging Yi Chun's shoulders and legs. Yet, Zhang Chenxi, casting flirtatious glances, asked, Can I sit on your lap instead? I have a sensitivity to the chair. In her eyes, this man was merely a nouveau riche. Who in their right mind would spend over $7 million on 30 unfinished apartments? Surely he must have lost his mind. Fearing he might reconsider, she began employing her charms. Yi Chun, feeling somewhat exasperated, said, Manager's son, let us skip the theatrics. I'm here to buy a house, not to indulge in entertainment. He insisted. If you still wish to sell this property, I'd prefer to make a call to my friend in peace. Ah, you have friends looking to buy as well? That's wonderful. Please, take your time. If you need anything, just let me know. Manager's son's eyes lit up. This friend must be another unwitting investor, and he would seize the opportunity. After ushering Zhang Chenxi out, Manager's son closed the door to the reception room. Yichen finally relaxed and pulled out his phone to call Feng Tianhai. Moments later, Feng Tianhai answered the call. Brother Yi, how may I assist you? I'm at your service. Feng Tianhai quipped. There's a deal. Yichen began, but he was cut off. I'm in. How much do you need? I still have over 10 million. I'm ready to invest now. The other party was impatient and eager to comply. Please let me finish. Yichen was taken aback, smiling as he said, I'm referring to the unfinished buildings at Longhai Bay. Are you interested? What? Unfinished buildings? Brother Yi, are you joking? Is this your idea of a good investment? Feng Tianhai's excitement evaporated as he realized what Yi Chun was proposing. Forget it. If you're not interested, don't say I didn't offer. I'm hanging up. Yi Chun began to disconnect the call. Wait, brother, don't hang up. I didn't say I wouldn't invest. I just want to know if you were aware that Longhai real estate is unreliable. I'm worried you might be misled. Feng Tianhai was astute. Although he trusted Yi Chun, he was wary of Longhai Bay. Currently, Longhai real estate was akin to a bottomless pit. Money went in, but none came out. Especially with their unfinished properties, nobody was willing to take them on. Even dogs would shake their heads at them. Now, Yi Chun wanted to purchase those properties and treat them as an investment. This raised concerns. I certainly understand. Haven't you heard the saying? The greater the storm, the larger the fish. If it weren't for the unfinished buildings, do you think properties priced over 3,000 per square meter would be accessible to you or me? Yi Chun scoffed, gradually losing his patience. Feng Tianhai lacked the boldness that Xiao Tianhao possessed. All right, let me ask you one more thing. Just one. How much did you invest? Brother Yi? Feng Tianhai inquired cautiously. 70 units, over 7 million. Yi Chun repeated, just suavely. Understood, brother. Please hold on. I'm driving over right now. And don't leave. I'll need your assistance in choosing the units. The call was ended in haste. This was more like it, worth pursuing. Yi Chun also put his phone away. Meanwhile, fully dressed, Feng Tianhai looked at the bespectacled youth before him and sheepishly said, Brother Liu, I apologize, but I can't accompany you today. I have a business deal to attend to. It's rare for such a generous brother to assist me, and I can't let this opportunity slip by. The young man rubbed his eyes in disbelief and asked, Wait, did you just mention Longhai Bay? You can't be serious about investing, can you? You're running low on funds from the old man, haven't you? Feng Tianhai exclaimed with enthusiasm. Exactly, it's the unfinished buildings. Have you heard the saying, the greater the storm, the larger the fish? Without risk, what is the point of investing? It's better to leave money in the bank to earn dead interest. The youth shook his head and remarked, I'm curious about who this generous brother of yours is, to convince you to gamble on unfinished buildings. Why abandon my guaranteed profitable restaurant investment for this gamble? He wanted to dissuade Feng Tianhai from being misled. This was over 10 million, not just 1,000. Let me tell you, my generous brother is extraordinarily capable. Just the other day, do you know about Matai? Before the price hike, he stockpiled over 2,000 bottles, making over 6 million in just a few days. He showed great compassion, and it was a rare opportunity for him to take me along. I simply could not let it slip away. Your investment in the culinary industry is indeed commendable, yet after a year, the most one could earn is merely a few million. My elder brother's business, should it turn around, could yield tens of millions or more. How about it, Liu Chun? Shall I take you along? Feng Tianhai inquired with a smile. Let it go. I have wealth, but I am not foolish. I suggest you exhaust your meager entrepreneurial funds sooner rather than later. This way, you can return to your family business with a heart fully set on it. Liu Chun scoffed, shaking his head repeatedly. His curiosity was piqued. What methods could this so-called good elder brother of Feng Tianhai possibly employ to earn such unwavering trust? Chapter 28. The surprise of Uncle San. Feng Tianhai chuckled softly and remarked, This time, I fear you may be miscalculating. Remember, in a couple of days. Do not dare to feign pity before me. With that, Feng Tianhai could hardly contain his excitement as he stood up and headed outside. In a mere 40 minutes, driving a sleek black Land Rover, he reached the Longhai Bay sales office in just half an hour. Upon arrival, he immediately spotted Yi Chun, who wasted no time in ushering him inside. Sun Quan, upon seeing Feng Tianhai arrive in a Land Rover, felt an exhilarating rush of joy. He promptly extended the warmest welcome and led the two men into the lounge. Approximately half an hour later, having completed all formalities and signed a contract, Sun Quan escorted them to the entrance and added, "I forgot to remind you both, this purchase agreement includes breach of contract clauses. Should either party default unilaterally, a compensation of 3 times the amount will be required. So, dear gentlemen, our contract has been finalized, and should you regret it later, be prepared for a hefty penalty." He had not intended to remind them, but felt it prudent to provide a precautionary note, even going so far as to record the conversation on his phone. With a written contract as a backup, he felt assured of his position should it come to that. He was certain that these two Na-VE individuals would ultimately regret their decision. From their conversation, he surmised they had been misled by rumors suggesting a significant surge in property prices at Longhai Bay. As for the reasons behind such claims, he could only guess, dismissing them as fanciful illusions. The properties at Longhai Bay offered no geographical advantages. There was no commercial hub in sight, nor proximity to the sea. The prices were inherently low, designed for transient needs of outsiders, and even at the best of times, they would not exceed 8,000. Although improvements to surrounding amenities had been promised, these were mere distant dreams, likely 5 years away at best. Thus, Sun Quan and Appos, as dual safeguards, were indeed well thought out. "All right, Manager Sun, I shall record a video as well, hoping your real estate firm does not regret selling to us," Feng Tianhai exclaimed, a smile spreading across his face as he pulled out his phone to record. However, in Sun Quan and Appos' eyes, this act seemed no different from the folly of a fool. These two wealthy heirs appeared to have invested their startup funds, only to be led astray. Such money would surely be wasted. Yet it was too late. The video was recorded, merely a means to bolster their own performance metrics. "Rest assured, gentlemen, our Longhai real estate will never default," Sun Quan proclaimed jovially, "just worried about." "Ha, but let us not dwell on that. Here's to a pleasant partnership." He hastily shook hands with Yi Chun and Feng Tianhai, bidding them farewell. Once in the car, Feng Tianhai paused at the roadside and turned to Yi Chun. "Brother, did you not find that Manager Sun and Appos' gaze peculiar?" Lighting a cigarette, Feng Tianhai took a deep drag before responding. "Is it this sort of gaze?" Yi Chun suddenly turned, fixing Feng Tianhai with a half-smile, half-serious stare. "Indeed, that's the one. It feels so familiar, yet I cannot quite place it," Feng Tianhai admitted wide-eyed. Yi Chun burst into laughter, casually remarking, "Precisely. It's the look of someone who is concerned for the intellectually challenged. To put it bluntly, in that Manager and Appos' eyes, we are nothing but utter fools. With such a vast expanse of abandoned properties, it is likely they will soon be demolished and the land auctioned off. Little did they expect that we would take the plunge, acquiring 100 units each, selecting the best layouts, thereby underwriting their losses," Yi Chun mused, a smile playing on his lips. "Ah, brother, does that mean we've been duped?" Feng Tianhai asked nervously. "Enough of that. In 3 days, the truth shall reveal itself." Yi Chun waved dismissively. With those words, Feng Tianhai felt a slight easing of his worries. However, upon returning home, he found himself engulfed in regret. Sitting alone on the couch with a glass of red wine, he sought solace. Just then, a middle-aged man in a white shirt, his temples graying, entered. Upon seeing Feng Tianhai in such a state, he approached with a furrowed brow. "What troubles you, Xiaohai? Have you squandered your entrepreneurial funds? Enough. You are not cut out for business. You lack your father's acumen. Our family has always pursued official careers. Your father is an anomaly, having ventured into business, achieving remarkable success without relying on family connections." The man, Feng Zhongjie, was Feng Tianhai and Appos' uncle and a senior official in the housing department, living a life of integrity. Many had questioned whether Feng Tianhai and Appos' father had amassed his fortune through nepotism, but investigations revealed that it was entirely his own merit. Uncle, spare me the discouragement. If I can turn my fortunes around this time, it would be a testament to my endeavors. This is my last chance. Feng Tianhai insisted earnestly. Last chance? Huh. I heard from Lu Chun that you've invested in a batch of abandoned buildings. You possess your father and amp. Oppo's adventurous spirit, but boldness alone is insufficient. One must also have vision and intellect. You cannot simply rely on luck, Feng Zhongjie said with a chuckle. So where have you invested? South New District, Longxi Bay. A good brother guided me there, and I invested 10 million, purchasing over 120 units. This brother of mine is quite mysterious. He never divulges his reasoning, which leaves me feeling anxious and uncertain. Feng Tianhai lamented with a deep sigh. The most tormenting aspect of all was the waiting. Even when one knows they have won 5 million, the money not yet in hand can lead to sleepless nights, fearing that something might go awry in the interim. Initially taken aback by Feng Tianhai and Amp, Oppo's words, Feng Zhongjie was about to offer some advice but paused, his eyes suddenly alight with intrigue. Longxi Bay? South New City. A look of astonishment crossed his face, quickly replaced by a mask of composure. However, internally, he was engulfed by a tumultuous wave of curiosity regarding this good brother of his nephew's. Tell me more about this esteemed brother of yours. What's his background? Is he in business or politics? If he is involved in politics, that could spell disaster. Feng Zhongjie cautioned, for significant changes were afoot in the South New City. And as a senior official, he had only a vague awareness of the details, awaiting directives from above. The information was tightly controlled. No one dared to leak it, lest they incur severe consequences. Thus, Feng Zhongjie furrowed his brow, eager to uncover the source of the insider information that the other party possessed. Chapter 29. Refrain from excessive jest. Indeed, my esteemed uncle, it may be difficult to believe, but my esteemed brother here once traversed the path of officialdom, only to stumble and lose his position. He now engages in commerce, and while the source of his prescience remains a mystery, his acumen is undeniable. The shares of Haitian Group have soared, and the price of Matai has skyrocketed. In a mere matter of days, he has amassed a fortune of 7 to 8 million, and even his closest associates have reaped considerable rewards. Truly, it is a case of one achieving enlightenment and all his kin benefiting. As he spoke, Feng Tianhai's face was suffused with admiration. Feng Zhongjie, observing this, remarked casually, "Your friend sounds intriguing. Bring him by some time for an introduction." With that, Feng Zhongjie rose to his feet, a smile gracing his lips, and ascended the stairs. Feng Tianhai was taken aback. In his uncle and Amp, Oppo's eyes, his friends, with the exception of Lu Chun, were mere acquaintances, good for meals and drinks, but unreliable when it came to matters of substance. This was the first time his uncle had expressed a desire to meet one of his friends. A surge of joy coursed through Feng Tianhai as he vaguely discerned the implications. 3 days later, early morning, a plenary session was convened at Longhai Group. Director Chun stood at the podium and activated the large screen. Esteemed colleagues, please direct your attention to this news report. As his words faded, the screen illuminated, and an anchor, beaming, began to narrate. This station brings you the latest news. The southern district of Longzhou City is poised for a significant expansion, with complete infrastructural development slated for completion within 6 months. The second experimental primary school, Longzhou Qingtian College, and a Class A hospital will all be established in the area. Furthermore, the Southern District has secured sponsorship from the Hong Kong-based Tianju Group, a jewelry conglomerate, which will invest in the construction of a Disneyland theme park. This project is also scheduled to commence this year. The Southern District is poised to transform into the city's new high-tech zone in short order, and property values are expected to reach unprecedented heights. As the news report concluded, Director Chun, his expression grave, displayed a data chart. Longhai Group's stock exhibited a pronounced bullish trend, soaring relentlessly. Property prices, which had bottomed out at 200 yuan per square meter in June of the previous year, had surged to a peak of 25,000 yuan per square meter this month. Moreover, the upward trajectory remained steady. The red line data was conspicuous. The projected increase was at least 30,000 yuan. The number of transactions had risen from a mere 30 units annually to an all-time high. At that moment, the conference room was enveloped in silence, which was soon shattered by thunderous applause. Haha, we're in the money now. The unfinished project that the chairman mothballed has become a hot commodity. It seems we're truly about to take off. Indeed, we still have land reserves for the second and third phases of construction. This land has also been transmuted into gold. The shareholders were all visibly elated. The Longhai Bay properties, once considered worthless, had now become a prime commercial and educational hub, a dual halo of prestige. Moreover, with the investment from the Hong Kong tycoon, the head of Tianju Enterprise, the project was destined for unparalleled success. I trust that the esteemed shareholders are aware of the course of action to be taken. Let us marshal our resources and expedite the construction of the second and third phases. Furthermore, the first phase still has several hundred units available, which can generate substantial profits. Esteemed shareholders, we share a common destiny. On behalf of the chairman, I extend my sincere gratitude to all of you. Director Chun bowed deeply, his face radiating with fervor. At long last, Longhai Real Estate, after a prolonged period of dormancy, could finally hold its head high. The shareholders, deeply moved, rose to their feet and applauded in unison. Champagne flowed freely, filling the air with effervescent cheer. Meanwhile, Yi Chun, seated on the sofa in his hotel room, wiped his damp hair and watched the news report, a satisfied smile playing on his lips. Longhai Bay has skyrocketed. To be precise, the establishment of the educational and commercial districts was contingent upon the investment of the Hong Kong tycoon, which breathed life into the southern new city. Without this investment, even with the presence of a key school district and a commercial center, the property prices in the southern new city would have been capped at 18,000 or 19,000 yuan per square meter. However, at present, even 31,000 yuan per square meter would not be the ceiling. Because of the presence of speculators, this price will inevitably rise. At that moment, he held in his possession 100 of the most desirable units, ranging from a minimum of 80 square meters to a maximum of 120 square meters. Based on preliminary calculations, even the down payments on these 100 units had increased nearly tenfold. At the current property prices, the down payment for each unit was several hundred thousand. If the peak reached 30,000, Yi Chun intended to sell. This venture would yield at least 50 million yuan. Indeed, a full 50 million yuan. Just as Yi Chun was contemplating how to double this sum, the phone rang. He knew who it was without even looking. He answered the phone casually, holding it away from his ear. Ah, Brother Yi, you're a god. You're deified. Have you seen the news report? Longhai Bay, with investment from a Hong Kong magnate, coupled with strong economic support from the city, property prices are soaring. Even the surrounding dilapidated shacks have been demolished. The properties in our possession have already quadrupled or quintupled in value, and we haven't an oppos, to even reach the peak yet. We an oppos, re-swimming in money. From the other end of the phone Tianhai's excited roar reverberated. The phone speaker was about to shatter. Fortunately, Yi Chun had the foresight to hold the phone away. Once the noise subsided, he brought the phone closer to his ear. Brother Yi, I've made a decision. From this day forward, I'm your long-lost younger brother. Brother. You an oppos, my own brother. Should I change my surname to Yi? I an oppos, LLBET on high from now on. Not bad. It sounds like a protagonist in a novel, ha. Brother. Why aren't and oppos? To you saying anything, brother? Feng Tianhai chattered incessantly, his loud voice causing a headache. Yi Chun rubbed his aching ears and rolled his eyes. This rascal. I want to talk, but you want an oppos, to give me a chance. Quiet down for a moment. Now, contact potential buyers as soon as possible. Preferably those who can swallow all the properties in our hands in one go. Don't bother looking for those who don't have the financial muscle. Sell everything in 2 days. As for whether it will rise further later, that has nothing to do with us. We have too many properties in our hands and can't keep them all. Yi Chun said earnestly. Okay, brother, I'll take care of this little matter. But speaking of which, brother, Where did you get the news from? I even suspect that the Hong Kong tycoon is related to you. Maybe your long-lost parents? Feng Tianhai joked, probing. In the past, he wouldn't amp, oppose, to have dared to speak to Yi Chun in this tone, but now he was truly exhilarated, so exhilarated that he was about to lose his mind. Say that again, if you dare. Suddenly, an icy expression appeared on Yi Chun and Oppo's face. His adoptive parents had done so much for him, almost giving him a second life. He could take a joke, but he would never allow anyone to joke about his adoptive parents. Under no circumstances would he allow anyone to joke about them. No jokes whatsoever. Chapter 30. Purchasing the diamond ring. DR only gifts one person in a lifetime. At this moment, Feng Tianhai on the other end of the line sensed Yi Chen's emotions and hurriedly covered his mouth, then began to slap himself in a frenzy. Brother, I was wrong. I spoke without thinking. But I truly meant no offense. Your parents are like my own. If I had even a hint of ulterior motives, may I be struck by lightning and meet a terrible end. Feng Tianhai quickly explained. All right, find a buyer soon, Yi Chun said, and abruptly hung up the phone. On the other side, Feng Tianhai, weighed down by worries, sighed repeatedly. What a charade. This time you must have raked in over 100 million. Yet here you are sighing. Spare me your self-indulgence. I almost regret it. Your dear brother is so remarkable, even managing to revive those abandoned properties in Longhai. It's all your fault. Why didn't you kneel and beg me to buy a few hundred units back then? Luchin slumped on the sofa, wailing in dismay. Damn it. I already gave you the opportunity. You chose not to take it. I've warned you. Don't blame me for your regrets. Feng Tianhai fished out a lighter, ignited a cigarette, and took a deep breath, filled with trepidation. He had just joked and offended his boss. What if Brother Yi was still angry? The thought made him anxious, and he hurriedly got up, grabbed his clothes, and dashed out. Meanwhile, Yi Chun collected himself, feeling much more relaxed, and left home. He first visited a jewelry store. The person attending to him was a woman clad in a fitted skirt, her legs adorned with black stockings, her makeup bold and striking. Excuse me, could you kindly show me which diamond ring is the most expensive? Quality does not matter. The more costly, the better, Yi Chun stated nonchalantly. He owed Qin Meiyun far too much. When they got married, he couldn't even afford a gold ring, settling instead for a worthless colored gemstone ring worth a few hundred. Yet, at that time, Qin Meiyun still smiled as radiant as a blooming rose, beautiful and full of life. She had worn that ring ever since, never taking it off even after their divorce. The thought tugged at Yi Chen's heart. Expensive? You've come to the right place. We have all kinds of diamond rings, and none are cheap. As long as your wallet is sufficient, anything can be purchased. The salesgirl sized Yi Chen up, noticing that his attire was all inexpensive. Immediately, her expression soured. She had encountered many affluent clients, and to her, Yi Chun resembled just another inconsequential figure, merely here to waste time. Indifferently, the salesgirl gestured toward a ring. Take a look at this one, the dazzling star. Our new design, 1 carat, priced at 37,000, and this small drop diamond over 90,000. Yi Chun shook his head, replying, too cheap. Do you have anything more expensive? These two options were also unattractive. If he was going to make a purchase, he wanted nothing but the finest. With over 500,000 in hand and the upcoming sale of properties that would skyrocket his worth to over 100 million, there was no need to be frugal. What about this one? 128,000, the salesgirl suggested, rolling her eyes as she continued to present options, losing patience as Yi Chun remained dissatisfied. After introducing over a dozen styles, the most expensive at 180,000, Yi Chun still showed no signs of contentment, prompting the salesgirl to coldly remark, sorry. Take your time. I have other esteemed customers to attend to. With that, she walked over to a plump man. Oh, Mr. Zhou, you've arrived. Is this for your wife or your mistress? Being your lover must be quite a treat. Why not take me along too? The salesgirl's demeanor shifted to one of flattery, nearly clinging to the overweight gentleman. Xiao Hui, if you truly had that intention, once I recover, I might consider it. Mr. Zhou chuckled. For now, just bring me 3 traditional gold bracelets, and I'll take that ring as well. Let us see how much it totals. He waved his hand grandly. Xiao Hui and Amp, Oppo's eyes lit up with excitement as she hurriedly weighed the items, calculating the cost, which amounted to 68,000. As Mr. Zhou paid, Xiao Hui, filled with envy, trailed him, but he hardly acknowledged her, exchanging a few crude jokes before departing. Ugh, filthy men, they're all the same. Just painting grandiose pictures. Do they think I'm interested? She grumbled, turning back only to find Yi Chun at the payment counter. Frowning, she approached him. You've been browsing for ages. Are you buying or not? Look at Mr. Zhou, a successful man, and he bought 60,000 worth of jewelry in mere minutes. Why are you dawdling? Don't tell me you can't afford it and are just here to gawk. Hurry up and leave if you're just wasting my time. Xiao Hui was already in a foul mood, and Yi Chun and Appo's presence only exacerbated her irritation. Typically, individuals in such situations would shy away, embarrassed, and leave quietly. With a cold smirk, Yi Chun addressed the counter manager, asking, "Excuse me, is there a time limit on purchasing jewelry here? If that's the case, I'll return this ring and look elsewhere." Inside the counter, the manager was busy packaging Yi Chun and Appo's ring and was taken aback upon hearing this. "Sir, that's impossible. Even if you browse until nightfall, we will assist you throughout." Xiao Hui, are you out of your mind? Have you lost your sight? This gentleman just casually purchased the DR limited edition Eternal Vow diamond ring, a staggering 500,000, yet you treat him like a nobody. How can you prioritize Mr. Zhou, who buys a few thousand worth of gold? As the manager reprimanded her, Xiao Hui stood in shock, her mouth agape, utterly astonished. She never expected this seemingly impoverished man to be so extravagant. A 500,000 diamond ring, purchased just like that. Moreover, upon closer inspection, he was tall and handsome. "I apologize, sir. My earlier attitude was unacceptable. Please forgive me." Once she regained her composure, Xiao Hui hurriedly bowed her head in apology, covertly glancing at Yi Chun. "No need for apologies. Just finish packing. I'll take it," Yi Chun replied dismissively, uninterested in engaging with someone so materialistic and superficial. After all these years, he had encountered too many like her, and wasting breath on her was a drain on his vitality. "Here you go, sir, all packed. Please keep this receipt," the manager said, hastily presenting the gift box with both hands. Yi Chun finally smiled with satisfaction, taking the box and turning to leave. Throughout the entire encounter, he had not acknowledged Xiao Hui, who was left seething in frustration. Chapter 31. Qin Meiyun's cousin. 20 minutes later, Yi Chun arrived at the residential community where Meiyun and her daughter lived, his face adorned with an expectant smile. Just as he was about to enter, a voice called out from ahead, "Daddy, Mommy, look quickly, Daddy is here." Tong Tong, with a pink backpack on her back, was joyfully tugged along by Qin Meiyun, her face beaming with delight. Upon raising his gaze, Yi Chun was momentarily taken aback. Beside Meiyun stood a strikingly handsome man clad in a well-tailored suit. To his astonishment, it was none other than Zhang Tiexiong, the man who had previously warned him to steer clear of Meiyun and also her cousin. Zhang Tiexiong, the owner of an advertising company with an annual income of 700,000 to 800,000, had achieved a measure of success. In contrast, Yi Chun felt a world apart from him, unable to compare in any regard. Although he and Meiyun were cousins, their bond was not blood-related, as he was an adopted child. Throughout the years, he had quietly supported Meiyun, his intentions clear. He harbored feelings for her. At that moment, Meiyun noticed Yi Chun too, her delicate face registering surprise. She then glanced at her cousin, sighed, and approached Yi Chun. "My cousin is off today and is taking Tong Tong to the zoo. Perhaps you could come another day to see Tong Tong? She hasn't been out in a while," Meiyun said, her tone seeking understanding. "Meiyun, why are you explaining so much to him? You're divorced now. There's no need to consider his opinion." Zhang Tiexiong interjected scornfully. Pathetic. Tong Tong used to be home every day, yet you never missed her. Now that you want to see her, where have you been all this time? Pretending to care? It's too late for your feigned paternal love." Zhang Tiexiong stood defiantly in front of Yi Chun, shielding Meiyun and her daughter behind him. "This is my family matter, and it does not concern you. You share no blood relation with Meiyun, and I continue to regard you as her cousin. While I appreciate your past care for her, I must ask you to suppress your misguided affections. You have overstepped your bounds." Yi Chun's expression remained calm, but a surge of anger brewed within him. And what of your cousin? If you hadn't mentioned it, I might have remained oblivious to your delusions, but I can unequivocally state that I love Mei Yun. I have loved her all along, and my feelings only deepen. I intend to care for her for a lifetime and marry her. As for you, scum, the farther you stay away, the better. You are unworthy. Suddenly, Zhang Tiexiong erupted, yelling at the top of his lungs. He forcefully shoved Yi Chun. Cousin, what are you saying? In public, don't speak such nonsense. What will people say of me? Mei Yun, startled by Zhang Tiexiong's outburst, turned pale and quickly scanned the area. Seeing no familiar faces, she led Tong Tong over, her expression serious. Mei Yun, at this point, I no longer wish to hide my feelings. Before you married this beast, I harbored feelings for you. I truly like you, and since we share no blood relation, we can be together. I had no opportunity to approach you when you were ensnared by him, but now I can care for you and Tong Tong. I will treat you both well. Zhang Tiexiong professed earnestly. Mei Yun had endured considerable hardship over the years. During her most desperate times, Zhang Tiexiong's assistance had alleviated her struggles. Any woman in her position would likely have succumbed to his charms. However, Mei Yun was different. She felt more gratitude than romantic inclination. She had never contemplated a relationship beyond friendship, and particularly now, Zhang Tiexiong's declaration in front of Yi Chun only intensified her anxiety. As she furtively gauged Yi Chun's reactions. Indeed, she still cared for Yi Chun's feelings, fearing he might misconstrue her intentions. Enough, cousin, it's impossible between us. I view you merely as a brother. Besides, you are so accomplished, and I am just a divorced woman with a child. I do not wish to burden you. I am feeling a bit unwell, and so is Tong Tong. We shall not go, she said, turning to leave with Tong Tong. Mei Yun, wait. What I said was merely to drive that scoundrel Yi Chun away. I meant nothing else. Even if you don't go, think of Tong Tong. She has been cooped up at home. She could get sick. Zhang Tiexiong hurriedly pursued her, trying to explain. Upon hearing this, Mei Yun glanced at Tong Tong's eager little face and felt a pang of compassion. Mommy, I'll be good. If you don't want to go, I can stay home with you, Tong Tong said, looking up earnestly. Mei Yun's heart warmed at her daughter's words, and she smiled, gently stroking Tong Tong's head. At that moment, she found it increasingly difficult to deny her daughter the joy of going out. Very well. Let us go and see, she conceded. All right, let us head out. I will lead the way, Zhang Tiexiong exclaimed, his face lighting up as he took the lead. As for Yi Chun, he merely cast a glance before choosing to disregard the situation. As Mei Yun passed by Yi Chun, she paused and said softly, if you have nothing else to do, you might as well come along. Tong Tong misses you. Daddy, are you going too? Tong Tong asked eagerly. Of course, if my precious Tong Tong has spoken, then I shall go, Yi Chun replied with a beaming smile. Instantly, Tong Tong clapped her hands in joy, bouncing with excitement. The three of them then made their way to Zhang Tiexiong's car, heading towards the zoo. Upon their arrival at the zoo, Zhang Tiexiong remained closely by Mei Yun's side, attending to her every need. Whenever Yi Chun approached, he would adopt a stern demeanor, pushing him away while hurling insults. Mei Yun has invited you to accompany your child. Cherish this opportunity. Now that you are divorced, do not harbor any thoughts of harming Mei Yun. As long as I am here, you shall not succeed, Zhang Tiexiong declared coldly. Yi Chun chuckled derisively, responding, Oh, look at you, playing the gallant protector. Have you considered that 7 years ago, Mei Yun had no interest in you? Even today, despite our divorce, she still holds no affection for you. Initially, Yi Chun had felt a sense of gratitude towards Zhang Tiexiong for stepping in during his most disgraceful moments, caring for Mei Yun and her daughter. But now, the thought of Zhang Tiexiong harboring aspirations for Mei Yun was intolerable. Zhang Tiexiong, you once boasted impressive qualities, and even Mei Yun's parents held you in high regard for your flattery. Yet the outcome was that Mei Yun, the campus belle, married me. The campus heartthrob. Together we are a perfect match, blessed with Tong Tong. Yi Chun's words were unrelenting, meant to provoke. Huh, and what of that? At least I still have a chance, while you have none. What do you have to compare? My company generates nearly $1 million annually. I have wealth, while you're a destitute wretch, burdened with debts that will haunt you for a lifetime. You can never rise again. You are nothing but scum. No matter how glorious your past, you've tarnished it all, Zhang Tiexiong declared, adjusting his belt with an air of arrogance. With my status today, wherever I go, I am held in high esteem. Females, upon encountering him, invariably and ardently threw themselves at him. He harbored a firm conviction that, provided he remained earnest and sincere, and treated Mei Yun with due care and consideration, his efforts would eventually bear fruit. At present, Mei Yun's resistance stemmed not from a rejection of him personally, but rather from her lingering inability to emerge from the shadows of her previous marriage. Chapter 32. A Romantic Overture. Atonement oblivious, Yi Chun narrowed his eyes. Retorting with a frigid sneer, Zhang Tiexiong, in terms of repulsiveness, I am truly your inferior. Tong Tong is my daughter. You are hardly worthy. You must and oppose. T presumed that upon my divorce from Mei Yun, she would be undesirable, necessitating your pity? You severely underestimate Qin Mei Yun. Abandon your arrogance and ignorance. Dispense with the pretense. And cease your ostentatious display before me. Your financial standing. Yi Chen shook his head, declaring, in my eyes, it is utterly inconsequential. With that, he turned to attend to Tong Tong, engaging her in light-hearted banter. Zhang Tiexiong, however, glared daggers at his departing figure. Mommy, I cannot see the animals. There are so many people in front. At that moment, Tong Tong, situated behind the crowd, was unable to catch a glimpse of the pandas. Qin Mei Yun felt helpless. The crowd was dense, and her strength was insufficient to carry Tong Tong through the throng, fearing an accident. Tong Tong, there are too many people here. Shall we perhaps observe the elephants instead? A large crowd poses a risk. Qin Mei Yun suggested with a smile. No, I wish to see the pandas, Tong Tong insisted. Pouting and shaking her head, Zhang Tiexiong approached, poised to produce a toy to entice her to the elephant enclosure. Suddenly, Yi Chun and Appo's voice interjected. What an Appo's? As a Miss Tong Tong? My little princess, why the displeasure? Yi Chun, having purchased water, noticed Tong Tong and Appo's dejected demeanor and inquired with concern. Daddy, I want to see the pandas. But Mommy says there are too many people, and I cannot see them. She want me to see the elephants, Tong Tong replied, her eyes reddening upon seeing Yi Chun. On the verge of tears, her distressed visage tugged at Yi Chen's heart. Come, Daddy will take you to see them. There's nothing you cannot see. Daddy will ensure you see the pandas. Abruptly, Yi Chun pulled Tong Tong close, hoisting her onto his shoulders. Tong Tong was overjoyed, encircling Yi Chen's head with her arms, clutching his hair as if she had found a reliable pillar. Yi Chen grimaced but endured the pain without a word. Tong Tong even turned to stick her tongue out at Qin Mei Yun as if to say, humph, I have a stinky daddy. In that instant, Qin Mei Yun was stunned. In the past, Yi Chen would vehemently resist and display impatience even when his daughter pleaded for a simple embrace. Now, after their divorce, he was carrying his daughter high on his shoulders, radiating happiness. Perhaps this was the true manifestation of paternal love. Had he truly changed? Zhang Tiexiong, his expression somber, remarked coldly from the side, there's no need to spoil the child like that. Mei Yun, perhaps it's best to limit his contact with Tong Tong. At this rate, he and Appo's corrupt the child. However, Qin Mei Yun, her eyes brimming with tears, declared sincerely this is quite nice. In an instant, Zhang Tiexiong and Appo's teeth nearly shattered in frustration, observing Tong Tong and Yi Chun navigating through the crowd. A sweet smile graced her face. Not only had she seen the pandas and been satisfied, but she was also boasting to other children about sitting on her father and Appo's shoulders, affording her a superior view. A radiant gleam gradually returned to Qin Mei Yun and Appo's eyes. Amidst the laughter, as evening approached, Yi Chun emerged from the zoo, carrying the slumbering Tong Tong, exhausted from play. Behind him, Qin Mei Yun and Zhang Tiexiong walked side by side. Cousin, please return home first. I wish to speak with Yi Chun, Qin Mei Yun declared suddenly. Zhang Tiexiong frowned, expressing his displeasure. Well, all right. In principle, I shouldn't Appo's meddle in your personal affairs. But Mei Yun, remember that gamblers are the least deserving of pity. Do not allow sentimentality to ensnare you once more, understood? After Yi Chen's despicable actions, his return is certainly not without ulterior motives. You must not fall for his schemes. Qin Meiyun replied with a smile. Understood, cousin. Rest assured, I have learned from my years of suffering. Return home. It is growing late. Very well. Call me if anything arises. Zhang Tiexiong nodded before heading to the parking lot and driving away. Qin Meiyun caught up with Yi Chun, taking Tong Tong from his arms. Observing her daughter's sweat-dampened face, it was evident that she was sleeping soundly, filled with contentment. This life was once her most cherished dream, a family of 3, strolling through the park after dinner. Yet, unexpectedly, it was transpiring after their divorce. Qin Meiyun hesitated before asking, "Why are you going to my house?" "My father and Amp. Appo's temper will lead him to kill you. It and Amp. Appo's, it's all right. I have erred and disappointed them. I must face them eventually," Yi Chun replied, lowering his head in shame. "All right, but refrain from visiting too often. The money you transferred to them has already been sent to me. If you have spare funds, you should visit your parents. They have endured much in the countryside, raising you with great difficulty. They finally had some hope, but now, and your younger siblings are still in school, placing a heavy financial burden on the family. Your parents are already frugal. Do not add to their burdens. You're no longer young." Qin Meiyun trailed off, realizing she had said too much. However, Yi Chun and Amp, Appo's heart was warmed by her words, intensifying his self-loathing. How could he have repeatedly hurt such a virtuous and filial wife? He was not a man, but a beast. Rest assured, I promise you that I will no longer be idle. I will make time to visit the family," Yi Chun declared earnestly, gazing intently at Qin Meiyun. His gaze was too fervent, causing Qin Meiyun to blush and avert her eyes. "All right, this is your own affair. You need not promise me. Live your life well. As for Tong Tong, you need not worry. I will soon begin working at the family company, earning a higher salary to repay the debt sooner." With that, Qin Meiyun walked ahead, muttering to herself, until she reached a small plaza bustling with activity. She glanced back, only to find Yi Chun had vanished. Indeed, he remains unchanged, impervious to reason, she mused with a wry smile, preparing to carry Tong Tong back. Suddenly, a gasp arose. Instinctively, Qin Meiyun turned towards the source of the commotion, only to see Yi Chun approaching her, clutching a large bouquet of balloons and a beautifully wrapped gift box. His expression solemn. "Ladies and gentlemen, please bear witness. I was once a scoundrel, a wretch who failed to appreciate what he had. I once lost a woman who desired nothing, whose eyes were filled with love for me, and who loved me with all her heart. I vow that from this day forward, I will strive to earn money. I will devote everything I have, including my life, to ensure they live the happiest of lives." Ignoring the curious stares, Yi Chun approached Qin Meiyun and knelt on one knee. Chapter 33. A Test of Wills. Yi Chun and Amp. Appo's enigmatic nature. Qin Meiyun and Amp. Appo's fair complexion paled, and she was instantly flustered. "Yi Chun, have you lost your mind? You're acting like a lunatic. Get up this instant. There's so many people watching." She never anticipated that Yi Chun would stage such a spectacle, catching her completely off guard. Yi Chun, with his head tilted back and eyes filled with tender affection, declared, "I want an Amp. Appo's get up. I don an Amp. Appo's presumed to be forgiven. I simply want to demonstrate that I acknowledge my mistakes." "How puerile," Qin Meiyun retorted, furrowing her brow. "Entertain yourself here, then." She cast a fleeting glance at Yi Chun and turned to leave. At that moment, Yi Chun produced the remote-controlled aircraft he had prepared. The aircraft, suspending an exquisite gift box, glided gracefully toward Qin Meiyun. Yi Chun reverently opened the gift box, revealing a diamond ring the size of a pigeon-end Amp. Appo's egg. Bathed in the glow of the setting sun, it refracted a dazzling brilliance. Qin Meiyun was instantly transfixed. In her youth, she had been a girl susceptible to the allure of jewelry. No woman can truly resist the charm of precious stones. However, given her circumstances, she rarely had the opportunity to acquire even new clothes, let alone jewelry. Yi Chun retrieved the diamond ring and presented it to Qin Meiyun. A DR diamond ring, meant to be given only to one person in a lifetime. I can offer countless diamond rings, but I will only give them to you. This is the first, and there will be countless more to come. Meiyun, I am now beginning to repay what I owed you when we married." However, Qin Meiyun turned and walked away. gritting her teeth. I don't want it. It's obviously a fake. Don't try to deceive me. Yichen was stunned for a long moment before pursuing her, following her all the way to their doorstep. Just leave, I'm tired. Qi Meiyun said coldly as she opened the door. Accept this, and I'll leave. Yichen said earnestly. I'll accept it, now leave. Qi Meiyun casually snatched the gift box, opened the door, and tossed it onto the shoe rack. Upon witnessing this, Yichen sighed and turned to leave. It seemed he had been overly optimistic. He had believed that Meiyun was beginning to soften, contemplating accepting him. Clearly, she was still resistant. This matter could not be rushed. Yichen inhaled deeply and lit a cigarette. Just then his phone rang. Brother, where are you? It was Feng Tianhai. What is it? Yichen asked, frowning. It's something. Good news. My third uncle wants to meet you. Feng Tianhai inquired tentatively. If you're busy, we can reschedule for another day. Haha. Apple Orchard Community. Come pick me up, Yichen said before hanging up and waiting at the entrance of the community. After a moment, Feng Tianhai arrived in a Land Rover, picked up Yichen, and headed to a restaurant and club called Dragon Glory Palace. During the journey, Feng Tianhai repeatedly scrutinized Yichen in the rearview mirror, his heart filled with trepidation. Brother, I sincerely apologize for my previous behavior. I was being flippant and indiscreet. Please don an oppose, hold it against me. If necessary, you can slap me a few times to vent your anger. Feng Tianhai explained cautiously. In an oppose, as fine I an oppose, am not that petty. However, refrain from joking about my parents in the future. They're the people I cherish most, Yichen said with a wave of his hand and a smile. That and amp, oppose, that's wonderful. Your words have lifted a great weight off my shoulders. Otherwise, I will be constantly on edge, only daring to sleep with one eye open. Hearing this, Feng Tianhai patted his chest, appearing quite exaggerated. Yichen chuckled, tapped him on the head, and gazed out the window. Soon, the two arrived at the club. Upon entering the private room, they saw Feng Tianhai and Appo's third uncle, Feng Zhongjie, seated in a wooden chair, preparing tea. Third uncle, my brother Yichen has arrived. Brother, this is my third uncle, Feng Tianhai introduced with a beaming smile. Tianhai's friend, please, have a seat. Feng Zhongjie gestured warmly. Yichen sat down with a smile and said politely, Hello, Uncle Feng. I apologize for keeping you waiting, given your demanding schedule. Regarding Feng Zhongjie, Yichen foresaw much, both good and bad. Among the three generations of the Feng family in officialdom, only Feng Tianhai and Appo's father had ventured into business and achieved success. Cultivating ties with such a prominent family would greatly benefit Yichen and pave the way for his future. Haha, young friend, you and Appo's, too kind. If it weren't for you guiding Tianhai, I doubt he would have earned so much money. His father would have summoned him back to the capital long ago. I'm curious, how did you know that the real estate prices in the southern new city of Dragon Creek Bay would skyrocket? Feng Zhongjie inquired as he handed over a cup of tea. Yichen accepted the cup with both hands, took a sip, and said composedly, to be honest, it was a premonition. He was acutely aware that the other party was testing him, vetting him for his nephew, as one must exercise caution in choosing friends. As an elder, one must not only be responsible for oneself, but also consider the younger generation. Such is human nature. If this matter were to leak as insider information, the consequences will be dire. For any high-ranking official in the housing and construction department, divulging such information could result in dismissal at best and imprisonment at worst. A premonition? I didn't expect someone as young as you to believe in such things. However, I admire your intuition, but I sincerely hope it was simply a stroke of good luck. Otherwise, things could turn ugly. Clearly, Feng Zhongjie did not believe Yichen and Appo's explanation. No rational person would believe someone could casually foresee future events. Uncle Feng, has there been any activity in the Port District recently? Instead of addressing Feng Zhongjie's probing questions, Yichen suddenly posed a seemingly unrelated question. Feng Tianhai scratched his head in bewilderment, finding the conversation perplexing. However, a flicker of astonishment flashed across Feng Zhongjie's eyes, causing his hand, which was holding the teacup, to tremble slightly. His expression vanished as quickly as it appeared, leaving his face seemingly unchanged. However, within his heart, a tempest of shock and disbelief raged. Could this young man truly be so uncanny? He even knows about the arrival of a prominent figure from the port district. Could it be that this young man has some connection to that wealthy businessman from the port district? If that and Oppos, that's the case, then hoarding real estate in advance would make sense. Chapter 34. Envy distorts. Leaving business aside, I must take my leave. Tian Hai. Remember this. A true friend is one like Yi Chun, dependable and trustworthy. Young Yi, I appreciate you accompanying Tian Hai. Should you ever require assistance within legal and ethical bounds, do not hesitate to ask. Having gleaned a sufficient understanding of the situation, Feng Zhongjia rose to shake hands with Yi Chun. You flatter me. If you're pressed for time, uncle, I shall see you out. Yi Chun responded with equal warmth, escorting him to the door. Oh, uncle, did you remember your medication? Feng Zhongjia visibly stiffened, his eyes widening in disbelief. How does this young man know about my heart condition? Yes, my assistant Xiao Zhang has it. Feng Zhongjia chuckled, surmising that Tian Hai must have mentioned it. Yi Chun is indeed thoughtful. Enjoy yourselves. I must be going. Come visit sometime, and I and Amp, Oppos, LL prepare my signature dishes. With that, Feng Zhongjia headed towards the exit. Upon reaching the doorway, he inquired of his assistant, Xiao Zhang, do you have the medication? The assistant broke into a cold sweat, rummaging through his briefcase. To his dismay, everything was present except the crucial medication. Director, the medicine is missing. There and Amp, Oppos, S.A. pharmacy nearby. I and Amp, Oppos, LL retrieve it immediately. Please wait here. He turned and dashed away. Upon his return, the assistant delivered the sublingual nitroglycerin to Feng Zhongjia and Amp, Oppos, S-hand. Relieved, Feng Zhongjia entered his vehicle, started the engine, and drove off. Midway through the journey, Feng Zhongjia clutched his chest, gasping for air, his face contorted in agony. His assistant, aghast, swiftly pulled the car over. Director, are you all right? Quick, take your medicine. He fumbled for the medication in Feng Zhongjia and Amp, Oppos, S pocket and placed it under his tongue. Feng Zhongjia and Amp, Oppos, S complexion gradually improved, though he remained drenched in perspiration. So close, so very close. My life was nearly extinguished. Had he not reminded the assistant, I would have been doomed. Half an hour later, Feng Zhongjia leaned back in his seat, finally composed. That young man. Remarkable. Feng Zhongjia mused. Rija link yichen amp, Oppos, say time idimindef. Without those words, my assistant would have forgotten, and the consequences would have been dire. In that instant, Feng Zhongjia and Amp, Oppos, S skepticism was shattered, replaced by a profound reverence for Yi Chun. Back at the club, Yi Chun and Feng Tian Hai were sharing a drink. Suddenly, Feng Tian Hai received a call, his expression darkening as he launched into a tirade. As he hung up, Yi Chun and Amp, Oppos, as phone began to ring. Brother, those scoundrels at Longhai Real Estate are trying to renege. They refuse to sell the properties we painstakingly acquired. Feng Tian Hai exclaimed before Yi Chun could answer, smashing his glass against the floor in a fit of rage. I understand. Hold your tongue. Let me ascertain their intentions. Yi Chun set down his utensils, glanced at his phone, and saw that the call was indeed from Sun Quan, the sales manager at Dragon Creek Bay. He answered the call. Hello, is this Mr. Yi Chun? This is Sun Quan, manager at Dragon Creek Bay. Sun Quan's voice was as grating and obsequious as ever, evoking disgust. What do you want? Yi Chun, already aware of the situation, cut to the chase. Your patronage was greatly appreciated. You acquired nearly 200 properties from us. As you've likely seen in the news, property values have skyrocketed. Our company has been operating at a loss, and this is our chance to recover. Yi Chun interrupted impatiently. Get to the point, or I and Oppos, LL hang up. Very well, I and Amp, Oppos, LL be blunt. The company has decided to reclaim the sold properties, offering a triple penalty as stipulated in the contract. Sun Quan stated firmly, his tone now harsh and devoid of the previous deference. Mr. Yi, are you still there? Sun Quan inquired after a moment of silence. I'm here. So, Longhai Group prefers to pay a triple penalty rather than honor the agreement? Yi Chun and Oppos, S face grew somber. Indeed, Mr. Yi, I and Oppos, am simply following orders. I and Oppos am merely the messenger. After all, these properties have appreciated tenfold. The company hasn't received the funds, and the properties are slipping away. I'd be devastated too, but you'll still profit with the triple penalty. At least 10 million. Sun Quan's tone dripped with sarcasm. He was consumed by envy, his eyes burning with resentment. Why couldn't I be the one profiting? The news of the soaring property values had only intensified his bitterness. He casually buys a few dilapidated properties and strikes it rich, while I toil away for a meager salary. His words were not merely a company statement, but a manifestation of his personal animosity, laced with schadenfreude. Yichen scoffed. So much for Longhai Group's reputation. Arbitrary breaches of contract, devoid of integrity. Have you no conscience? The sound of Sun Quan's gleeful laughter echoed through the phone. Mr. Yi, they're Appos. There's no need for personal insults. Take your grievances to the company. I and Appos am just a messenger, not your punching bag. Be grateful for the triple compensation. If it were up to me, I would in Appos to give you a dime. We in Appos already investing in the second and third phases of development. If you want to sue, go ahead and tangle with our legal team. Our properties may be the worst in the industry, but our lawyers are formidable. Haha. Sun Quan cackled maniacally, his gums exposed in a grotesque display. Mockery, gloating, kicking someone when they and Appos, redown, provocation. Anyone else would have been driven to murder. Yichun inhaled deeply, regaining his composure. Very well. Since you are unscrupulous, don't blame me for retaliating. I will pursue this matter to the end. Oh, Mr. Yi, how fierce. We shall see. You and Amp, Appos, welcome to cause trouble anytime. Haha. With that, Sun Quan hung up. Well, brother, that scoundrel said the same thing, didn't Amp? Appos, offering us a triple penalty to reclaim the properties. Damn it, they're bullying us, treating us like pushovers, as if that paltry penalty is enough to satisfy us. Feng Tianhai roared, his face flushed with anger, his eyes bloodshot. He was seething with rage. It was understandable, considering the tenfold profit, nearly 100 million. That was now reduced to a mere triple penalty. No one could accept such a situation, especially the inherently irritable Feng Tianhai. Yichen lit a cigarette and took a drag, coldly remarking, in truth, had they approached us with sincerity, presenting a legitimate agreement to renegotiate the compensation, we might have considered it. The fault lies in their insatiable greed. Triple the penalty? They delude themselves into thinking they are magnanimous, as if they were bestowing a favor. Particularly that Sun Quan. I had hoped to resolve this matter calmly, but alas, my patience has worn thin. Yichun adjusted his attire, his expression as grim as the depths of the ocean, and slowly rose to his feet. Brother Yi, you need not concern yourself. However, Feng Tianhai, still seething with rage, immediately stood up and stormed toward the exit. These scoundrels are dreaming if they think they can swallow our money. I shall confront them. It was evident that he was genuinely enraged. Chapter 35. This matter has escalated. Yichun squinted, contemplating for a moment, yet refrained from intervening. The outcome of this affair was entrusted to Feng Tianhai, yielding satisfactory efficiency and results. Meanwhile, Yichun busied himself by extracting his phone and posting the video recording of his house purchase from that day onto the internet, even investing a considerable sum for promotional purposes to attract traffic. Within just an hour, the video garnered thousands of comments and likes. Goodness, how shameless can Longhai Real Estate be? Look at that manager in Amp. Appos, face, when the house is wearing and Amp. Appos, selling, he was as meek as a lamb, but now and Amp. Appos, utterly disgusting. What disgrace. They're blatantly breaching contracts. How audacious can they get? Indeed, it and Amp, Appos, has a blatant disregard for the law. Nonetheless, they did provide compensation. What does compensation matter? After toiling to purchase a home, just as the prices spike, they forcibly reclaim it. Who could tolerate such an injustice? If we do not speak out today, who will advocate for us tomorrow? The previous speaker is right. If this matter is suppressed, when our turn comes, no one will stand up for us. Longhai Real Estate, a disgrace. Longhai Real Estate, a blight. Protest. Protest. Instantly, the internet buzzed with a cacophony of voices seeking justice and expressing indignation, rapidly propelling the video to trending status. However, this prominence was short-lived, as the platform soon removed it for alleged violations. Yi-chan frowned slightly, glancing at the back-end notifications indicating the video and Oppo's infringement. He merely smiled, unfazed, for the impact had already been achieved. On the other side, in the Longxi Bay real estate office, Sun Quan was also reviewing the video, rubbing his jaw, showing no signs of remorse. Rather, he wore a smug expression. "Kid, you have underestimated the capabilities of Longhai real estate. Do you really think a mere video can compel us to concede? Engaging in a battle with us is merely self-humiliation." Sun Quan scoffed, rising to head outside. "Manager, you and Oppo's, re-famous now, you and Oppo's, VE, become an internet sensation. Brace yourself for the online backlash. Yes, once we garner enough traffic, we can start live streaming sales. Infuriating those two unfortunate souls, haha." Several sales consultants beamed with flattery. The Longxi Bay sales office was now a bustling hive of activity. Each day, prospective buyers lined up for miles, and it had become necessary to draw lots for the chance to purchase. Sun Quan had also received commendation from Director Chun, hinting at a possible promotion. The prospects were exceptionally bright, leaving him exhilarated. "Brothers, let's put work aside. Tonight, I'm treating Red Rose Bar, let us go." With Sun Quan's enthusiastic shout, the sales consultants erupted in excitement. That night, Sun Quan and the sales team reveled until dawn. After a night of exuberance, they were exhausted and took a taxi back to the sales office to continue working. However, when they arrived, they were greeted by the sight of conspicuous seals plastered on the building's entrance. Numerous clients stood outside, gathered in heated discussion. Sun Quan, startled and sobered by the alcohol, rushed over. He then noticed a young man in uniform busily applying seals. Brother, please take a break. I'm the manager here. May I ask which department you are from that has sealed our building?" Sun Quan approached the young man, forcing a smile. "Ministry of Housing. As for the reason, our chief will notify you." "Chief, the manager of Longxi Bay is here," the young man called out, and soon, a commanding middle-aged man strode over. He exuded an imposing aura, scrutinizing Sun Quan, causing him to break into a cold sweat. "Sir, here, have a cigarette." Sun Quan hurriedly offered a cigarette, only to be coldly rebuffed. "Upon receiving reports, we have discovered issues with the construction quality at Longxi Bay. We must investigate before permitting sales to resume. Effective immediately, your sales office is under comprehensive inspection and inquiry." The middle-aged man stated with a sardonic smile and a grave tone. "What? Sir, you must be mistaken. Initially, we only faced a temporary cash flow issue. The public has been spreading unfounded rumors about our construction quality. Our homes are of impeccable quality. Furthermore, sir, our group as president has a good rapport with your superior. Could you perhaps remove the seals for now?" Upon hearing this, Sun Quan hastily explained, invoking the president and Oppo's name. "Do not mention your president. It is irrelevant. This is a matter of public interest, not personal affairs. Your President Zhang and I are comrades. He is aware of this situation and agrees to proceed according to protocol. Whether your properties possess quality issues is not determined by a mere manager and Oppo's word. It must undergo rigorous standards of verification. Your cooperation with our regulations is all that is required. Additionally, during our inspection, we found fire safety hazards, and the fire department has been notified. They will likely arrive tomorrow, and you must cooperate." With that, the middle-aged man turned and departed with his team. Sun Quan was left utterly dumbfounded. The clients surrounding them, upon learning of potential quality issues, dispersed immediately. Sun Quan sank to the ground, his face ashen, utterly at a loss. Dingling. The phone rang, startling him. He quickly answered. "Sun Quan, you worthless scoundrel. What the hell is going on? The Ministry of Housing has always had a good relationship with us. Why are they suddenly causing us trouble?" The chairman just stated in a meeting that someone reported issues with the properties, and now an order for a thorough investigation has come down. Even the chairman cannot stop it. Tell me what is happening, and if you dare shirk responsibility, I will make you pay. Director Chun and Oppo's furious roar echoed from the other end, akin to thunder. Sun Quan felt as though his phone might explode, trembling in fear. "Director Chun, please calm down. I do not know what has happened. Any property, if scrutinized, might have some issues, but our quality is beyond reproach. They are clearly making a mountain out of molehill. Thus, something is definitely amiss. Perhaps we have offended someone. Do you think it could be a rival? Sun Quan stammered, exploring this hypothesis cautiously. His body was drenched in cold sweat, and his heart felt numb. Sun Quan, this matter is undoubtedly linked to those two homebuyers. Tell me exactly how you interacted with them. Director Chun and Amp, Oppos. S voice was low, suppressing his anger. The homebuyers? Sun Quan suddenly realized, his eyes widening as he exclaimed, that and Amp, Oppos. It must be those two scoundrels. They threatened me yesterday, vowing to pursue this to the end. They are definitely behind this. But even if they reported it, the investigation shouldn't and Oppos. Be so stringent or swift. Director Chun, please respond. Don't scare me like this. I genuinely feel lost. There was a moment of silence on the other end. Sun Quan pleaded desperately. Director Chun furrowed his brow, analyzing meticulously. It seems they have utilized connections. Their backgrounds are likely not simple. By the way, what are the names of those two buyers? Sun Quan hastily replied. One is named Yi Chun, and the other, Feng Tianhai. Yi Chun, Feng Tianhai. Director Chen muttered to himself, suddenly slapping his thigh and exclaiming, Feng Tianhai. Damn it. No wonder such a significant incident occurred. That esteemed official in the Housing and Construction Department also bears the surname Feng. As Director Chun and Oppos' words resonated, Sun Quan and Oppos' expression drastically changed, and he utterly collapsed. Chapter 36. Manager Sun pleads for mercy. Sun Quan, you truly deserve to die. I instructed you to hold them back. Yet you foolishly provoked them. Now, they have remembered their grievances, and, at this critical juncture, you've made such a monumental blunder that even your dismissal would be a light punishment. This matter must be resolved promptly. Otherwise, the chairman will not spare either of us. As Director Chen uttered these words, Sun Quan nearly wet himself in fear. Trembling, he clutched the phone, crying out, Director Chen, I was wrong. Please, save me. Director Chen roared in fury. Save you? I can barely save myself. You need to purchase some expensive gifts immediately and go apologize. Remember, even if it costs you dearly, you must seek their forgiveness. With a grave expression, Director Chun continued, Go now. Understood, Director. I will handle this matter no matter what. Even if I have to beg like a dog, I will. Having said this, Sun Quan rushed out, hailing a car, to head toward the city. As noon approached, Yi Chen lounged on the sofa, gazing at the stock market on his phone. Huawei Technology, a volatile stock, yet currently stable. What truly captured Yi Chen's attention, however, was the oil shares. Glancing at the date, he realized he had less than 3 days left. He needed to maximize his funds within that time frame and make a bold investment in that stock. Lost in thought, he was suddenly interrupted by a knock at the door. Yi Chen rose to open it, revealing Sun Quan, laden with gifts and a beaming smile. Brother, I finally found you. Please accept this small token of appreciation. Sun Quan hurriedly bowed and presented an array of exquisite gift boxes containing bird and oppos, nest, abalone, ginseng, and more. At his feet lay several boxes of Maodai and Wuyangya. How did you know I was here? Yi Chen did not accept the gifts but stepped back, observing Sun Quan with interest. It was quite a challenge to find you. Boss, I informed me. Sun Quan stammered, I apologize for my earlier misconduct. I humbly ask for your forgiveness. Placing the gifts on the ground, he appeared exceedingly humble, nervously rubbing his hands, afraid to enter, his demeanor one of abject submission. Yi Chen similait kunojin. He understood that the issue regarding the house had been resolved. This piqued his interest in conversing further with Sun Quan. Stop lingering by the door. Come in and kneel, he commanded with a casual wave of his hand. Thank you, brother. Kneel? Sun Quan, initially excited to enter, soon registered the implication and looked at Yi Chen with a troubled expression. Just kidding, Yi Chen replied nonchalantly, leaning back against the sofa, his hands in his pockets. Oh dear brother, please don't toy with me any longer. I truly cannot endure any more torment. Even if you commanded me to kneel, I wouldn't dare disobey. Sun Quan sighed in relief, addressing Yi Chen as dear brother with a tone full of imploring sincerity. his knees trembling as if he might actually kneel. Yichen, with a teasing smile, said then kneel. Words without actions convey no sincerity. Your attitude over the phone was quite different. Remember, those 100 houses of mine were swallowed whole by your group. You at least have the chance to lament in front of me. While I have no one to turn to in my grievances when my homes were forcibly reclaimed, I must bury my sorrows. With an innocent expression, Yichen spread his hands. As his words sank in, Sun Quan suddenly dropped to his knees, perfectly upright. Brother, the issue with the houses is resolved. But the director scolded me. I was envious. I am not worthy. I beg you, show mercy and let me off the hook. If you do not acquiesce, Boss Hai will be the end of me. I have elderly parents and young children. Without my job, my family will starve. I have fought hard from the countryside to establish myself. I do not wish to return. My parents toiled all their lives. I simply want to earn a little more to honor them. At this point, tears streamed down Sun Quan and Amp, Appo's face as he sobbed. He had come to fully grasp the formidable nature of Feng Tianhai. Initially, he thought him merely a wealthy heir, but now recognized the depth of his connections. Offending such a ruthless individual meant he could no longer survive in Longzhou. Hearing this, Yi Chun felt a pang of pain in his heart. Although he knew Sun Quan was playing the emotional card, he was still moved when it came to family. After all, he had wronged too many people, especially his parents. He had even squandered their hard-earned savings on a female streamer, including the funds meant for his brother's wedding and his siblings' education. Thinking of this, Yichen clenched his teeth, wishing to slap himself. Enough with the pity party. Leave, he commanded with a wave of his hand. So, you are forgiving me? Thank you, brother. You are truly my kin. Should you ever need my help, just say the word. I will not disturb you again. Sun Quan exclaimed, rising in surprise and scurrying away under Yi Chun and Appo's disapproving gaze. Stop. Take your gifts with you. Yi Chun suddenly called out. Brother, those are my offerings to you. The company will reimburse. You must accept them. I cannot take them back. Sun Quan hurried into the elevator, wiping the sweat from his brow, relieved, and grinned at Yi Chun. Once the elevator doors closed, Yi Chun finally brought the gifts inside. The combined value of the liquor and supplements easily surpassed 100,000. It was clear that Sun Quan had realized the gravity of the situation. His fear had shattered his bravado. Yi Chun shook his head, about to pick up the phone when Feng Tianhai called. Brother Yi, the matter has been resolved. Longhai Real Estate has conceded. Additionally, my uncle wishes to express his gratitude for your advice the other day. Brother, you saved my uncle's life. From now on, you are my leader. Just say the word, and I would give my life for you. Feng Tianhai and Appo's voice trembled with emotion on the other end of the line. His uncle treated him as his own son. And knowing that his uncle had faced life-threatening danger made Feng Tianhai realize that if it weren't for Yi Chen's reminder, he could have lost a beloved family member. This debt of gratitude weighed heavily on him, leaving him at a loss for how to repay it. Chapter 37. Qi Mian's close friend Yi Chen's lips curled into a faint smile as he remarked, How pretentious. All right, please extend my regards to your uncle for me. He shifted to serious matters. Now, I need you to immediately contact some reliable real estate agents or competent property investors. We must expedite the sale of our properties. Feng Tianhai responded with a hearty laugh, affirming, Rest assured, brother, I've already made the necessary contacts. A friend of mine has introduced me to a team of 7 capable investors with ample resources, fully capable of absorbing our batch of properties. That and Appo's splendid, Yi Chen replied, preparing to end the call. Brother, now that we end Appo's, remaking a profit, shooting into Appo's, we celebrate tonight? I and Appo's, LL treat you all to a round at the Dihao Club. Feng Tianhai suddenly suggested. Forget it. I need to see my daughter. Enjoy yourselves. Yi Chun shook his head, his thoughts drifting to his daughter's adorable face, compelling him to yearn to rush over. All right then, I feel guilty. You, the exemplary family man, earn such a fortune, and your first thought is to spend time with family. Feng Tianhai continued. By the way, how are things progressing between you and your wife? Do you need your little brother and Appo's as assistants? Chatting nonsense. Hurry up and handle the important business. We and Oppos. LL celebrate once everything is sorted. I and Oppos am hanging up now. Yi-chun concluded the call, leaving phone Tian-hai grinning on the other end. Afternoon, under the blazing sun, at the Apple Garden community, Qin Meiyun was bustling in the kitchen when she heard a knock at the door and hurried over. Upon opening it, a fashionable girl, stylishly dressed, stood at the threshold. The girl's tall figure and sun-kissed skin accentuated her physique. Clad in a fitted shirt that enhanced her prominent silhouette, paired with sharp pants and high heels, she epitomized sensuality. "Anchi, what brings you here?" Qin Meiyun exclaimed in delight upon recognizing the girl. I can and Oppos. To believe you still remember your best friend. It and Amp, Oppos. It's been over 2 months since we last met. I thought you had forgotten me. I see you haven't even thought of me. So I came right after work to check on you. Come here. Let me hug my dear beauty, Qin. Xiao Anchi pouted playfully, wrapping her arms around Qin Meiyun. Oh dear, I was just cooking. I and Oppos. Covered in grease. Be careful not to soil your clothes. Qin Meiyun, holding a ladle, hurriedly cautioned. Xiao Anchi showed no disdain. Snuggling closer, exuding affection. It was essential to note that Qin Meiyun had once been the epitome of beauty, a true campus goddess. Even now, her figure and looks surpassed those of her friend. However, her humble background had led her to dress more simply, evoking a sense of sympathy. What's dirt to me? I and Amp, Oppos, am not bothered by it. As for you, you possess both figure and beauty, far surpassing me. Alas, you simply have had a streak of bad luck, ending up with such a scoundrel who can't even buy you new clothes. You've wasted your prime years raising a child for him. Xiao Anchi lamented. Oppos, et ati. We must go shopping. I'll buy you 2 new outfits and some cosmetics. Xiao Anchi chattered incessantly as she stepped inside and closed the door. Upon noticing the old clothes hanging on the rack, she felt a pang of sympathy. I don't need your generosity. You should spend your money on yourself. Come on in. I prepared a meal. Let us eat here, Qin Meiyun insisted. I'll pass. My friends are waiting for me outside. I can take you out for some fun, but if you can't join, it's fine. After all, Tong Tong can't do without you. Another day, you can send Tong Tong to her grandmother's house, and I'll introduce you to some quality men. Now that you've left that scoundrel, you can lead a better life. Xiao Anchi beamed. However, upon hearing this, Qin Meiyun's smile turned bittersweet. Mommy, I'm hungry. At that moment, Tong Tong emerged, rubbing her eyes. Seeing Tong Tong, Xiao Anchi's face lit up as she squatted down to embrace the little girl. Oh, my dear Tong Tong, did you miss your auntie? Come here and let me see. Oh dear, I forgot to bring you a treat. Here, S-100. Ask your mother to take you shopping later. Tong Tong's eyes sparkled, and she pouted. Annie Anchi, you smell so good, and your clothes are so pretty. Mommy, can you wear clothes like Annie Anchi? You look so beautiful. Tong Tong was utterly charming, her sweetness endearing even Qin Meiyun, who couldn't help but chuckle. See, my silly friend. Even our daughter recognizes that her mother is beautiful. We women must take care of ourselves. We cannot let any worthless man diminish our quality of life. How about this? Let us skip your meal here. My friends are waiting outside. Let us go enjoy a nice meal. Xiao Anchi suggested cheerily, picking up Tong Tong and heading for the door. Qin Meiyun sighed, feeling resigned. She had not intended to go out, but considering how long it had been since they last met, and remembering how Xiao Anchi had supported her during tough times, she decided to change her clothes and join her friend. Tong Tong, what do you have in your hand? Xiao Anchi inquired curiously. This is the diamond ring my daddy bought for my mommy. It's so big. Tong Tong exaggeratedly gestured. Xiao Anchi merely smirked at this. As a close friend, she was well aware of the scoundrel's actions. He was nothing but a despicable gambler. It was hard to believe he would be generous enough to buy Meiyun a diamond ring. Even if he had a moment of conscience, he lacked the means. It was clear that the ring was a cheap trinket from a street vendor, costing no more than 10 or 20 yuan, conning fools. She felt pity for Meiyun, who had sacrificed so much for a man who had abandoned his job to sell properties for a live-streaming host. Such a failure was not worthy of the title of a man. All right, let's go, Qin Meiyun said as she donned a simple pair of jeans and a white shirt, joining Xiao Anchi as they left the house. However, as they stepped out of the building, they spotted Yi-chun approaching with bags in tow. Meiyun, Hold on to Tong Tong. Don't worry. I'll handle him. Xiao Anqi's anger flared at the sight of Yi Chun. She handed Tong Tong to Qin Meiyun and boldly marched toward Yi Chun. Anqi, don't! Qin Meiyun called out, but it was too late. Yi Chun, you scoundrel. You really are persistent. Do you think Meiyun and Appo's as family is no one? If you dare touch a single hair on her head today, I swear I'll make you pay. Xiao Anqi shouted fiercely, completely disregarding her demure image. Ah, you're here too. I just came to bring them some supplements. Yi Chun stammered, feeling an unexpected surge of anxiety upon seeing Xiao Anqi. He genuinely feared her. Meiyun's friend was indeed formidable and capable of wielding a brick in anger. Previously, he had drunkenly struck Meiyun, leaving her with scars that remained etched in his memory. On that occasion, he brutally assaulted Meiyun, nearly suffocating her in a fit of madness, leaving her face marred with bruises that took 2 weeks to heal. Upon hearing of this incident, Xiao Anqi stormed over in a fury. She picked up a brick and struck Yi Chun with it, then took Meiyun away. Since that day, every time Yi Chun encountered Xiao Anqi, he felt a wave of anxiety wash over him, a throbbing pain at the back of his head. However, things have improved significantly, for he is no longer that beast he once was. Chapter 38. Mockery. Oh, has the sun risen from the west? You, a 24K pure scoundrel. Open your eyes and see that Meiyun is almost out of clothes to wear, yet you dare to buy her supplements. Do you not find this absurd? Hand them over. Let me see what counterfeit goods you have purchased. Without hesitation, Xiao Anqi seized the gifts from Yi Chun's hands. Yi Chun seeked helplessly. Everything he brought was compensation sent by Sun Quan. Terrified, Sun Quan would never dare to gift him fakes. Clearly, Xiao Anqi and Appo's misunderstanding of him ran deep. Oh my! Yi Chun, is this bird's nest, abalone, and ginseng? Do you know how much this costs? A heap of fakes, trying to hoodwink Meiyun and perhaps swindle her salary? Are you even human? No, you have never been human. Quickly take your rubbish and get lost. Xiao Anqi, furious, threw the items to the ground and pointed at Yi Chun, berating him. How could she possibly believe that Yi Chun, a penniless wretch, could afford such expensive gifts? Just a few boxes of bird and amp. Appo's nest cost over 10,000, not to mention the other gifts. Besides, even if he could afford it, he wouldn't have the heart. She had long seen through this scoundrel. How could he possibly bear to give such fine items to Meiyun and her daughter? Wasn't he this akin to a weasel wishing a chicken a happy new year? Anqi, please don't do this. Qin Meiyun hurried over, eager to explain. And Anqi, please don't scold my dad. He's a good father and often buys me food. Please stop criticizing him. Even Tong Tong began to plead. Xiao Anqi widened her eyes in disbelief as she looked at the mother and daughter. What is wrong with you two? Hasn't this scoundrel caused you enough suffering that you still defend him? Come, ignore him. Let us get away quickly. Xiao Anqi grasped Qin Meiyun and hurried away. Seeing this, Yi Chun took a deep breath and bent down to pick up everything. Just then, Tong Tong ran back, presenting a set of keys to him. Daddy, there are dishes in the kitchen that aren't finished. You can cook something for yourself. We're going to have a feast with Aunt Anqi. Tong Tong said cheerfully. Tong Tong, do you really want to leave Daddy alone at home? Yi Chun soudain laughed, te. At this moment, he felt a surge of excitement. Meiyun actually allowed him into the house. This is a good sign. Good things often take time, and finally, there was a glimmer of progress. Well, I'll stay home with you, Daddy. Tong Tong was torn between wanting to enjoy a feast and staying with her father, her fingers fidgeting nervously. The little girl looked so adorable, reluctant, and shy. Yi Chun's heart nearly melted as he gently stroked his daughter's head, smiling. Go on, Tong Tong. Daddy was just joking. I'll be at home waiting for you. Upon hearing this, Tong Tong beamed, wrapping her arms around Yi Chun's neck and planting a kiss on his forehead. Daddy is the best, so I'll go find Mommy. Bye-bye. After saying this, Tong Tong turned and skipped away joyfully. Yi Chun reached out, touched his damp forehead, and gazed at Tong Tong's retreating figure, grinning foolishly. Yi Chun returned to the rented apartment of Meiyun and her daughter and began cleaning the room thoroughly. Meiyun was inherently fond of cleanliness, possessing a slight obsession with tidiness. With Yi Chun's efforts, the place appeared even more organized and comfortable. He opened the window, allowing the gentle breeze to play with the wind chimes. producing a delightful tinkling sound. Sitting on the sofa, Yichen closed his eyes, savoring a moment of tranquility. After a while, he entered the kitchen and saw that Meiyun had already prepared the vegetables. He heated the pan and began to stir-fry. In less than 20 minutes, 3 dishes and a soup were ready. Yichen looked at the spread on the table with a sense of accomplishment. If only I had cherished what I had back then, I would have to regret it now. His heart was filled with mixed emotions as he picked up his chopsticks and started to eat slowly. At this moment, Qin Meiyun, along with Tong Tong, got into a Mercedes C-Class. The driver was a handsome man exuding maturity. He was Xiao Anqi's new boyfriend, Chun Jun. He owned a high-end restaurant and was financially well off. Though he was driving, one hand remained intertwined with Anqi's, radiating sweetness. Upon seeing this, Qin Meiyun felt a sense of relief for her friend, but also a deep envy. This scene was one she had envisioned countless times. Unfortunately, marriage had brought her not sweetness, but a series of relentless nightmares. Jun, weren't we supposed to go eat? Why are we at the jewelry store? Xiao Anqi inquired with confusion as the car stopped in front of a jewelry shop. I'll tell you later. Come, let's go inside. Tian Yun smiled mischievously. Naturally, Xiao Anqi sensed something and, filled with anticipation, pulled Qin Meiyun and Tong Tong out of the car and into the jewelry store. Most women have little resistance to jewelry. Upon seeing the dazzling array of gems and styles, Xiao Anqi was dazzled, her eyes sparkling. Qin Meiyun admired it too, but kept her desires hidden, not daring to linger on any piece. She understood that these treasures had nothing to do with her. To buy a piece of jewelry requires matching outfits and shoes. One cannot wear expensive jewelry with cheap clothing. It risks appearing fake in others' eyes. Given Qin Meiyun's current circumstances, every penny needed to be carefully spent. Such luxuries were utterly out of reach. Looking around, she felt out of place, only able to envy Anqi trying on various styles. Meiyun, what do you think of this ring? At that moment, Anqi joyfully raised her hand, showcasing a ruby ring on her index finger. Qin Meiyun glanced and nodded silently. It looks lovely. It suits you well. Receiving her friend's affirmation, Anqi was even more delighted, waving her hand to admire it under the lights. Miss, this ring is our latest design, a ruby imported from Nanzhou, crafted using ancient European techniques. It perfectly complements your elegance, the salesgirl said with a sweet smile. This further solidified Anqi's resolve to purchase it. How much is this ring? Anqi asked eagerly. Hello, miss. The total price for this ring is 56,700. But with a discount, it's 53,200. This ring suits you perfectly. You must not miss it. The salesgirl enthusiastically promoted the item. Chapter 39. Oh my goodness, miss. This is an eternal vow. 500,000. So expensive. Angelique exclaimed in astonishment. As a yoga instructor, her monthly earnings barely reached 7,000 to 8,000, and on good days, it could exceed 10,000. However, such a ring represented 4 to 5 months of her salary. It was simply too extravagant for her to afford. Madam, the importance lies not in the price, but in how it truly complements your taste and temperament. The saleswoman remarked with a high emotional intelligence, granting Angelique dignity while providing a reason to make the purchase. Jun. At that moment, Angelique turned around, pouting and speaking in a teasing tone. If you like it, then buy it. I brought you here to surprise you. Miss, please ring it up, Chun Jun said generously. Beautiful lady, you are incredibly fortunate. Your boyfriend is so handsome and treats you so well. You truly are a winner in life, the saleswoman added, her words sincere rather than flattery. At merely 35 or 36, Chun Jun had already achieved financial freedom and owned a high-end restaurant, a standard of success that countless women aspired to in a partner. Hearing this, Angelique felt even sweeter and wrapped her arms around Chun Jun and Appo's waist. Jun, I love you to death. I love you too, Chun Jun replied with a gentle smile. Meiyun, do you see? Finding the right man can truly heal your life. In a moment, I'll have Jun introduce you to some quality male friends, Angelique said, her face radiating happiness. Let it be I and Appo's just divorced and have a child. I don't want to burden anyone, Qin Meiyun said, brushing her hair back, feeling somewhat self-conscious as she lowered her gaze. Miss Meiyun, You are being too modest. With your beauty and grace, even with a little girl, finding a partner would be effortless. Did you hear that, Mayin? Ajun wouldn't he lie to you. Once you find a new boyfriend, that scoundrel Yichin won't dare to bother you anymore. Even if you don't think of yourself, consider Tong Tong. There will be plenty of expenses in the future. You can't let your child suffer alongside you. Angelique sighed, earnestly persuading her friend. By the way, Mian, I can't let you accompany me for nothing. I find this ring quite appealing, and it's not too expensive. I'll buy it for you. Miss, please bring out this ring as well. Angelique waved her hand and selected another ring from the counter. Angelique, you really don't have to. Qin Meiyun quickly shook her head. Stop saying that. Just listen to me, Angelique insisted. You too. How can you come out with me and not spend money? Go pick one carefully, and I'll cover the tab, Chen Jun added, pulling out his bank card and handing it to the saleswoman. Unable to refuse any longer, Qin Meiyun realized that to continue declining would be ungrateful, so she reluctantly acquiesced. Mommy, why do you need another ring? Daddy already bought you one. Suddenly, Tong Tong opened a gift box in her hands and took out the diamond ring, adorably placing it on Qin Meiyun's finger. Qin Meiyun merely smiled, disregarding the ring on her hand. Meiyun, I picked a new one. Come try it on, Angelique called, waving her hand, and Qin Meiyun walked over. This ring costs over 6,000. It's too expensive. Maybe we should skip it. Angelique, Qin Meiyun said, her face showing hesitation upon seeing the price tag. 6,000 is just 6,000. It an amp. Amp, oppos. It's not like we can end amp. Amp, oppos. T afford it. Hurry up and try it on, Angelique said nonchalantly, taking Qin Meiyun and amp, oppos, S hand, and placing it on the counter, receiving the ring from the saleswoman and putting it on Qin Meiyun. It looks beautiful. Absolutely perfect. But take off that cheap ring. It looks like something from street vendor. That scoundrel Yichin only knows how to buy you this kind of 20 yuan trinket. It's ridiculous that you fell for it. As she spoke, Angelique found the ring on Qin Meiyun and oppos. S-index finger quite unsightly and reached to take it off. Qin Meiyun shook her head, not overly concerned. After all, Yi Chun had deceived her too many times. Now he had given her such an extravagant diamond ring. She was certain it was fake. She would not be so foolish again. Just as Angelique was about to remove the ring, the saleswoman and oppos. S expression suddenly changed in astonishment. Miss, could you let me see the ring? Angelique scoffed coldly and casually pushed the ring towards her. If you like it, it's yours. Just a fake glass. The saleswoman took it, examining it closely. By the time Angelique and the others had finished paying and were chatting happily as they headed out, suddenly, the saleswoman rushed out, catching up with Qin Meiyun. Miss, wait. You forgot to take the ring. The saleswoman and amp, oppos. S heart raced with excitement. Were these wealthy individuals truly so forgetful? How could they leave such an exorbitant ring on the counter? Didn't I say I did give it to you? Angelique asked, puzzled. Miss, you must be joking. This ring is worth hundreds of thousands. How could I dare accept it? Just being able to take a look is more than enough, the saleswoman said, astonished and hurriedly extending the ring back. What? Hundreds of thousands? Are you joking, miss? This is just a glass bead. Do you really think it's a diamond ring? It's just some cheap junk from my sister's shameless ex-husband, a pathetic gambler. If you don't want it, just throw it away, Angelique scoffed, momentarily stunned before dismissing it disdainfully. Yi Chun bought Qin Meiyun a diamond ring worth hundreds of thousands? That would only happen if the sun rose from the west. Miss, I verified it earlier. This ring was indeed sold by us. It's the latest model, the DR diamond ring, Eternal Vow, valued at 500,000, purchased by a gentleman named Yi Chun, which can be confirmed in our DR database. The saleswoman insisted, her expression resolute. At that moment, her words detonated like a bombshell. Angelique was completely taken aback. Qin Meiyun wore a look of disbelief, her face filled with astonishment. Even Chun Jun, standing nearby, looked astonished. Minutes later, Qin Meiyun and the others exited the jewelry store, their expressions heavy with concern. She had just seen the record confirming that it was indeed Yi Chun who had made the purchase, and the date was recent. The value of the 500,000 Eternal Vow diamond ring was not merely in its worth, but in its profound significance. One could only bestow it upon a single individual in a lifetime. Meiyun, do you think Yi Chun went gambling again? Or has he done something illegal? Where did he get such a sum of money? It's not like him at all. You should be careful. This is too unusual. Was he really plotting? Angelique caught up with Qin Meiyun, her concern palpable. That's impossible. Even if he gambles, he only loses. What I fear most is him engaging in criminal activities. Angelique, I want to join you for dinner. I'll treat you another day, Qin Meiyun said, her anxiety mounting as she felt increasingly uneasy. She took Tong Tong by the hand and headed towards a nearby bus station. Chapter 40. Has he truly turned over a new leaf? Tian Yun Hypothesis. Observing Qin Meiyun's hurried departure, and pondered, and she, Meiyun's ex-husband, is not as despicable as you portray him. He presented a diamond ring worth 500,000. How extravagant. Perhaps you have misjudged him? Jun, you failed to grasp the details. Before marriage, Meiyun's ex was quite respectable. Everyone held him in high regard. But once Meiyun became pregnant, and he became infatuated with a beautiful live streamer, he completely spiraled out of control. To fund his infatuation, he resorted to high-interest loans, gambling, and even resorted to domestic violence, abusing their child. He is nothing short of a beast. I can only pray this scoundrel ceases to torment Meiyun and spares her and their child. Xiao Anqi sighed, gritting her teeth. Inside the house, Yichen finished his meal and began to tidy up the dishes. Suddenly, he heard the sound of a door opening and hurriedly made his way over. The door swung open, revealing Qin Meiyun returning with Tong Tong. Oh, why are you back so soon? Yichen asked, perplexed. Daddy, we didn't eat, Tong Tong replied, her demeanor visibly glum as she lowered her head. What happened? Is there something wrong? Yichen furrowed his brow and inquired urgently. Yichen, where did you get this ring? Qin Meiyun suddenly produced the ring and thrust it before him, demanding an explanation. Of course I bought it. Surely you don't think I stole it? Even if I wish to steal, I lack the means, Yichen replied with a smile, his tone sincere. Stop with your jesting. I inquired about this ring. It costs 500,000. I believe you've earned some money recently. But I cannot fathom what business or job could enable you to amass 70 to 80,000 in a mere month. Did a windfall simply fall into your lap? Qin Meiyun angrily shoved the ring into Yichen and Amp, Oppo's hand. Meiyun, please Don and Amp, Oppo's, be angry. Allow me to explain, Yichen urged, realizing he needed to clarify the situation. At this point, you still wish to lie. My mother called, stating you transferred 10,000 to her, alongside expensive matai, not to mention the cash you previously gave me. Yichen, can you utter a single truth? Qin Meiyun's eyes reddened, her voice catching in her throat. Tong Tong, frightened, retreated into the room, crouching behind the door and peering out cautiously. She had been terrified by the earlier incident and sought refuge. Meiyun, please let me explain. It's not as you think. Yichen pleaded, instinctively stepping forward. Qin Meiyun, startled, instinctively raised her arm to shield her head. Mommy, don't hit my mommy. Oh, I mean daddy, bad daddy. I don't want you to buy us treats anymore. Tong Tong emerged, placing herself protectively in front of Qin Meiyun, kicking at Yichen with her tiny feet. Her face streaked with tears. Yichen abruptly halted, his mind reeling as if struck. He raised his hands in surrender, retreating as if he were a criminal, utterly despondent. I'm sorry. It's all my fault for failing to clarify things, leading to this misunderstanding. But you must believe me, I will never harm you again. May I please finish speaking? Yichen implored, nearly begging. Qin Meiyun lowered her arm, her gaze fixed on Yichen's sincere expression, her taut nerves beginning to relax. Tong Tong, displaying maturity beyond her years, understood the need to protect her mother. Yichen bent down, reaching out to gently pinch Tong Tong's cheek in an attempt to wipe her tears. Yet, Tong Tong, frightened, scurried behind Qin Meiyun once more. At that moment, Yichen realized that everything he had done in recent days paled in comparison to the damage he had inflicted upon the mother and daughter. Although his daughter still called him daddy with affection, the wounds he had caused ran profoundly deep. Any semblance of progress was merely his misguided assumption. Ding! A text notification chimed, snapping him from his thoughts. Yichen quickly retrieved his phone to check. Industrial and Commercial Bank. User 77898 has received a deposit of 151,200,000 yuan. Upon seeing the transaction alert, Yichen and Oppo's expression shifted, a look of astonishment dawning upon his face. 151 million. Based on the amount transferred, Feng Tianhai must have sold the properties at 28,000 per square meter. This was the net income after deducting the down payment. He had over 70 units, totaling more than 6,000 square meters, aligning with this price. While they could have waited for a few more days to achieve 31,000 per square meter, the volume of properties they held made it impractical to sell to individual buyers, both cumbersome and energy draining. Selling in bulk to a property speculation group was far more efficient, though it would require conceding some profit margin, which was acceptable. Just then his phone rang. Yi Chen answered it casually. "Brother, I've transferred the money to you. It feels fantastic. Finally, I can hold my head high in front of the old man. Ha! I've out-earned him. What a thrill. Brother, I must express my gratitude. I don't know what you prefer, cars, villas, or jewelry. Just name it and consider it done. Even your daughter's dowry will be overseen by me." Feng Tianhai exclaimed excitedly on the other end. "No need for that. This is your due reward for your trust in me. If you doubted me, no amount of eloquence could have yielded today as results. I have some matters to attend to, so I'll hang up now. Lenamp, Oppos, let's get together with How Gu another day," Yi Chen replied before hanging up. He then lifted his head, opened his banking app, and placed the phone on the table. Stepping back a few paces, "Meiyun, take a look." Just a glance, Yi Chen urged, pointing to the phone on the table. Qin Meiyun, uncertain of Yi Chen's intentions, but sensing his excitement, hesitated before approaching. Upon seeing the bank balance displayed on the screen, a staggering sequence of numbers, she instinctively covered her mouth, her face reflecting sheer shock. The numbers left her utterly speechless, her mind momentarily short-circuited. She understood that in cash, this amount could potentially fill their home. "Meiyun, if my money were illicit, would I still flaunt such a sum before you? Even robbing a bank wouldn't yield profits this swiftly," Yi Chen explained, observing her astonishment. "Yi Chen, what business are you involved in to earn such a fortune? If you possess this talent, why didn't you?" Qin Meiyun began, but faltered. She wanted to express her confusion about his previous reckless spending and perceived shortcomings before their divorce. "Have I hindered your success?" Chapter 41. Preparing for a high-stakes gamble, Yi Chen shook his head and approached the table, picking up his phone with a smile. "I have truly been spoiled by you. If you were like other wives, petulant, self-serving, and solely driven by money, compelling me to strive for success, I might not have gone astray. This time," Qin Meiyun did not shy away. Instead, she responded with a cold smile. "Indeed, Oppos. It's all my fault. You bear no blame. When things go awry, it is solely my responsibility." Yi Chen sighed and spoke earnestly. "I shan't Oppos jest with you any longer. Everything is a consequence of my own folly. I was blind to the blessings I had, and only upon losing your love did I awaken to the truth. In comparison, I would gladly relinquish this wealth. If only it could restore the past and earn your love once more, I would sacrifice everything, even if just for a single moment. I swear I shall never be foolish again." At this point, Yi Chen and Oppos' eyes glistened with unshed tears. The person dearest to him now seemed so distant, all due to his own ignorance. He knew full well that should he reveal this immense fortune, countless women would vie for his affection. Yet, only Qin Meiyun would not. She married him solely for the man he is, while he, in his inadequacy, led her to utter defeat. Once a heart has grown cold, rekindling warmth is akin to scaling the heavens. Nevertheless, Yi Chen vowed he would never relinquish hope. "That's enough. Cease your words and take your leave. Return the ring. Use it to improve your parents' lives. You once took their harvest and deceived your brother, Qin Tianjun, of his bride price. If you wish to prevent this family from fracturing, settle your debts of gratitude swiftly and cease being a burden." Qin Meiyun, her demeanor icy, uttered the most heartfelt sentiments. Even at this juncture, she was still concerned for Yi Chen and Oppos as family. Yi Chen shook his head sincerely. "This ring was a gift for me. If it does not please you, return it. The money is yours to spend freely. Do not feel the need to save for me. I will certainly visit my parents. Previously, I lacked the means to return, but now I am capable of providing them with a better life. From this day forth, you and Tong Tong may spend as you wish. If funds run low, come to me. This is my debt to both of you. Spend without restraint. I shall earnestly work to atone for my transgressions. Yichen spoke with utmost seriousness. He had previously owed too much and was finally presented with an opportunity for restitution. Indeed, it would be tenfold, 100-fold recompense. Upon hearing his words, a ripple of emotion stirred within Qin Meiyun. This unique and unconventional affection had arrived rather late. Had Yi Chun exhibited such an attitude earlier, even in poverty, they might not have arrived at such a dire juncture. I am capable of fending for myself. I do not require your assistance. Though you now possess wealth, allow me to remind you, do not squander it heedlessly. Remember your days of destitution. Enough. That is your affair. Depart now. Time is of the essence. Qin Meiyun sighed. Yi Chen's heart sank further upon hearing this. He had triumphed in the marketplace. Yet here, in the realm of his wife, he faced utter humiliation. Casting a reluctant glance at Tong Tong, he turned and departed. After Yi Chun left, Qin Meiyun picked up the ring, which gleamed brilliantly in the sunlight. He has truly changed. 500,000, and he bought it without hesitation. Previously, he would deliberate for half a month over buying me a piece of clothing, only to ultimately squander his money on a live streamer or a casino. Qin Meiyun approached the window, observing Yi Chun and damp, Oppo's, as forlorn figure retreating below. For reasons unknown, a sense of satisfaction surged within her, akin to the exhilaration of victory. The wounds he had inflicted upon her began to heal. In short, witnessing Yi Chen's downfall brought her a sense of relief. Unbeknownst to her, a smile graced her face, a rare occurrence she had almost forgotten in recent years. "Mom, I'm hungry," Tong Tong suddenly piped up. It was then that Qin Meiyun snapped back to reality, hastily wiping away the tears at the corners of her eyes. "I'm sorry, darling. Sit down, and I shall prepare your meal." With that, she entered the kitchen, only to be taken aback by the sight of a lavish spread of 3 dishes and a soup. She stood frozen, momentarily at a loss for words, her nose tinged with emotion and her eyes reddened, until she picked up a pair of chopsticks and tentatively tasted a bite. The long-lost flavor had returned. She recognized this taste. It was a harmonious blend of color, aroma, and flavor. It had been so long since she had savored it that it was almost forgotten in her mind. This was the meal prepared by Yi Chun himself. Indeed, Yi Chen's culinary skills were exceptional. In the early days of their marriage, he was the one who cooked at home. During that time, Qin Meiyun had been treated like a princess. However, after a series of unfortunate events, he no longer cooked. He returned home intoxicated, either lashing out at her or demanding money. Each day, seeing Yi Chun was like encountering a harbinger of doom, a nightmare. Why? Reflecting on the past, Qin Meiyun could no longer hold back her emotions, collapsing against the wall. She covered her mouth to stifle her sobs, but her tears surged forth uncontrollably. "Why? Is it always when I resolve to move on that you offer me hope? You scoundrel! Yi Chun, you are a despicable villain. I hate you." As tears streamed down her face, she could no longer contain her emotions. Meanwhile, Yi Chun stood at the entrance of the community, taking a deep breath before pulling out his phone to make a call. On the other end, Xiao Tianhao answered with a jovial shout. "Hello? Brother Yi, what brings you to think of me now? I heard you made a fortune off that unfinished building. I'm not envious, truly. Hee. Can you take me along next time?" His admiration for Yi Chun was akin to a daily ritual of venerating a deity, no exaggeration. He had even printed Yi Chun's photo and hung it in his home, offering daily incense with a devotion surpassing that of a mere prayer. "Brother Hao, I call to invite you on this journey with me. However, prior to that, I need your assistance in securing a trustworthy bank to obtain an unlimited credit card. Additionally, find me a skilled trader. Yi Chen similite confidently. In the coming days, that stock is poised to encounter a storm. Time waits for no one. Preparations must commence." With this endeavor, he anticipated that the money in his possession would multiply several times over. Based on his calculations, he would soon be worth at least 10 billion. On the other end, Xiao Tianhao responded with enthusiasm. "That is easily arranged. During my time with the loan company, I became acquainted with a branch manager at the Industrial and Commercial Bank. He has several talented young traders under his wing. Let me call him now, and we can arrange a meeting tonight." "All right, I await your call." Yi Chen nodded in agreement. Chapter 42, Disregarded. Hey, brother. Could you let me in on how much we might earn this time? Xiao Tianhao inquired tentatively. That depends on the level of trust you have in me, as well as the amount you ultimately decide to invest, Yi Chen replied with a faint smile. Come on, that goes without saying. I'm all in. Xiao Tianhao burst into hearty laughter. All right then. As long as you invest alongside me, regardless of the profits, I can guarantee you won't incur any losses. Yi Chen concluded before abruptly hanging up the phone. Shortly after, he sought out a nearby CAF, ordered a cup of coffee, and spent half an hour there. When his phone rang, it was Xiao Tianhao calling, suggesting they meet at the Shangri-La Hotel in the city. Without hesitation, Yi Chen rose, left the CAF, and hailed a cab, heading straight to the Shangri-La. At the hotel entrance, a line of luxury vehicles was parked. Brands like BBA had become commonplace, while mid-tier cars included the Range Rover, Maybach, McLaren, Mercedes G-Class, and Alphard. Even the Cullinan and Rolls-Royce Phantom were in abundance. There were even a couple of globally limited Bugattis and Lamborghinis parked nearby. Several impeccably dressed, high-profile individuals mingled at the entrance, with doormen smiling as they opened car doors to welcome esteemed guests. The entire Shangri-La Hotel was adorned with unique, artistic spaces, blending the warmth and romance of the lounge with the elegance and modern craftsmanship of the Xiong Palace, creating an enchanting ambience. Particularly striking was the six-sided Tibetan drum hanging above, which evoked a sacred atmosphere, leaving everyone in awe. At that moment, Xiao Tianhao was engaged in conversation with a slightly overweight man sporting a receding hairline, who turned out to be Wei Zonglin, the vice president of the Industrial and Commercial Bank. He was indeed a prominent figure. Previously, Xiao Tianhao had to bow his head in deference before him, but now, the tides had turned. The entire circle was aware that Xiao Tianhao had recently struck it rich. From stock trading to hoarding Maotai liquor, he had amassed millions, elevating his status and popularity within the community. Old Xiao, it seems you finally made it. I've heard you've hoarded quite a stash of Maotai and hit the jackpot. Did you receive guidance from some expert? It's rather inconsiderate of you not to introduce me. You're absolutely right. Tonight, I have a distinguished guest opening an account at your bank. So don't say I didn't look out for you, Xiao Tianhao declared, his chest puffed with pride. Now he could stand tall in front of Wei Zonglin, and that feeling was exhilarating. Wei Zonglin, upon hearing this, was visibly excited. Just as he was about to ask a few questions, a taxi slowly came to a stop nearby. Yi Chen emerged from the vehicle and paid the fare. The arrival of the taxi instantly drew the attention of everyone present. In a place filled with luxury cars, a taxi seemed utterly out of place. Seeing Yi Chen, Xiao Tianhao's eyes lit up. The main character has arrived. Allow me to greet him, he exclaimed, waving his hand enthusiastically. Wei Zonglin followed, closely behind Xiao Tianhao. But when he realized they were welcoming a young man emerging from a taxi, he was momentarily taken aback, revealing a look of confusion. How could a young man, without even a car, command such attention from Xiao Tianhao? Brother Yi, you've finally made it. Come, let me introduce you. This is Wei Zonglin, the vice president of the Industrial and Commercial Bank in the Northern New District. He can handle everything you mentioned. Xiao Tianhao was incredibly enthusiastic. Just moments ago, he had exuded confidence, but upon seeing Yi Chen, his demeanor shifted to one of utmost humility, as if he were in the presence of a deity. Indeed, that is the attitude and gaze I am referring to. This left Wei Zonglin even more perplexed. Hello, I am Yi Chen. It's a pleasure to meet you. Yi Chen introduced himself without pretense, extending his hand with a smile. Hello, let us discuss this inside, Wei Zonglin replied coolly, keeping his hands behind his back and turning to enter the hotel without shaking hands. This scene left Xiao Tianhao in an awkward position, his brow furrowing in distress. Brother Yi, please don't take offense. This fellow has a peculiar temperament. He has been under a lot of pressure lately, struggling to meet performance targets, so Xiao Tianhao hurriedly explained. No worries. We're here to conduct business. Yi Chen replied with a smile, brushing it off. Relieved, Xiao Tianhao led the way into the hotel. Once they settled at the restaurant, Yi Chen noticed Wei Zonglin on a phone call, his expression far from pleasant. Wei Zonglin cursed vehemently. veins popping as he shouted a few expletives before finally returning to the sofa. A bunch of useless fools. It's been half a year, and they can't even secure 50 million in performance. Afterward, Wei Zonglin angrily slammed his phone down on the table. Vice President Wei, I'd like to inquire about the requirements for opening an unlimited credit card at your bank, Yichen asked. Unlimited? That would be the Centurion card. But it's limited in quantity, Wei Zonglin replied as he took a sip of tea, his demeanor nonchalant. You must deposit 30 million in one go to qualify for the card. Yichen stroked his chin, contemplating for a moment before responding, Oh, that is simpler than I imagined. How about this? I'll deposit a round sum of 100 million. Please assist me in obtaining a card tomorrow. It seems that as long as one has sufficient funds, conducting banking business is straightforward. Wei Zonglin spat his tea out in shock. Deposit. How much? 100 million. Yichen repeated calmly. Heh. Wei Zonglin suddenly scoffed, shooting a questioning glance at Xiao Tianhao. Old Xiao, can you rein in your friend's habit of boasting? This young man, dressed so modestly and without even a car, hails a taxi and casually claims he LL deposit 100 million? Who would believe that? Boast. I'll show you who's boasting. Xiao Tianhao and Appo's expression darkened, and he fiercely retorted, You dare mock my brother again? Xiao Tianhao's face flushed with anger, looking genuinely enraged. Wei Zonglin, I'm giving you a chance only because you've helped me in the past. Don't squander it. Have you not changed your narrow-mindedness? A true fortune stands before you, and you treat him with such disdain. Enough from now on. Let us cease our communication. Brother Yi, I apologize. I misjudged the situation. Xiao Tianhao said, his fury unabated. I don't care about any of this, Yichen interjected. Vice President Wei, let us focus on business. I plan to open an unlimited credit card at your bank tomorrow, depositing 100 million, with an additional 50 million to come. Yichen waved his hand dismissively, not allowing the matter to linger. Chapter 43, Doubling the Leverage. In truth, it was not merely Leaf Chen's magnanimity. When his capital surpassed 100 million, he suddenly comprehended a profound truth. Others' opinions were inconsequential, as long as the individual in question did not covet his wealth. At the height he now occupied, the words he heard would naturally be filtered. The time spent squabbling with others could have been invested in earning substantial sums. Once the money was made, delivering a resounding slap to the face of those who doubted him would be truly exhilarating. At this moment, after finishing his words, Leaf Chun took out his phone. Upon revealing his balance, Wei Zonglin's eyes widened in disbelief. I must punish myself with 3 cups for my rudeness. Mr. Leaf, I was blind to your worth. My vision was indeed limited. Gaining your trust is a tremendous honor. After regaining his composure, Wei Zonglin hurriedly stood and poured himself 3 glasses of liquor. With a deep sigh, he drank them down with great fervor, brimming with sincerity. He admitted that he had truly misjudged the situation. Who would have thought that a youth stepping out of taxi was, in fact, a billionaire? Family, where can one even begin to reason with this? No, I do not trust you. I simply find it too tedious to seek out other banks. Leaf Chun indifferently picked up a piece of cake, took a bite, and remarked coolly, Can this card be processed? Of course it can be processed. It must be processed. Tomorrow morning, I will have the card registered and activated for you. The Centurion Gold Card. Wei Zonglin thumped his chest in assurance, feeling profoundly ashamed. Old Wei, to speak frankly, the reason I have amassed such wealth is due to the remarkable individual behind me, my brother Leaf Chun. Are you aware of the recent property developments in the northern New City? When it was still a derelict project, my brother invested 7 million to purchase over 100 units, and it skyrocketed in value. Now you understand the prowess of my brother, right? This news has already spread throughout the circle. You can't possibly not have heard. At this moment, Xiao Tianhao proudly interjected from the side, as if boasting of his own achievements. Upon hearing this, Wei Zonglin was utterly astonished, his scalp tingling with shock. His gaze toward Leaf Chun shifted dramatically once more. Just a few minutes had passed, and this Leaf Chun had already delivered a series of shocks to the vice president. Building God, what an honor. To meet the real building God is a privilege indeed. I never imagined that the rumored deity of Tianhai real estate would be none other than Brother Leaf. Brother Leaf, allow me to punish myself with another drink, and please forgive my earlier ignorance. Wei Zhonglin was utterly moved, overwhelmed by the revelation. He quickly stood and drank another cup. Let's head inside. General Zheng and General Wang are waiting for us. It is the perfect opportunity for us to sit down and discuss business. Wei Zhonglin's sudden change in demeanor relieved Xiao Tianhao, who discreetly observed Leaf Chen's expression. However, Leaf Chen's face remained as calm as a tranquil lake, revealing no signs of fluctuation. Vice President Wei, there is no need for such formality. To be honest, I have another matter for which I seek your assistance. Leaf Chen smiled, raising his glass in a gentle toast. Mr. Leaf, please do share. As long as it falls within my capabilities, I shall do my utmost. To be candid, our bank in Oppos, old president is nearing retirement and has just recommended me for promotion, but my performance leaves much to be desired. As you heard during my phone call, my results have been stagnant for some time, which is greatly affecting my prospects. At this critical juncture, if Mr. Leaf could deposit funds with me, it would truly be a timely boon, akin to a ray of sunshine in a snowstorm. Wei Zhonglin was taken aback, hastily raising his glass to clink with Leaf Chen's, and both men downed their drinks in a display of masculine camaraderie. Wei Zhonglin's expression was one of eager anticipation, yet he was also incredibly anxious, fearing that Leaf Chen might reconsider due to his earlier rude demeanor. If such a substantial amount of funds were to flow into the bank, his promotion would be practically assured. Now, he felt immense regret for not having exercised more patience earlier. He should have realized that someone who commanded such respect from Xiao Tianhao surely had an extraordinary background. Let's not dwell on past grievances. I am not so petty. I am prepared to deposit 150 million, but in the coming days, this may very well double. Therefore, I hope Vice President Wei can assist me with the collateral for this venture. With that, Leaf Chen clearly articulated his request. Brother, which stock have you set your sights on that you are willing to invest so heavily? Upon learning that Leaf Chen intended to invest in stocks and required 2 professional traders, Wei Zhonglin inquired with great curiosity. It is not a particularly sensational stock. To be precise, it is crude oil. Moreover, I intend to make a sizable play. Given this amount, how much leverage can I achieve? Leaf Chen casually reclined in his chair, speaking with a nonchalant demeanor. Upon hearing the term leverage, Wei Zhonglin gasped. At this moment, he finally grasped why the other party was injecting such a significant amount into the bank and seeking him out. It was for leveraged trading in stocks. Leveraged stocks not only required a special trading security, namely an unlimited credit account, but also necessitated the signing of a leverage agreement, with collateral deposited through their bank. Wei Zhonglin fell silent, for the other party was engaging in a high-stakes gamble. Leveraged trading could lead to substantial profits, potentially doubling or even multiplying the capital several times over. However, should the gamble fail, the invested funds would vanish into thin air. If the other party succeeded, their bank would essentially acquire a super client, and Wei Zhonglin and Oppos, as promotion to president would be unstoppable. After all, performance was what mattered most. Yet, should the gamble fail, he would find himself having expended considerable effort for naught. Noticing Wei Zhonglin's hesitation, Leaf Chen's patience wore thin. He cast a cold glance at his watch. He resolved to grant the other party merely 1 minute to contemplate. 40 seconds had already elapsed. If the other party wavered, it would indicate that he was solely focused on profit, unwilling to take risks. In such a case, further discussions would be entirely unnecessary. Finally, at 50 seconds, Wei Zhonglin, filled with trepidation, spoke up. Mr. Leaf, this matter is not an issue. I can manage it. However, even if you wish to engage in leverage trading, crude oil may not be the best choice. Unless there is war or a significant disaster internationally, it typically does not experience substantial fluctuations. I genuinely fear you may lose everything. Leaf Chen remained silent, disinterested in responding. He possessed his own confidence in this matter and felt no need to elaborate further. Old Wei, that is not for you to worry about. If any unforeseen complications arise, I will introduce you to several savings clients. Rest assured, you won't be left empty-handed. Xiao Tianhao also earnestly assured him. Chapter 44. The Harmful Female Streamer. Old Xiao, you really underestimate me. Wei Zhonglin. Upon finishing his words, Wei Zonglin appeared wronged, feeling deeply aggrieved, and stood up abruptly. Yes, I admit I just offended Brother Yi. If Mr. Yi still holds a grudge, then I shall continue to apologize until you are satisfied, and this matter can be put to rest. As he spoke, Wei Zonglin lifted the bottle of wine, preparing to down it in one go. President Wei, please don't do that. It's harmful to your health and not worth it. Yi Chun, quick-witted, immediately stood up and grasped the man's arm with a smile, persuading him gently. Is that so? Have I become someone who only seeks profit in your eyes? Wei Zonglin glared at Xiao Tianhao after speaking, but the wine bottle had already been snatched away by Yi Chun. Sigh, Brother Yi, I genuinely worry. The risk in crude oil is too great. Although the fluctuations are minor, your investment is substantial, and a single wave could wipe it out. Wei Zonglin explained, asserting his voice on the matter of crude oil data changes purely out of goodwill. It's a misunderstanding, all a misunderstanding. President Wei, I have my measures in this. Just help me find 2 professionals to assist with the operations, Yi Chun replied, having also misunderstood the situation. Are you really going to buy? Seeing Yi Chun's determination, Wei Zonglin inquired once more. Yi Chun nodded vigorously. You too? Wei Zonglin's gaze shifted to Xiao Tianhao, curious. Invest as much as I have, but no leverage. I'll only profit what I can afford. Xiao Tianhao declared, brimming with pride. All right, you're the big shots. I can't sway you. When you lose money, I'll be here to add insult to injury. Wei Zonglin retorted, glaring at Xiao Tianhao, then shaking his head in frustration as he took a sip from his glass. Hey, it's a misunderstanding, Old Wei, don't be so pretentious. In our eyes, you are the future president. I'm counting on your assent to borrow some of your glory. Xiao Tianhao quickly moved closer, raising his glass in a toast. Yi Chen, Simiding, lifted his glass and jested, President Wei, when we both lose everything, feel free to mock us. We'll humbly listen to your teachings. The 3 men erupted into laughter, lightening the atmosphere. The unpleasantness from earlier dissipated amidst their jovial toasts. At that moment, at the entrance of the hotel, a woman donned in a long black slit dress, clutching an LV bag, strode in. Her heavy makeup and tied-up hair suggested some allure, though the air of worldliness around her seemed out of place in the opulent setting. As she admired the grandeur of the lobby, her face lit with novelty, she exclaimed, My goodness, this is so upscale. I've never been to such a high-end hotel restaurant before. With that, she whipped out her phone and began snapping selfies. Surrounding patrons cast disdainful glances, but chose to ignore her. Family, who understands? Here I am at the city's finest Shangri-La hotel, and for today's gala, I specifically changed into evening wear. I dare not make a sound while walking, lest I disturb the ambience. She ranted, only to find 3 bumpkins drinking and boasting in a lobby, which she deemed a disruption to the atmosphere. As she recorded a video for her social media, she began to critique, ostentatiously displaying her taste. The 3 bumpkins she referred to were none other than Yi Chun, Xiao Tianhao, and their companions. Once she uploaded the video, comments flowed in swiftly. Wow, Ping Ping is at the Shangri-La Hotel. I've heard the prices there are outrageous. A dinner could cost tens of thousands. Oh, isn't this the beauty streamer, Missin Ping Ping, who is known for exploiting rich men until they're destitute. Hey, now she is dining at Shangri-La. Which poor sap did you con into this? Didn't she once drive a public servant to lose his job, get divorced, and rack up high-interest debts? Is that true? Look, the money this streamer spends is your hard-earned cash. What a wretched vixen. Despite the negative comments from her detractors, and Ping Ping remained unfazed, reveling in the admiration of her video. However, her expression soon shifted as she spotted a familiar face in the footage. Yi Chun. He was one of the 3 raucous bumpkins in the lobby. With a cold smirk, she approached him disdainfully. As Yi Chun chatted with Wei Zonglin, he glanced up just in time to see Ping Ping striding toward him. Instantly, his expression turned frosty. And Ping Ping was the very streamer who had caused his family's ruin and his own downfall. In his previous life, he had met her in person twice. And once he lost all his money, he was blocked by her. That moment of being blocked had driven him to the brink of suicide. To his astonishment, he encountered her here. Yet, Yi Chun found himself utterly disinterested in her now. Having been reborn with the ability to foresee events, his destiny had transformed dramatically. In his past life, he had been a worthless scoundrel, selling houses, abusing his wife, and spending money on female streamers. But now he stood as a dignified billionaire. Indeed, it's you, Yi Chun, the pathetic loser. I've heard you frequently deceive your family and wife to gamble, all for the sake of becoming my top supporter. How pitiful. Lacking the means, yet you pretend to be grand. Have you looked in a mirror? Do you think you're worthy? Even if you spent $1 million, I wouldn't be with you. And Ping Ping scoffed, recalling how she had spent countless nights ensnaring him, only to be told days ago that he was broke. Seeing him reveling in lavish meals irked her. Yi Chun merely cast a fleeting glance at her, choosing to ignore her taunts. Had he just been reborn, he might have slapped her in fury, but now it was unnecessary. Such a lowly person wasn't worth his time, and he wished to avoid any entanglements. Fearful of misunderstandings with Mei Yun, seeing Yi Chun's silence only emboldened and Ping Ping, and her volume rose. Oh, Yi Chun, what are you pretending to be calm for? You, a poor wretch, dare to dine here? I suspect you snuck in. How could someone of your lowly status possibly enter such a prestigious establishment? Many passers-by turned to witness the spectacle. Didn't you just come in too, lowly girl? Yi Chun finally retorted nonchalantly. Chapter 45. The stock god Zhang Liang, what a joke. I came here openly and honestly, unlike you, lurking around like a pauper. Clearly, we operate on different levels. And Ping Ping remarked, her hands on her hips, laughter nearly spilling from her eyes. Miss, I urge you to be mindful of your words. Wei Zonglin interjected, his irritation palpable. Yi Chun is my friend and a valued client. As for the paupers you speak of, we have none here. We do, however, have a billionaire, and that would be the very person you deride. He frowned, his disdain for such women evident. Oh really? Him? A billionaire? Look at you two, pretending to be high society. Don't be fooled by him. And Ping Ping retorted, her voice lowered, but her sarcasm unabated as she noticed Wei Zonglin's icy demeanor. Ping Ping, what's going on? What happened? Just then, a sharply dressed man with slick-back hair approached. His voice was rich and magnetic, and he wrapped an arm around in Ping Ping's waist. My dear, it's nothing. Just running into an acquaintance, he said, his presence instantly shifting in Ping Ping's demeanor to one of admiration. Ah, glad to hear it. The man then spotted Wei Zonglin and exclaimed, President Wei, what a surprise to see you here. Wei Zonglin turned to face him, equally taken aback. Zhang Zong, what a coincidence. I was here discussing business with a few colleagues and didn't expect to run into you. So the illustrious stock god, do you have time to join us for a drink? Wei Zonglin extended a warm invitation. Recognizing Zhang Liang as a prominent figure in the stock market who had amassed millions in just 3 years through 2 exceptional stocks. His wealth had reportedly soared to 300 million, although it was unclear if he had ventured into other industries. Zhang Liang glanced at Yi Chun and Xiao Tianhao, his expression cooling as he assessed their unfamiliarity. Clearly, he had no intention of wasting time with these unknowns. Let us not chat outside. Let's head in. President Zheng and President Wang are already inside, he suggested coldly. Wei Zonglin, eager to include his companions, turned to Yi Chun and Xiao Tianhao with an enthusiastic invitation. Brothers, why don't you join us? We're all friends here, and it's beneficial to know one another. Very well, Yi Chun nodded, rising alongside Wei Zonglin, with Xiao Tianhao following suit. Zhang Liang ignored them, continuing his conversation with Wei Zonglin as they all proceeded into the banquet hall. Inside, the opulence was evident. The carpet was woven from a rare deer hide, soft underfoot. Many affluent individuals were engaged in lively conversation, discussing business and finance, while the women encircling them were strikingly youthful and beautiful, chatting about jewelry and cosmetics. The gentlemen in attendance were predominantly middle-aged or older, with Yi Chun being the youngest, followed closely by Xiao Tianhao and Zhang Liang, who, despite nearing 40, was a standout in his accomplishments. As Zhang Liang entered, the crowd immediately rallied around him. The stock god graces us with his presence. Zhang Zong, your recent ventures have been shrouded in mystery. I hear you've made quite a profit, they exclaimed, showering him with admiration. Please, no need to flatter me. My modest gains are merely luck. Zhang Liang responded humbly, engaging in light-hearted banter with the executives. President Wei is here as well. Tonight truly brings together the heroes of our time, declared President Zheng of a logistics conglomerate excitedly. These two beside you, they must be your trusted subordinates, right? To accompany you here signifies their importance, chimed in President Wang from a local dining group, directing his gaze at Yi Chun and Xiao Tianhao. Wei Zhonglin's eyebrows twitched at the mention, glancing at Yi Chun, anxious about his reaction. Yet, Yi Chun remained unperturbed. I simply hadn't the chance to introduce you. This is Xiao Tianhao, previously in the loan business, Wei Zhonglin said, noting the flicker of disdain that crossed the executives' faces. The loan industry often bore a negative reputation, making it difficult to integrate with the elite of finance. Sensing the atmosphere, Wei Zhonglin quickly added, recently, Xiao has successfully transitioned. In just one day, trading high-tion group stocks, he netted 600,000. He also hoarded 1,000 bottles of Maotai before it sold out. Old Xiao, how much did you make from that venture? About several million. Nothing noteworthy, Xiao Tianhao replied, fully aware of Wei Zhonglin's intent to elevate his status. The executives' attitudes shifted dramatically upon learning of Xiao Tianhao's success, their previous disdain replaced with eager smiles as they sought connections with him, hoping to glean insights from his newfound wealth. My goodness, it's you, Xiao Zong. I heard rumors you were the one hoarding Maotai and profiting effortlessly, an executive exclaimed, astonished. Yes, during High Tion's downturn, you seized the opportunity to purchase shares that soar the next day. Truly remarkable. Another added, showering Xiao Tianhao with accolades. Xiao Tianhao recognized the insincerity behind their flattery, but maintained a humble demeanor in response. And now, allow me to introduce this gentleman, Yi Chun. I must highlight him to everyone. Upon mentioning Yi Chun, Wei Zhonglin's expression turned solemn, embodying a sense of gravity. At that moment, and Ping suddenly let out a cold laugh, rising with an air of sarcasm. She declared, hold on, allow me the honor of introducing this individual to everyone. There is no one who understands him better than I do. Chapter 46, Provoking the Stock God, Preparing Leverage Funds, the greater the storm, the pricier the fish. Zhang Liang cast a fleeting glance at Yi Chun, his expression impassive, offering no words. His tacit acceptance emboldened and Ping, who grew increasingly audacious. Ladies and gentlemen, this individual named Yi Chun was once a mere public servant, who later succumbed to the temptations of gambling, losing everything and deceiving his own relatives. Please, keep your eyes wide open and do not be fooled by his pretense of respectability. It's a mystery how he even managed to infiltrate our circle. He is nothing but a pathetic loser, a domestic abuser. If you ever associate with him, the first thing he will do is ask you for money. Mr. Wei, you are a person of stature. It would be wise to distance yourself from such a lowly character, lest you tarnish your reputation. And Ping's voice dripped with malice, her demeanor haughty as she trampled on Yi Chun's dignity. As her words hung in the air, all eyes turned to Yi Chun, filled with shock and disdain. After all, and Ping was Zhang Liang's companion. Surely she wouldn't make unfounded accusations against someone without cause. Thus, murmurs of speculation began to circulate among the crowd. However, Wei Zhonglin harbored no belief in her claims. Only he recognized that Yi Chun was a self-made billionaire who had turned his fortunes around against all odds. Yet, Yi Chun slowly raised his head, fixing his gaze on Ping, and calmly replied, you are indeed correct. I'm a gambler, a loser. Absolutely right. But how do you know this about me? What is our relationship, and what is your profession? I believe everyone here would be quite interested in hearing your answer. As Yi Chun and Oppo's words fell, and Ping and Oppo's triumphant smile vanished in an instant. The crowd's attention indeed shifted to her, and her complexion paled, cold sweat beading on her forehead as her face flushed red. She was, after all, a mere entertainment streamer, essentially a performer selling her allure, a role that lacked dignity in this corporate realm. Her proximity to a figure like Zhang Liang was a privilege granted by her looks. I. And Ping stammered, rendered speechless and unsure how to respond. At that moment, Zhang Liang, with an air of arrogance, coldly interjected, she is my girlfriend, without a formal occupation. If it must be labeled, she is my personal assistant. As for what relationship you two share, that depends on my consent. If I give a nod, you may consider yourselves acquaintances. If not, you cannot even cast a glance in her direction. Do you understand my words? Zhang Liang's declaration was imposing, imbued with an air of superiority, effectively reducing Yi Chun to a mere insect beneath his heel, devoid of dignity even in front of his woman. This instantly relieved and Ping Ping, who returned to Zhang Liang's side with a look of gratitude. Yi Chun's lips curled into a knowing smile as he replied, Mr. Zhang, your words are amusing, though regrettably, I do not comprehend. I only understand that like attracts like fish with fish, shrimp with shrimp, and turtles with their kind. With this, Xiao Tianhao, who had long harbored disdain for Zhang Liang and Appo's arrogance, erupted into laughter. Ha! Yi, if it's turtles, then say it outright. Why hide it? Ha ha ha. The surrounding executives struggled to contain their laughter, their faces flushed as they fought to suppress their amusement. Yet Zhang Liang and Appo's expression darkened, furious yet restrained, unwilling to lower himself to contend with someone he deemed insignificant. Meanwhile, in Ping Ping and Appo's face flushed with rage. Yi Chen, you are talking nonsense. You are the true turtle. And you, thinking you could associate with someone like Yi Chun, are merely a pathetic wretch. Together, neither of you even measures up to a single toe of Mr. Zhang. And Ping Ping and Appo's sharp retorts, though lacking in grace, served to vent Zhang Liang's frustrations, which he relished. Oh, Mr. Zhang, with such prowess and the title of stock god, do you dare to wager with me? Yi Chun leaned forward, hands resting on the table, his tone provocative. He foresaw the outcome. Zhang Liang was indeed a fortunate individual, having evaded numerous hardships and amassed wealth. Yet, his luck had been misallocated. While financially prosperous, his romantic affairs were fraught with peril, ultimately leading to his downfall. Indeed, Zhang Liang and Appo's numerous affairs would eventually incite his wife's vengeance, resulting in his ruin. Had Yi Chun not initiated this challenge, Zhang Liang would have found himself embroiled in a bet with another, likely leading to significant losses and a precarious situation for his company. Thus, he would have recklessly gambled everything on a stock that would only soar 3 years later, culminating in his bankruptcy and the loss of all assets, leaving him disgraced and possibly imprisoned. Bet with you? What level are you on? In this realm, who does not know the name of Zhang Liang, the stock god? You think you can play with me? Zhang Liang's fury erupted, pointing an accusatory finger at Yi Chun. The surrounding executives wore forced smiles, displaying a facade of fear. Yi Chun, I could crush you with a mere finger 1,000 times over. What you possess to challenge me? Out of respect for your youth and vigor, I will extend a courtesy to Mr. Wei. Apologize to my woman and leave at once. Do not obstruct my sight, or I shall have you thrown out. Zhang Liang's gaze was icy as he regarded Yi Chun, and Ping Ping, arms crossed, wore an exaggerated smile, reveling in her perceived superiority alongside a powerful man. I must speak on behalf of my brother Yi. Wei Zonlin stood, seriousness etched upon his face. Mr. Zhang, have you heard about the recent stocks of Haidan Group? Among the only 2 individuals profiting, one is Xiao Tianhao, and the other is him. With the sudden surge of Mao Tai, brother Yi had stockpiled in advance, securing a substantial profit. Xiao has mentioned that his success is largely attributed to brother Yi. At this, shock rippled through the crowd. Zhang Liang's brow furrowed, shock coursing through him as he regarded Yi Chun with newfound wariness. During the turmoil at Haitan Group, he too had invested but had chosen poorly, suffering significant losses. Why was Yi Chun able to succeed? Zhang Liang's mind whirled with confusion. This waste of space must have simply stumbled upon luck. But if it happened once, it cannot be deemed skillful twice. Ah, so you have gained some notoriety. Young man, you possess some talent, but do not be too ostentatious. Otherwise, how can we seasoned veterans assist your rise? Zhang Liang's tone dripped with sarcasm, masquerading as praise while belittling Yi Chun. Chapter 47. Compare wealth with me, and I shall crush you. Zhang Liang's gaze was fixed on Yi Chun, his eyes brimming with mockery and derision. He had long established his reputation as an acclaimed financial guru, a deity in the stock market. As a man, he could not afford to lose face in such a setting, especially in front of his woman. He had to stand firm and exude confidence. Now, facing the rising star Yi Chun, the atmosphere crackled with tension, as if a fierce blaze were on the verge of erupting. The forthcoming encounter would reveal how Yi Chun would respond. "Mr. Zhang, your words are miscalculated," Yi Chun replied with a smile, his tone nonchalant. "In the realm of finance, age does not equate to success. If that were the case, my grandfather, great-grandfather, and ancestors, if alive today, would have walked into the stock market and easily become the world's richest individuals. Are you insinuating that our generation is inferior to the elderly in nursing homes?" Yi Chen's remark struck like a resounding slap across Zhang Liang's face, reverberating with authority. Upon hearing this, Zhang Liang narrowed his eyes slightly, gritting his teeth as he uttered, "Young man, do not let your arrogance overtake you." His expression remained somewhat unchanged, yet an unsettling chill could be felt emanating from his gaze. His voice dropped, casting a pall over the atmosphere. Is being unyielding not a trait of youth? Yi Chen met him head-on without flinching. "Ha ha, you possess quite the audacity. It has been ages since anyone dared to act so brazenly before me. I find myself beginning to admire you. This new contender is indeed audacious. Even more so than I was at the onset of my fame." Zhang Liang and Amp. Oppo's voice sharpened, resembling the eerie calm before a storm, a harbinger of danger, like a leopard poised to pounce. The surrounding executives gasped in astonishment, rendered speechless. They secretly admired Yi Chen's boldness for daring to confront Zhang Liang so directly. It was audacious, yet no one dared to express it openly. After all, offending either of these financial titans would be a grave miscalculation. It was wiser to observe from a distance. Yi Chen settled back into his seat, lighting a cigarette as he inhaled deeply. "What is this black horse nonsense? You and I merely understand the art of making money. I must commend Mr. Zhang for his unique taste in women, in your youthful vigor. You resort to flaunting your age for a rather cheap price. Suddenly, I find you, the so-called stock god, rather ordinary. Yi Chen, whom you dare call cheap?" Zhang Liang's temper flared as he shouted, "I dare you to utter another word." Yi Chen glanced at him coolly and retorted, "Oh, I forgot to mention that your woman was once an entertainment host. To meet her top supporter offline, all it took was a mere gift worth 3,000. If one wishes to engage further, a few more gifts will suffice to call you daddy. By comparison, it seems you, as her husband, are not worth much. I once held you in high regard, but alas, your taste is woefully lacking. This is our third encounter. The last was at Chunnan Hotel." Yi Chun punctuated his words with a final, cutting remark. In an instant, the executives exchanged horrified glances, their shock palpable. Yi Chun had brazenly implied that Zhang Liang's woman was merely a plaything, and he dared to insult Zhang Liang in such a manner. Was he mad or simply reckless? "You speak nonsense, Yi Chun. You can't have me, so you seek to destroy me, you pathetic loser." And Ping Ping, infuriated and embarrassed, hurled insults. Zhang Liang inhaled deeply, contemplating. What a sharp-tongued brat. But what does mere eloquence amount to? Everything must be proven through strength. He laughed maniacally. Wei Zonglin, sensing Zhang Liang's fury, interjected, "Mr. Zhang, there is no need to take this matter too seriously. Brother Yi, if you wish to avoid trouble, keep your mouth shut and watch." Zhang Liang slammed his hand on the table, sending wine glasses crashing to the floor. He pointed a jade-ringed finger at Yi Chun. "Earlier, you expressed a desire to play. Very well. With 42 minutes until the market opens, let us each select a stock and see whose gains surpass the other's. I shall see whether this brash newcomer can outshine me, the seasoned veteran." Zhang Liang's eyes blazed with intensity, as if possessed. This evening, he could not leave without making an example of Yi Chen. The respect of his peers in the business community was at stake. The reputation of the stock god could not be tarnished. Wei Zonglin sighed, observing Zhang Liang's seriousness. "Brother Yi, this might become troublesome." While Yi Chun had recently emerged as a dark horse, he could not possibly match the seasoned Zhang Liang, who had dominated the stock market for years. The odds were simply not in his favor. "All right, Mr. Zhang, let the games begin. However, merely playing without stakes seems rather dull. How about we raise the wager?" Yi Chun, crossing his legs, spoke casually, observing Zhang Liang's darkening expression. His words detonated like a bomb among the crowd. Provocation was one thing, Challenging him to raise the stakes was another entirely. This was madness. Yi Chen narrowed his eyes, showing no fear of Zhang Liang. Indeed, he was deliberately inciting Zhang Liang's ire. While everyone around feared Zhang Liang, Yi Chen remained undaunted. To put it plainly, Zhang Liang had survived this long due to sheer luck. At this stage, Zhang Liang should ideally be tempering his ambitions and developing quietly. Yet, his nature was that of a sword unsheathed. He had waited too long to retract it. Tonight marked the beginning of the stock god's downfall. From this evening onward, he would embark on a path of ruin, destined to lose everything. Ha 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 ha. Yi Chen, you are quite the audacious young man. Zhang Liang, witnessing Yi Chen's defiance, felt a mix of rage and amusement. No one has ever dared to speak to me in such a manner. Name your stakes. Yi Chen raised his gaze, nonchalantly stating, let us raise it to 30 million. I fear you may not be able to handle more than that. Upon hearing Yi Chen's brazen challenge, Zhang Liang, despite his attempts to control his fury, erupted. Damn it, you think you're giving me face? 30 million? Who do you think you're looking down upon? 50 million. If it's not that amount, get lost. He promptly produced a pen and paper, writing a check, which he handed away Zonglin for validation. The check was ready for immediate withdrawal. Kid, it's your turn now. Bring forth your capital. Don't rely solely on your tongue. Comparing wealth with me? I shall crush you. Zhang Liang leaned back in his chair, a sinister smile gracing his lips. And Ping Ping gazed at the $50 million check, her mouth nearly watering. She knew Zhang Liang was affluent, but she had no idea he was this wealthy. Chapter 48. The turmoil induced by a ring. 50 million. And Ping Ping was nearly overcome with envy. This was a figure beyond her wildest imagination. She immediately began to act coy, leaning into Zhang Liang's embrace. Yi Chen shifted back slightly, casually producing the ring he had received from Han Tianzhong, placing it on the table. This ring would soon be worth over 100 million. Even now, it could fetch around 60 million. My bargaining chip exceeds yours by 10 million. You own a hotel in Tianhong district, correct? That should cover the difference. Yi Chen smiled faintly as he spoke. Upon hearing this, Zhang Liang's face twisted into a sneer. A mere broken ring, valued at 50 to 60 million. It might reach $1 billion in the future. Was this not the ramblings of a madman? A pauper remains a pauper, and even his boasts resonate with a sense of desperation. Treating trash as treasure is simply laughable. And Ping Ping seized the moment to mock him. This broken ring, worth $1 billion? You should refrain from showing off. Even a fraction of my Zhang's assets could buy your life. Zhang Liang erupted into laughter. Haha, everyone sees it, right? It's not that I don't want to engage with him. It's simply that this fellow is too impoverished to play along. His claims of being a dark horse are laughable. He has more of a dark fool. Yi Chen, if you're in need of money, just say the word. Bark like a dog before me, and I'll give you 100,000 for each bark. As these words left his mouth, others joined in the laughter. A close associate of Zhang Liang and Amp, Oppos, roared with laughter, particularly loud. Yi Chen crossed his arms, pointing at the ring, and calmly stated, this ring belonged to the Ming Dynasty's Emperor Hongwu. Just a few days ago, it was indeed valued at around 20 million. However, those with expertise will recognize the significance of this ring. It was nearly classified as a cultural relic, and if auctioned, would fetch between 60 to 70 million today. If you doubt it, consult an expert for authentication. Initially, there was a moment of silence. Then, a wave of raucous laughter erupted. Some executives laughed so hard they clutched their stomachs, tears streaming down their faces. Two beautiful women nearly laughed themselves into a fit. Lao Wei, it seems you and Oppos, V misjudged this so-called dark horse, haha. Clearly, Missin and Oppos. Words hold some truth. This lad might indeed be a pauper, just released from a mental institution. Perhaps not, though. Antiques are easily misjudged, and I suspect Brother Yi has been swindled by someone. It must be so. Just last month, a classmate of mine spent over 7 million on a painting, only to find a phantom of Ultraman hidden within the mountains of the landscape. He is still weeping at home, surrounding individuals engaged in mockery and speculation. And Ping Ping shook her head, gazing at Yi Chen with pity, and coldly remarked, Yi Chen, I never anticipated that the harm I inflicted upon you would lead to such madness, causing you to speak nonsense. Alas, reality is cruel. You, a mere nobody, cannot constantly fantasize about being with someone like me, a goddess of a different world. With that, and Ping Ping produced 100 yuan from her bag, disdainfully tossing it at Yi Chun. Here, take this. It's pity money for your cab fare. Don't weep on your way home. Zhang Liang, witnessing this, burst into laughter as he settled back onto the sofa. At that moment, he had completely lost interest in Yi Chun. Initially, he thought there might be some substance to Yi Chun, only to discover he was merely a lunatic. What a misjudgment. He nearly fell for it. While everyone else derided Yi Chun, only Xiao Tianhao stood by, astonished. He was not disbelieving. Rather, he was astounded. He had not expected that Yi Chun possessed knowledge of antiques, and seemingly had profited handsomely. What had he missed during this time? Since the Haitian stock incident, Yi Chun had transformed, akin to bamboo shoots after a rainstorm, rising uncontrollably. In just a few days, his worth had soared from millions to tens of millions. After a month, he was already a billionaire. The ring he casually produced was such a formidable artifact. This was simply terrifying. Wei Zonglin cleared his throat. Though he did not mock, his expression remained uneasy, feeling the awkwardness of the situation. He raised his head, glancing at Yi Chun with a hint of guilt. Yet, Yi Chun remained calm and collected, showing no sign of trepidation. Wei Zonglin's thoughts shifted as he focused on an elderly man in the crowd who was intently observing the ring on the table. Master Zhu, you are our city's esteemed second-grade appraiser. Would you mind taking a look and assessing the value of this ring? After pondering briefly, Wei Zonglin politely suggested, Indeed, that is precisely my intention. Ever since the young man displayed the ring, I have been eager to examine it. May I see the ring? Master Zhu stepped forward, pointing at the ring on the table, addressing Yi Chun. Yi Chun smiled and, without hesitation, lifted the ring, presenting it to Zhu. The previously composed elder, upon receiving the ring, glanced at it and suddenly his eyes widened, his expression grew grave, and his breathing quickened. His aged face flushed with excitement, and his hands, lined with wrinkles, trembled violently. Old sir, please take a cursory glance. Do not take it too seriously. Quickly kick this pauper out. This broken ring was likely purchased at a night market to deceive. This Yi Chun has even fooled his father-in-law and wife. What are you to him? And Ping Ping interjected mockingly, hands on her hips. Nonsense. Who invited your opinion? What do you know? Silence your mouth. Zhu exclaimed angrily, startling and Ping Ping into instinctively closing her mouth. Master Zhu, what do you mean by that? Zhang Liang inquired, frowning, his voice low. The surrounding crowd was equally astonished by Zhu and Amp. Appo's reaction. Regarding Zhang Liang, Zhu and Amp, Appo's demeanor had softened considerably. Taking a deep breath, he solemnly stated, This ring exhibits an ancient patina with exquisite craftsmanship. The entire piece is composed of emerald jade, and the inner band reveals the shadow of a dragon. This is authentic. What is truly astonishing is the significance of this ancient dragon ring. I trust you all are aware of the deep affection between Emperor Hongwu and Empress Ma, who loved each other dearly throughout their lives. After Empress Ma and Appo's passing, Emperor Hongwu was consumed by grief, neglecting food and drink, growing gaunt and despondent, nearly overwhelmed by sorrow. Had it not been for this ring, he likely would not have lived to the age of 71. This ring was crafted by Empress Ma during her lifetime for Emperor Hongwu, embodying his longing for her. Never would I have imagined that such a true dragon ring, one of Emperor Hongwu's 10 treasured burial artifacts, lost for so many years, would be presented before my eyes. Master Zhu was deeply moved, his voice trembling with excitement, stirring a tempest of astonishment among those present. Cautiously, Master Zhu returned the ring to Yi Chun, tentatively inquiring, Yi Zong, would you be interested in parting with this ring? If you are willing to entrust it to me, the minimum price will be no less than 80 million. Yi Chun smiled faintly. We shall discuss this in detail another day. Master Zhu, are you certain this ring is valued at 80 million? Zhang Liang, gritting his teeth, suddenly stood incredulous. Yet, Master Zhu wore a serious expression and assured him, placing his hand on his chest. I guarantee on my personal credibility, it cannot be mistaken. Moreover, the 80 million I mentioned is merely today's market value. Due to the previous lack of information regarding this ring, its value had been significantly diminished. However, once it graces the market, it is estimated to fetch no less than 80 million. Should it encounter a discerning collector, a figure of 100 million might be considered modest. In an instant, Mr. Zhu and Appo's words reverberated like thunder, leaving all who had mocked Yichun utterly speechless, their astonishment palpable. They collectively inhaled sharply, the atmosphere thick with disbelief. Chapter 49. Are you a canine? Fauna gnawing on bones. A ring, inexplicably valued at hundreds of millions, astounding, and Ping Ping was petrified, unable to react for a considerable time. How could she have conceived that Yichun possessed such a precious ring? Had she known, she wouldn't have severed ties and caused such a rift with him. She was consumed with regret. If only she had been more patient and continued to coax this penniless fool into showering her with gifts, she would have soared to success long ago. You, Yichun, you feigned poverty with me. It turns out you're not penniless at all. You deceitful scoundrel. And Ping Ping, enraged, pointed at Yichun and launched into a tirade. None of your concern. Are you daft? Yichun retorted eagerly. You can and Appos. Do you possibly think I and Appos? Do you spend another penny on you? You and Appos, re not worthy. After his frigid rebuke, Yichun disregarded her completely, and Ping Ping, seething with anger, dared not reveal her previous relationship with Yichun and could only grit her teeth and endure. Even Zhang Liang was visibly moved. This wasn't Appos. A matter of mere hundreds of thousands or millions. It was a fortune worth hundreds of millions. He now regarded Yichun with newfound respect. I never imagined you possessed such a treasure. But alas, this ring will soon be mine. Someone, arrange for computers. Zhang Liang sneered, exuding confidence. Mr. Zhang, your stakes are insufficient. Your hotel must also be included. If you're unwilling to part with it, then draft a promissory note. Yichun shrugged, his voice laced with mockery. Laughable. Zhang Liang requires a promissory note? I have enough cash to bury you. The hotel, along with its property, is worth at least 17 million. I'll write you a check now. With a disdainful air, Zhang Liang produced a bank draft, wrote on it, and tossed it onto the table. Zhang Liang was brimming with confidence, viewing Yichun as nothing more than a fool delivering money to him. Stock speculation? In this circle, Zhang Liang had never encountered anyone he feared. He would gladly devour this naive fool and Appos' money, leaving him no chance of escape. Yichun, equally self-assured, sought to extract as much as possible from Zhang Liang before his downfall, bolstering his leverage in crude oil stocks. Securing the 5 million and the hotel would significantly expedite his plans. Previously, Yichun would invariably lose, even against petty gamblers, let alone a prominent figure like Zhang Liang. But now, things were different. With his precognitive abilities, even with his eyes closed, he couldn't lose to Zhang Liang. Earning money had become an innate ability. Soon, 2 high-end laptops were delivered and placed before Yichun and Zhang Liang. This high-stakes gamble, worth a staggering 70 to 80 million, drew the attention of the surrounding tycoons, who watched the confrontation with bated breath. While they were all wealthy, their market valuations paled in comparison to the liquid assets of Yichun and Zhang Liang. Even a fraction of this colossal sum was more than ordinary people could earn in a lifetime. Brother Yi, you're being too impulsive, Wei Zonglin said anxiously, standing beside Yichun. Why choose stocks against Zhang Liang? He and Appos' experienced, talented, and his sixth sense of the stock market is the foundation of his wealth. There's still time to back out. Don't sacrifice your future for the sake of pride. Yichun smiled faintly. Are you worried that I and Appos' lose everything and your performance will suffer? Don and Appos, fret. I and Appos am confident. What nonsense. It and Appos, it's not about performance. I just think you and Appos, retaking too much of a risk. But I can see that once you and Appos, made up your mind, nothing can change it. Wei Zonglin shook his head, smiling wryly. He had tried to dissuade Yichun from trading leveraged crude oil, but Yichun was resolute, ignoring all advice. This stubbornness was likely the source of his recent good fortune. Alas, his overconfidence will only lead to a fall. And if he loses this round, the fall will be devastating. Wei Zong leaned aside, feeling pity for Yi Chun. Just then, Xiao Tianhao approached Yi Chun. "What, you want to dissuade me to?" Yi Chun asked, intrigued. But Xiao Tianhao scoffed, grinning. "No, brother Yi, my God. Why would I tell you to back down? I wish you'd bet even more. I'm just here to see the look on that Zhang's face when he loses. Ha ha. Ah, Tianhao, you understand me best." Yi Chun laughed heartily. "You two are spouting nonsense. You'll be crying later." And Ping Ping, irritated by Yi Chun's smugness, retorted. Xiao Tianhao, who had long disliked her, slammed his hand on the table, veins bulging. "You wretched woman. Stop putting on airs. Just because you found some loser to rely on doesn't mean you can act high and mighty in front of me. Anyone who would want you has terrible taste. This so-called stock god has all this money, but I'll teach him what it means to enjoy life." Xiao Tianhao pulled out his phone and made a call. Soon, a woman in a revealing Chong Sam walked in, her high heels clicking. Her figure was curvaceous, and her skin was fair and smooth. Her features were exquisite, and her height, combined with her perky posterior, was captivating. Even a seasoned tycoon's Kuden and Amp, Oppos, T help but stare. "Here she is, brother Hao." The woman leaned against Xiao Tianhao. Xiao Tianhao, holding the woman, approached Zhang Liang and in Ping Ping, lifting his chin. "Zhang, you and Amp, Oppos, supposed to be someone of importance, but your taste in women is atrocious. Look at your woman, she and Amp, Oppos, is so skinny. Are you a canine? You must like gnawing on bones." Xiao Tianhao boldly embraced the woman, his hands becoming restless. While Xiao Tianhao's actions seemed vulgar, they aroused envy in the so-called gentleman present. "Who wouldn't and Amp, Oppos? Do you want to be intimate with such an exquisite woman?" Alas, they lamented, they were not as free as Xiao Tianhao, the nouveau riche. And Ping Ping's face flushed with shame, feeling utterly humiliated. Her looks were inferior to the woman beside Xiao Tianhao, and she lacked the courage to retort. "You." And Ping Ping pointed at Xiao Tianhao, unable to speak. "What? Get lost. I wouldn't touch a piece of trash like you, even if I were paid," Xiao Tianhao declared. Zhang Liang, now embarrassed, couldn't help but notice how Ping Ping's looks paled in comparison. The more he compared, the less interested he became. Zhang Liang gazed at the woman beside, Xiao Tianhao, smiling courteously. "Miss, I am Oppos. M. Zhang Liang, the CEO of Haotian Group. May I have the pleasure of making your acquaintance?" Zhang Liang's gaze was filled with desire. As per convention, he merely needed to beckon, and any woman familiar with his reputation would rush into his embrace, impossible to deter. The woman before him, though possessing a certain allure, exuded a heavy aura of worldly vice, clearly the type who was easily swayed by the prospect of wealth. Such women could be drawn in with a mere flick of the finger, willingly offering themselves. Zhang Liang licked his lips, filled with exhilaration. Yet, Chapter 50. Frenzied friction. The woman furrowed her brows and said with a playful smirk, "Do you know me?" "Forget it. Looking at your face, I find you unappealing. I can offer you money, a substantial sum." Zhang Liang clenched his teeth, a flicker of anger igniting within him. He had anticipated the woman's outright rejection, prompting him to propose new terms. "Money? Fine. President Xiao gives me 1 million each month. You must offer me 2 million, for I find you distasteful. Should the price be right, I could be in your bed tonight," she declared disdainfully. However, Zhang Liang fell silent. He could not continue, as uttering another word would be a significant blow to his pride. The esteemed stock god, reduced to seeking the company of women through exorbitant payments. Was this not the epitome of foolishness? The woman rolled her eyes further, entwining her arm with Xiao Tianhao's in a gesture of intimacy. Hearing this, Zhang Liang sneered. "Yi Chun, shall we raise the stakes? If I win this round, that woman will accompany me tonight, to do with as I please." Suddenly, Zhang Liang spoke again, adding another demand. His gaze toward the woman radiated a sinister intensity, causing her to shudder involuntarily, gripped by a sense of dread. "What if you lose?" Yi Chun squinted slightly. At that moment, and Ping Ping boldly stepped forward, declaring, "If President Zhang loses, I will go with you." And Ping Ping raised an eyebrow, brimming with provocation. "Ping Ping, you are truly wonderful. Rest assured, if I win, I shall not treat you poorly, Zhang Liang replied, his expression revealing satisfaction. He appreciated a woman who understood the game. Upon hearing this, and Ping Ping became even more exhilarated. Do you dare? Yi Chun, you waste of space. She continued to taunt. I have no interest in such a faded flower. If I win, all I ask is to train you for 3 minutes. Yi Chun responded coolly with a smirk. Very well, it is settled, Zhang Liang exclaimed, his delight palpable as he slapped the table. The time had come for the market to open. This round promised to be exhilarating. Everyone sharpened their focus, filled with anticipation. Yi Chun and Zhang Liang took their positions, their gazes fixed upon their respective computer screens. The stock market fluctuated wildly, a tempest of uncertainty. No one could predict what the next moment would hold, except for Yi Chun. At this moment, his attention had already settled upon a predetermined stock, Blue Gold Corporation. As he opened the shares, his eyes narrowed upon witnessing the downward trajectory of the stock, his confidence soaring. According to his foresight, this stock would initially plummet before experiencing a meteoric rise, ultimately reaching its peak. Unfortunately, after a single transaction, calm returned and no further waves were stirred. Frankly, it lacked significant potential and was not part of Yi Chun's long-term strategy. However, it was perfectly suited for his wager against Zhang Liang. Now, as Blue Gold Corporation approached its limit down, he declared, I choose Blue Gold Corporation, betting on its rise. Yi Chun suddenly lifted his head, speaking with unwavering conviction. As his words echoed, many executives in the financial circle exchanged looks of ridicule. This stock had been dormant for quite some time, stagnant for at least 6 months. The market makers neither manipulated it nor adjusted it, as its performance was dismal. While other stocks surged, this one inevitably fell, a widely acknowledged truth within the circle. Having just endured a severe setback, how could it possibly stage a comeback? In short, Yi Chun's choice seemed utterly insane. The youth today are far too impetuous. Daring to gamble recklessly, they whispered among themselves. It's over. This time, the ring is surely lost. Even brimming with confidence, he remains but a novice. I thought this Yi kid possessed some great talents, but it appears otherwise. Their mockery intensified as expectations plummeted. Such a blind gamble is beyond my imagination. I had anticipated a dark horse, but this has left me utterly disappointed. President Zhang, you need not choose. Simply announce the conclusion. Experience triumphs over youth. What do you have to compare with President Zhang? He has chosen Celestial Group shares, a company renowned for its annual performance within the circle, with an almost guaranteed upward trajectory. Your selection is akin to a stagnant pool. What further competition is necessary? Upon hearing this, Zhang Liang raised an eyebrow, scornfully retorting, Yi Chun is a dark horse, naturally possessing his own unique insight. Hoarding Maotai in advance, and knowing that Haitai Group shares would surge, is this not a divine skill? What if it actually rises? As his words fell, the shares of Blue Gold Corporation plummeted to their limit down. However, Yi Chun was betting on an upward surge. In that moment, it seemed to validate the assumptions of all around him. My goodness, this fellow is truly squandering money. With plenty to spare, he seeks thrills. Alas, once the excitement subsides, the funds will belong to President Zhang. Miracles do occur in the stock market, yet they remain just that, miracles with odds of 1 in a million. It was time to concede, alas. Laughter echoed throughout the room, growing increasingly fervent. The expressions of Wei Zonglin and Xiao Tianhao, once brimming with confidence, now appeared grim. It's risen. It's risen, Wei Zonglin exclaimed, his excitement palpable, veins bulging from his neck. President Wei, your reaction time is far too slow. We all witnessed President Zhang's Celestial Group shares soaring. Yes, we've been watching closely. You're making a fuss over nothing. No. Quickly, look at what brother Yi Chun has chosen. Look now. Wei Zonglin could hardly pay them any mind, his gaze locked on the screen, stammering. Look. As his words rang out, everyone's hearts raced, and they hurried to stand behind Yi Chun, their gazes fixed on the screen. In an instant, all eyes widened. Breath seemed to halt. What an astonishing spectacle. It's truly unimaginable. It's risen. It's really risen. The shares of Blue Gold Corporation chosen by Brother Yi have surged, Look at that massive upward spike. I can't be dreaming. Someone wake me. Oh my heavens. It's soaring, climbing fearlessly. This ferocious rise transformed into tumultuous waves, propelling celestial group shares to the pinnacle of the limit up. From limit down to limit up. It transpired within mere minutes. The results that unfolded were nothing short of a cataclysmic upheaval. Every mouth was agape, breathless in disbelief, unable to fathom the spectacle before their eyes. Zhang Liang and Apos. S face was a canvas of fury, veins bulging, his complexion so dark it seemed it could drip with water. His eyes bloodshot with rage. He seized the computer, pressing his entire face against the screen, yearning to penetrate its depths for clarity. As he beheld the unmistakable surge of the stock limit, his heart raced violently, his breath quivered, and he appeared as though he were seized by a fit. In those fleeting minutes, this meteoric stock had cost him nearly 70 million. 70 million. With that sum, one could easily acquire a lavish Tianfu villa, ranked 6th in the city. Such liquidity could elevate a vagrant to the heights of affluence in an instant. Chapter 51. Commencing the plan. Eve a frenzy. Good heavens. It's a veritable tempest. Hundreds of thousands of contracts halted abruptly. Finally, comprehension dawned, eliciting a collective gasp of astonishment. At this juncture, everyone was jolted into awareness. A primeval leviathan. This epitomized a primeval leviathan. The gazes directed at Yi Chun were no longer tinged with prior disdain or contempt, but rather imbued with fervent admiration. Never in my days have I witnessed such an unorthodox trajectory, utterly devoid of any premonition. Absolutely monstrous. Zhang Liang has undeniably suffered a significant setback. In that instant, Yi Chun appeared to the onlookers as an ethereal being, inspiring profound reverence. Particularly, Wei Zonglin was overcome with elation. He had previously harbored concerns, only to realize they were unfounded. Yi Chun had evidently treated the matter with nonchalance, possessing unwavering confidence in his triumph. It was no wonder he displayed no agitation during the wager, maintaining an air of composure. Numerous magnates even contemplated aligning themselves with Yi Chun. However, upon recollecting their earlier derisive remarks, they were deterred, even with their considerable audacity. They stood there, exchanging perplexed glances, their hearts filled with remorse. What is the provenance of this young man? Did Xiao Tianhao redeem the galaxy in his past life to have befriended such an extraordinary individual? Wei Zonglin mused inwardly, lamenting that if he had recognized Yi Chun before Xiao Tianhao, he too would have ascended to prominence. At that moment, Yi Chun stirred. He extended his hand, nonchalantly retrieving his ring from the table and returning it to his pocket. Subsequently, he seized the bank drafts from Zhang Liang's desk, appropriating them. I appreciate your generous contribution, Mr. Zhang, Yi Chun remarked with a serene countenance, casting a faint smile at Zhang Liang. He then prepared to depart. Hold! Zhang Liang bellowed suddenly. His visage contorted with rage, his complexion flushed crimson. His entire demeanor appeared ferocious. The hotel holdings, amounting to 60 or 70 million, were at stake. Zhang Liang was consumed by homicidal intent. However, he swiftly regained his composure. With so many witnesses present, any retraction will be detrimental to his reputation. Although he was accustomed to domineering behavior, he had numerous adversaries eager to witness his downfall. Even now, some magnates were observing him with predatory eyes, poised to pounce should he overstep. The atmosphere became subdued following his outburst. Zhang Liang, however, regained his composure, wiping away perspiration. At that moment, the oblivious and Ping Ping reached out, tugging at Zhang Liang. Brother Zhang, why did he take the money? That's 50 million. Retrieve it promptly. You promised me a Herm S bag, and 50 million is more than enough for a down payment. Before Ping Ping could finish, Zhang Liang delivered a resounding slap, venting his pent-up fury. Ping Ping emitted a piercing shriek, collapsing to the ground, blood trickling from her mouth and nose. Her recently augmented nose was now askew. Zhang Liang, his face a mask of ferocity, roared, "Silence, you wretched, ill-omened woman. Utter another word, and I and Amp, Oppos, LL break your legs." Ping Ping, clutching her disfigured nose, was too terrified to utter a sound. Your remark reminded me. I won. entitling me to inflict 3 minutes of humiliation upon her, Yi Chun interjected, turning his head with a smile. Zhang Liang, do you object? Or are you perhaps reneging on our agreement? Throughout the first half of the evening, he had been subdued by Zhang Liang and Appos as formidable presence and connections. But now, he had decisively overthrown Zhang Liang, subjecting him to abject defeat. Nonsense. Zhang Liang, never renege. Zhang Liang growled, his peripheral vision catching sight of An Pingping cowering on the ground. A mere glance was enough to terrify her into submission, kneeling upright without any resistance. Very well, 3 minutes of kneeling, and not a moment less, Yi Chun declared with satisfaction before turning to leave. Zhang Liang, resembling a frenzied beast, seized An Pingping by the hair and dragged her away. The onlookers merely shook their heads, surmising that the woman would be subjected to a night of torment, becoming a mere outlet for his rage. At that moment, many in attendance emerged from their stupor, secretly reveling in Zhang Liang's misfortune. They had long harbored resentment toward him, but dared not voice it. Now, Zhang Liang had suffered a devastating blow, losing tens of millions in a single night, potentially jeopardizing his financial stability. After all, Zhang Liang, as a stock market tycoon, had invested the majority of his wealth in stocks, his primary source of prosperity. His financial foundation had been severely compromised. Many hastened to pursue Yi Chun, seeking to forge a connection and secure future opportunities. However, Yi Chun had already departed in a vehicle with Wei Zonglin and others. The following morning, in a lavish office, Yi Chun sat on a sofa, sipping tea, while Xiao Tianhao awaited with anxious anticipation. Yi Chun and Appos' long-awaited crude oil futures venture involved the world in Appos' second-largest oil field. In recent years, the trajectory of crude oil had been controlled by global capital, including the legendary Rothschild family, the Saudi family, and the Walton family. Each entity possessed immeasurable wealth. The Rothschild family, reputedly the foremost, controlled 40% of the global economy. Many national conflicts required their financial assistance, elevating them to a godlike status among merchants. The trajectory of crude oil futures, under the control of these economic titans, had remained relatively stable. Profitability was contingent upon surpassing or closely matching their wealth, an improbable feat. In the presence of these true behemoths, ordinary individuals could only hope to glean minor profits, which could potentially elevate them to the status of the wealthiest in their city or province. The majority of global conglomerates, capital ventures, and families controlled shares in vital resources, making it nearly impossible for ordinary individuals to partake in their prosperity. However, this time, Yi Chun intended to seize an opportunity from the jaws of the tiger. This explained Xiao Tianhao's trepidation and profuse perspiration. The undertaking was exceedingly perilous. At that moment, Wei Zonglin entered, clad in a suit, his demeanor grave. He extended both hands, presenting a centurion card to Yi Chun. Brother Yi, the card has been processed and activated, serving as your savings account. The leverage is also prepared. How much do you intend to invest? Wei Zonglin inhaled deeply, his voice tinged with trepidation. Yi Chun's performance the previous night had been astonishing, solidifying his reputation. His resounding victory, depriving the stock market guru Zhang Liang of over 70 million, coupled with his existing capital and the ever-appreciating ring, had rendered his net worth unfathomable to all. So young and entirely self-made. In Wei Zonglin and Appos' eyes, Yi Chun was an extraordinary prodigy. 210 million in cash, plus the ring as collateral. I wonder how much leverage the bank can provide. Yi Chun remarked with a smile. Wei Zonglin sighed. He had been unable to dissuade Yi Chun from the previous night's wager, let alone this venture. Alas, I know I cannot dissuade you. Therefore, I will endeavor to maximize your potential. The two traders have also arrived. Let us proceed to the adjacent room. Wei Zonglin led Yi Chun and Xiao Tianhao into the neighboring chamber. Two young individuals, one male and one female, had been awaiting their arrival. Upon seeing Yi Chun and the others enter, they all stood up, their faces adorned with expressions of utmost respect. Chapter 52. News headlines, A Storm Approaches. President Wei, the crude oil futures are ready and primed for action. It now depends on how much capital you wish to invest, remarked a young man with utmost respect. Yi Chun, the best I can offer you is a leverage of 20 times. That is the limit of my capabilities. In other words, your principal of 200 million can be leveraged to become a staggering 4 billion. At this moment, Wei Zonglin felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety. This operation involved significant risk. Should Yi Chen's maneuver in crude oil futures falter, even a mere ripple could obliterate that 4 billion. As the deputy president, his career would come to an abrupt end. President Wei, do not fret. Trust in me. The rest is in my hands. Yi Chun smiled, sensing Wei Zonglin's tension, and placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Ah, your few billion is inconsequential. It's you who should be anxious. I remain unperturbed. You young people are far too reckless and audacious. Though Wei Zonglin voiced his concerns, he trembled slightly as he retrieved his cigarette, retreating to the window to smoke. He dare not glance at the stock market. In contrast, Yi Chen approached the couple with an air of calm, presenting them with his card. The winnings from the previous day had been fully deposited, amounting to over 200 million in cash, with a foundational capital of 200 million. Amplified by 20 times leverage, he commanded a total of 4 billion to manipulate. Converting to USD, this equated to approximately $560 million. Such a substantial figure would classify him as a wealthy magnate on the international stage. From here on, follow my lead. Quickly check the recent crude oil prices. Yi Chen commanded. Upon hearing his words, the male and female traders stood momentarily stunned, curiosity igniting regarding Yi Chun's true identity. Wei Zonglin turned back, calmly instructing, "Follow his directives. He is the true master of these funds." Boom! His words crashed like thunder, leaving the trading pair dumbfounded, their heads instinctively tilting in unison. Astonished by the youthful visage before them, he appeared to be under 30, yet possessed 200 million in capital. Not only that, but he also intended to leverage it 20-fold in crude oil futures. Wealth, charisma, and audacity coalesced within this singular man. Even if he bore an unappealing appearance, he would be instantly adorned by countless auras, as if a tenfold filter had been forcibly applied to their vision. The girl, in particular, gazed with eyes wide in wonderment. Wealth is a comprehensive symbol of a man in Oppos, as capability, strength, and status. No woman can resist this truth. Understood, sir. The young man was the first to regain composure, hastily typing on the keyboard to check the crude oil prices. 2 astounded moments before, his mouth had been agape for too long, causing discomfort at the corners. Sir, the recent crude oil price is $29 per barrel, showing minimal fluctuation. The most significant fluctuation occurred in 2019 due to disasters during transportation, which elevated the price to $31 per barrel that month. The youth attentively reported while fixated on the screen. Yi Chun pondered for a moment and then calmly stated, "Based on the current real-time price, use the principal with leverage to make a complete investment." Upon hearing this, the traders' brows furrowed sharply, their hands trembling. Even though they were mentally prepared, hearing it voiced sent shivers through their core. This was $4.6 billion. The young gentleman before them was about to purchase over 17,000 lots, each lot representing 1,000 barrels. Yet, Yi Chen finally relaxed as he observed the back-end orders being placed. Meanwhile, Xiao Tianhao had also invested 30 million shares, his entire available capital. He lacked Yi Chun's recklessness. Even with complete trust in him, he could not bring himself to leverage. He was no Yi Chun, confidence at 100%, but courage at merely 50%. Yi Chen exhaled in relief. Now, it was merely a matter of waiting. He stepped out of the office and ascended to the rooftop of the bank to catch the breeze, contemplating various matters. Xiao Tianhao followed closely behind, clutching a beer. Inside the room, the trading pair, having just experienced a heart-stopping moment, slumped into their chairs, their emotions a whirlpool. The girl wiped the cold sweat from her brow, gasping for air, loosening her shirt buttons, revealing the delicate edge of a lace bra, her bosom a canvas of alabaster. The youth glanced over, swallowing hard before hurriedly redirecting the conversation. "You nearly scared me to death for billion just like that. President, who exactly is that person?" He looked so young, yet possesses 200 million in funds. The youth's face was painted with admiration as he sighed deeply. What a pity. After 560 million exits the market, it won't even cause a ripple in the vast sea of international crude oil. It will quietly be absorbed. Wei Zhonglin turned back, stating coolly who he is. That is inconsequential. If he succeeds, you may call him President Yi. If he fails, simply refer to him as Little Yi. He cracked a dry joke. The girl fell into contemplation, expressing a pessimistic view. I feel the odds are slim. She was well-versed in stocks, considered a standout among her peers in the financial sector, and had a modest reputation within the circle. Her analysis would undoubtedly carry weight. This was the international market. Anyone with a modicum of knowledge understood that without significant events, crude oil futures would not exhibit extreme fluctuations. Suddenly, the young man beside them let out a piercing scream, startling both Wei Zhonglin and the girl. Wei Dong, are you insane? You nearly scared me to death. The girl clutched her racing heart, kicking him lightly in shock. Stop with the theatrics. This is a serious moment. Let us maintain decorum. Wei Zhonglin reprimanded as well. No, President. Something has happened. You need to see this. Check the news headlines. It's trending first. The young man exclaimed, prompting Wei Zhonglin to swiftly draw out his phone, while the girl sneaked a glance as well. Shock. The third largest oil field in the world, the Middle Eastern oil field, has shut down. The oil field has caught fire, and the pipelines have been detonated. High-ranking executives in the Middle East delivered mournful addresses on international media. Moments later, Wei Zhonglin widened his eyes in astonishment, causing his mobile phone to slip from his grasp and crash onto the ground. Chapter 53, The Oil Explosion, Ascending the Capital Hierarchy. Oh, who is it? No, I feel a bit weak in the knees. What else with my mouth? Wei Zhonglin, overwhelmed with excitement, felt his adrenaline surge and slapped himself hard. Show me which contract Yichin bought. Quick. Stuttering, Wei Zhonglin finally managed to articulate his thoughts. The two traders suddenly awakened, their eyes widening as they fixated on the screen. As they witnessed the market trend gradually ascending, they could no longer contain their expressions. In their lifetimes, they had never encountered anything as shocking as this. It's rising, it's up. Brother Yi bought the Middle Eastern oil field contracts. It's gone up by $3 per barrel, and it hasn't stopped. Wei Dong nearly bit his tongue, his eyes bulging, his throat seemingly constricted, pointing at the screen, his lips moving but no sound escaping. In the next moment, he fell from his chair. It's rising, it's skyrocketing, damn it. Wei Dong resembled a child who had just fallen, gasping for breath before bursting into a roar. As for Han Mei, she sat there dumbfounded, her beautiful eyes almost splitting from disbelief. On the screen, oil futures continued to soar. The price had surged from $29 per barrel to $32. The initial investment of $4 billion in oil futures had instantaneously generated over $40 million. Indeed, a staggering profit of over 300 million yuan in a mere instant. And this was just the beginning. At that moment, everyone in the room felt a sense of suffocation. Just then, Yi Chun and Xiao Tianhao returned. When they learned about the skyrocketing oil futures, Xiao Tianhao was equally exhilarated, clutching his computer, his eyes bloodshot, his face radiating excitement, as if he had been injected with adrenaline. Overwhelmed with emotion, he trembled uncontrollably. Regaining his composure, Xiao Tianhao let out a few exclamations. Hurriedly retrieving blood pressure medication from his pocket, swallowing several tablets to avoid fainting. In contrast, Yichin merely cast a cold glance at the screen before taking a seat, his demeanor as calm as a placid lake. According to his foresight, there were countless ways to profit. Betting on oil? This was merely one of them. However, this method of making money was truly violent, yielding swift and substantial gains. One must realize that opportunities to extract profits from the jaws of world-class capitalists are rare indeed. In truth, Yi Chun felt quite grateful to Ping and Zhang Liang. Without Zhang Liang's sudden influx of funds, he would have lost out on considerable earnings. At present, oil futures resembled a tempest, sweeping across all directions. It was madness. Stock traders worldwide were driven to frenzy at that moment. The sudden volatility had shattered everyone's understanding and set new records. Yet, only a few dared to enter the fray. One could either lose everything in an instant or become extraordinarily wealthy. The scale of this endeavor was immense. Even investing in billions was merely a drop in the ocean. One could either become a part of a monumental wave or be instantly engulfed. Even those with several billion in personal funds hesitated to invest heavily. Individuals like Yi Chun, who dared to leverage super amounts, were rare exceptions. Even Xiao Tianhao, inspired by Yi Chun, was considered a substantial player, having virtually invested his entire portfolio. A storm of blood and wind had begun to unfold, especially among the major financial magnates, capitalists, and financial tycoons, all of whom sensed the impending eruption of a volcano. The atmosphere was thick with chaos and intensity. At present, it was a time of frenzied buying with no selling in sight. The market had run out of liquid futures, meaning oil was now a commodity with a price but no availability. Those who wished to buy could sense the aroma of money, yet found no opportunity to enter the market. Spending money felt utterly futile. A cataclysmic feast swept through wave after wave, causing global upheaval. As an essential strategic military resource, oil, along with indispensable consumables, had nations scrambling to seize the remaining futures. No one expected that an Eastern youth would emerge from such an international arena. As an individual, Yi Chun had already reached the pinnacle. One person cannot contend against an entire nation. One person cannot rival the deep-rooted foundations of century-old families. Compared to the units controlled by nations and the world's financial magnates, Yi Chun's funds were but a drop in the bucket. Yet, despite this, he stood high atop the storm, commanding attention as if he were a deity, the true embodiment of an overlooked king, shining brightly. At this moment, the price of oil had escalated from $29 to a staggering $59. Inside the industrial and commercial bank office, everyone had become numb. For nations, money was merely a number. Resources were the true hard currency. When it comes to war, gold and resources are capital. Everything else is mere illusion. Thus, the scarcity of oil futures made them increasingly precious, with demand surging. Such an outrageous increase left Xiao Tianhao drenched in cold sweat, his face flushed, repeatedly inquiring of Yi Chun when to sell. Yi Chun, who initially responded, fell silent, causing Xiao Tianhao to become frightened, reluctant to make any moves. He regretted it. His insides twisted in remorse. He cursed himself for being timid. Why didn't he dare to leverage alongside Yi Chun? If he had doubled his leverage, the quantity of oil futures in his hands could have easily doubled as well. The profits would have similarly soared. Wei Zonglin, experiencing unprecedented excitement, continuously served Yi Chun tea and water, almost to the point of kneading his shoulders and massaging his legs. He resembled a devoted servant, standing behind Yi Chun, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on the screen, until Wei Dong shouted, "It's reached $60. Only then did Yi Chun open his eyes, pausing for a moment before calmly stating, "Liquidate everything." As soon as Yi Chun's words fell, Wei Dong froze, bewildered, asking, "Mr. Yi, with this momentum, can it still rise?" Yi Chun frowned, remaining silent, his expression chillingly cold. "Why ask? Hurry up." Wei Zonglin, unable to contain his fury, urged him. Only then did Wei Dong and Han Mei break into a cold sweat, immediately following Yi Chun's orders to sell all oil futures. As for Xiao Tianhao, he needed no prompting. The moment Yi Chun had spoken, he had already obediently begun his actions. At this point, the oil market was ablaze with sales with many nations, financial magnates, capitalists, and tycoons fixated on the market. Once a large order appeared, price was irrelevant. It was simply a matter of buying. Suddenly, a colossal order of over 1,700 contracts emerged, instantly attracting attention, quickly devoured. Yi Chun's substantial order could be likened to throwing a piece of meat into a pack of starving wolves. It was immediately torn apart. Reports flooded in, all executed in the blink of an eye. As Wei Dong watched a string of amounts flow into their account, he urgently exclaimed, "I've calculated it. After deducting commissions and costs, we've earned." Han Mei paused, turning to gaze at Yi Chun, her voice trembling as she announced, "Over 2 billion. overwhelmed with excitement. Han Mei's face flushed, her heart racing as she spoke with sheer astonishment. She had personally managed this colossal sum. She had witnessed a young man worth 200 million skyrocket to a valuation of over 40 billion in just one day. Not even robbing a bank could match such a pace of profit. Congratulations, Yi Chun. You have entered the ranks of the top 100 richest in our nation. With your current assets, you have already entered the ranks of the top 100. At this moment, Wei Zonglin trembled with excitement, extending his hand to firmly grasp Yi Chen's. Yi Chun, however, merely smiled faintly. The nation's top 100 wealthy individuals? Given the multitude of concealed tycoons within the country, his wealth hardly qualifies him for such a list. Nevertheless, in terms of cash flow, he might indeed stand out among the top 100. Chapter 54. The first thing to do with the salary is to repay debts. What a foolish woman. Nevertheless, this was enough to instill a sense of pride. In a mere 6.5 hours, his fund soared from 200 million to 4,200 million, effectively shattering world records. A miraculous scene unfolded in the small, second-tier city of Longzhou, embodied in the figure of a youth not yet 30. As everything settled, Yi Chen finally exhaled in relief. He quietly stood up and shook hands with Wei Zonglin, solemnly stating, "Those matters are not of great significance to me. President Wei, I appreciate your trust. In return, I shall deposit 2 billion in your esteemed bank for a fixed term. Unless extraordinary circumstances arise, I do not intend to touch these funds. However, when the day arises that I require it, I hope President Wei will be equally straightforward." As Yi Chen finished speaking, Wei Zonglin was nearly overwhelmed with exuberance. This colossal sum, deposited in the bank, would not merely represent a year's performance, but would secure the entire year and Oppo's results in advance. If this were reported, coupled with recommendations from the esteemed former president, his position as bank president would be almost guaranteed. Let us skip the pleasantries. We'll discuss specifics later. If I, Wei Zonglin, ever falter in my duties, you have my permission to chastise me with this hand, as hard as you can. Wei Zonglin shook Yi Chen's hand, his voice choked with emotion. Approaching retirement age, he never dreamed he would have the chance for promotion, an opportunity bestowed upon him by Yi Chen, akin to a rebirth. Old Wei, your words are rather melodramatic. Yi Chen smiled lightly. Come, today I shall treat you. We won't return until we're intoxicated. Wei Zonglin wiped away tears from the corners of his eyes and eagerly pulled Yi Chen out for a grand feast. Just then, Han Mei approached, stealing glances at Yi Chen before moving beside Wei Zonglin, ready to inquire about Yi Chen and Oppo's as personal circumstances. Yi Chen suddenly interjected, "Another day. My child and wife await me at home. I must share this good news with them." Wei Zonglin did not press further. After all, Yi Chen's priority was to return home to his family. Yi Chen exchanged farewells and made his way toward Xiao Tianhao, who was grinning widely, saliva practically dripping from his mouth, as he continued to chuckle foolishly. "Brother Hao, have you suffered a stroke?" Yi Chen remarked, "Somehat sipiklis." "What did you say earlier?" Han Mei. Wei Zonglin turned back, perplexed. At that moment, Han Mei was momentarily stunned, suddenly feeling as though she had missed something significant. A wave of despondency washing over her. She forced a smile and said, "Nothing, President, I must be going." "Going where?" "We must celebrate. Today's achievements are yours as well. You won't miss out on this month's bonus. Come, let us celebrate." Wei Zonglin, overflowing with excitement, wouldn't allow her to leave, pulling his 2 subordinates along as they headed outside. Han Mei, however, looked back at Yi Chen's retreating figure, lost in thought. In that instant, she felt that all the men who pursued her paled in comparison to the brilliance of this man. What is a man? This is it. In the midst of laughter, wealth surged by 40 billion. His demeanor was calm and unhurried, exuding an air of confidence and nonchalance. This unique aura of a successful man was simply infuriating. "Brother Yi, though I've gained over 50 million this time, I do feel a twinge of regret. Yet, I am actualmente satisfeita. I am now on the verge of becoming a billionaire." Xiao Tianhao exclaimed, embracing Yi Chen and fervently expressing his thoughts. "All right, let us hurry back to celebrate with sister-in-law." I too must return, Yichen replied with a smile as he walked outside. Checking the time, he realized evening had fallen. He took out his phone and, glancing at the balance, chuckled to himself. In the eyes of others, his wealth had surged by 40 billion, yet he maintained a stoic facade. This joy was one that no one else was entitled to share, only his family, his wife, and his daughter. With that thought, Yichen took a deep breath and dialed a number. Moments later, Qin Meiyun answered. Qin, my beautiful darling, would you do me the honor of dining with me tonight? Yichen's voice was soft, a smile gracing his lips. He had never felt such joy before and was eager to share it. Crazy. I'm still at work. If you're free, perhaps buy Tong something to eat. She is probably at home hungry, Qin Meiyun replied, her head bent over financial calculations. This month, her sales performance had been satisfactory, earning her over 3,000 in commissions, plus her base salary, totaling 5,000. Life seemed to finally hold some promise. However, the debts that Yichen owed weighed heavily on her mind. After some contemplation, she resolved that once her salary was deposited, she would repay 4,000, leaving over 1,000 to cover next month as expenses. Perhaps even treat Tong to a better meal. Regrettably, she could no longer provide for her parents. Guilt washed over her as she realized she felt like a failure as a daughter. All right, I'll go pick up Tong, and once you finish, I'll come to get you. I have something good to share tonight, Yichen said, before abruptly hanging up the phone. He then took a taxi to the Apple community. As for Qin Meiyun, she paid little heed to Yichen's words. After finishing work at 6, she saw her salary had been deposited, so she headed to the bank to withdraw the money and went straight to the loan company. At the front desk, she smiled and asked, "Excuse me, is President Xiao available?" President Xiao is in his office, but he is about to leave. If you need something, please hurry. The receptionist replied promptly. Thank you, Qin Meiyun stammered, clutching the envelope containing 4,000 yuan as she approached President Zhao's office and gently knocked on the door. Gumin, with a voice beckoning her in, Qin Meiyun took a deep breath. Previously, she visited each month to repay Yichen's debts, and this month was no different. Each time she settled a payment, her hope for a better life faded further. The debts Yichen owed loomed over her like a mountain, stifling her breath. At that moment, her emotions mirrored this burden. She summoned all her strength, dragging her weary body inside. President Xiao, I'm here to repay the debt. I sincerely apologize. My monthly income is limited. I can only repay you this much. Please rest assured, next month I will pay an additional 1,000. Here is 4,000, please accept it. Fearing dissatisfaction, she first offered a smile, humbly promising to repay more next month, hoping for some leniency on Yichen's behalf. Chapter 55. Did he really blow up the oil field? Qin Meiyun's tone, though humble, was imbued with sincerity. After all, Mr. Xiao, while somewhat fierce, was relatively courteous within the loan industry. In the past, when pursuing debts, he often dealt only with Yichen and rarely troubled her, a fragile woman. Upon seeing Qin Meiyun, Xiao Tianhao hastily set aside what he was holding and hurried over. Sister-in-law, let us just forget about the money. I've washed my hands of this business and have no intention of continuing. The debts you owed previously can also be considered settled. Please have a seat. In truth, Xiao Tianhao had come to pack up and leave. Some time ago, he had already divested his shares. The elusive boss, Li, had made a strong attempt to retain him. But after witnessing Xiao Tianhao's skyrocketing worth, all that remained was envy and jealousy, leaving him to watch Xiao Tianhao depart without daring to offend him. At this moment, Qin Meiyun was utterly dumbfounded. No need to repay? Sister-in-law? What are these words? Am I dreaming? Xiao Tianhao scratched his head and, noticing her stunned expression, chuckled. No? Sister-in-law, you must not be unaware that Yi Laudi has kept you in the dark, right? Wait a minute, that can and amp. Amp? Oppos. TB right. Yichen ISN and Oppos. T that kind of person. After earning so much, he should have told you first. Moreover, regarding that 1 million, both Yi Laudi and I should have mentioned it to you. It's already a non-issue. As Xiao Tianhao spoke, Qin Meiyun finally regained her composure. Yichen had indeed mentioned this matter to her, but he had spoken of it so lightly, as if not repaying a debt were entirely justified. Xiao Tianhao's demeanor was even more absurd. He had kindly seen her off and told her not to worry about repayment. Yet she who had come to return the money, felt somewhat presumptuous. Mr. Xiao, please do not jest. That is 1 million. Qin Meiyun furrowed her brow, emphasizing her seriousness. She was already grateful for the extension on her repayment. To simply dismiss the debt? Such a windfall felt like a trap to her. Sister-in-law, this amount is but a trifling sum to Yi Chun. He probably hasn't even informed you yet. He blew up the second-largest oil field in the world. Didn't you know? Xiao Tianhao teased, his jest not entirely unfounded. Yi Chun's foresight had reached an extraordinary level. With a staggering leverage, he had profited 40 billion from crude oil futures. To him and Wei Zonglin, the notion that Yi Chun had orchestrated the oil field explosion was entirely believable. The most astonishing aspect was the timing of his sell-off, an act of sheer genius. At $60 a barrel, he sold off immediately. This maneuver was nothing short of miraculous. As Yi Chun sold off, the price of oil soared to $60 and then began to plummet almost immediately. The news reports announced that crude oil futures were experiencing a correction as the state began to withdraw reserves to fill the gap. One piece of news after another corroborated Yi Chun's genius move. The claims that Yi Chun had caused the oil field explosion and profited immensely were all grounded in fact. However, this jest left Qin Meiyun in a state of shock. What? He blew up an oil field? She covered her mouth, her face paling. No wonder he had made so much money. He had truly engaged in unlawful activities. Blowing up an oil field could lead to a lengthy prison sentence. Mr. Xiao, this oil field explosion is quite serious. Isn't it? Will he go to jail? Please, tell me what else he has done. Qin Meiyun's voice trembled as she asked, her anxiety palpable. Xiao Tianhao was completely taken aback. Sister-in-law, I'm sorry. I truly didn't know you lacked a sense of humor. Yi Laodi hasn't committed any illegal acts. The oil field in the Middle East was done in by internal issues, a pipeline leak. We don't know the specifics. In any case, blowing up an oil field is on a national level. It's not something us ordinary folks could do. Seeing the seriousness in Qin Meiyun's demeanor, Xiao Tianhao became grave as well, no longer daring to make light of the situation. At that moment, he finally understood why this woman was so important to Yi Chun. She was not foolish. Rather, she had woven her love for him into the very fabric of her being. When she felt utterly disappointed in Yi Chun, her first instinct was to scrimp and save to repay his debts. Upon hearing of Yi Chun's newfound wealth, her immediate concern was whether he would end up in prison. The blood flowing through this woman's veins was filled with worry for Yi Chun. Xiao Tianhao felt a surge of mixed emotions and suddenly envied Yi Chun for having such a wonderful wife. He hoped that they could reconcile. So that in oppose. That's how it is. After hearing the explanation, Qin Meiyun finally exhaled. All right, sister-in-law, you should head back quickly. Yi Laodi will explain everything to you. In any case, he is no longer the gambler he once was. I hope you can give him another chance. Even if it's a punishment, he should make amends properly, don't you think? Xiao Tianhao smiled as he began to tidy up his belongings and move towards the door. As for repaying the money, that was no longer a concern. If she didn't want it, she could toss it anywhere. Above all, she must not give it to him. Given his relationship with Yi Laodi, if Yi Chun found out, he would be in quite the predicament. Ha ha ha. With that, Xiao Tianhao hastily fled the office, not daring to linger, as if he were the one being pursued by Qin Meiyun for debts. Consequently, Qin Meiyun remained bewildered for quite some time. Even after leaving the loan company, she felt as though she were still in a dream, clutching the money she had not repaid. Yi Chen earned so much money, that is 200 million. A bank heist wouldn't be this swift. Qin Meiyun's anxiety resurfaced, and she quickly pulled out her phone to make a call. Meanwhile, Yi Chun had arrived at the entrance of his unit, retrieving the key Qin Meiyun had previously given him and unlocking the door. Standing at the threshold, he saw Tong Tong sitting on the sofa watching television, clutching the strawberry bear he had bought her last time. Her little face was rosy as she stifled yawns. Upon hearing the sound of the door, she turned her head to glance at the entrance. "Daddy?" Tong Tong asked, her voice filled with confusion, as if she could hardly believe it. "Tong Tong, it's Daddy. Quickly get dressed. We're going out for a feast tonight." Yi Chun crouched down, smiling warmly. "Really, Daddy? But I thought you wouldn't come back," Tong Tong replied. Her initial excitement quickly tempered by a look of disappointment as she walked over, her bare little feet and sleeveless top making her appear nervous, as if she were guilty of some wrongdoing. Why would that be? Daddy wants to see Tong Tong every day. How could I not come? Yichin exclaimed, eager to clarify. Suddenly, with tears welling in her eyes, Tong Tong looked up at him with a pitiful expression. Daddy, I thought last time you were angry with Mommy, and when you kicked Daddy. I thought you were upset with Tong Tong and wouldn't tea buy her treats anymore. Or come to see her again. Tong Tong pouted, her eyes shimmering with tears, reddening at the edges. Yichin's heart ached deeply at the sight. Without hesitation, he reached out and enveloped Tong Tong in a tight embrace. Nonsense. How could a father possibly be angry with Tong Tong? That is utterly impossible. Father loves you dearly, you know? It was all my fault before, but from now on, let us embrace a new beginning with a new father. This new father will shower you with affection, love you endlessly, and indulge you with delightful treats and new garments. How does that sound? Yi Chun, with reddened eyes, embraced his daughter, savoring the joy of fatherhood. He is her entire universe. He is determined to shield her from all adversity. Not even a single drop of rain from the heavens shall fall upon her. He is resolute. He will pamper her until she becomes the most cherished princess in this world. Chapter 56. The Unappreciated Girl of 450. I don't want a new daddy. I only want my current daddy. Tong Tong's voice was hoarse, tinged with the remnants of tears as she suddenly exclaimed. All right, Yichin responded, a smile spreading across his face. Let us wait for Mommy to come home, and then we can go to the Sweetheart Princess Castle for a grand feast. He embraced his daughter and led her into the house, engaging her in playful activities. With the window ajar, the gentle summer breeze mingled with the soothing sound of wind chimes, creating a harmonious backdrop to the joyful cries of Daddy. Come here. You can amp, oppos, find me, and the laughter of riding a horse. The atmosphere was undeniably warm and inviting. 10 minutes later, Qin Meiyun, breathless, opened the door. In an instant, she was taken aback. Come on, ride the horse, Daddy. Run faster. Otherwise, Tong Tong won't share her snacks with you. At that moment, Tong Tong was perched on Yi Chun and Amp, Oppo's, back. He lay on the ground, pretending to be a turtle, while Tong Tong stuffed crushed teddy bear cookies into his mouth. With a playful roar, he transformed into a galloping horse, running wildly around the room. It was only when Yi Chun noticed Qin Meiyun at the door that he lifted his head. At that moment, Qin Meiyun felt a profound, emotional stir within her. She could hardly fathom such a tender scene. Yi Chun, rolling and crawling on the floor, allowing their daughter to ride on him, even as cookie crumbs scattered across his face. Was this the same man who once pushed their daughter away with harsh words? In the past, Tong Tong would merely cover her mouth, retreating to her corner with her doll, crying softly. Mommy, come quickly. Let's ride the horse together. Upon seeing her mother return, Tong Tong joyfully waved her little hand in greeting. What have you done to the house? All you do is make a mess, never cleaning up. You just create chaos. Qin Meiyun appeared angry. Yet internally, she felt an indescribable sense of fulfillment and joy. Her reprimands were softened by her increasingly gentle gaze. Don't worry. You and Oppos. V worked all day. Just relax, and I and Oppos. LL tidy things up in a bit. Go wash your face and change your clothes. We're going out to eat. Yichen Urgit. Mommy, come ride the horse with Tong Tong. Tong Tong exclaimed, playfully tugging at Yichun and Oppos' hair. Get down. Don't be silly, Qin Meiyun admonished sternly. Tong Tong, not daring to defy her mother, reluctantly laid her head on Yichen's back, clutching his neck as she whispered, Daddy the horse, please let Tong Tong down. Hearing this, Yichun grinned and replied, Our daughter wants you to ride too. Why not give it a try? Qin Meiyun flushed at his words, then shot him a disapproving glance. Enough nonsense. I need to ask you something. Her brows furrowed, eager to discuss the matter of the loan. The burden of 1,000,000 debts had robbed Qin Meiyun of restful nights for the past 2 years. She could not find peace until she had clarity. High-interest loans were terrifying, yet today she was told she wooed and Oppos. Do you have to repay it? This only heightened her anxiety. She needed to clarify matters with Yichun. I will tell you everything you want to know shortly. Could you please change your clothes so we can discuss while we eat? Tong Tong is already hungry. Look. Yichun shook his head, using Tong Tong as a shield. Qin Meiyun sighed in resignation. Mommy, I'm so hungry. Tong Tong chimed in, rubbing her little belly. I am at a loss for words with you too. Qin Meiyun rolled her eyes, momentarily speechless. Yichun beamed with triumph. Soon, Qin Meiyun changed into simple attire, and Tong Tong also dressed modestly. The mother and daughter had not acquired new clothes in quite some time. Upon seeing that Qin Meiyun still wore worn-out shoes, Yichun felt a pang of sorrow. As they stepped outside, they encountered Fat Ant carrying a basket of vegetables. What are you up to? Fat Ant asked, her eyes lighting up with surprise. Fat Ant, we're heading out to enjoy a meal together to nourish these two lovely ladies. If you and your husband are free, please join us. The more the merrier. Yichun quickly invited. We wouldn't want to intrude on your family time. Your kindness is more than enough. Take good care of them. If they suffer any more, don't blame me for scolding you. Fat Ant responded, her smile bright, though her expression revealed underlying worry. All right, I'll treat you and your husband to dinner another day as a token of appreciation for your care for them. It's a promise, Fat Ant. You must come. Yichun waved goodbye as they began to walk away. Fat Ant, we're off. Goodbye. Tong Tong waved her little hand. Hey, little girl, make sure to eat plenty and get chubby. Fat Ant nodded, watching as the family departed before turning to unlock her door with a sigh. At the entrance of the community, Yichun was hailing a taxi. Yichun, did you notice? Fat Ant seems off, Qin Meiyun remarked, glancing back with concern. I sensed it too. She has lost weight. The last time I visited, she didn't and Oppos. T seems so haggard, Yichun replied. Qin Meiyun gazed at the entrance, her emotions swirling. It seems she is still distressed over her son's wedding arrangements. She mentioned she has exhausted all her savings. Yet they still haven't managed to gather the down payment, not to mention the betrothal gifts and renovations. It's truly hard on them. I wish I could help. Marriage is so difficult for the younger generation these days, Qin Meiyun lamented, shaking her head with a deep sigh. Yichun's lips curled into a soft smile as he gently said, when we got married, we didn't even have a dowry. We just made do with what we had. You truly endured hardships during that time. We didn't even have a proper wedding dress. At that moment, Qin Meiyun had sought nothing in return. He had come from humble beginnings, lacking a house, a car, or savings. The house was mortgaged, with her father-in-law using his pension to help repay the loan. Reflecting on this, Yichun felt a wave of shame wash over him, his heart trembling. There were so many people he had let down. The debts of gratitude he owed were overwhelming. A lifetime wouldn't suffice to repay them. The cost of their marriage certificate was just 9 yuan, shared equally. I am but a woman ridiculed for her 450 worth, she reflected, believing she had married for love. Yet in the end, those who sought wealth thrived, while those who sought love were left with nothing. The sorrow in Qin Meiyun and Oppos' tone was palpable. Chapter 57. Brother, have you heard? A mysterious stock god has made a fortune by bottom fishing in crude oil futures. Yichun felt a heaviness in his chest, guilt washing over him as he spoke earnestly. I am sorry. It is my failure to cherish what I have. I owe you both a debt that I can never repay in this lifetime. I will not make any more promises, nor do I seek your forgiveness. Everything I do now, consider it as atonement. Upon hearing this, Qin Meiyun remained silent, turning her head away to wipe away the tears at the corners of her eyes. Soon after, the three of them hailed a taxi, and within 20 minutes, they arrived at the Kelton Hotel. As soon as they got out of the car, Yichun took out his phone and made a call. Tianhai, have you prepared everything? He inquired. Rest assured, brother, this small matter is a piece of cake. Everything is ready. The rooftop garden has been reserved. By the way, this hotel belongs to a friend of mine. Absolutely reliable. Feng Tianhai replied cheerfully. All right, I'm heading up now. Yichun nodded and hung up. Are we not going out to eat? Why are we here? Qin Meiyun asked. Yes, we are dining here. Yichun simideth. Upon hearing this, Qin Meiyun was momentarily stunned, her eyes wide, staring at the upscale hotel before her, unable to regain her composure. The luxurious entrance was adorned with a red carpet, with passers-by dressed in suits and elegant gowns. The atmosphere was filled with an air of nobility. Clutching Tong Tong in her arms, she felt distinctly out of place, as if she were a country bumpkin lost in a grand manner. Yichun, are you insane? This is a five-star hotel. I only earned 5,000 this month, which is not even enough to order a single dish here. No, if you insist on this, I will go home. Eating here is not as good as going to that spring pancake shop across the street. It's economical and practical. Chin Mayun exclaimed, her eyes darting away in disbelief as she turned to leave with Tong Tong. I cannot let you spend money like this. Just this once, please allow me to arrange it, all right? Besides, Tong Tong is hungry. It will be late if we go back now. Yichen hurriedly approached her, his tone pleading. I know you've made money, but this is not a place we can afford. It's not about who is spending. It's just that I feel uncomfortable here, Chin Mayun insisted earnestly. Such high-end venues made her feel out of her depth, like she was perpetually ensnared in feelings of inferiority. It is my fault for not allowing you to experience a life of quality. But from now on, that will change. Mayun, please listen to me just this once. Let us enjoy a nice meal inside. My friend is waiting at the entrance. Yichin spoke again, then turned to Tong Tong. Tong Tong, I heard there is a princess castle inside, with lots of fun toys, a nutcracker, and a huge cake. Please persuade your mother to let us stay. Mommy, it's so beautiful here. I want to play for a while. I can skip the meal. Can I? Tong Tong chimed in, shaking Chin Mayun's hand in an effort to support Yichun's plea. Her adorable demeanor made it hard to refuse. Though she said one thing, her little stomach grumbled in protest. All right, let us go. Chin Mayun sighed, finally conceding. As they walked, she warned Yichun not to have any ideas about her meager salary. Fear not, tonight, all expenses will be on me, young Master Yi. Yichun exclaimed with great enthusiasm, lifting Tong Tong onto his shoulder as he dashed towards the staircase. Tong Tong, we're off. Mommy has finally agreed. Charge. We are on a quest for the treasure of the dragon. Hooray! Off to defeat the dragon with my brave daddy. Little Tong Tong cheered, her adorable expression captivating everyone. In that moment, Yichun felt an unparalleled satisfaction, far greater than the wealth he had amassed. The sound of Tong Tong's laughter echoed, a melody that never ceased. Behind them, Chin Mayun shouted warnings to watch the steps, closely trailing behind. Unbeknownst to her, her face was already lit up with a radiant smile. A scene unfolded, a father running ahead with his child in his arms, and a wife chasing behind. It was a picture of warmth and joy. In the face of the curious stares from the crowd, Yichun remained unfazed. A financial tycoon worth 40 billion, enjoying a day out with his family. Why should he care about others and Appo's opinions? Upon reaching the entrance, Yichun spotted Feng Tianhai, dressed casually in white, respectfully standing at the door. Brother Yi, everything is ready inside. You can head straight in. Feng Tianhai welcomed them with enthusiasm. Upon noticing Tong Tong and Chin Mayun, he promptly greeted them, sister-in-law. Thank you for your hard work. And this must be little Princess Tong Tong. May I hold you? Feng Tianhai was earnest in his courtesy towards Yichun and Appo's family, particularly taken with Tong Tong. Hello, uncle. But my daddy doesn't allow strangers to hold me, Tong Tong politely replied. Her gesture of exasperation, as if saying she wished to be held but was held back by her father, elicited hearty laughter from Feng Tianhai. Oh my goodness, brother, your daughter is simply adorable. Sister-in-law, you've blessed my brother with such a treasure. It makes me envious when I look at my own child. Feng Tianhai laughed heartily. Chin Mayun felt a bit embarrassed, observing Yichun's friend. Though he seemed boisterous and loud, his attire was refined, and his words were gracious. Quite unlike the gamblers and rascals Yichun had associated with before. Enough with the chatter. My daughter is hungry. Let us go inside. Yichun playfully cheated. Come along. My mistake. Brother, sister-in-law, and little niece this way. Feng Tianhai beckoned them inside, while sharing recent happenings. By the way, brother, there is something significant. I don't know if you've heard. Crude oil futures just collapsed today. A mysterious stock god emerged, seizing the opportunity to invest $600 million, catching the financial magnates off guard. It's absolutely incredible. This news has spread like wildfire in the circles. Feng Tianhai spoke with admiration. The reason he brought this up was that he wanted to inquire if Yichun had any recent projects and hoped to ride on his coattails for another profitable venture. After hearing about the stock god, he felt an itch for opportunity, unaware that this so-called mysterious stock god was, in fact, Yichun himself. Chapter 58 here. The prices of clothing are remarkably affordable, at just over 3,000 each. Ah, indeed, it seems that we have earned over 4 billion. As Yi Chun strolled in, he stroked his chin, pondering thoughtfully. Suddenly, Feng Tianhai halted, his expression one of astonishment, exclaiming, "Brother, you're well informed. Truly impressive. No wonder you're destined to be a significant figure." He gave a thumbs up, seizing the moment to flatter Yi Chun. "All right, enough with the flattery. It's just that I couldn't bring you along this time. The situation was too urgent, and I couldn't oppose call for you. Moreover, brother, how desperately needed funds. Even if he risked everything, he would only gain around 80 million. Compared to the last time with that unfinished building, you might have earned more than him. Stop being so jealous. A grown man should exhibit some grace." Yi Chun patted Feng Tianhai on the shoulder casually. However, upon hearing these words, Feng Tianhai froze in place, his mind momentarily blank as he contemplated the implications of Yi Chun's statement. Gulp. He swallowed hard, his eyes widening in disbelief, his mouth agape. So, he wasn't oppose brought along this time? Brother, how needed money. And they made 80 million from the oil trade. This meant Feng Tianhai gazed at Yi Chun in sheer terror, utterly flabbergasted. "What's wrong with you? Are you unwell?" Yi Chun paused, perplexed. Feng Tianhai was on the verge of exploding. His heart raced uncontrollably, and he could barely stand. After Yi Chun's revelation, he suddenly recognized a critical oversight. Could that enigmatic stock god be none other than the formidable Yi Chun himself? "Huh, you didn't know? I thought you were testing me. The so-called stock god you mentioned is rather exaggerated. Don't act like you've never seen the market before. I merely took a gamble with 20 times leverage and made a modest profit." Yi Chun shot a glance at him and continued onward. Meanwhile, Qin Meiyun had been eavesdropping on their conversation, reassured that Yi Chun was not involved in any illicit activities. However, when she heard about the leverage, her heart skipped a beat. My goodness, how could I have been so dense? The legendary figure who seized 4 billion from the world in Oppo's capital is actually my brother. Brother, you are now a super tycoon worth 40 billion. In this city, you're the wealthiest. I've truly never seen such a thing. You must take me along. Once Feng Tianhai comprehended the situation, he practically lost his mind, flailing his arms and bouncing about, nearly hugging Yi Chun in excitement, like a starstruck fan. His face brimming with admiration, he looked at Yi Chun as if he were the deity of wealth. Yi Chun, feeling exasperated, firmly pressed down on Feng Tianhai's head, finally managing to calm him down. Behind them, upon hearing the figure of 40 billion, Qin Meiyun felt as if her mind had exploded. In that moment, her thoughts spiraled. She was eager to clarify with Yi Chun about that 40 billion. How on earth did he amass such wealth? Could it be that he truly struck it rich in oil? At this point, Feng Tianhai had already dashed into the elevator, following Yi Chun. Qin Meiyun quickly snapped back to reality and chased after them. The elevator swiftly ascended to the 12th floor, the clothing section. As the doors opened, Feng Tianhai was already showering Yi Chun with compliments, nearly singing his praises to the heavens. "All right, enough already. I'm not even that thrilled. And yet you're getting overly excited." Yi Chun shook his head in disdain. Feng Tianhai was so exhilarated that anyone would think he was the one who earned the 40 billion. "Brother, if I could replicate your success, I'd boast about it until my last breath. I'd even have to tell Meng Po again when crossing the bridge. Let me tell you, brother, if my father knew I had a wealthy friend like you, well, he wouldn't believe it, not even a bit. Regardless, brother, my eyes have been opened. I feel like I've wasted my life before 20. Even if you don't take me along on your ventures, our brotherhood must not falter. Watching you earn is truly exhilarating. It inspires me enough. You're a decent fellow, just a bit too talkative. Now, go to the rooftop and make arrangements. My daughter is starving." Yi Chun sighed, waving him off. "All right." Feng Tianhai promptly turned and re-entered the elevator. "Daddy, when are we eating?" At that moment, Tong Tong pouted, rubbing her belly. "Food is being prepared. Let's first buy some clothes. After we change into our new outfits, we can go eat, all right?" Yi Chen similed gente. "New clothes? That's wonderful. I love you, Daddy." Hearing about the new clothes, Tong Tong's eyes lit up, and she hugged Yi Chen's neck, planting a kiss on him. Ye Chen, I know you've made money, but there's no need to be so extravagant. These clothes are too expensive. Qin Meiyun paused before speaking. I've said it already. Just trust me today, and let me take charge, please, Lady Qin. Yi Chen pleaded with both hands clasped together, his expression earnest. With that, he pulled his daughter into a store, pointing at the racks, instructing the attendant, bring me one of each size that fits. And please help my little princess select a suitable dinner dress. The attendant was left dumbfounded, utterly shocked. The clothing here consisted of luxury designer children and Appos, S-wear, crafted by renowned Italian designers, with each piece costing at least 3,000. Seeing Tong Tong dressed so modestly, the attendant was somewhat skeptical. However, the next moment, Yi Chan produced his bank card and approached the checkout to settle the bill. In total, there were over 30 pieces. Yi Chan spent more than 90,000 just on clothing. The attendant quickly summoned all the staff to gather around Tong Tong, treating her like royalty, applauding and singing, all focused on serving her. Tong Tong donned a light blue Lolita gown, and with her adorable features, she truly resembled a little princess. She twirled in front of the mirror, her face radiating happiness, a bashful smile adorning her lips as she reveled in her new outfit. Meanwhile, Qin Meiyun found herself blocked at the entrance by two attendants, unable to enter. This was a deliberate move by Yi Chun. She crossed her arms in frustration, feeling helpless as she watched Yi Chun and his daughter sweep through the store. Seeing Yi Chun pushing 3 shopping carts filled with branded packaging, Qin Meiyun could no longer contain herself. Excuse me, miss. May I ask how much the clothes you purchased cost? Hello, ma'am. Our clothing is quite reasonable. The items the gentleman selected are around 3,000 each. Not overly expensive, the attendant replied with a smile. 3,000? Well, that and Appos. That's acceptable. You nearly scared me. Upon hearing the price, Qin Meiyun finally relaxed, patting her chest. With over 30 items, averaging about 100 each, it was quite reasonable. She had genuinely worried that Yi Chan would be extravagant in such a high-end store. The attendant added, Mississippi. I meant each piece costs 3,000. The one your daughter is wearing is the most expensive at 7,000. What? Qin Meiyun exclaimed upon hearing this, nearly leaping to her feet, only to hurriedly cover her mouth. Chapter 59. Spending money until tears flow. Madam, your husband has spent a total of 97,000 yuan, the waiter replied with a smile. Qin Meiyun, her teeth clenched in anxiety, felt an urge to rush inside. Was Yi Chen out his mind? He had just spent 2 years of her salary on clothes for the child. When she saw Yi Chen slipping a pair of crystal shoes worth 20,000 yuan on Atone Tong's feet, she could no longer hold back and stormed in, her tone serious. Yi Chen, aren't you spoiling the child? Spending so much on clothes for her. Are you out of your mind? With that money, you could buy Tong Tong several outfits at the night market for just 200 yuan. Yi Chen looked up, earnest in his demeanor. Indeed, I want to spoil Tong Tong. In the past, I was a man without humanity, unable to provide her with anything. I gambled, I incurred debts, and failed to be a good father. But now, I shall use all my capabilities, even my life, to secure my daughter's wealth and happiness for her lifetime. As long as she is happy, I would buy her not just these clothes, but even this hotel. Meiyun, whether you think I'm being reckless or displaying the airs of a newly wealthy man, what I desire now is to treat you both well, unreservedly well. Yi Chen's voice trembled with fervor as he spoke. The surrounding waitstaff, moved by his words, felt their eyes welling with tears, casting envious glances at Qin Meiyun. This was true favoritism, unconditional and profound. How fortunate she was. If I had such a loving husband, no matter if he sought another woman, I would still care for her during her confinement. The whispers from the waitstaff made Qin Meiyun's nose tingle. Do as you wish, she said, turning her head before running outside. Daddy, is Mommy upset because you bought clothes for Tong Tong, but not for her? Tong Tong looked up at Yi Chen. Her little head tilted. Yi Chen scooped Tong Tong into his arms, nuzzling her adorable face, and cheerfully declared, Yes, we are off to buy beautiful clothes for Mommy, and then she won't be angry anymore. Let's go. Tong Tong, perched on Yi Chen's shoulder, waved her tiny fists in excitement. As Yi Chen's family departed, the waitstaff stood by, overwhelmed with envy, unable to regain their composure. After catching up with Qin Meiyun, Yi-chan firmly grasped her hand and led her into a women's clothing store. Let go. Let go. Why are you pulling me? Qin Meiyun flushed, surprised at Yi-chan and Appo's sudden action. Her heart raced in response. Don't struggle. I'm holding Tong Tong with this hand. Be careful not to drop her. Yi-chan cleverly used Tong Tong as a shield again. Qin Meiyun had no choice but to let him lead her, blushing and keeping her head down as they entered the store. Oh my, isn't this little Qin? Out shopping after work? Have you completed the order I assigned you today? Just as the trio entered the store, a piercing female voice echoed. Yi-chan looked up to see a flamboyantly dressed woman approaching, heavily made up and exuding a strong scent of perfume, adorned with glittering jewelry. Manager Lee, I'm just browsing out of boredom. I can't afford anything in such an expensive store. Qin Meiyun replied nervously. This was her superior, Li Jiayao, a woman 2 years her senior, known for her vanity and rumored to have an affair with the manager, wielding considerable power and looking down on employees with modest salaries. Indeed, this was a world-renowned brand, Prada, where even a single item could cost 3 months' worth of wages. Don't wander around unnecessarily. If you damage something, you want to even be able to afford to pay for it, Manager Lee said, her tone condescending as her figure, clad in a black skirt suit, exuded an air of superiority. Understood, Manager Lee. We'll leave now, Qin Meiyun said as she turned to leave, only to be abruptly halted by Yi-chan. Yi-chan, please let us go. Don't cause trouble. I'm begging you. Qin Meiyun pleaded anxiously, signaling with her eyes. Leave? We are here to shop, not to be lectured. Go try on those clothes. Don't even look at the styles. Just buy what fits, Yi-chan said, pulling Qin Meiyun toward the clothing rack with an air of extravagance. Manager Lee, intrigued, smirked, her heavily made-up face revealing a mocking smile. Oh, who might you be? Quite bold, aren't you? Just pick anything. You might want to check the price tags first. It would be quite embarrassing if you can't afford it later. Can't afford it? Huh. If someone like you can shop here, my presence is already a great honor for this store. Yi-chan replied casually as he picked up a fitted undershirt priced over 7,000 yuan. This is too cheap. Manager Lee could barely contain her laughter. Her mockery no longer hidden. The starting prices for clothes here were in the thousands, with better items costing tens of thousands, certainly not within the reach of ordinary folk. Even she could only afford 1 piece a month. Yi-chan's attire was clearly from a bargain market. What wealth could he possibly possess? He was merely trying to project an image far beyond his means. This is amusing. I genuinely hope you can settle the bill. She taunted, calling out Xiao Wei. Come and assist our big spender. He claims he wants to buy out this entire rack. A female attendant approached, her expression laden with implications. Sir, are you certain? She had initially intended to mock him, but reconsidered upon seeing several luxury children's clothing attendants greeting her at the entrance. Esteemed sir, if you truly wish to purchase, I can wrap it up for you immediately and ensure your satisfaction. Meiyun, go try this on, Yi-chan said, casually handing her a long, elegant black qipao. Aye, can we just leave? Qin, Meiyun exclaimed, nearly in tears. Chapter 60. Having bought it, discard if unliked. Yi-chan was nearly pleading in desperation. Madam, why not give it a try? If it doesn't suit you, you can always return it, the attendant Xiao Wei said with a smile. At that moment, Li Jiayao noticed something amiss. Why was this attendant so exceptionally courteous? Her warmth towards Qin Meiyun was far more enthusiastic than her demeanor towards herself. What was going on? All right, I shall give it a try. But that doesn't mean I will buy it, Qin Meiyun replied, feeling somewhat resigned as she followed the attendant into the fitting room. Moments later, she emerged, adorned in a dignified qipao that accentuated her graceful and slender figure, showcasing the elegance and poise of an oriental woman to perfection. Qin Meiyun was already stunningly beautiful. Even in simple attire, her allure was undeniable. Yet, clad in this qipao, her entire aura transformed, from a modest beauty to that of a regal and resplendent empress. Yi-chan was mesmerized. He lamented his past foolishness in being captivated by the superficiality of ordinary streamers, while he had such a beautiful wife before him, yet had once been cruel to her. I feel it doesn't fit quite right, Qin Meiyun remarked as she stood before the mirror, her eyes sparkling until they fell upon the price tag of 27,000. Her bright gaze dimmed instantly, shaking her head in dismay. Seeing Qin Meiyun in such exquisite attire, even Li Jiayao felt a pang of envy. Qin, I must say, your figure is quite remarkable. But alas, you seem to lack the fortune. She continued, you have a child to raise, and I've heard about your scoundrel of an ex-husband, always gambling and racking up debts. This attire could cover half a year of your salary. Such extravagant spending does not suit you. However, if you wish for a better life, I could introduce you to some wealthy gentlemen. Li Jiayao sneered, her mind brewing devious thoughts. If she could recommend Qin Meiyun to those lecherous patrons, and they were to seduce her, she would surely reap considerable benefits. Yi Chen's expression turned icy, a chill emanating from his gaze as he coldly replied, refrain from harboring your vile thoughts. Do not assume others are as ignorant of wealth as you are. I believe your father would be quite suited as an escort. Perhaps you should recommend your mother instead. Li Jiayao's fury ignited at this, and she retorted, what did you say? Dare to repeat that? Who do you think you are? If you have the guts, go ahead and make the purchase. You're merely boasting. In the end, you won't be able to afford it, you pathetic wretch. I've seen plenty of your kind, scraps. With that, Li Jiayao lingered at the front desk, eager to witness Yi Chen's humiliation. Yi Chen cast a glance at her, and then approached the counter, producing his card with scornful disdain. You, who look down on others, arrange for the attendant to fetch the same attire in different styles. One of each, please. Pack them up. We shall dine at the rooftop garden and return later. He casually placed his card on the counter. Upon hearing that Yi Chen had reserved the rooftop garden, Xiao Wei's eyes widened in surprise. Just moments before, she had overheard her colleagues discussing a mysterious wealthy patron who had booked the venue for the night, a staggering fee of 500,000. To her astonishment, it was this young man before her. Without a hint of doubt, she quickly swiped the card. Soon, the machine dispensed a receipt indicating successful payment. But when she saw the balance, she was momentarily stunned, questioning her own eyesight. Sir, this is your card. After regaining her composure, Xiao Wei respectfully handed it back with both hands. I will need it back shortly. The clothes have yet to be purchased. We shall settle the bill at once. Yi Chen then approached Qin Meiyun, presenting her with a pair of shoes and 2 handbags, along with various accessories, all meticulously arranged. At that moment, Qin Meiyun was so dazed that she simply acquiesced to Yi Chen's whims. After half an hour of shopping, they acquired a total of 13 garments, 2 evening gowns, 3 handbags, and 2 pairs of high heels. Yi Chen returned to the counter to settle the bill. Sir, your total expenditure amounts to 316,000 yuan. Xiao Wei exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she returned the card. Yi Chen's gaze fell upon the previously haughty Supervisor Li, whose demeanor evaporated the moment she learned of his extravagant spending. Raising an eyebrow, Yi Chen inquired, what is the highest membership tier here? Sir, our highest membership tier at Hermes requires a single deposit of 3 million yuan, granting diamond membership. Xiao Wei replied, her eyes widening with urgency. Please charge 5 million to my card and issue a diamond membership for Qin Meiyun with a birthday of August 15th. Yi Chen's calm voice echoed like a bombshell throughout the store. Li Jiao stood agape, unable to process the enormity of his words. Certainly, sir. I will attend to that immediately. Please allow me a moment to prepare while you relax in the VIP area. Xiao Wei bowed deeply, her demeanor dripping with utmost respect. At that moment, even Tong Tong received personal attention, with an array of toys brought forth for her amusement. Qin Meiyun, alarmed, approached Yi Chen and pulled him aside. Have you lost your mind? Why deposit such an amount at a clothing store? What are you thinking? With that money, you could bring your parents here, allowing them to escape the toil of the fields. 3 questions in quick succession, none of which were for her own benefit. Observing the anxious expression on Qin Meiyun and Appo's face, Yi Chen suddenly smiled, a smile filled with contentment. Deep within, he felt an overwhelming sense of self-loathing. How could he have ever considered harming such a wonderful wife? Meiyun, you look truly beautiful right now, Yi Chen said with a foolish grin. His heart ached, his eyes reddening with regret. My dear wife, I implore you, allow me to love you once more. Just this once. For an eternity. I shall never let you go again. Never lose you again. Are you out of your mind? Return the card at once, or I will genuinely be angry. Anything you purchase, I shall refuse to accept, Qin Meiyin declared, her anger escalating. Then toss it in the trash, for all I care, Yichen replied, spreading his hands wide. In the future, if you purchase anything I disapprove of, feel free to dispose of it. Qin Meiyin was left exasperated by his words. 5 million. How could you simply suggest throwing it away? Madam, the card has been successfully issued. With this card, you may enjoy a 20% discount at any store nationwide. On your birthday, you will receive our most sincere greetings from Hermes. On your birthday, you may select any bag or clothing item valued up to 30,000 yuan. Thank you for your trust. Xiao Wei bowed respectfully, presenting the card with both hands. The royal treatment left Qin Meiyin feeling as though she were in a dream, hesitantly accepting the card, her hands feeling painfully heavy. This card contained 5 million. How could Yi Chun, this spendthrift, act so recklessly? Yet, the decision had been made, and she felt powerless to alter it, cautiously tucking the card away, contemplating the possibility of discreetly returning it in the future. Chapter 61. Romance in the City. All for you. Qin, my beautiful lady, shall we depart? Yicheng gestured courteously. With a hint of playful sarcasm, Qin Meiyin blushed and shot him a glance. Though she feigned reluctance, her heart brimmed with happiness. She was not a woman swayed by vanity. She could sense that Yi Chun had indeed transformed. In the past, he would rather spend money on gifts for online streamers than buy himself a pair of socks, viewing it as wasteful. However, now he had deposited 5 million into a luxury boutique solely to procure clothing for her. This stark contrast in affection began to thaw the icy walls around Qin Meiyun's heart. As they passed by Supervisor Li, Yi Chun smirked and taunted Supervisor Li. Remember to put in the effort to find a boss who can charge a 5 million diamond card at a luxury store. As for Meiyun, you needn't concern yourself. With a cold smile, he followed Qin Meiyun and pulled Tong Tong along as they exited. Supervisor Li, enraged, stomped her feet in jealousy, her recent cosmetic enhancements almost crumbling under her fury. Meanwhile, Yi Chen's family led a grand procession of shopping carts, drawing the attention of all around them. Upon reaching the elevator, Yi Chen addressed the attendants. You need not follow. Just prepare the clothes for me to collect later. Understood, Mr. Yi, the attendants replied in unison, departing with their carts amidst the astonished gazes of onlookers. Yi Chun, along with Qin Meiyun and Tong Tong, approached the elevator, where an attendant graciously opened the doors for them. Why do they get to go up while I cannot? Supervisor Li suddenly rushed over from an adjacent elevator. After having been humiliated, she sought solace in the rooftop garden, only to be thwarted from entering. Now, she encountered Yi Chun and Qin Meiyin again. To her disbelief, the attendants had opened the elevator for them. Li Jiayao, feeling deeply unjust, simmered with anger, her teeth nearly grinding to dust. Why? Just because I booked the rooftop garden? Yi Chen turned a glance at Supervisor Li and calmly replied. Taken aback, Li Jiayao realized Yi Chen's wealth was substantial, but she remained defiant. A nouveau riche, a vulgar tycoon. Just because you are wealthy, does that make you exceptional? No amount of money can mask your lack of sophistication. You are merely a lowly dog. A piece of trash. I apologize, but wealth does indeed confer a certain significance. I must say, I find your current predicament, stuck in the crowd, unable to access the elevator, quite entertaining. Look at you, biting your cheeks in frustration, eyes blazing with envy. Meanwhile, I can come and go freely, even purchase this hotel and mall, barring you and your ilk from entry. Unlike you, I can do as I please, Yi Chun retorted coldly. He had no desire to engage with such a woman, nor did he wish to glance her way. Yet, Supervisor Li's condescending attitude and her intention to introduce her woman to wealthy businessmen disgusted him. Thus, he aimed to impart a profound lesson to deter any ill intentions towards Meiyun. You, Li Jiayao, felt on the verge of madness, and the gazes of those around her shifted to one of incredulity. Her attempt to humiliate Yi Chun had backfired, leaving her pride trampled beneath his feet. At that moment, Yi Chun and his family boarded the elevator, heading straight for the rooftop garden. Inside the elevator, Qin Meiyun sighed. Yi Chun, could you be a bit more discreet? Offending Supervisor Li will only bring trouble upon me. Can you please consider my feelings before acting? Yi-chan shrugged nonchalantly. What is the worst that could happen? I could always resign. I'm not dependent on you. Qin Meiyan forcefully returned the diamond card to him, turning her head away. I'm at the last station in this company. I plan to work for my grandmother next. If I don't bring back good performance, she won't prioritize me. As for your money, I have no need for it. You can keep this card. It was evident that Qin Meiyun was genuinely upset. Yi-chan felt a pang of discomfort. He had indeed been a bit too intense, leaving her overwhelmed. All right, I'll apologize to your supervisor Lee tomorrow. How about it, my beautiful Qin? Can you smile for me? You see, when you're unhappy, Tong Tong follows suit. Yi-chan playfully tilted his head, attempting to lighten the mood. Oomph. Stop with the banter. Qin Meiyun shot him a stern glance. Though her tone was firm, the tension had eased considerably. Yi-chan, while I appreciate your newfound wealth, it's unnecessary to squander it on me. Spend on Tong Tong. I want to object, but it shouldn't be extravagant. What has passed is past. We both need to embrace new lives. I'm grateful for the emotions you've shared with me these days, but before she could finish, the elevator doors opened. Qin Meiyun stood frozen, utterly astonished. Tong Tong, brimming with excitement, broke free from Yi-chan's grasp and dashed forward, eliciting concern from the two service staff who rushed to ensure her safety. The rooftop garden was adorned with a vibrant array of flowers, filling the air with their delightful fragrance. Golden lights twinkled above, and a long table was laden with sumptuous dishes. Several elegantly dressed couples stood on either side, bowing in unison. Welcome, esteemed Mr. Yi and Miss Qin, to the Kaitan rooftop garden. May the beauty of the world forever be intertwined with you both. Qin Meiyun, overwhelmed by the spectacle, was left speechless. Tong Tong, filled with joy, was ready to rush outside. As the jubilant announcement echoed, Feng Tianhai, holding a microphone, lowered his voice. Congratulations to Brother Yi and sister-in-law on your 8th wedding anniversary. May your days be filled with love and happiness. With his words, a swarm of drones circled overhead, releasing a cascade of flower petals. Fireworks erupted in a glorious display. Yi-chan gently nudged Qin Meiyun out of the elevator. At that moment, the air was filled with fragrant rose petals, swirling in the night breeze, dancing solely for her. Yi-chan gazed at his wife's silhouette, his eyes softening. My beloved, this is the romance I offer in this lifetime, a true romance, solely for you. Chapter 62. Today, it is simply 2 words, consumption. A brilliant starburst illuminated the sky, followed by a dazzling explosion of fireworks. In an instant, the entire skyline of Longzhou City was enveloped in a radiant display of pyrotechnics. The entire city trembled with excitement, as throngs of people were drawn to the streets, captivated by the spectacle. Even couples engaged in heated arguments found themselves drawn together, momentarily forgetting their disputes in the face of such splendor. On the rooftop, Qin Meiyun covered her mouth, doubled over in tears. Her delicate figure trembled as tears streamed down her cheeks, and she sank to the ground, wailing as if to release the grievances of 7 long years, the pain inflicted by Yi-chan. Brother, what is wrong with sister-in-law? Why is she crying? Oh no, is she displeased with my arrangements? Feng Tianhai scratched his head as he approached Yi-chan, worry etched across his face. You did exceptionally well. She is thoroughly satisfied. Yi-chan replied with a gentle smile, moving closer. As the fireworks began to fade, Tong Tong rushed over and embraced Qin Meiyun. Mom, the fireworks are so beautiful. You're crying. Being a child, Tong Tong was blissfully unaware of adult emotions. Mom isn't crying. I just got some sand in my eyes, Qin Meiyun said, affectionately ruffling Tong Tong's hair. Let us eat first. We don't want to go hungry, Yi-chan said softly. Only then did Qin Meiyun wipe away her tears, turning her head to conceal her distress from Yi-chan. The family settled back at the table. Yi-chan, let us be clear. We can eat, but no extravagant waste. Qin Meiyun insisted earnestly. All right, I hear you. We'll just have a little, Yi-chan replied, glancing at the assortment of pastries and fruits on the table before turning to take the menu from the waiter. He proceeded to order a series of top-tier dishes, caviar, Kobe beef, foie gras, and king crab. Waiter, bring a bottle of Romani Connie, Yi-chan said nonchalantly. When he looked up, He was taken aback to see Qin Meiyun glaring at him with fierce intensity. Though Qin Meiyun had never tasted such luxuries, even the prices of the caviar he ordered were staggering. A single slice of Kobe beef cost thousands. This was not dining. It was akin to throwing money away. This meal would easily exceed 200,000. You didn't absorb a word I just said. Spending over 100,000 on a meal. Do you have money to burn? I just checked. That Romani Kani you ordered costs 89,800. You must be wasting money. Qin Meiyun whispered, leaning over the table. After all, they were in public, and she wanted to maintain Yi Chun's dignity. Indeed, it is a bit too extravagant. I earn money to provide you and Tong Tong with a high-quality life, to enjoy the pleasures of life. Do you think I work just to stare at a string of numbers? Yi Chun declared proudly. Mommy, Daddy is right. I saw a chubby uncle on Douyin say, I don't want to work, it's too tiring. It's just 2 words. What were they again? Tong Tong scratched her head, suddenly brightening up and waving her little finger. I got it. Just 2 words, consumption. Haha, my little Tong Tong is spot on. Just 2 words, consumption. Yi Chen laughed heartily. Not far away, Feng Tianhai looked on with envy. Stop watching those inappropriate videos. Qin Meiyun shot Tong Tong an admonishing glance. What kind of consumption is this? It's as if you have a vendetta against money. The family enjoyed a joyful dinner filled with laughter and conversation. After the meal, Yi Chun and Qin Meiyun stood on the rooftop, gazing over the cityscape, a sense of grandeur filling their chests. Do you think I'm acting like a nouveau riche, engaging in reckless spending? Yi Chun suddenly tilted his head, asking Qin Meiyun. At that moment, Qin Meiyun, brushing aside her wind-tousled hair, sighed helplessly. You're not just being extravagant. You're clearly taking revenge on me. Spending nearly 300,000 on a meal. What could you do with that money? Your brother is in urgent need of funds. He even sent money to cover your debts, and couldn't he even gather the down payment for a house? This caused a rift between him and your sister-in-law, and your childhood friend, Zhou Quan, who struggles to make ends meet running a small restaurant and trusted you enough to lend you 50,000. Which you still haven't repaid. You have so many debts of gratitude. Now that you're capable, you should help those around you share in your fortune. Qin Meiyun earnestly advised. The essence of a perfect wife shone through her. Principled, sensible, and undeniably beautiful. All right, I understand. Yi Chun quickly conceded, raising his hands in surrender. How could he have ever lost sight of such a wonderful wife? He remembered all those debts of gratitude and resolved to repay each one. But this time, he was determined not to let such a remarkable wife slip away. Are you getting impatient? Fine, that's your family matter. It's none of my business. With that, Qin Meiyun turned to leave. This startled Yi Chun, who hurried after her, facing her to explain, Meiyun, everything you said is for my family's benefit. I am genuinely touched, truly. Yi Chun raised his hand as if to swear, appearing quite earnest. Seeing this, Qin Meiyun covered her mouth, turning her head away, chuckling softly. A gentle breeze swept through, tousling her hair and revealing a sweet smile that made her look breathtakingly beautiful. Meiyun, you are truly stunning. Yi Chun gazed at her, entranced. What are you staring at? Do I have flowers on my face? Qin Meiyun playfully retorted. Beauty lies in the heart, and a beautiful face is but a reflection of a beautiful soul. Yi Chun repeated earnestly. Upon hearing this, Qin Meiyun's face flushed crimson, and she nervously glanced around. Even during their courtship, Yi Chun had never uttered such romantic words. Humph, you must be crazy. Qin Meiyun quickened her pace, brushing past Yi Chun. Yes, recently I awoke one morning, realizing I had fallen deeply in love, Yi Chun said, following closely behind, a gentle smile gracing his lips. At this moment, he felt as if he had returned to the days of passionate courtship, his thoughts and heart wholly consumed by his beloved wife. Chapter 63. Brother, with your worth, you ought to purchase a car. Yi Chun, you have truly changed. Suddenly, Qin Meiyun halted her steps, gazing intently at Yi Chun as she spoke. Change for the better? Yi Chun raised an eyebrow. You become quite sentimental. With that, Qin Meiyun blushed and dashed away. Realizing what had just transpired, Yi Chun hurried after her. Tong Tong, witnessing this scene, joined in as well. The trio joyfully entered the elevator, only to quiet down, panting from their excitement. Upon reaching the entrance, Qin Meiyun took a deep breath, feeling as though she was still lingering in the dreamlike state of moments ago. Many people remained downstairs, gazing up at the starry sky, evidently reminiscing about the splendid fireworks display that had just taken place. I just heard someone mention, you earned 40 billion? Qin Meiyun tilted her head, looking at Yi Chun, feigning calmness as she asked in a tone that was surprisingly flat. In reality, her voice trembled slightly. 40 billion? What does that even mean? Such a sum was unfathomable for a woman like her, who could barely manage to stretch her meager salary of 5 or 6,000. To be precise, it's over 42 billion, including a few tens of millions. Upon hearing this, Yi Chun nodded lightly. When Qin Meiyun heard him casually mention the few tens of millions, her breath caught in her throat. The impact of a few tens of millions was already staggering. What does that signify? Even a mere few tens of millions would require her entire company to toil for 3 years to achieve such results. Just that small fraction could buy her company outright. Then, considering the staggering 40 billion, an overwhelming dread washed over her. With over 40 billion in the bank, the daily interest alone would amount to hundreds of thousands. I apologize for the hardships you endured while following me. It's now time for you to enjoy the fruits of your labor, Yi Chun said earnestly. Looking into Qin Meiyun's eyes, I cannot indulge in such fortune. You should treasure the happiness that has come to you, rather than squander it recklessly. I once claimed I could not sway you, and that remains true now. Qin Meiyun sighed, realizing that no matter what she said now, Yi Chun likely wouldn't heed her words, even if the small fraction amounted to several tens of millions. It was not a sum that could be exhausted in a short time through extravagance. You can persuade me. At this moment, I am most inclined to heed your words. If you tell me to head west, I shall not venture east. If you ask me to chase a dog, I shall not pursue a chicken. Yi Chun quickly raised his hand in assurance, appearing quite earnest. Qin Meiyun merely smiled faintly and began to walk downwards, pointing towards distant lights. Let us stroll over there. There's a night market. The previous offerings were too expensive for my taste. Huh? A night market? Let us go. Yi Chun had initially intended to take Qin Meiyun to enjoy a hot spring and perhaps share a bottle of red wine to set a romantic atmosphere. However, now that she had spoken, he could only acquiesce. The night market was bustling with people. Yi Chun walked ahead, lifting Tong Tong onto his shoulders. Qin Meiyun, trailing behind, observed with clarity the tender details of Yi Chun's behavior, his instinctive paternal instinct to protect their daughter from the crowd. It was evident that Yi Chun and Appo's love for Tong Tong had truly awakened. He had changed significantly, and it was clear that this transformation was genuine, not merely a fade adopted after acquiring wealth. Yet, accepting Yi Chun at this moment still proved to be a formidable challenge for her. 7 years of nightmarish torment had left her feeling as though she were living in hell. Having finally found liberation, how could she possibly emerge from the shadows in just a month due to a brief transformation? It was overwhelmingly difficult. After wandering through the night market, it was nearly midnight when Yi Chun finally returned Qin Meiyun and Tong Tong home. Tong Tong, weary from the joyful outing, fell asleep on the way back, her little face still bearing a smile as she lay in bed. Daddy, Daddy, Tong Tong loves you. Just as Yi Chun prepared to rise and leave, Tong Tong began to mumble in her sleep. Her words struck a chord deep within Yi Chun's heart. Reflecting on the moment when his daughter first called him daddy, he had felt nothing at all. He had even perceived Tong Tong's birth as an additional burden. Yet at this moment, that single utterance of daddy nearly melted him. Tong Tong, Daddy loves you too. Yi Chun gently leaned down, placing a soft kiss on Tong Tong's forehead before quietly exiting the bedroom. In the living room, Qin Meiyun sat upright in a chair, appearing quite tense. Meiyun, I must take my leave. A friend is waiting for me. Do get some rest early. After a brief glance at her, Yi Chun opened the door and departed. Phew! Qin Meiyun finally relaxed. She had been incredibly anxious moments ago, her nerves tightly wound. She feared Yi Chun might express a desire to stay, leaving her in a predicament of how to refuse. Yet, Yi Chun had simply walked away. For reasons she could not comprehend, a flicker of disappointment surfaced within her. Especially as she felt this disappointment, her cheeks flushed. Could it be that he has lost interest in me? Qin Meiyun stared at the door, murmuring to herself. When she finally regained her composure, her eyes widened, and she quickly took a sip of water. What's wrong with me? Why do I care about him? With that, she turned, her face still flushed, and returned to her bedroom to change into her pajamas. Cradling Tong Tong, she soon fell asleep. Yichen arrived at the entrance of the community, where Feng Tianhai was waiting, driving a Bentley Mulsanne, ready to take him to the Kyrdun Hotel, claiming he wanted to introduce him to a friend. A new car? Yichen chuckled, feeling the luxury of the seat. It's just that I recently started dating someone. My Land Rover was already quite impressive, but she insisted she liked Bentleys, so I got one. By the way, brother, with your newfound wealth, you should also consider acquiring a vehicle. It should at least be of Rolls-Royce caliber. Having your own car would make it convenient to pick up your sister-in-law and my little niece. Whoa, brother. Don't get the wrong idea. I'm not saying it's a hassle to pick you up. Just one call, and even if I were lying in an ICU with a breathing machine, I'd remove the tubes and crawl over to pick you up. Feng Tianhai, glancing nervously at the rearview mirror while driving, exclaimed, "By car? I've considered it, but there's no rush. I'll wait a bit longer. However, I do plan to purchase a house first, so I can bring my parents and siblings over." Yichen stroked his chin and then looked up to inquire, "By the way, you mentioned introducing me to your friend. Where are they?" At this, Feng Tianhai awkwardly scratched his head. "Brother, I sincerely apologize. That fellow is far too aloof and insists on being pretentious. To be honest, if it weren't for my uncle insisting I introduce you to him, I wouldn't have bothered with that guy's attitude at all." Feng Tianhai vented his frustrations. Chapter 64. Feng Tianhai and Oppos. As subtle intentions are? Since it is my uncle who has made the request, I suppose I shall meet him. After all, he assisted both of us last time. His kindness must not go unreciprocated. By the way, your friend, does he manage a hotel enterprise? Yichen inquired. Indeed, their family operates hotels. It is a family business. This young man aspires to achieve something on his own and has been seeking projects recently. My uncle's intention is to, he would like you to spare some time to offer him guidance, so he may avoid unnecessary detours. Feng Tianhai chuckled. At this moment, his admiration for Yichen transcended mere respect. He viewed him as a deity. The revelation that Yichen was the renowned stock god circulating within their circles left him exhilarated beyond measure. How splendid it would be to boast about such an acquaintance. Since it is my uncle's wish, I shall honor it. Yichen nodded, leaning back in his seat, closing his eyes to rest, refraining from further conversation. A few minutes later, the car halted once more at the Kelton Hotel. Yichen stepped out and entered alongside Feng Tianhai. Ascending to the 9th floor, they arrived before a luxurious office. A striking woman clad in an elegant suit stood up, puzzled, and inquired, "Gentlemen, whom do you seek?" "We in Oppos. Here to see Chenpeng." "Where is he?" Feng Tianhai pushed against the office door, discovering it locked, then turned to ask, "You're looking for Mr. Chen?" "He has gone to rest in his room." The young secretary replied with a smile. "What? He has gone to sleep. How dare he? Brother, let us leave. I traveled all this way. And he decides to nap. Has he lost his mind?" Feng Tianhai exclaimed, his frustration palpable. "I apologize for this. It was my oversight. I never anticipated he would act so thoughtlessly. Please do not be angry." Feng Tianhai immediately turned to Yichen, offering his apologies. "Why are you so anxious? It's not a significant issue. We can come back tomorrow. Today has been tiring. I shall also book a room upstairs to rest," Yichen said, gently patting his shoulder before turning towards the elevator. "Damn it, Chenpeng, you better not regret this." Feng Tianhai shouted angrily at the office before hastily catching up with Yichen. The following morning, Yichen received a call from Qin Meiyan. "Yichen, my company has a great deal to handle today. Could you look after Tong Tong? If you are unavailable, I can send Fat in instead." Upon hearing her request, Yichen instantly awakened, hurriedly dressing, and rushed towards the door, still barefoot. A prolonged silence followed on the other end of the line, prompting Qin Meiyun to say in a firm tone, "Are you available or not?" "Of course I am available. I and Amp, Oppos, and putting on my clothes, just wait for me." Yichen replied hastily. "You and Tong Tong are my top priority. I am always available. Caring for my daughter is a natural obligation." Hearing the commotion on Yichen's end, Qin Meiyun finally relaxed. She had feared that Yi Chen's previous enthusiasm was merely an act, but today it seemed her concerns were unfounded. Take your time, be careful, and ensure Tong Tong is safe. Don't let her get hurt, Qin Meiyun added quickly. Rest assured, Tong Tong is in good hands. I will protect her from even the slightest breeze. Yi Chen replied with a grin, his face radiating joy, as though he had won the lottery. This was the first time since Qin Meiyun and Appo's divorce that she entrusted him to care for Tong Tong alone, indicating a growing trust. After hanging up, Yi Chen dashed to the elevator, making his way downstairs. Meanwhile, Qin Meiyun wore a bright smile, feeling confident in leaving Tong Tong with Yi Chen. After all, Yi Chen treated Tong Tong with unparalleled devotion, perhaps even more attentively than her own mother. In the meantime, Yi Chen brought Tong Tong to the hotel and planned to take her to the amusement park for a day of fun. Feng Tianhai entered his room and paused upon seeing Tong Tong dutifully brushing her teeth at the sink. "Oh, my little princess Tong Tong, you have arrived?" Feng Tianhai approached her, eager to share a moment of affection. "Don't, uncle. Your stubble hurts," Tong Tong exclaimed, jumping off the stool and pushing his face away, shaking her head. "Hith. Then I'll shave it off and cherish my little Tong Tong," Feng Tianhai replied, genuinely prepared to shave off his long-standing facial hair. Yi Chen approached, cradling Tong Tong in his arms, gently washing her little face and drying it before taking out his phone to braid her hair, following the steps from a video. "My brother, I never realized you had such a talent. I envy you for having such an adorable little companion," Feng Tianhai remarked, his reflection in the mirror displaying a hint of jealousy. "Well, let in Appo's. Let's make it happen. While I am in good health, I should have healthy children. With your status, the girls lining up to marry you must be countless," Yi Chen said, smiling blissfully as he continued to style Tong Tong's hair. Tong Tong, meanwhile, focused on her phone, engrossed in videos. "I don't believe in marriage. Although I admire your sincerity towards my sister-in-law, my fate is to wander through life. Besides, isn't there already a little princess here?" Feng Tianhai remarked, gently brushing his fingers against Tong Tong's cheek. "She is my daughter. Keep your hands to yourself. If you desire a child, you must bear your own," Yi Chen said protectively, cradling Tong Tong and Appo's face in his hands. But she's also my niece. Tong Tong, would you like to go to the amusement park later? We can ride roller coasters, and I'll buy you the prettiest dress, chocolates, and Häagen-Dazs ice cream. Whatever you desire, Uncle will provide." Feng Tianhai squatted down, grinning foolishly at Tong Tong. "Thank you, Uncle, but I still want to be Daddy's little girl." "Please don't have any thoughts about that," Tong Tong replied adorably, waving her little hand. Instantly, Yi Chen and Feng Tianhai exchanged glances, bursting into laughter. Half an hour later, Yi Chen carried Tong Tong downstairs, accompanied by Feng Tianhai. "Oh dear, how could I forget? Last night, my girlfriend took my car while she went out to have fun," Feng Tianhai exclaimed. "Brother, wait a moment. I will call Chun Peng to come pick us up." As he spoke, Feng Tianhai pulled out his phone and dialed. Yi Chen glanced at him but said nothing, his thoughts clear as day. Approximately 20 minutes later, a young man in a silver suit, sporting slicked-back hair and possessing a strikingly handsome yet aloof demeanor, approached them at a leisurely pace, his expression replete with haughtiness. Chapter 65. I find it perplexing that my brother, a man so devoted to family, could end up divorced. I said to Chin Peng, "Are you a pig's head? What time is it? And you're still asleep. With your attitude, even when given a chance, you prove to be useless, and you expect my brother to support you? You're nothing but a worthless lump." Upon seeing the young man, Feng Tianhai's temper flared, and he immediately began to scold him. Chun Peng glanced at Yi Chen beside him, then slowly turned around, fixing his gaze on Feng Tianhai, saying, "Mind your language. Do I know you well? This is only our second meeting today, the first being 15 years ago in the courtyard. What gives you the audacity to act tough in front of me?" After speaking, he adjusted his clothes and disdainfully blew a breath at the blazing sun overhead. Feng Tianhai, noticing Yi Chen beside him, coldly replied, "I want to stoop to your level. Hurry up and arrange a car for me. My brother is taking the kids to the amusement park. As for your guidance, we can discuss it when we return." He had grown impatient and, rather than engage in banter, spoke in a commanding tone. "What gives you the right to order me around? Just because of your uncle? He merely my father's subordinate. As for you, in terms of assets, I own 12 hotels. What do you have? Just a failing liquor agency that's losing money. Have you sold your car and now can't even drive yourself? Don't come here pretending to be important. If it weren't for having played together in the courtyard and my father's orders, I would bother with you at all. Chen Peng retorted mockingly. Enough of this bickering. Let us just take a taxi, Yi Chun interjected, pushing Feng Tianhai aside in frustration. Brother, you go ahead. I don't believe he has anything special. My worth has already surpassed 100 million in just a few days. Your 12 hotels' annual profit doesn't even compare to my pocket change. And this is my brother, my idol. If it weren't for my uncle's reputation, who would care to instruct you? Just look at your attitude. It's utterly unremarkable. Feng Tianhai pointed at Chen Peng and scolded. Leave me? Huh, just look at him. He is of the same lowly caliber as you. By the way, I heard you made money off a failed real estate project, with a fortune teller suggesting the idea, right? That must be him. Chen Peng's face was filled with contempt. After all, his father was a high-ranking official, and he had built several hotels through his own merit, his strength undeniable. Yichen replied coldly, Indeed, that's me. I initially intended to assist you, but it seems you're not in need. Sensing the malice directed at him, he decided to speak plainly. Assist me? Oh, I almost forgot. I've heard your exploits. Relying on fortune-telling to hoard Maodai and invest in failed projects. I mean, what era are we in? Only fools like Feng Tianhai would believe you. Chen Peng continued to scoff. Your father is Chen Taiming, the former leader of the Provincial Housing Construction Department, ISNT, Yichen stated blandly. Chen Peng was taken aback, a mix of shock and anger crossing his face. Are you trying to fool me? Speak plainly. He must have told you all this. He pointed at Feng Tianhai with derision. Feng Tianhai was furious, nearly ready to strike, but was halted by a mere glance from Yichen. You're looking to acquire a popular hostel called Yunshuyo in the Chilan Mountain Scenic Area for 42 million. You're currently in negotiations, aiming for a flat 40 million. Today, they've scheduled a meeting for you at the Yunnan restaurant to continue discussions. And there may be a surprise in store. Of course, it could also be a shock. I must advise you, that hotel is not a wise purchase. If you insist on acquiring Yunshuyo, it would be prudent to wait until after 10 to sign a contract. Yichen paused briefly. At that time, keep an eye on the news or Douyin. You might uncover something new. I've said my piece. Whether you believe it is up to you. After finishing, Yichen embraced Tong Tong and began to walk down. Chen Peng, you would do well to heed my brother's advice. Otherwise, you may find yourself regretting it. Feng Tianhai exclaimed, rushing after Yichen. Two lunatics. They've become obsessed with fortune-telling. Chen Peng sneered, dismissively turning to instruct his secretary to arrange a car to Yundan restaurant. Half an hour later, at the amusement park, Tong Tong was joyfully riding the carousel. Yichen sat behind her, holding his daughter, his face beaming with delight. Conversely, Feng Tianhai appeared troubled. Just as he lit a cigarette, a nearby staff member confiscated it, intensifying his frustration. Daddy, this is so much fun. I want to ride by myself. The other kids don't have their daddies with them, and I'm really brave. Tong Tong exclaimed after dismounting. All right, for this round, Daddy will just watch. You go ahead, Yichen replied with a smile, affectionately ruffling Tong Tong's hair. It was a good thing for her to have her own thoughts. Under safe conditions, he wholeheartedly supported her independence, especially since she had mostly followed Mei Yun's guidance. Lacking much freedom. Hearing this, Tong Tong beamed with joy, shouldering her little strawberry bear bag and turning to head back. Yichen leaned against the railing, watching intently. Yet, his concern lingered, prompting him to find a staff member and pull out 200 yuan bills. Excuse me, could you please keep an eye on my daughter? Yichen asked politely. The young staff member was momentarily taken aback, but accepted the money, her face lighting up with delight. Is that little girl over there? Don't worry, sir. I'll take good care of her, she assured, moving closer to Tong Tong and engaging with her, which made Tong Tong even happier. Brother, I truly apologize. Had I known Chen Peng was like this, I wouldn't have introduced him to you. That man who lacks discernment will surely regret it one day. Feng Tianhai finally found a moment to approach Yichen, speaking with genuine remorse. His frown stemmed from a worry that Yichen might be upset due to his unreliable friend. Thus, he even began to doubt his own judgment. It was unnecessary to risk his reputation for the sake of another. Enough. Do I seem like a petty person to you? I brought my daughter here to enjoy ourselves. You should stop sulking or find somewhere else to be. Yichin playfully chided. Brother, as long as you're not angry, everything is fine. It's just a matter of laughter. I'll show you my best smile. Upon hearing Yi Chan's tone, Feng Tianhai finally relaxed, grinning widely, his teeth bared in a laugh that was rather unappealing. Yichin couldn't help but express his disdain, playfully pushing his brother's face. Oh, I must say, Tong Tong resembles you a lot, especially with that face-pushing tactic. Feng Tianhai rubbed his face, grimacing. Of course. My daughter takes after me. Yi Chun chuckled, his pride evident as he watched Tong Tong on the carousel. By the way, brother, I didn't dare ask before, but what is the situation between you and sister-in-law? If you don't want to discuss it, just pretend I never asked. No need to get flustered. Feng Tianhai quickly added. He was genuinely curious as to how someone as admirable and family-oriented as Yi Chun could end up divorced. It simply didn't align with logic. Chapter 66. A Fury Unleashed. Tong Tong is attacked. In years past, I committed numerous misdeeds, succumbing to various vices, ultimately losing my stable job. It can be said that the essence of a scoundrel resides within me. I have wronged those two women, and all my current actions merely serve to repay my debts. I scarcely dare to hope for their forgiveness. With a heavy sigh, Yichin reflected on this. Fortunately, Mei Yun has gradually begun to see me in a new light. I must continue to strive, shouldering the responsibilities of a husband and embracing the role of a father wholeheartedly. Indeed, it's no wonder. But I must say, brother, your wife is truly wonderful and so beautiful, while Tong Tong is absolutely adorable. You need to put in more effort. Thankfully, you are now a billionaire tycoon. Although your wife is not the type to be swayed by vanity, a man in Oppo's ability to earn is undoubtedly his greatest charm. I believe she will soon come to terms with it and reconcile with you. After all, there are very few young and wealthy men like you. You are quite the catch. Feng Tianhai was not merely flattering him. Achieving over 4 billion before 30 through sheer talent is no small feat. Not just in Longzhou, but nationwide, such individuals are exceedingly rare. Let be, Mei Yun did not marry me for my wealth. That is simply not her character. In any case, should you meet a girl who values you for who you are rather than your riches, do not be like me and only realize her worth after losing her. Yi Chun patted Feng Tianhai on the shoulder. Actually, I have encountered such a person. Feng Tianhai replied with a smile. Now, the girl who urged you to buy the Bentley Mulsanne, Zhang Yaoyao? Yi Chun inquired with a grin. Huh, brother, how did you know her name is Zhang Yaoyao? Feng Tianhai exclaimed, startled. Oh, it's only natural to know her name. But I didn't quite grasp your earlier point, he said, suddenly realizing. Yi Chun could deduce even the most complex situations, so this minor detail was certainly not beyond his perception. That girl is fine for casual fun, but do not invest your heart. Tonight, you should visit the Blue Ocean Bar, room 702, and you will understand everything. Oh, and don't forget to bring a few brothers along, so you won't get taken advantage of. After finishing, Yi Chun turned his gaze towards the horizon. The second plan was about to commence. This represented one of his few opportunities to earn money. Time was of the essence. Only a few days remained. The funds he possessed were more than sufficient. Meanwhile, upon hearing Yi Chen's words, Feng Tianhai's mood darkened. He had complete faith in Yi Chen's warning, but he was also eager to see what transpired at the Blue Ocean Bar that night. Not far away, Tong Tong was still reveling in the fun when she attempted to climb onto the large white rabbit carousel. At that moment, a chubby boy reached out and grabbed her. Move aside. I want to sit here. The pudgy boy declared rudely. No, this is mine. I want to play. Tong Tong retorted defiantly, clinging to the puppet. Get out of my way, or I'll hit you. The boy threatened, charging at her and tugging at her clothes. Rip. Tong Tong's princess dress was torn. This was bought by my daddy. Move aside. Tong Tong, like her mother Qin Mei Yun, though slender, was quite strong. With a firm push, she sent the boy tumbling off the platform. Although the platform was only half a meter high, the boy fell and immediately began to cry. Wah, it hurts my bottom. When my mom comes, she will teach you a lesson. The boy wailed. Notably, he was still just a child despite his size. I'm not scared. I have my daddy. You tore my dress that my daddy bought for me, Tong Tong bravely declared. At that moment, a flamboyantly dressed, slightly plump woman rushed over. Clearly the boy and Appo's mother. Zhuang, what happened? You scared your mother. Look at your arm, it's bleeding, she said, a look of concern on her face. Mom, it's her. She pushed me down. The boy pointed an accusing finger at Tong Tong. What? Push you down? You little brat, you're small. But you have quite the audacity to push my son. The woman's face contorted with fury. Waiter, come here. Why wasn't I informed that my son was pushed down? Do you know who I am? I'm Mrs. Zhang, and my husband has shares in this amusement park. You don't seem to understand your place, she shouted. The waiter looked troubled. Your child was trying to take another child's puppet, which led to this situation. It's not my responsibility. I sincerely apologize. Is your child all right? The waiter, unable to provoke further conflict, could only offer apologies, even though it wasn't entirely her fault. After all, parents should accompany their children at amusement parks. Moreover, this was a result of provocation, not an accident. How dare you argue? My son doesn't need to fight with others. This amusement park is funded by my husband. You blind fool. Without warning, the woman slapped the waiter hard, knocking her to the ground. Then, she stormed towards Tong Tong, yanking her off the platform and pushing her down. You filthy little brat. How dare you hurt my son? Now admit it. Do you dare to do it again? The woman screamed, causing Tong Tong to cry out in fear, covering her face and retreating in panic. Daddy, I'm scared, Tong Tong cried out. At that moment, Yi Chun, hearing the commotion, spun around, his heart racing with fury, especially upon witnessing a woman pushing his daughter to the ground and yelling at her. Rage surged within him, reaching a boiling point. His eyes burned with fury. In the next instant, he leaped over the railing and charged towards the woman. She noticed the approaching figure and turned to see a furious Yi Chun advancing. Tong Tong, Daddy is here. Don't be afraid. Yi Chun managed to suppress his rage as he scooped Tong Tong from the ground, anxiously checking her for injuries. Upon seeing her torn dress, his brows furrowed deeply. Daddy, that fat lady pushed me and yelled at me. It wasn't my fault. Her child tried to take my puppet and tore my princess dress. I really liked the dress you bought for me, and I only pushed him. Tong Tong sobbed uncontrollably. Tong Tong, don't cry. I'll buy you another dress. Don't cry. Daddy will protect you. Yi Chun embraced her, his heart racing, fearing for Tong Tong's well-being. You little beggar. You're that wretched brat's father. Aren't you? Why didn't you come out sooner? Look at the trouble your daughter has caused. Do you know who I am? This amusement park is funded by my husband. I warn you, apologize now, and ensure your daughter apologizes too, or we will not be done with this. The woman shouted, her demeanor imposing. Surrounding parents began to gather, drawn to the unfolding drama. Chapter 67. Rampage, the devoted daughter's slave. At this moment, Tong Tong, go to your uncle. Yi Chun lowered his voice, speaking to Tong Tong with the utmost tenderness. Come, uncle will take you to play on the pirate's ship, Feng Tianhai said, forcing down his inner fury with a warm smile directed at Tong Tong. Only then did Tong Tong obediently nod and walk over. Once Tong Tong was led aside, Yi Chun rose and strode directly towards the woman. You just said, who is the bastard? Yi Chun confronted the woman, his expression darkening to the extreme. The woman, frightened, stammered and fell silent. What? With so many people watching, do you dare to hit me? The woman, seeing the crowd grow larger, provocatively pointed at Yi Chun. Not only you, but even your son should be punished. Yi Chun could no longer contain the rage surging within him. He seized the woman's hair and delivered a barrage of slaps, each strike infused with all his strength, distorting her newly crafted nose and chin. The chubby boy was knocked to the ground by a kick from Yi Chun, wailing in distress. How dare you touch my daughter? I can barely protect her, and you dare to strike her? She is my life. Yi Chun rained down slaps until his hands grew numb, the woman's screams ceasing abruptly. The onlookers gasped at the scene before them. A father, upon witnessing his daughter being harmed, is prepared to exchange his life for hers. In that moment, Yi Chun was embodying this sentiment. He threw the woman to the ground and kicked her head repeatedly, causing her to clutch her head and wail in agony. Damn you! Yi Chun was nearly drained of strength, adrenaline coursing through him, causing his body to tremble. The woman, on the other hand, was reduced to a weakened state. Her teeth shattered, her face grotesquely disfigured. "Sir, please calm down. You can't keep hitting her. Someone might die." A girl rushed over with several parents, forcibly pulling Yi Chen away. "Ah! Woe is me. My husband is coming. He will surely kill you. You wait for me, you scoundrel." The woman, still defiant, lay on the ground, her speech slurred as she continued to curse. At that moment, a bespectacled middle-aged man, flanked by several security guards, approached. Upon seeing the woman's pitiful state, his face contorted with rage, especially upon noticing the chubby boy crying on the ground. "Wife, who did this? Tell me. I want him dead." The man moved closer, helping the woman to her feet, his face a mask of fury. "It was him, my husband. He hit me and the child." The woman screamed, pointing at Yi Chen. The man turned to Yi Chen, his expression filled with rage, his veins bulging. However, when he recognized Yi Chen and Appo's face, shock replaced his anger. "Igriga llevos," he exclaimed, having seen Yi Chen during the infamous night of the bet against the stock market tycoon Zhang Liang. As a man of considerable wealth himself, he held deep respect for Yi Chen's prowess. "You know me?" Yi Chen narrowed his eyes, approaching with a measured stride. Now that the woman's husband had arrived, a fair confrontation could commence, as his pent-up anger sought an outlet. "Of course I know you. That night, you won over 70 million from Zhang Liang. I was present." The man, filled with indignation, challenged Yi Chen. "I must say, Yi boss, you are a person of stature. To act so brutally against my wife in public is unacceptable. Is it? Perhaps you should first inquire what your wife has done," Yi Chen replied with a cold smirk. The man suddenly recalled his wife and Appo's nature, a nervous tension creeping into him. "Xiaolan, tell me what happened," he demanded sternly. "Husband, just deal with him. Look, I was almost killed by him. There are so many witnesses," the woman exclaimed, her voice laced with anger and distress. However, as the man turned to the onlookers, he found their expressions indifferent, some even shaking their heads in disapproval. "You tell me exactly what transpired," he insisted, his gaze finally landing on a staff member. "Mr. Zhang, it was your son who snatched this gentleman's daughter's puppet, tearing her skirt, and then he was pushed down. Subsequently, your wife came over and pushed this gentleman's daughter down as well," the staff member recounted nervously. As the staff member's words hung in the air, the woman immediately hung her head in shame. Mr. Zhang and Appo's expression darkened further. He clenched his teeth, sighed, and turned to Yi Chen. "I apologize, Yi boss. It is my failure to discipline her. I hope your precious daughter is unharmed." "Fortunately, she is merely frightened. Had she been injured, I would demand her life." Yi Chen's furious roar sent chills down Mr. Zhang's spine as he profusely apologized before hastily departing with his wife and child. Feng Tianhai returned with Tong Tong, who was now wearing a new princess dress identical to the previous one. "Daddy, Uncle Tianhai took me to buy a dress." Tong Tong approached, seemingly having forgotten the earlier incident, beaming with joy. Yi Chen quickly scooped up Tong Tong. "Did you thank Uncle Tianhai?" he asked with a smile. "Of course. Tong Tong is very polite," she chirped, snuggling adorably against Yi Chen and Appo's shoulder. "What an Appo's there to thank. Buying my niece a dress is only proper." Feng Tianhai interjected with a fierce expression. "By the way, how did you resolve the situation? I only just learned that wretched woman is Zhang Jun's wife. He married such a she-devil. He is bound for misfortune. Should I apply some pressure on him?" "No need. It's all settled. One should show mercy where possible. What I desire is for Tong Tong to be safe. That is the priority. Now, let us go. It's getting late, and I have something to discuss with you." Yi Chen waved his hand, leading the way out of the amusement park. Feng Tianhai's heart raced with excitement at Yi Chen's words, sensing a potential opportunity for profit on the horizon. Chapter 68. Can you please not disturb her sleep? In a luxurious private room at the Yundun Hotel, the table was laden with a sumptuous feast featuring an array of fresh seafood. Several bottles of exquisite red wine, each valued at around 70 to 80,000, had also been uncorked. Chen Peng rose, a broad smile adorning his face as he approached a middle-aged man, raising his glass and cheerfully stating, "Mr. Han, This marks our sixth meeting, and I trust you can perceive my sincerity. It is not that your esteemed hotel is unworthy of its price, but alas, I find myself currently lacking in funds. Otherwise, I would not squander so much of your valuable time. With that, Chun punged down the contents of his glass in one swift motion. Indeed, his earnestness was palpable. However, Mr. Han merely shook his head and replied coolly, Mr. Chun, this is becoming rather tedious. If you claim to be short on cash, I could lend you some. However, the price of this hotel is non-negotiable. Truth be told, were it not for my desire to pursue other ventures, I would be reluctant to part with this hotel. The Chilean mountain scenic area attracts throngs of tourists each year. To put things in perspective, my off-season revenue alone reaches this figure daily, he said, raising 3 fingers. At this moment, Chun Peng remained silent, taking a seat and attentively listening to his counterpart. Moreover, my establishment is a trendy hotspot for social media influencers. Without even mentioning the costs of renovation, the foot traffic alone makes it unwise to sell at a discount. Just so, if you don't finalize your decision today, I will be signing a contract with another executive, whom you are acquainted with, Mr. Sheng Chi-chiang of the Shengshi Group, who recently acquired the Haitian Group. He too is venturing into the hotel industry, but currently lacks a reputation. As for the price, he is inflexible. I'm only considering you out of respect for your father, which is why we are having this discussion today. Mr. Han concluded with a smile. Upon hearing the name Sheng Chi-chiang, Chun Peng and Appos, his expression shifted subtly. The Shengshi Group was a multinational corporation, a true behemoth in the industry. In Longzhou, they dominated logistics, dining, and entertainment, an undeniable titan. In a competitive scenario, he would stand no chance. Mr. Han, 42 million, and I will proceed with the acquisition. Let's sign the contract right away. However, please hold on for a moment. I have a matter to attend to, and I will return shortly to finalize everything, Chun Peng stated earnestly. Very well, but please ensure you provide me with a definitive answer by 10 o'clock. I have an appointment with Mr. Sheng and cannot afford to keep him waiting, Mr. Han nodded in agreement. At that moment, Chun Peng stood and made his way to the door. As he pushed it open, a female secretary hurried towards him. Mr. Chun, the owner of the Chihai Lantian Hotel, Mr. Yang, has arrived and wishes to speak with you regarding the acquisition. He mentioned he could lower his asking price by 2 million, bringing it down to 50 million. The secretary informed him. Lowering 2 million still puts it at 48 million. Compared to Yin Shui Yao, his business hotel is outdated. Yin Shui Yao is only 42 million. And he dares to ask for that? Chun Peng scoffed dismissively. However, he froze suddenly. Wait, did you say Mr. Yang from Chihai Lantian is personally here? Chun Peng inquired urgently. Yes, Mr. Chun. He is quite earnest and is waiting in the adjacent room for you, the secretary confirmed. Understood. You go ahead and keep Mr. Yang occupied. Tell him I will be there shortly, Chun Peng instructed casually. The secretary nodded and promptly headed towards the neighboring room. How strange. I had no appointment with Mr. Yang and had clearly stated that the price was excessive, gently refusing his offer. Yet he has come to negotiate a lower price. It must be mere coincidence. Perhaps that charlatan merely guessed right. But, with a 6 million disparity, Yin Shui Yao remains the prime acquisition target. Suddenly, Chun Peng recalled the warning from Yi Chen earlier that morning. Mr. Yang from Chihai Lantian had indeed come. It felt rather uncanny. Nevertheless, Chun Peng shook his head dismissively. A fraud. Why would I believe his nonsense? Am I out of my mind? With that, he approached the window, lit a cigarette, and glanced at his wristwatch. It was already 9:40. He had approximately 20 minutes left. That individual had stated that even if a contract were to be signed, it would have to be after 10. Whether he was merely posturing or if something unforeseen would transpire remained to be seen. With these thoughts in mind, he pulled out his phone and opened Douyin, scrolling through a few videos on hotel management before tucking his phone back into his pocket. It's about time. I should return a sign. He couldn't believe he had entertained the words of that deceiver. Such individuals should be avoided in the future. Bad luck. Chun Peng shook his head and made his way to the door of the private room. Just as he reached for the handle, the secretary rushed back towards him. Mr. Chun, this is bad. You need to see this. Douyin's trending headline. A guest at Yin Shui Yao discovered a foul odor in their room, and upon switching rooms, other customers found a corpse under the bed, severely decomposed. The hotel has been sealed off. She handed him her phone. Chen Peng's heart raced upon hearing this. He was stunned as he watched the video go viral. Just as he stood there, dazed, the door swung open and Mr. Han rushed in, looking flustered. Without even greeting Chen Peng, he hastily pushed past him and bolted out. Seeing Mr. Han and Appo's disheveled retreat, a smile broke across Chen Peng and Amp. Appo's face, he couldn't and Amp. Appo's helped but feel a sense of relief. Mr. Chen, what just happened? What should we do next? The secretary asked, puzzled. Does Mr. Yang know about this incident? Chen Peng suddenly inquired. He probably doesn't. I just happened to see a friend share it, and thought it best to show you immediately. The secretary responded anxiously. Let us go see Mr. Yang. I'll take it for 48 million, Chen Peng declared, leading the secretary towards the adjacent private room. Meanwhile, Yi Chen had just returned to the hotel. As he was about to close the door, Feng Tianhai approached him. Boss, there's trouble. 2 law enforcement officers have arrived, Feng Tianhai said, looking worried. Shortly thereafter, 2 uniformed officers stood before Yi Chen. Are you Mr. Yi Chen? We are from the Longzhou Criminal Investigation Team. We have received video evidence alleging that you assaulted someone at the Nanshan amusement park. Please cooperate with us, one of the middle-aged officers stated, flashing his badge. All right, I will cooperate. Can you please not disturb my daughter's sleep? I need to put her down first, Yi Chen replied with a smile. Please cooperate with the investigation and refrain from causing any trouble. Otherwise, I will have no choice but to charge you with public disorder. The young officer beside the middle-aged one shouted. Yi Chen quickly pressed his face close to Tong Tong's ear, holding her tightly. She stirred slightly, but continued to sleep soundly. Sighing in relief, Yi Chen looked up at the young officer and said to Feng Tianhai, Tianhai, please take Tong Tong back and don't tell your sister-in-law too much to avoid worrying her. Upon hearing this, Feng Tianhai pushed the young officer aside, casting him a cold glare as he retorted, don't think you can bully others just because you wear a badge. Can't you see there's a child present? Chapter 69. Do you perceive me as a villain? Feng Tianhai gently cradled Tong Tong in his arms. Repeat that. The young law enforcer, his face contorted with anger, pointed an accusing finger at Feng Tianhai. You bean, cease your ruckus. This is a matter of law enforcement, not a quarrel. As an officer, you ought to maintain decorum. A middle-aged enforcer chastised from the side. The young man remained defiant, but refrained from further comments. Tianhai, spare us the chatter and return Tong Tong promptly. Be cautious on your way. Yi Chen said indifferently. Understood, brother. Rest assured, I will take good care of Tong Tong. I will find my third uncle shortly to arrange a release. Feng Tianhai nodded and turned to leave. Will they be using handcuffs? Yi Chen suddenly inquired, raising his hands playfully after Feng Tianhai had departed. No need. Just cooperate, replied the middle-aged man as he opened the door. Hurry up, what are you staring at? The young man shoved Yi Chen with his hand. In the next moment, Yi Chen swiftly dodged the young man and Appo's clumsy attempt and swept his leg, causing the young man to stumble and fall. With a cold smirk, Yi Chen walked past him, saying, You should be grateful that I am not a desperate criminal, but rather a law-abiding citizen. Otherwise, your reckless shouting in front of my daughter would have warranted dire consequences. Sir, does that count as a threat? If so, add it to the charges. Yi Chen glanced at the middle-aged enforcer and asked nonchalantly, You would do well to behave yourself. The offense of assault is not severe, and as long as you can obtain the victim's forgiveness, you may only face 24 hours of detention. But do not overstep your bounds. It is not wise, the middle-aged enforcer replied coldly. Yi Chen, upon hearing this, chose not to respond further and walked outside. Once the young man regained his footing, he seethed with anger. Damn it, he ambushed me. Zhang, I want to file a complaint. This is utterly outrageous. Adjust your attitude, and he would not have treated you this way. You're a hothead. When you accompany me on law enforcement duties, speak less, observe more, and learn. Otherwise, if you go out with others, I cannot carry your weight. With your intellect, even a common criminal can provoke you. What were you thinking? Zhang admonished him. The young man lowered his head in shame, yet his expression remained defiant. In the apple orchard community, after Feng Tianhai parked the car, he spotted Qin Meiyun anxiously waiting at the entrance. He exited the vehicle and waved, calling, "Sister-in-law, over here. Tong Tong is asleep. Please hold her for a moment." Upon hearing this, Qin Meiyun hurried over, gently lifting Tong Tong into her arms. "And Yi Chun? Where is he?" Qin Meiyun's expression darkened. Trusting Yi Chun with Tong Tong had seemed right, but now he had handed the child to someone else. How was this different from the scoundrel he once was? She had hoped for change, yet it appeared she had merely been deluding herself. "Sister-in-law, it is not what it seems. Brother Yi encountered some trouble, which is why he entrusted the child to me. You must believe that he cares deeply for Tong Tong. She is his own daughter," Feng Tianhai hurried to explain. "Enough. Just tell me what happened and where he went." Qin Meiyun insisted, shaking her head. I explained. "Please do not be anxious. Brother Yi got into a scuffle, and the law enforcement took him for questioning, but he will be released soon. The situation is not serious," Feng Tianhai clarified, concerned that Qin Meiyun might misconstrue the situation and damage their relationship. Fighting? At his age, he is still getting into brawls? Is this his excuse for neglecting the child? Qin Meiyun responded coldly, her heart growing colder. "Sister-in-law, can you let me finish? Brother Yi has confided in me about his past. He was reckless and made many mistakes, but he has changed. Even I, as an outsider, can see this. It is difficult to convey in one sentence, but here, watch this video, and you will understand," Feng Tianhai said, locating the video of Yi Chen's altercation that had been shared online and showed it to Qin Meiyun while explaining the context. Upon learning that Yi Chun had acted in defense of Tong Tong, Qin Meiyun felt a wave of guilt wash over her. She had wronged him. Realizing this, she quickly opened the car door and sat in the passenger seat, saying, "Tianhai, could you please take me to the law enforcement office? I want to see how he is. I am worried." "Sister-in-law, do not fret. It is not a significant matter. In fact, this is less important than Tong Tong's sleep. I will speak to my third uncle and resolve this issue. Please, you return home. I will go find him," Feng Tianhai reassured her, patting his chest. Upon discovering that Feng Tianhai and Appo's third uncle was a high-ranking official, Qin Meiyun felt a sense of relief. She was astonished at how Yi Chun and Appo's acquaintances had become increasingly formidable, a stark contrast to his previous companions. "Very well then, please inform me as soon as you have news," Qin Meiyun said anxiously. "Understood, sister-in-law." With that, Feng Tianhai got into the car and drove away. At that moment, Yi Chun sat in the interrogation room, facing his questioning with composure. "Yi Chun, your actions of violence are unjustifiable. While I acknowledge your influence in prompting the other party to seek reconciliation, do not expect to evade the law," Zhang stated sternly. "Zhang, do you perceive me as a villain?" Yi Chun asked calmly. "It is not a matter of perception. Your actions dictate your character. Based solely on the assault, you have committed a crime," Zhang replied with unwavering integrity. "Then may I inquire, Zhang, do you have children?" Yi Chun asked. "Maintain a serious demeanor and respond to the relevant questions." The young man beside Zhang slammed his hand on the table. Yi Chun, hearing this, shrugged his shoulders and said, "Then I have nothing further to say." "Yes, a son, 10 years old," Zhang replied. "His name is Zhang Xingxing, and he attends the second experimental primary school." Yi Chun added with a smile. Suddenly, Zhang and Appo's face contorted with rage, and the young man beside him slammed his fist on the table. "What do you mean by that? Are you threatening Officer Zhang? If you dare to harm his family, do not expect me to hold back." The young man seethed. Chapter 70. Chun Peng's Sincerity. Zhang, the team leader, stood up and pressed the young man back into his seat. He then approached Yi Chun and lowered his head, saying, "Based on your earlier words, I can respond in kind. If I were to remove this uniform, I would surely bring you to your knees." At that moment, Yi Chun merely smiled faintly, seemingly unfazed. "Zhang, consider this. It is human nature. Your child is under threat. Specifically, I refer to being assaulted at school. As a father, you wear this uniform and refrain from taking action. That is your duty as a public servant. However, I am unencumbered by such moral constraints. Anyone who harms my daughter will face my wrath. Thus, my actions are justified, are they not?" Yi Chun spread his hands. "Indeed, but legally, it is not permissible. I apologize for my earlier misunderstanding," Zhang replied solemnly. Yet, he was soon engulfed by confusion as he asked, "But how do you know about my son?" This was the first time his son had met Yi Chun, and the latter had been in the interrogation room, completely isolated from the outside world. How could he possibly be aware of his son's situation? This left Zhang perplexed. Zhang, you are a good man. Your team is currently investigating a kidnapping case where the perpetrators not only abduct but also murder their victims. 3 children, aged between 8 and 13, have already lost their lives. You have apprehended one of the gangs, yet have failed to extract any useful information, Yi Chun stated, his expression remaining calm. Initially, Zhang did not think much of it. After all, the case had made headlines, instilling fear within the community. It was not surprising for someone to be informed. However, as Yi Chun continued, Zhang was taken aback. What else do you know? How did you come by this information? Zhang's emotions surged, and he began to suspect Yi Chun was a suspect himself. The case in Appos, as societal ramifications were dire, and orders had been issued from above to resolve it within 3 days. Yet, with the second day nearly over, no leads had surfaced, heightening his anxiety. What time is it? Yi Chun did not respond to his inquiry. It is precisely 3 o'clock, Zhang remarked, glancing at his watch. In an hour, the children will be dismissed. Zhang, their next target is your son. There is a white van parked outside the second experimental elementary school, occupied by 2 armed assailants with shotguns. A lookout is stationed by a food stall under a nearby tree. Another assailant is planning to infiltrate the school, aided by a teacher who is a local, specifically your son and Appos, as homeroom teacher. Do not concern yourself with how I know this. If you believe me, you should act swiftly, Yi Chun urged earnestly. This is serious. Yi Chun, are you aware that your words could constitute a crime? If we respond and find nothing, it would be tantamount to falsely reporting an emergency, Zhang pressed. Gidip, Yi Chun's shoulder firmly. Yi Chun merely glanced at him. If we find nothing, that would be a blessing. At least no one would be harmed. Zhang, hurry. Do not waste any more time. Do not let regret be your companion. If anything happens, I will shoulder the blame. Do you not care about your child? Yi Chun reiterated emphatically. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang raised his head. You bin, gather the team. We depart for the second experimental elementary school within 5 minutes. Zhang commanded, his gaze fixed on Yi Chun. Despite his reluctance, Yu Bin complied and set off to inform the others. Yi Chun, if this turns out to be true, as a father, I will personally express my gratitude. However, if it is false, I will ensure you face consequences as the criminal investigation team leader. Zhang declared before swiftly turning away. Shortly thereafter, Yi Chun exited the criminal investigation department and encountered a smiling Feng Tianhai at the entrance. To his surprise, Chen Peng was also present, grinning like a Cheshire cat and waving cheerfully. Brother, you must be exhausted. Feng Tianhai rushed over, reaching out to support Yi Chun. Do not be so dramatic. It was merely an interrogation, not a release from prison. There is no need for such theatrics. Yi Chun chided with a smile. What has he gotten himself into? Yi Chun inquired, glancing at Chen Peng, who stood beside the car, grinning foolishly. He has humbled now. The Yun Shui Yao in Discover Body, and he has narrowly escaped a calamity. Lucky for him. Otherwise, millions would have been squandered. The inn is now sealed off, and the repercussions will likely lead to its closure. Even the owner has been taken in for questioning, facing serious allegations, Feng Tianhai said, his face beaming with satisfaction. Yi Chun had anticipated this outcome, but hearing it from Feng Tianhai was particularly gratifying. Just as Yi Chun was about to enter the vehicle, Chen Peng scampered over. Brother, I know you and Appos. Re's still upset with me. I have always been like this. He knows we grew up together. Please do not hold it against me. Let us get in the car and head back to the hotel. I'll treat you, your wife, and my niece. Chen Peng exclaimed, resembling a jovial innkeeper as he held the car door open. It seemed he had genuinely acknowledged his defeat. Once a privileged aristocrat, he now appeared humble and compliant, all in the span of a single day. This transformation only deepened Feng Tianhai and Appos' admiration for Yi Chun. There is no need for such formality. Your survival is simply fortuitous. My words may seem extravagant, but if you do not believe them, it is beyond my control, Yi Chun replied nonchalantly. However, this statement only intensified Chen Peng and Appos' guilt. He knew that had he acted swiftly and signed the contract, he would not have incurred a loss of 40 million. Stop calling me brother. Where do you think you are? Weren't you just boasting about how I am beneath you? You even warned me against associating with someone of my stature, lest I lower your status. And by the way, that's my sister-in-law and my niece. Spare the familiarity. Feng Tianhai seized the opportunity to mercilessly mock Chen Peng, reveling in the moment. Brother Hai, I was wrong. I was wrong, and that is all that matters. Father, you are my father in spirit. It's all my fault. I spoke without thinking and failed to recognize your greatness. Please, brother, grant me a chance to redeem myself. Otherwise, I will be utterly humiliated. Chen Peng implored, nearly on his knees. Chapter 71. Saving a life is worth more than building a pagoda. Moreover, the transformation in the attitude towards Feng Tianhai marked an extraordinary shift in dynamics. Initially addressing him as and Oppos, brother and Oppos, followed by and Oppos, foster father and Oppos. This level of contrition garnered admiration from Feng Tianhai. All right, enough of this. Let's go pick up the child, then head to the hotel, Yi Chun announced as he entered the car. Got it, brother. Let sister-in-law and my niece ride with me. I drive safely. Chen Peng exclaimed, utterly elated, before Feng Tianhai could utter a word of protest. He had already dashed back to his own vehicle. Damn it, that rascal is taking advantage of the situation. Feng Tianhai grumbled as he too got into the car, steering towards the apple orchard community. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the second realization primary school, Team Leader Zhang was leading a group of elite officers, having completely surrounded a van. Upon seeing the two individuals inside, they were all momentarily dumbfounded, especially Zhang. This is truly two people, he murmured in disbelief. Captain, there's a suspicious individual lurking near the corner sausage stand. He raises serious concerns. Came Yubin's voice over the radio. Captain, the criminal infiltrated the school, disguised as a janitor, and has already been apprehended. All students and staff are confined to their classrooms for safety, and we are poised for action. Zhang's heart was overwhelmed by a series of shocks, as everything Yi Chun had forewarned was unfolding before his eyes. Hold on. I'll lead a team inside to verify the identity of the homeroom teacher first, he recalled Yi Chun's words. If that teacher was indeed an accomplice, not just his child, but the entire class would be in jeopardy. However, without evidence, he couldn't act rashly. He needed to enter and bide his time. Zhang personally led two officers into the campus, making his way to his son's classroom. He chose not to enter, but positioned himself near the window, where he witnessed a bespectacled young man taking his son out alone. What should we do, Captain? One of the officers inquired. Stay calm. I believe this teacher is not acting of his own volition. You all remain still and do not act rashly, Zhang replied with a serious tone. Inside, he was equally unsettled. An indescribable fury ignited within him as he yearned to eliminate the teacher. Yet, he knew he had to remain composed. At that moment, he recalled Yi Chun's words. If you see your child being harmed, would you not fight back? Just then, the classroom door swung open, and the teacher emerged with a boy in tow. Dad, what are you doing here? The boy asked, confusion etched on his face. The 10-year-old had grown considerably, yet still appeared diminutive compared to adults. Seeing his son alongside a suspect only heightened Zhang's anxiety. Simultaneously, the teacher, upon noticing Zhang, became visibly anxious. I'm here to pick you up from school to visit your grandfather, Zhang said, hands clasped behind his back, though his gun was already loaded and ready. He spoke to his son while keeping a hawk-like gaze on the male teacher. The teacher appeared to struggle, beads of sweat cascading down his face, his hand rising as if to grasp the boy. May I take my child today? Zhang suddenly smiled, addressing the teacher. I sincerely apologize for interrupting your class. If you're busy, please return to your lesson. I'll directly escort the child to the entrance for registration. In an instant, the teacher's hand fell limply to his side. Zhang, however, did not let his guard down. Instead, he proceeded with utmost caution. After a few steps, he finally reached his son, swiftly pulling the child behind him. At that moment, several law enforcement officers surged forward, pinning the teacher to the ground. Thank you for not harming my child. You will accompany us for questioning. Your actions are not deemed serious. Cooperate, and you may earn leniency, Zhang addressed the restrained teacher. Sir, thank you for this opportunity. I do not wish to die or commit a crime. They force my hand with threats against my child. I will comply and provide full disclosure. The teacher responded, appearing relieved, a smile breaking across his face. After 3 days of torment, he was on the brink of collapse, but now felt liberated. This exchange of gratitude and the unspoken emotions had averted a crime and saved an innocent child. At that moment, team leader Zhang was profoundly grateful to Yi Chun. Embracing his son, he could no longer contain his tears. Others present shared in this moment, their faces reflecting relief and joy. This case had finally been resolved. Soon, the school entrance was besieged by media personnel. During an interview, Zhang remarked, "The swift resolution of this case is owed to the bravery of my investigative team. However, the credit truly belongs to a friend of mine whose invaluable information helped prevent another tragedy." As news spread, Zhang's friend quickly became a trending topic online, with various speculations arising. Some hailed him as a detective reborn, while others dismissed it as mere rhetoric. Some believed it was simply a citizen providing information, while others suggested an internal conflict among criminals over shared spoils. The internet buzzed with diverse theories and opinions. Meanwhile, seated in his car, Yi Chun watched the news broadcast, a smile gracing his face. Shortly thereafter, Chun Peng and the others arrived at the apple orchard community. Upon exiting the vehicle, Yi Chun spotted Qin Meiyun anxiously waiting at the entrance with Tong Tong. "Daddy, it's Daddy." Tong Tong and Appo's eyes sparkled with joy as she broke free from Qin Meiyun's grasp and dashed toward Yi Chun. Seeing this, Qin Meiyun couldn't help but roll her eyes. "This little ungrateful one already knows who is good to her," she muttered, but her demeanor remained serious as she walked over. "My precious little princess, I missed you terribly. Come give Daddy a kiss," Yi Chun exclaimed, kneeling with open arms as he enveloped Tong Tong in a warm embrace. With unrestrained joy, Tong Tong planted a kiss on Yi Chun's cheek, leaving a droplet of saliva that carried a faint scent of milk. Yi Chun felt no disdain to him. It was a delightful gift from his little angel. Chapter 72. A sincere apology. I and Appo's. "I'm sorry, brother. Dad, where have you been? I couldn't and Appo's. Find you at all," Tong Tong lamented, looking quite aggrieved. She clung to Yi Chun's neck, refusing to let go. Children's thoughts are so pure. They can easily discern who treats them well. The love Yi Chun bestowed upon her was not measured by monetary wealth, but rather through companionship, indulgence, and affection, an irreplaceable paternal love. "Haha, Mom didn't mean it. If Tong Tong behaves better, she won't scold you anymore." Yi Chun lifted Tong Tong into his arms and turned to Qin Meiyun, saying, "Qin, my beautiful lady, who has upset you? Your expression seems rather off. Don't joke around with me. I ask you, where have you been?" Qin Meiyun and Appo's demeanor was quite serious. "Huh, I didn't do anything. I encountered a minor issue that needed resolving. If you don't believe me, ask Tianhai." Yi Chun pointed, only to realize that Feng Tianhai had long since vanished. In that moment, Yi Chun understood that Qin Meiyun must have discovered the truth. That rascal Feng Tianhai had let the cat out of the bag. Don't blame him. I pressed him for answers, and he had no choice. But you, a grown-up, how could you resort to fighting? Even for Tong Tong, you shouldn't have beaten someone to that extent. If your parents find out, they will worry about you. Qin Meiyun admonished earnestly. Though she scolded him, it was evident that she was concerned. Yi Chun couldn't help but smile. It seemed he was not invisible to Qin Meiyun. At least she cared for his safety. "You can still laugh?" Qin Meiyun stared at him incredulously. Being cared for is truly wonderful. All right, Qin, my beautiful lady, I understand. I promise to be more prudent next time and heed your wisdom. Considering it's my first offense, let us not escalate it too much." Yi Chun attempted to take Qin Meiyun and Appo's hand, but instinctively withdrew. Qin Meiyun noticed his hesitation and sighed. "Fine, you're an adult now. You should have some self-restraint. Although you acted impulsively, your intentions for your daughter are commendable. Just remember to consider your approach next time." As her words concluded, Yi Chun immediately stood at attention and saluted. "At your command, my lady." Seeing Yi Chun's playful demeanor made Qin Meiyun chuckle. At that moment, Chun Peng cautiously approached. "Are you slouching? How did I not notice before?" Yi Chun inquired, puzzled. "Huh? No, I'm not slouching. Sister-in-law, Have you finished your lecture? If you're done, let us head out, Chun Peng asked tentatively. At that moment, Yichun realized that the lad was not slouching, but rather intimidated by Qin Meiyun. My apologies for the embarrassment. Where are we headed? Qin Meiyun finally softened her tone upon seeing an outsider and politely asked. To the hotel. I've already arranged a banquet there, sister-in-law. Please, let us get going. Chun Peng replied, eager to smooth things over. Yi Chun, understanding the effort Chun Peng was making to seek his forgiveness, acknowledged, I know he acted out of impulse. But it was reckless. Thankfully, the child is unharmed with only minor bruises. If he had seriously injured someone, it would have spiraled into a bigger issue. Indeed, that's true. Violence is never acceptable. Chun Peng wiped the sweat from his brow. Having intended to speak well of Yi Chun, but finding himself conceding to Qin Meiyun's lecture instead. Soon, Qin Meiyun got into the car and reached for Tong Tong. I don't want to. This uncle said this morning that we couldn't ride in his car. To everyone's surprise, Tong Tong clung to Yi Chun and refused to go. Instantly, Chun Peng felt embarrassed, wishing he could vanish in a thin air. It's a misunderstanding. My dear niece, I was merely speaking in jest this morning. How could I deny such a cute child a ride? I was wrong. Will you forgive me? Chun Peng said with a smile. Really? Then I'll sit with Mommy. After hearing this, Tong Tong turned and ran back into Qin Meiyun's arms. At that moment, Feng Tianhai came running, waving his hands in a manner reminiscent of a guilty party. His face lit up with a sheepish grin. I had a stomach ache earlier. Haha, brother, sister-in-law didn't give you a hard time, did she? Feng Tianhai asked as he approached, still smiling. Enough chatter. Let us get moving. Yichun gave him a light shove before entering the car. The group then set off towards the Grand Hotel. The banquet prepared by Chun Peng was lavish, including a specially arranged 3-tier children's cake just for Tong Tong, which delighted her immensely. Brother, I was thoughtless before. Please don't hold it against me. Today, I simply wish to make amends. I'll drink this cup. You do as you wish. Chun Peng raised his glass and downed it in one gulp. Aledict? Yeah. My brother, I wasn't truly upset with you. If I were, I wouldn't have come. Yichun replied, amused. If you wish to express your gratitude, do something substantial rather than mere words. Feng Tianhai interjected. Feng Tianhai, whom do you look down upon? Do you think I, Chun Peng, am just anyone? Brother, I have a suite in Bay Garden, over 170 square meters, just renovated and unoccupied. Here's the key, Chun Peng declared, producing a set of keys and presenting them to Yi Chun, casting a challenging glance at Feng Tianhai, as if to say, I, Chun Peng, am generous enough to offer a grand gift. Enough, I could never accept such a thing. If my uncle asks for my assistance, I shall certainly oblige. Please take it back. Yi Chun replied, bemused, pushing the keys back. In truth, his reasons were not solely for his uncle, but also for his own aspirations. Chun Peng's father held a significant position, just beneath that of the city lord. Yi Chun didn't seek to exploit this relationship, but rather to have a connection that could ease his future endeavors. For instance, today, he was released so effortlessly due to numerous connections. If he had genuinely committed a crime, no one could have saved him. However, since he was merely defending himself against an aggressor, it was deemed mutual combat. And with the other party's forgiveness, this incident was hardly consequential. Had that not been the case, he would have been detained for an additional 20 hours. Chapter 73. Preparations in advance, short selling plans. Brother, do you look down upon this house? Or do you find it lacking in prestige? This decoration was personally designed by me, an opulent European style, and I invested at least 700,000 to 800,000 in renovation. Chun Peng asked, astonished. He found it difficult to comprehend. The value of this house, including the renovation, was at least over 260 million. How could it be that no one wanted it when offered? Was it deemed too inexpensive? Upon hearing this, Yi Chun merely smiled and shook his head, about to offer an explanation. But at that moment, Feng Tianhai spoke up first. It's precisely because it lacks prestige. Chun Peng, do you truly believe my brother needs your set of houses? I reckon it's not that he looks down upon it, but rather your judgment is misplaced. Do you think a tycoon with over 40 billion in liquid assets would require your 100 houses? As Feng Tianhai and oppose. As words fell, Chun Peng was left utterly dumbfounded. As if struck by lightning, his mind reeling. Although Feng Tianhai often enjoyed boasting and joking around, he wouldn't exaggerate about such matters. Yet, he could never have imagined that this young man, only a few years his senior, Yi Chun, was worth over 40 billion. How terrifying that was. Primarily, he had never encountered Yi Chun before. He was aware of the wealth and status of a few individuals in their circle. A net worth of 40 billion was already exceedingly rare, especially in Longzhou, a city that barely qualified as a second-tier location. No, it wasn't merely a net worth of 40 billion. It was 40 billion in liquid assets readily available. The significance of that was even more extraordinary. Brother, it's not that I look down upon you. Truly not. Is what Feng Tianhai said true? From what I know, there are individuals with a net worth of 100 billion, but no one can produce 40 billion in liquid assets all at once. Chun Peng asked, his face filled with disbelief. He was genuinely curious and eager to understand how Yi Chan possessed such immense wealth. Indeed, I recently made some gains in the stock market. Yi Chan replied casually, taking a sip of water. He then took a bite of the small cake that Tong Tong had brought him. His nonchalant remark sent Chun Peng into a state of shock once more. His mind raced. At the first mention of the sensitive term stocks, he quickly connected it to a legendary figure in the financial circle who had recently made headlines, amassing a fortune from the vast ocean of global capital. Coupled with the mention of 40 billion, it dawned on him. Wait, let me calm down and sort this out. Chun Peng trembled as he lifted his glass, took a sip, and choked, his face turning crimson. Meanwhile, Feng Tianhai was grinning broadly. In contrast, Yi Chen remained composed, engaged in play with Tong Tong. However, Qin Meiyun was experiencing waves of shock surging within her. She had finally grasped the concept of 42 billion. It could render a CEO of a chain of hotels entirely respectful. It could cause a young man from a powerful family background to trail behind, calling him brother with every breath. A house with a renovation cost of 60 to 70 million was something Qin Meiyun would have never dared to dream of in the past. Yet now, Yi Chen remained unfazed, exhibiting no interest whatsoever. He had truly changed, and the transformation was monumental. It was akin to encountering a transformative era of development in the 1970s, where one could hardly utilize a smartphone. This realization filled Qin Meiyun with immense satisfaction and appreciation. Don't be so excited. It's not such a monumental affair. Yi Chen finally lifted his head and smiled at Chun Peng. Brother, I was wrong. I failed to recognize your greatness. I've embarrassed myself before you. So you are the infamous stock god of the financial circle. Chun Peng finally calmed his emotions, but exclaimed in disbelief. What? Stock god 42? What on earth? Yi Chen scratched his head in confusion. Trading crude oil futures, 8 hours, 20 times leverage, raking in 42 billion. The people in our circle regard you as a deity. Chun Peng exclaimed, Enough, enough, it's too embarrassing. Brother, this little favor of mine is indeed something you would not value, so I cannot repay it in the short term. If you ever need anything in the future, do not hesitate to call upon me. I am willing to serve you as a loyal subordinate. Chun Peng held his hands earnestly. There is indeed one matter, but it's not about seeking your assistance. It's about making a small profit for the three of us. You know BM Motors, right? At this moment, Yi Chun smiled faintly and replied. Suddenly, boom, hearing that they were going to make money, Feng Tianhai excitedly toppled from his chair. Everyone looked on in astonishment. Don't mind me, brother, please continue. Feng Tianhai emerged from under the table and quickly added. Yi Chun simply chuckled and continued. In an hour, there will be excitement at the BM Auto Show. You two should go take a look, and then wait for my message tomorrow. As Yi Chun's words fell, the two exchanged glances. Brother, I need to use the restroom. Feng Tianhai exclaimed before dashing out of the room. Brother, I'll accompany him. Chun Peng reacted swiftly, greeting before hurriedly following suit. Observing these two lively characters, Yi Chun could only shake his head in amusement. Meiyun, please keep Tong Tong entertained. I need to make a phone call. With that, Yi Chun rose and walked toward the window. Qin Meiyun obediently complied, knowing that Yi Chun was occupied with significant matters. She then placed Tong Tong on the chair and began feeding her. I want to play with Daddy, Tong Tong said. crossing her arms as she noticed Yi-chun entering the adjacent room. Daddy is busy now. Be good, Tong Tong, or I might have to discipline you. Qin Meiyun raised her tiny fist, though it was merely a playful threat. Unexpectedly, Tong Tong looked as if she might burst into tears. However, Qin Meiyun felt no sympathy. Knowing this behavior was cultivated by Yi-chun, it's not a good thing. Tong Tong, when adults are busy, you need to play by yourself, understand? If Daddy doesn't earn money, your strawberry bear, cake, and everything else will be gone. And if Daddy doesn't earn money, he won't have time to spend with you. Qin Meiyun patiently guided her. Upon hearing this, Tong Tong nodded obediently, being just a child, then pouted and said, "Then I'll wait for Daddy to earn money, earn lots of money, and then he can spend every day with Tong Tong." She spread her arms wide, illustrating a grand notion to her. At this moment, Yi-chun stood by the window and dialed a number. Soon, the other party answered. "Hello, Brother Yi. It's quite late, and you're still awake. What can I do for you?" Wei Zonglin had just fallen asleep when the phone rang. Under normal circumstances, he would have cursed anyone disturbing his sleep. Recently, he had been exceedingly busy and was likely on the verge of a promotion. Yet upon seeing it was Yi-chun calling, he jumped up excitedly without a hint of complaint. Chapter 74, The Auto Show Scene. "Brother, I would like to ask for your assistance. Could you help me acquire some BM cars for shorting in the United States tonight?" Yi-chen inwitted. Upon hearing this, Wei Zonglin hastily donned his glasses and replied earnestly, "Absolutely. I happen to have a friend who operates a business in the U.S. and has connections with banks. He often engages in short selling and is quite reliable. I can vouch for him. How much do you wish to purchase?" Yi-chan felt reassured by this statement. "Not much. Just 500 million will suffice. Let it be transacted through my account, and I shall reward you handsomely upon completion." Yi-chan replied with a smile. "All right, let us dispense with the formalities given our relationship. I will contact him right away." With that, Wei Zonglin into the call. Yi-chan gazed out at the nightscape, a smile gracing his face. A significant event was set to unfold with BM cars tonight, and by tomorrow, their stock would plummet by 30 trillion. This presented an opportunity to buy low and profit. Yet many could foresee the rise, but could not gauge its extent. Many were willing to take risks, albeit with minimal investment. Following this incident, BM cars would undergo a substantial price reduction to rebound in the stock market. The question remained, who could seize the lowest price at the right moment and cash out at the peak? Yi-chan was well aware of the dynamics at play. Short selling was exclusively feasible abroad. Thus, he aimed to profit from the 2 cents. While he could not involve others in shorting, he could facilitate a modest gain for Feng Tianhai and Shunpeng. Everything he was doing was paving the way for his own future. Later that night, as Yi-chan returned to the private room, a sudden knock at the door interrupted him. Just as he was about to rise, Qin Meiyun interjected, "Let me handle it. Tong Tong has been looking for you." She reached out and gently pressed her hand on Yi-chen's shoulder, smiling as she stood up. Moments later, the door swung open. Qin Meiyun was taken aback upon seeing a man in law enforcement attire before her. "May I ask whom you are looking for?" she inquired, anxious that he might be seeking Yi-chan. Her unease intensified, as Yi-chen's transformation had been so drastic. Having amassed considerable wealth, she feared potential trouble. "May I inquire if Yi-chan is present?" "I am Captain Zhang Sheng from the 9th Criminal Investigation Team," he said with a smile. "Yi-chan isn't here." "I'm afraid," Qin Meiyun responded, promptly closing the door. Turning away, her face paled with apprehension. She was not afraid of anything, as long as Yi-chan was not taken away. At that moment, Yi-chan approached her, smiling gently, opened the door. "He has come to express his gratitude." "Gratitude? Yi-chan, please don't jest. He has come to see you. Remain silent until he departs," she insisted, taking a deep breath. Her heart raced at the thought of lying in front of a law enforcement officer, something she could hardly fathom doing. She had never been one to deceive. Yet subconsciously, she was protecting Yi-chan, albeit through misguided means. Rest assured, he truly has come to express his thanks. Yi-chan's confident smile returned as he opened the door. "Captain Zhang, do you need something?" Yi-chan called out to Zhang, who had just stepped a short distance down the corridor. Surprised, Zhang turned back and walked toward Yi-chen's invitation into the room. Qin Meiyun lowered her gaze in embarrassment, occasionally casting daggers at Yi-chan, causing him to feel somewhat awkward. Yi-chun, I have come to thank you for the information you provided. Without your alert, I fear what might have happened to my son. As he spoke, Zhang pushed his son forward to face Yi-chun. Xing, kneel and bow to Uncle Yi, commanded Captain Zhang. Without hesitation, the little boy knelt down. Quickly, get up, Yi-chun exclaimed, pulling the child to his feet. Captain Zhang, there is no need for this. Yi-chun insisted. It is customary in my hometown. You are our family savior. Kneeling is hardly a loss. Please do not take offense at my previous rudeness, Zhang added, his face flushed with guilt. It is merely my duty. How could I take it to heart? Yi-chan repeated. Have you eaten yet? Gulme, let us share a meal together. Please do not stand on ceremony. Not today, another time. My wife will cook for you, and I shall invite you to our home. I know you are busy, so I want to take up more of your time. However, you must come to our house for dinner, otherwise I will have Xing meal before you, every day, Zhang said with a grin, leaving Yi-chun at a loss. Zhang then presented Yi-chun with a banner, revealing an inscription that read Outstanding Citizen of Longzhou, along with a medal. This is a commendation awarded to you by our entire criminal investigation team after careful consideration. It is an honor, Zhang stated solemnly. Yi-chun accepted the medal without hesitation, affixing it to his chest. I am grateful for the recognition from the authorities, he replied earnestly, saluting in respect. All right, I shall take my leave now. Xing, say goodbye to the little girl and to Uncle and Aunt Yi, Zhang said, nodding in satisfaction. Xing, who had been playing with Tong, politely greeted her and then turned to Yi-chun and Qin Meiyun, saying, Goodbye, Uncle Yi and Aunt Yi. Goodbye. Do come and play sometime. Qin Meiyun beamed, rising to see them off. Once Zhang and his son departed, Qin Meiyun finally exhaled in relief, particularly upon noticing the medal on Yi-chun and Appo's chest and the banner on the table. Her smile blossomed even brighter as her last remnants of worry dissipated. Now, do you believe me? All my earnings are legitimate. You can rest easy. For the sake of you and your daughter, I would never engage in any nefarious activities. Yi-chan reiterated earnestly. Before Captain Zhang, he had been composed and unflustered. However, in front of Qin Meiyun, he chose to be candid. He then recounted the details of his legitimate earnings, though when it came to stocks and hoarding, Qin Meiyun struggled to comprehend. Yet, knowing that Yi-chun was indeed making money legally, her worries vanished completely. Meanwhile, at the BM Auto Show, throngs of people mingled, with many foreigners congregating. Waves of car models paraded, showcasing various new vehicles with alluring poses. Dozens of media outlets clamored to report on the event, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Feng Tianhai indulged in cake, surveying his surroundings and occasionally glancing at the models. Where did you get that cake? Chun Peng, feeling peckish, approached to inquire. Chapter 75, I'll always be here. That's all that's left. I had to be quick to snag it. But now I suspect, brother, you wanted some family time. So he sent us out. It's lively, but nothing extraordinary. BM Enterprise has been stable for years, with no significant stock fluctuations. Feng Tianhai still couldn't decipher anything. If Yi-chun hadn't said it himself, he'd be home by now. Let's observe and be patient. I'm going to get an ice cream. It's too hot, Qin Peng said, pointing to two girls distributing ice cream nearby. Don and Appo's, bother. It and Appo's, as pointless. It and Appo's, as not for us. In Appo's, as for the foreigners. Feng Tianhai remarked dryly. What? What does that mean? We're hosting a car show in our country, a joint venture, yet we can't have ice cream? Who do they think they are? Qin Peng frowned. Suddenly, the ice cream distribution area became noisy. A couple, live streamers, were questioning them. Let's go see the commotion, Feng Tianhai said, and he and Qin Peng went over. In the crowd, a bespectacled, refined-looking young man was furious. Why can foreigners get ice cream, but we can amp Appo's? Is this discrimination? He demanded indignantly. I amp Appo's. Am sorry, sir. The ice cream is gone. See? The girl opened the empty box. Don and Appo's. Mislead us. Open that box, the young man said, pointing to another. Sir, Don and Appo's. Be unreasonable. I don't have to listen to you, the girl said coldly. Several security guards dragged the young man away, all recorded on camera. Then, a foreigner said something and the girl smiled, encouraging him to open the box and take an ice cream. After he left, the girls were still beaming. What do you think? Chun Peng chuckled. It and Oppo's. S blatant discrimination, ruining BM and Oppo's. S reputation. And those girls and Oppo's. Quick change of expression. Even if they're in Oppo's. S no ice cream. Their attitude towards their compatriots is disgusting. Feng Tianhai said, walking away. Chun Peng watched the commotion for a while before leaving the car show. That evening, they returned to the hotel. In a private room, Feng Tianhai recounted the events and showed the video, which had over 1 million likes on Douyin. The comments section on BM's official platform was inundated. Brother, BM stock will surely plummet, but we can't short it in our country. We can only watch. Feng Tianhai asked, puzzled, if the stock drops by the dip, do I need to teach you such a simple concept? Yichen said, smiling, but this needs time to unfold. When should we jump in? Too early, and it's too expensive. Too late, and we'll miss it. Feng Tianhai was still struggling. He didn't have Yichen's foresight and knew almost nothing about stocks. This BM incident would cause a significant stock drop. It would eventually recover, but it would take time, and the amount purchased would determine the profit. Timing was crucial. Tomorrow at 10, the stock will hit its lowest point. By then, BM will have a new strategy to boost the stock significantly, targeting our Chinese stock market. Yichen said mysteriously, okay, brother, we'll go to sleep now. You should rest too. Feng Tianhai and Chun Peng left the room, overjoyed. Sleep? As if they could sleep. They're probably going to party. The next morning, Yichen woke up early. He slept on the couch, while Meiyun and Tong Tong slept in the bed. He was careful not to disturb them. Oh no, what time is it? Yichen, why didn't an Oppos? You wake me? Chi Meiyun jumped out of bed, then quickly dove back under the covers because she was only wearing lingerie. Yichen glanced back. We and Amp, Oppos. V seen it before. What and Amp? Oppos, that's the worry? You and Tong Tong were sleeping soundly, so I didn't and Amp. Oppos. To wake you. In Amp. Oppos. It's okay to skip class. Chi Meiyun rolled her eyes. We're divorced now, so I need to be careful. If Tong Tong hadn't kept waking up last night, I would have gone home and let you two sleep together. Chi Meiyun changed clothes under the covers and came out wearing the new clothes Yichun had bought her, including high heels instead of her old flats. The light blue suit accentuated her figure. Her shapely legs, encased in nude stockings, were smooth, radiant, straight, and slender. It was early, but Yichun was instantly captivated. He could barely contain his desire. She was stunning. He couldn't understand how he had been blind before. How could he have been so indifferent to such a beautiful wife? Don and Oppos, T stare. Chi Meiyun said, though she felt flattered. Which woman doesn't and Oppos? T want to be admired and loved. Hurry up. I'm going to be late. Take care of Tong Tong later. Don't give her too much greasy food for breakfast. I have a morning meeting today. In 2 months. I and Amp. Oppos. LL returned to Grandma and Amp. Oppos. S company, so I want to achieve something before then, Chi Meiyun said, pulling Yichun from the bathroom. She applied light makeup in front of the mirror, leaning against the sink, her hips tilted forward, highlighting the contours of her full figure. Yichun swore he glanced unintentionally, but he almost couldn't resist patting her. However, he knew Meiyun hadn't fully recovered from her trauma. Okay, I'll take Tong Tong to kindergarten. She can't stay home any longer. If she doesn't and Oppos, T adjust. I and Oppos. LL stay with her, Yichun said. Yichun, Don and Oppos. T spoiled Tong Tong. Too much of anything is bad. If she and Oppos, S spoiled. I won't be able to control her when you're not around. Chi Meiyun said seriously. I won't. I'll always be here, even if I die. Yichun said emotionally, but Chi Meiyun glared at him. Don't say such unlucky things in the morning. Chi Meiyun scolded. Chapter 76. Presenting gifts to the in-laws. I was mistaken, Meiyun, but you look absolutely radiant today. Yichun leaned against the doorframe, resembling a charming rogue. Spare me the flattery. I must leave for work. Please prioritize your well-being. Should your health falter, all the wealth in the world would be rendered meaningless. Chi Meiyun retorted as she hastily exited the apartment. Yichun chuckled to himself for a moment before tending to Tong Tong upon her awakening, providing her with breakfast. He then escorted her to a nearby prestigious kindergarten, an arrangement facilitated by Feng Tianhai, streamlining the admission process. The elite institution brought Yichun peace of mind, allowing him to concentrate fully on his endeavors to amass wealth. That afternoon, Yi Chun monitored the BM stock, and upon identifying the nadir, commenced an aggressive acquisition, injecting $2 billion into the market. He merely notified Feng Tianhai and Chun Peng of the purchase, leaving the quantity to their discretion. With everything settled, Yi Chun breathed a sigh of relief. Later, Qin Meiyan placed a call to him. Yi Chun, my brother has returned. I intend to bring Tong Tong home tonight. Qin Meiyan and Appo's voice betrayed a hint of trepidation, mingled with anticipation. May I accompany you? I assure you, I will not provoke your parents. I will acquiesce to their every word, Yi Chun earnestly declared. Perhaps it would be best if you didn't. You are well aware of my brother's temperament. Should you attend, he would undoubtedly resort to physical violence, Qin Meiyan sighed. Let him strike me. He is, after all, my brother-in-law. Moreover, I have wronged him in the past, having failed you. Even if he were to beat me to death, I would deserve it. It is settled then. I shall collect you this evening, and we shall return together, Yi Chun responded anxiously. He feared Qin Meiyun's rejection, for this presented a golden opportunity. Resolving the concerns and anxieties of Qin Meiyun's parents was paramount to their reconciliation. Otherwise, even with significant changes, Meiyun's parents and brother would remain a formidable obstacle, placing her in an untenable position. Very well, Qin Meiyun murmured before terminating the call. Ye Chen inhaled deeply, acknowledging the trepidation that now gripped him. However, the inevitable must be confronted. As evening approached, Yi Chun picked up Tong Tong and Meiyun, and they embarked in Feng Tianhai's vehicle towards the in-laws' residence. Tianhai, have you procured the items I requested? Yi Chun inquired, his anxiety palpable. This marked the 7th time he had posed this question. Brother, rest assured, everything is in order. I guarantee you will not be embarrassed, Feng Tianhai replied. Sensing Yi Chun's unease and marveling at the vulnerability of the man whose net worth exceeded 40 billion, Qin Meiyun, cradling Tong Tong, who was engrossed in a lollipop, gazed out the window, lost in thought. Upon reaching the entrance of the residential complex, Yi Chun and Feng Tianhai opened the trunk, and Yi Chun froze. The trunk was overflowing with gifts. Feng Tianhai drove an extended Range Rover, providing ample trunk space. The compartment was filled with Matai liquor, Zhonghua cigarettes, sea cucumbers, abalones, ginseng, and a plethora of other presents. Brother, these were acquired through my contacts. The quality is impeccable. I specifically procured this batch of Matai from a trusted source. Its flavor is unparalleled, Feng Tianhai exclaimed with a grin. The items are exceptional, but there are far too many. Have you become a wholesaler? Yi Chun questioned in disbelief as he surveyed the contents. There were 10 cartons of Zhonghua cigarettes and 10 cases of Matai, along with 10 portions each of sea cucumbers, abalones, and other nutritional supplements. While a generous gift was appropriate, this was excessive. Nonsense. When visiting the in-laws, one must be magnanimous. Besides, we can make several trips. Feng Tianhai declared as he hoisted several cases of Matai and headed towards the building entrance. Sister-in-law, which floor do you reside on? The 6th floor, Tianhai. Please be careful not to stumble. Qin Meiyan cautioned as she held Tong Tong. Fear not, sister-in-law. Feng Tianhai responded with a grin as he ascended with the liquor. Yi Chun sighed, having only intended for Feng Tianhai to acquire a few extra items, not to this extent. It resembled the ostentation of a parvenu. However, as the items were already present, there was no point in returning them. Yi Chun rolled up his sleeves and began unloading. Yi Chun, this is excessive, Qin Meiyan remarked, astonished by the abundance. I even considered the size of your parents' apartment, with the intention of filling it to the brim. Yi Chen Yokit. Qin Meiyan rolled her eyes, but felt a surge of warmth. Since Yi Chen's infatuation with the live streamer and his gambling addiction, he had neglected to purchase gifts for her parents for several years. While he had occasionally bought them something, it was invariably to deceive them for money. This realization caused Qin Meiyun's anxiety to intensify, particularly given her brother's volatile disposition. She dreaded the prospect of a confrontation between Yi Chun and her brother. After several minutes, the task was complete. Yi Chun and Feng Tianhai were both panting heavily. Brother, I must return to monitor the stock market. Contact me if you require additional items, and I will arrange for their delivery, Feng Tianhai said, waving goodbye. Very well. Return and keep watch, Yi Chun replied. Farewell, sister-in-law. Feng Tianhai called out before departing. Qi Meiyun had intended to invite him to stay for dinner, but he had already left. Tianhai is impulsive but kind-hearted. I am relieved that you have such a friend, Qi Meiyun remarked with a smile. She then approached the door and gently knocked. The door opened to reveal her mother, Han Gui. Qin Jinshan stood nearby. Meiyun, welcome back. Come in, Han Guizhi said with a radiant smile. Grandma, Grandpa, Tong Tong is here too. Tong Tong exclaimed cheerfully. My precious Tong Tong, Grandpa has missed you dearly. Let Grandpa hold you. Qin Jinshan said, his face beaming as he took Tong Tong from Qi Meiyun. Meiyun, why are you not entering? Han Guizhi Kuriat. Mother, Yi Chun, is here as well, Qi Meiyun said as she stepped aside. Yi Chun appeared, clutching 10 cartons of Zhonghua cigarettes, his face etched with anxiety. Mother, Father, I have brought nutritional supplements for you and liquor for Father, as well as fresh seafood from a trusted source. With these words, Yi Chun presented the gifts. Angis, Smilagradualifada. Qin Jinshan, who had turned to enter the house with Tong Tong, also turned back, his expression darkening. Chapter 77. With family support. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and let them in. Qin Jinshan shouted at Han Guizhi before turning back into the house. Come in quickly. Han Guizhi, regaining her composure, took the woman's hand and entered the room. As she pushed open the door, she was taken aback. Goodness. Bottles of liquor and various gift boxes were piled high, making it difficult to open the door. How did you buy so many things? How much did this cost? Han Guizhi exclaimed. Mom, look. They're S-bird's nest, donkey hide gelatin, and ginseng, all genuine health supplements. You and Dad need to pay attention to your health. Yi Chun hurriedly explained as he began to move things. Soon, numerous gift boxes nearly filled the room to the brim. Upon seeing this, Qin Jinshan and Appo's expression was grim. Yet inside, he felt an unexpected warmth. This brat hadn't brought anything in 7 years, and now he compensated for all those years in one go. He had seen at least 10 boxes of Maotai liquor, worth no less than 100,000, and so many Chinese cigarettes, along with health products. This massive pile must have cost at least 200,000 to 300,000. It seems this kid has truly made some money. Surely, he isn't attempting to deceive them with counterfeit goods. This liquor is too expensive. Old Wang mentioned last time that a single bottle costs tens of thousands. Enough to buy a Mercedes. Yi Chun, if you have this kind of money, you should be more filial to your parents. We don't need these things, Han Guizhi said earnestly. If it weren't for old Wang's visit, who recognized the value of the liquor, she would have thought it was all fake. Mom, this time it's not that expensive. It's just ordinary Maodai, not the collectible kind. Each bottle is only 6,000 or 7,000. Not nearly as outrageous as tens of thousands. If Dad likes the collectible Maodai, I'll bring some next time. And you two don't need to worry about my parents. I plan to visit them soon. Yi Chun stood at the door, rubbing his hands anxiously, appearing quite nervous. Even during his first visit to meet his parents, he had never felt this tense. 7,000 or 8,000 a bottle. My heavens. That is 70,000 or 80,000 for 10 bottles. Where did you get so much money? Han Guizhi was stunned, her face filled with astonishment. Mom, rest assured, this money is all legitimate and clean. Otherwise, I would have been in trouble long ago. I've disappointed you and Dad in the past, and I never expected forgiveness. I just want to express my filial piety as a way to atone. Yi Chun's voice trembled as he spoke, his palms sweating. We can't accept this. We aren't worthy of your kindness. These things are too precious. I can't afford to drink them. Just as long as you're doing well, not causing trouble for Meiyun, and not giving us any more headaches, I'll be grateful. Qin Jinshan grunted. Dad, please accept the gifts without burden. As long as you like them, ginseng can also be cooked like rice. If you two are healthy, Meiyun will also be happy. Yi Chun replied cheerfully. Upon hearing this, Qin Jinshan couldn't hold back any longer. A smile broke through his stern demeanor as he playfully scolded. You little rascal, now you know how to flatter. In the past, 2 words would make you turn hostile, but this time you've held it together for quite a while. It must be hard to pretend. Dad, please allow me to call you that. In the past, I was foolish, blind, a scoundrel. I didn't know how to cherish what I had. I truly regret it, and I hope you and Mom can give me another chance, just once. Yi Chun took the opportunity to press on. Don and Appo's. Tell me that forgiving you will do any good? Qin Jinshan replied, and then he took Tong Tong towards the door, saying, Tong Tong and I are going to buy some vinegar. Dad, you and Tong Tong stay here. I'll go buy it, Yi-Chin said, turning and heading downstairs with a diligent demeanor. It was as if the old couple once again saw the original Yi-Chun, that new son-in-law. Mei-Yin, what is going on? Why did you come back with him? Didn't he get divorced? I swear, if I weren't worried he might harass you and your mother, I would have thrown him and all those things out long ago. But it's strange, this kid seems to have changed quite a bit. In the past, he would have bared his teeth at such remarks. Qin Jinshan said, puzzled, have you not noticed any other changes in him? Qin Mei-Yin suddenly smiled and asked, now that you mention it, I do feel a difference. Last time he came over, your dad knocked him down, and he didn't retaliate. He even gave me more than 10,000 to buy expensive liquor for your dad. Han Guizhi interjected, also surprised. Mei-Yin, I know you have a soft spot. Like me and your mother, we're just ordinary citizens with no grand expectations, only wishing for our children's safety and happiness, which is more than enough. Although Yi-Chan has changed significantly, I can see sincerity in his eyes, yet I've been bitten by a snake once and fear the rope for 10 years. He has only changed for a few days, but he caused you 7 years of heartache. Let us not even mention the 7 years of youth lost. What about your future? If he returns to his old ways, you will still suffer. Don't be fooled by the Maodai, expensive cigarettes, and health products he is bringing. I don't care about those. I only care about your happiness. You are my daughter. I seek no riches, only your peace of mind. Now that you're divorced, if he is doing well, he won't bother you anymore. Let us save the money he gives us. If he shows his true colors again, we'll return it. I'm not thinking about you remarrying. I don't trust any man in this world, only myself. Even if I have to beg on the streets, I will ensure you and your mother are never hungry. Qin Jinshan spoke with a firm tone. Instantly, Qin Mei-Yin could no longer hold back. Tears streamed down her face as she embraced Qin Jinshan and cried aloud. Why bring this up when things were fine? Han Guizhi said, wiping her reddened eyes from the side. All right, Tong Tong is still watching. What kind of family are we if we all cry and wail? Qin Jinshan remarked, though his eyes were also misty. Dear daughter, tell me the truth. Have you softened your heart? Or did he threaten you? You tell me, and I will not let him off. Han Guizhi grasped Qin Mei-Yin and Amp, Appo's hand and urged. Chapter 78. Have you gone shopping? No, he has become quite perceptive. With just a glance, he behaves himself, Qin Mei-Yin said softly, wiping away her tears. Is it because he has money now? That he treats you well and you're moved by it? Qin Jinshan inquired further. Dad, how could that be? If I were after money, why would I have chosen him among so many options back then? You know what kind of person your daughter is. Qin Mei-Yin shook her head in response. How could I not know you? If feelings were more important than money, how could you be foolish enough to stay with him for 7 years? Allowing him to take advantage of you all that time? Regardless, with your father supporting you, back in my day, I fought on the battlefield to protect our home. I refuse to believe I can and Appo's to protect our little family. If that brat dares to harm you again, I will deal with him. The essence of paternal love was vividly embodied in Qin Jinshan. Downstairs at the convenience store, a plump woman waved her fan, munching on sunflower seeds while chatting with a few other women. When Yi-Chin walked in, the woman immediately perked up. Sisters, look, that's the son-in-law from the old Qin family. I heard he is infatuated with a live streamer and has been gambling, losing his entire fortune and even losing his stable job. The plump woman, the store owner, had lived there for many years and naturally knew Yi-Chin. How'd I find out? Old Qin is very concerned about face, keeping family troubles private. I even saw him and his son-in-law get into a fight last time. I heard they are divorced now. Of course they are divorced. Otherwise, that girl from the Qin family would be in deep trouble. She and Appo's has so beautiful, such a waste. But since she has a daughter, it will be easier for her later on. Here he comes, stop talking. At that moment, Yi-Chin placed a bottle of vinegar on the counter and smiled, saying, Sister May, how much is this? The vinegar is 5 yuan, but I cannot sell it to you. Sister May replied coldly, taking the vinegar away. Why not? Yi-Chin asked, puzzled. Old Qin has owed me money for 6 months, over 1,000 yuan, and he hasn't paid me back. He doesn't dare to come here. Yet you have the audacity to try. Pay off the debt first, or you can forget about buying anything here. Go to the supermarket instead. The plump woman crossed her arms defiantly. All right, I and amp, oppos, LL pay. Yi-Chin chuckled at her response and scanned the payment. Ding. WeChat payment received, 10,000 yuan. The notification echoed. Sister May and the other women were stunned, thinking they had misheard. That and amp, oppos, has 10,000 yuan. Sister May, when my father-in-law comes next time, don't make it difficult for him. Keep track of every penny. He is quite shrewd. If you play tricks, he might just tear your supermarket apart. Yi-Chen conjured it, picking up the bottle of vinegar and heading outside. Sister May knew Yi-Chen well. She had a sharp tongue, but a soft heart. Sending over 10,000 yuan was also to prevent his father-in-law from taking long detours home, especially since he still owed her money. However, Sister May did not press him for repayment. She understood the situation at Qin Jinshan and Oppos as home and felt sympathy. She also recognized Qin Jinshan and Oppos as character. If it weren't for dire circumstances, he wouldn't have incurred any debts. That stubborn old man. Has this kid gotten rich? I must hurry and deliver the money to old Qin. This amount will certainly improve his living conditions. Sister May thought, ready to leave. Don't go yet, Sister May. This kid is still here. Wait until he leaves. What if you deliver the money back and he regrets it? Others advised her, realizing the wisdom in their words. Sister May decided against leaving immediately. When Yi-Chin returned, he placed all the bags on the floor. Qin Meiyan walked over and gasped, Wow, in Oppos. I saw fish and meat. You almost brought back a whole pig. Here are the delicacies Dad loves, and some pig trotters. Mom, please cook them. You know how much Meiyan loves your braised trotters. Yi-Chin smiled, wiping the sweat from his brow. Did you go shopping to tire my mom out? She teased, though her heart felt sweet as she put the groceries in the refrigerator, filling it up. Seeing this, Han Guizhi was astonished, though she was older and could eat less. The sight of so much fish and meat satisfied her. Mom, you should rest. I and amp, oppos, LL handle the cooking. Just take care of the pig trotters. Meiyan loves your cooking. Yi-Chin said as he donned an apron and rushed into the kitchen. Han Guizhi felt a bit overwhelmed and looked at Qin Meiyan. Mom, just relax. Let him do it. Qin Meiyan smiled. Han Guizhi then walked into the living room, sitting beside Qin Jinshan, who was happily playing with Tonton. Old man, it seems Yi-Chun has really changed a lot. He used to not even step into the kitchen, and if the food didn't suit his taste, he would flip the table. Han Guizhi exclaimed in astonishment. Humph, don't just look at the surface. He might behave for a few days, but I doubt he can keep it up long term. Still, it's a good thing. If he truly repents, at least he won't hit our daughter anymore. If not, his true colors will soon show. If he dares to lay a finger on her again, I will not let it go. Qin Jinshan said this loudly, intentionally so Yi-Chin could hear. Han Guizhi was startled and quickly nudged Qin Jinshan, urging him to lower his voice so as not to provoke Yi-Chun and cause another uproar. However, upon hearing this, Yi-Chun felt no resentment. Instead, he felt guilt. His in-laws had once treated him like their own son and entrusted their daughter to him. Yet, he had subjected their beloved daughter to abuse and torment. Any parent would be enraged. It was as if he could no longer bear to see Tong Tong suffer even a slight grievance. But the truth was, these past years have been far more than just grievances for Qin Meiyan. Yi-Chan forced a smile, hastily washing the vegetables with renewed vigor. He knew that those days were in the past, and he would never let down any of his loved ones again. Unbeknownst to him, Qin Meiyan quietly approached and stole a glance at Yi-Chun, noticing that despite the scolding, he still wore a smile. Are you really not angry? She asked, closing the door to prevent any further outbursts. She feared that what had seemed like a warm family moment could turn into chaos in an instant. Seeing her action, Yi-Chun shook the water off his hands and opened the door again. This moment sent Qin Meiyun's heart racing. In the past, Yi-Chun would have likely retaliated or even fought with his father-in-law. Chapter 79. Confronting the father-in-law. Father, if you feel dissatisfied, feel free to scold me a bit more. But please do not get angry. Although you're my father-in-law, you are still my elder. Not only can you scold me, but if you find me unbearable, you may kick me or hit me a few times, as long as it makes you happy. What I fear the most is that you may lack the strength to do so. With a chuckle, Yi-Chun turned back to the kitchen to resume his tasks, leaving Qin Meiyun in a state of shock. Could it be that these words really came from Yi-Chun? He was actively inviting punishment. In her lifetime, she had never witnessed anyone making such a request. As for Qin Jinshan, he was equally taken aback. Once he regained his composure, he laughed and scolded. This lad has truly changed. He doesn't even retort when scolded. His attitude is decent, but to voluntarily seek a beating is quite infuriating. Beside them, Han Guizhi also laughed, recognizing the significant transformation in Yichun. Even if it was merely superficial, at least he was showing it. Do not hit my father. Suddenly, Tong Tong lifted her little head and looked at Qin Jinshan earnestly. Oh dear, you little ungrateful child. You can still feel sorry for your father. But what if your grandpa gets hit by your dad? Qin Jinshan playfully tapped Tong Tong and Appo's head. That one in Appo's. T do. Dadkin and Appo's. T hit grandpa. Tong Tong pouted defiantly, her little demeanor adorably charming. However, this only endeared her further to Qin Jinshan and his wife. Grandpa, I want to ride a horse, Tong Tong exclaimed, wrapping her arms around Qin Jinshan's neck. Ride a horse? What do you mean? Qin Jinshan asked, perplexed. Just get down, Grandpa. You're so silly, Tong Tong said, pouting her lips. All right, here I come. You little rascal, spoiled by your mother. Why do you enjoy teasing people so much? Despite his words, Qin Jinshan bent down to the ground. Just as Tong Tong was about to climb on, Qin Meiyan approached. Tong Tong, how dare you? Your grandpa is already so old. Can he carry you? She chided sternly. Tong Tong, frightened, took a few steps back with her hands behind her back. There's no need to worry. My old bones can still handle it. Why shout at the child? Besides, you can play with her like this. The child doesn't know right from wrong, Qin Jinshan interjected. What are you talking about? When did I play such games with her? I'm exhausted from a full day of work. And it's all because of Yichun pampering her with all these little habits. Upon hearing this, both Qin Jinshan and Han Guizhi widened their eyes in disbelief. Yichun, could he really allow the child to ride on him? In the past, they would never have believed such a thing. Wow, I want daddy. To ride a horse. Upon hearing Yichun and Appo's name, Tong Tong became even more aggrieved and burst into tears. Seeing this, Qin Meiyan rushed over to grab Tong Tong, intending to take her inside for a few words of reprimand. Just then, Yichun hurriedly came out. Daddy and Appo's here. Don't cry, Tong Tong. Meiyan, please keep an eye on the pot, Yichun said in haste. Yichun, you can't spoil her like this. Hurry back to cooking. I'll have a proper talk with Tong Tong, Qin Meiyan insisted, but she simply picked Tong Tong up and went into the house. Yichun, feeling helpless, returned to the kitchen. Qin Jinshan and his wife were completely stunned by the scene. They never expected Yichun to dote on the child to such an extent. Soon, lunch was ready. Yichun, you needn't rush. Sit down and have a couple of drinks with me. Looking at the sumptuous spread, Qin Jinshan smiled and called out to the kitchen. Han Guizhi entered the kitchen and pushed Yichun outside, saying, Go ahead, chat with your dad. Yichun nodded, wiped his hands, and took a seat. It's been years since we could sit down for a drink and have a good chat. In the past, your temper was so fiery that you could overturn the table even during the New Year festivities. This past year, we've spent a fortune replacing tables, Qin Jinshan remarked, causing Yichun and Appo's face to flush with embarrassment. He poured 2 glasses of liquor, and they both took small sips. Now, tell me, how exactly do you make your money? How much have you earned? Qin Jinshan inquired with a smile. Father, there is something I've long wanted to share with you, but I feared you might not understand. Are you familiar with stocks? Yichun said, taking a bite of cucumber. Qin Jinshan shook his head. He was aware of stocks, but did not comprehend them. Let us talk about the liquor instead. Maodai, for example, has various prices on the market. The one we are drinking now is priced around 7,000 to 8,000 per bottle. While the price doesn't fluctuate much, there are still many opportunities to buy low. For instance, if I stock up when the price is around 3,000 to 4,000 or 5,000 to 6,000, I can sell later for a profit of several thousand per bottle. Yichun elaborated on his method of making money. He discussed stocks as well, but refrained from mentioning his ability to foresee events. He could predict the world and its fortunes, yet he could not foresee his own fate or that of his family. Perhaps this was the unique flaw of his foresight. After a few minutes of conversation, while Qin Jinshan did not fully grasp everything, he was nonetheless assured that Yichun and Appo's means of earning money were not illegal. Han Guizhi and Qin Meiyan brought 2 plates of braised pig and Appo's trotters, listening intently to Yichun. How much have you earned during this period? You're acting like a nouveau riche. Even if you've made money, you shouldn't spend it so lavishly. Your parents are aging. When they are capable, they should also benefit from your success. They've worked hard in the countryside to support you through university and your marriage. Your mother and I both have our own incomes and do not need your concern. You should take good care of your parents. Qin Jinshan said sensibly. He was that kind of person. When others treated him too well, it made him feel uncomfortable. Not much, just over 4 billion, Yichun replied, focusing on the pig's trotters. Qin Jinshan, who had just taken a sip of the rich Maotai liquor, nearly spat it out upon hearing this. He shot to his feet, covering his mouth in shock. He forced himself to swallow, but ended up coughing incessantly, tears streaming down his face. Father, no one is trying to rob you. What is the rush? Qin Meiyin quickly stood up, patting Qin Jinshan's back. Exactly, there's plenty of liquor. Take your time. Han Guizhi chimed in, handing him a glass of water. Finally recovering, Qin Jinshan pointed at Yi Chun in astonishment and asked, "What did you just say? How much?" Chapter 80. The Fiery Temper of the Brother-in-Law, 40 billion. Accurately speaking, it should be 42 billion, with several tens of millions to spare. At this moment, Yichun appeared remarkably nonchalant. To him, tens of billions seemed as trivial as mere dozens. Several tens of millions. Qin Jinshan's voice trembled as he hurried back to his seat. How on earth did you earn so much? What does it mean to have over 40 billion? Beside him, Han Guizhi also wore a look of bewilderment. Despite being part of the older generation, they understood that 40 billion was an immense sum, yet the reality of it occurring in Yi Chun and Appo's life was beyond their comprehension. What does it even mean? Back in our youth, the two companies we worked for together could barely fetch 5 billion combined when sold. Your cousin and Appo's farm, Wazen and Appo's. T had invested with over 7 million. 40 billion could purchase 60 farms of the same scale. Upon hearing this metaphor from Qin Jinshan, Han Guizhi and Appo's expression shifted to one of shock, her face reflecting utter disbelief. Are you boasting, young man? This much money in just a few days? Qin Jinshan asked, his eyes wide with incredulity. Dad, please be mindful of your blood pressure. Besides, I have no need to exaggerate. In this city, I may have some wealth, but in the province, I'm still at the bottom. Yichen repeated earnestly. What? Still at the bottom? Qin Jinshan shook his head, attempting to regain his composure. You used to say that you weren't making money, always out gambling, barely scraping by with 2 coins in your pocket. Now, you claim to have made billions and speak of it so casually? I truly don't understand. After he spoke, he returned to his seat, taking a sip to calm himself. It was evident that he was pleased. Now that Yi Chun had wealth, he was a big boss, and at least his daughter would no longer suffer financially. That was sufficient for him. He had never considered anything beyond that. While they were dining, Yi Chun's phone rang. Hello, he answered. Brother, the short-selling chips from Abangwo have been cashed out at the lowest point as you instructed, yielding over 2 billion. After deducting fees, the amount has already been transferred to your account. I must say, brother, your ability to make money is terrifying, akin to harvesting cabbages. On the other end, Wei Zonglin and Appo's astonished voice resonated. Just 2 billion? Please don't patronize me with such small change. Yichun laughed heartily. I'll remember this favor. When you get promoted to the bank president, I'll treat you to a feast that will leave us both inebriated. All right then. All I ask is for you to keep an eye on me. Feel free to store any excess funds with me. I would be grateful. After exchanging pleasantries, Yichun hung up the phone, glancing at his notifications to find a message indicating the arrival of 240 million. A satisfied smile graced his face. However, when he lifted his head, he noticed that the gaze of every family member was fixed upon him. What do you mean by just 2 billion? Qin Jinshan queried in a hushed tone. Oh, the stocks went up, and I made a modest profit, just over 2 billion. Yichun replied casually, returning to his pig's trotter. Qin Jinshan licked his dry lips, swallowing hard, feeling as though his mind was beginning to spin. Beside him, Han Guizhi displayed a look of concern. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed from the door. I'll get it. You all continue eating, Han Guizhi said as she stood to answer. Upon opening the door, she was greeted by a man clad in a black suit, beaming with a smile. He was tall and slightly plump, accompanied by a girl in a floral dress, wearing glasses, exuding an air of refinement. "Mom, I'm back," the man exclaimed joyfully. Instantly, tears streamed down Han Guizhi's face. The man was none other than her son, Qin Mingzhi, who had been working away from home. "Mingzhi, you're finally back. I missed you so much." "Guomin, you must be exhausted after a whole day of travel," Han Guizhi urged, pulling her son inside. Following closely behind was the girl, which caused Han Guizhi to raise her eyebrows in surprise. "Mom, this is my girlfriend, Chun Lu. I hadn't had the chance to bring her home before," Qin Mingzhi said, his smile unwavering. "Auntie, it's a pleasure to meet you. I brought a few gifts. Please don't mind," Chun Lu said as she handed over several gift boxes. "It's wonderful that you could come. How could I possibly mind?" "Jin Shan, Mei Yun, come here. Your brother has brought his girlfriend home," Han Guizhi exclaimed, her joy palpable. Qin Mei Yun and Qin Jinshan hurried to greet them at the doorway. The family exchanged pleasantries, and after a few moments, Chun Lu changed into house slippers. "Brother, let us eat," Qin Mei Yun said cheerfully. "Sure," Qin Mingzhi responded with a grin. However, as he entered the living room, he spotted Yi Chun standing by the table, and his expression darkened. The smile faded, replaced by fury. In an instant, Qin Mingzhi rolled up his sleeves, grabbing a chair and charging towards Yi Chun. "You bastard! How dare you show your face here? I swear I'll make you pay today." Qin Mingzhi exploded with rage. Qin Mei Yun rushed forward to intervene. "Brother, the sister-in-law is here. Put down the chair." "What are you doing?" she shouted. "Mingzhi, don't act impulsively. Let us talk this out," Chun Lu added, startled by the scene. "Mingzhi, put the chair down. Do you hear me? Put it down," Qin Jinshan asserted with authority, his voice cold. "Dad, what is going on? This bastard has harmed my sister so terribly, and he still dares to come here. If you're scared of him, I'll deal with him today. I'll spend time in jail if necessary." "The Qin family cannot be bullied," Qin Mingzhi shouted, his face ashen. As for Yi Chun, he remained silent, aware that he deserved this confrontation. "No matter what, you need to put the chair down and listen to me," Qin Jinshan sighed, stepping forward to forcibly take the chair from Qin Mingzhi's grasp. "Brother, sit down for now," Qin Mei Yun urged, pressing him into a seat. "Yi Chun has turned over a new leaf. It's not as you think," Qin Mei Yun hastily explained. "Mei Yun, what are you saying? He has changed? After all these years, you still believe that scoundrel will change? I think you must have lost your mind. Yi Chun, if you have the guts, don't leave. You bullied my sister and deceived our parents, thinking the Qin family is a soft target, right? If I don't take you down today, I'm not the eldest son of the Qin family." Qin Mingzhi's furious outburst erupted once more. Chapter 81. The new sister-in-law arrives. A confrontation seems imminent. Yi Chun took a deep breath and bowed deeply. "Brother, you and Amp, Oppos, V, just returned. You should eat first. I will take my leave now, so as not to disturb you and my sister-in-law. It's my fault for causing any discomfort on our first visit. Sister-in-law, please enjoy your meal and don't take it to heart. This is all on me. My brother isn't usually like this." After speaking, Yi Chun exited the room and closed the door behind him. It was not out of fear or evasion. Rather, he understood that in the current situation, his presence was unwarranted. He made his way downstairs and lit a cigarette. Meanwhile, inside the house, Chun Lu approached Qin Mingzhi and gently patted him on the shoulder. "Look at you getting so worked up. What will happen to your health?" "Sister-in-law, my brother usually isn't like this. It's because of my shortcomings that..." Qin Mei Yun expressed her deep embarrassment. "Mei Yun, your brother has already informed me of your situation. There is no need for further explanation. If he hadn't expressed his anger today, I would have found that unacceptable. It is only right for him to be upset for the sake of his sister and family. You needn't worry that I will overthink things," Chun Lu replied with understanding. Smiling, Qin Mei Yun felt profoundly touched by her words. The family fell into a more tranquil atmosphere. "What exactly is that scoundrel doing at our home? Mei Yun, tell me. Haven't you already divorced him? If he is harassing you, I will take care of him," Qin Mingzhi exclaimed with indignation. Qin Mei Yun found herself at a loss for words and lowered her head, enveloped in silence. "Look at you so defeated. You are a mother now. Your kindness is your weakness. That scoundrel exploits your vulnerabilities and bullies you mercilessly." Qin Mingzhi and Oppos' anger intensified as he observed her silence. Enough with the insults. You keep calling him a scoundrel. What makes you think you're doing any better? Do you think you're doing so well yourself? How much do you earn in a month? Is that why you look down on me? At that moment, Qin Jinshan abruptly slammed his hand on the table and interjected. Dad, how could I? I only care about my sister. I'm exasperated. You are my father. I wouldn't dare to retaliate against you. I simply despise that scoundrel for daring to bully us. As Qin Mingzhi spoke, his tone softened and his volume decreased, yet his anger towards Yi Chun remained palpable. You still recognize me as your father? Then listen to me and stop shouting. Your sister has her own choices. Besides, Yi Chun has sincerely repented. His transformation is evident to both your mother and me. If he were still the same as before, do you think I would allow him in our home? We must communicate calmly rather than impulsively. After Qin Jinshan's words, Qin Mingzhi finally calmed down. Come, let us eat. We must not let Shun Lu go hungry. Meiyun, please attend to your sister-in-law. She's our esteemed guest, Qin Jinshan said with a smile. Sister-in-law, please sit with me. Qin Meiyun said cheerfully as she guided Shun Lu to the table. At that moment, Tong Tong finally ceased her cries. Nestled in Qin Meiyun and Amp, Appo's embrace as they shared a meal together. The family gathered around, and Qin Mingzhi poured wine for his father, creating a warm and jovial atmosphere. However, at that moment, Han Guizhi rose and entered the kitchen, retrieving a large bowl to fill with food from the pot. Mom, what are you doing? Hurry up and eat. Qin Mingzhi called out. You all eat first. I'll be back shortly, Han Guizhi replied as she covered the bowl and walked toward the door. Seeing this, Qin Meiyun smiled, and Qin Jinshan nodded, glancing toward the entrance. Outside, Yi Chun exhaled a cloud of smoke, preparing to leave. Yi Chun, wait. A voice called from behind. He halted and turned to see his mother-in-law approaching briskly. Mom, why are you out here? Please go back inside. I will come to visit you and Dad another day. Yi Chun said with a smile. How could I stay inside? Regardless of the past, you are still our Qin family and Appo's as son-in-law. Let's not dwell on previous matters. You have been busy today, and you Haven and Appo's even had a warm meal. That's simply one and Appo's do. Our family has no such custom. If you and Meiyun had not divorced, you would have been seated at the head of the table today. Now, eat before you leave. As she spoke, Han Guizhi placed the overflowing bowl of food in front of Yi Chun. In that moment, Yi Chun felt his heart being squeezed by a pair of invisible hands. Tears welled up in his eyes. This was his in-laws, their kindness forever etched in his soul, treating him as if he were their own son. Yet over the years, he had truly let them down. At this moment, he could not find words to express his emotions. With trembling hands, he accepted the bowl and squatted down, devouring the food without regard for his image. Slow down, I'll fetch you some water. You cannot leave until you finish your meal. Han Guizhi observed with satisfaction as she witnessed Yi Chun's transformation. Just as she turned, she saw Qin Meiyun emerging, holding a bottle of water. Your man knows how to take care of himself. I'll leave you two to it. I'll head upstairs. Don't let your sister-in-law nitpick, Han Guizhi said, smiling as she ascended the stairs. Eat slowly, don't choke. Here, Qin Meiyun said as she knelt down in front of Yi Chun, handing him the water. Though her exterior showed no emotion, her heart ached for him. Yi Chun gulped down the food and drank the water eagerly, a silly smile spreading across his face as tears streamed down. Wife, sorry. I have disappointed so many people. Please give me time. I will make them see me in a new light. I will strive to earn your parents' and your brother's acceptance, Yi Chun said earnestly. Who is your wife? We are divorced now, especially when we are out. Be mindful. Otherwise, how will I face others? When she heard the term wife, Qin Meiyun momentarily felt as if she were in a dream. Though Yi Chun had used that term before, its significance had shifted. Previously, it had symbolized a nightmare. Now, it held a hint of sweetness, stirring emotions deep within her heart. Chapter 82. The Trials of Qin Meiyun. Even the term wife has been exploited. I have finished my meal. By the way, Meiyun, you should hurry upstairs. It's your sister-in-law's first day here, and we wouldn't want her to overthink things. I have some tasks to attend to as well. Yi Chun licked his empty bowl with his tongue. Decorum. Do not embarrass yourself. We are in public. Have you never eaten before? You are behaving like a famished ghost. Qin Meiyun shot each in a glance and snatched the bowl away, playfully retorting, I sent it because the food at my in-laws is simply delectable. After wiping his mouth with a tissue, Yi Chun stood up, patting his belly in satisfaction. This sight made Qin Meiyun unable to suppress a giggle. All right, I'll head upstairs first. Come pick me up in the evening. Our place is small. If my sister-in-law stays over, we want to have enough room, Qin Meiyun reminded him. Sure thing, I'll get back to my chores. Yi Chun waved goodbye and strolled out of the community, humming a cheerful tune, his face radiating bliss. Seeing this, Qin Meiyun felt as though her heart was filled with honey, sweetening her very soul. Initially, she feared Yi Chun might turn against her, but to her and the elderly Qin couple's astonishment, Yi Chun bore it all with grace. Furthermore, in front of Chun Lu, he preserved the dignity of the Qin family. It is no wonder that Han Guizhi insisted on serving Yi Chun a meal, urging him to eat his fill before departing. After leaving his in-laws and Appo's home, Yi Chun returned to the hotel and rested for the afternoon. He soon received a call from Qin Meiyun, informing him that she had taken her sister-in-law back to her own home, so he need not pick her up in the evening. Relieved, Yi Chun immersed himself in studying BM automotive shares. According to his predictions, this afternoon, the stock would surge due to a promotional price reduction aimed at mitigating the fallout from the previous ice cream incident. The discounts were substantial, and the stock prices soared accordingly. Brother, there's still no movement on BM, Feng Tianhai inquired, fiddling with his laptop as he looked up at Yi Chun, who had just emerged from the bathroom. Chen Peng remained silent, but wore an expectant expression as he gazed at Yi Chun. This afternoon, BM will announce new purchasing discounts. Nearly a drastic drop in prices. The original 3 series will see reductions of 50,000 to 80,000. Make sure to keep an eye on the news. Yi Chun instructed before stepping outside. Feng Tianhai and Chun Peng were naturally unwavering in their belief. That afternoon, BM Automotive not only issued an apology, but also rolled out new purchasing incentives. The magnitude of the discounts was exhilarating. As a renowned brand, such significant reductions created an immediate uproar. The most pronounced reaction was in the stock market. That afternoon, the stock soared, registering a remarkable upward trend. Witnessing this, Chun Peng and Feng Tianhai erupted into joyous laughter. The rapid increase in value yielded them over 10 million in profit within just a few hours. Moreover, the stock's performance for the following day promised to be even more vigorous, likely maintaining this momentum for at least a week. Yi Chun, too, wore a satisfied smile as he observed the trends. His investment of 2 billion yielded over 13 million in profit that afternoon. Yet, he remained unsatisfied. From the grand scheme of leverage, this was merely a drop in the ocean. The following day, upon waking and freshening up, Yi Chun donned a tidy outfit and stepped out. He found Feng Tianhai and Chun Peng standing at the door, both brimming with excitement. Brother, it's risen again. We made another 10 million today. Also, the tickets you asked me to book are ready, along with the gifts, Feng Tianhai announced, handing over the tickets. All right, you two keep an eye on things and stay in touch. I need to return to my hometown for a while. It's been too long since I last visited my parents. I expect this surge to last for 7 days, and after that, I'll inform you when to sell everything. Yi Chun replied as he took the tickets, nodding. Got it, brother. Don't worry about a thing. I'll keep watch. Chun Peng assured him, as Yi Chun entrusted him with managing his stocks, signifying his trust. Let us go, Tianhai, to fetch Meiyun and the child. Yi Chun waved and headed towards the elevator. Yi Chun first arrived at the corporate headquarters where Qin Meiyun worked. Upon reaching the ground floor, he called her office but received no answer. At this moment, in the office of General Manager Qin Meiyun, she bowed her head in shame, enduring a reprimand. Qin Meiyun, do not think that just because you've resigned, you can neglect your responsibilities to the company. Look at your performance this month. It pales in comparison to the new hires. How can you still have the audacity to mentor others? Your incompetence is leading others astray. Look at Feng Yu and Amp, Appo's, as performance. She has surpassed you by over 200,000 this month. Do you wish to make your departure difficult? The general manager, a balding man with a greasy Mediterranean hairstyle, sat in his suit, resembling an irate boar. His voice was grating. Manager Lin, I have truly done my best. Summer is a slow season for liquor sales. Many of our long-standing clients are transitioning to beer. Fong Yu is someone I trained. I know she is excellent, but you need not use me as a negative example. Qin Meiyan defended herself, feeling aggrieved. Meiyan, that is not quite fair. While I am your apprentice, I'm also putting in my efforts. You've only trained me for a month, and now my performance surpasses yours. It's no wonder Manager Lin is upset. Even if you've resigned, you should still do your job well. Otherwise, who would hire you elsewhere? The girl beside her spoke with a tone dripping with sarcasm, leaving Qin Meiyun in disbelief. This, in turn, who had once followed her around calling her sister Meiyun, now turned the tables, surprising her with such brazen words. Fong Yu, do not forget that I handed over my clients to you, and that $70,000 beer order in your hands was given to you by me. One must not forget their roots. Can't you see that I have been fulfilling my duties during this time? Qin Meiyun questioned, incredulous. She suspected that Supervisor Li was making things difficult for her, but she never anticipated that her own protege would turn against her, distorting the truth before the general manager just before her departure. You claim those clients belong to you? Come now, Meiyan. You can't truly think you can deceive me just because I call you sister. Manager Lin, please clarify. Are clients personal or company assets? Fong Yu retorted with a mocking tone. Chapter 83. The Terrified General Manager Lin. Of course, this concerns the company. Qin Meiyan, look, your disciple's awareness surpasses yours. And I have begun to hear from Supervisor Li that you have found a wealthy man to rely on, thus no longer needing to work. However, you cannot just abandon your duties during your notice period. If you choose not to work, it would be best to vacate your position early and not occupy a space without contributing. I can approve your resignation now, but your half-year bonus will not be eligible for disbursement. General Manager Lin crossed his arms, surveying Qin Meiyun, and remarked, in any case, now that you have a benefactor, you're not in need of such trifles. Impossible, Manager Lin. That bonus is the fruit of my hard work. I will not resign early. Furthermore, please respect me and refrain from malicious slander. Qin Meiyun was instantly infuriated. It was intolerable for General Manager Lin to bully her and believe in baseless rumors to defame her. How could she continue to navigate her career after this? Qin Meiyun, your words imply that finding a wealthy benefactor showcases your capabilities, and I envy you for that. Is that not a form of respect? General Manager Lin spread his hands and chuckled. In our line of work, the most crucial skill is to market oneself effectively, and it is evident that you have achieved this. Now that you have a benefactor, why should you be concerned about a mere bonus? Indeed, master, you are now the lover of a wealthy man, wearing clothes worth thousands. Why would you fret over such a bonus? If this were to circulate, it would be a source of ridicule. Fong Yu interjected with a sarcastic tone. Their words constituted defamation and mockery for Qin Meiyun. She felt a surge of anger, but knew that no matter how she explained, they would never believe her. The bonus is rightfully mine, not a penny less. And my performance has met the company and Oppo's requirements. Qin Meiyun suppressed her inner fury, composed herself, and spoke earnestly. Manager Lin, considering my years of service to the company, I hope you can view this matter with clarity. I understand, you may leave now. Supervisor Li is looking for you. General Manager Lin waved his hand, his impatience evident. Upon hearing this, Qin Meiyun hesitated several times, her words nearly escaping her lips, yet she could not voice them. She swallowed her grievances and turned to leave the office. Fong Yu, you must admit, Qin Meiyun, now a married woman, exudes a mature charm. Her figure and visage are beyond reproach, General Manager Lin remarked, licking his lips, his gaze greedily trailing after Qin Meiyun's departing figure. I must say, I envy her lover. She is quite fortunate. Previously, he had pursued Qin Meiyun, intending to promote her to supervisor and eventually make her his secret lover. However, she had declined his advances. He had thought her a paragon of virtue, unaware that his initial offer had been insufficient. What a pity. Such an alluring woman is already taken. Had he known, he would have increased his stakes to win her over. Married women have their allure, while young girls are enticing. It seems General Manager Lin has lost his heart to Qin Meiyun. Fong Yu lamented, her tone laced with reproach. At that moment, General Manager Lin reached out, wrapping an arm around Fong Yu's waist and drawing her close, his hands wandering. This left Fong Yu gasping for breath. However, the phone rang suddenly. General Manager Lin, there's a call for you. Please take it. Fong Yu gently pushed him away, her voice playful. Her achievements today were indeed aided by General Manager Lin, and of course, Qin Meiyun's subtle encouragement. To secure her position in the company and earn money, she had to rely on her beauty. Ironically, she previously thought Qin Meiyun foolish. With such beauty and status as a divorcee, she could easily rise through the ranks and win General Manager Lin's favor. Perhaps the supervisor's position would have been hers. Yet, it turned out that Qin Meiyun had her own plans, opting for a more capable and wealthy boss. According to Supervisor Li, that wealthy man was quite young and generous, having gifted Qin Meiyun a $5 million credit card at Hermes Boutique. This drove the female employees of the company into a frenzy of envy, wishing to displace Qin Meiyun, and each began to adorn themselves splendidly, hoping to attract a wealthy partner. Never mind, what does it matter at this point? It's nothing significant, General Manager Lin said dismissively. He even began to unfasten his belt. However, just then his phone buzzed. He hastily pulled up his trousers and retrieved his phone. If it was a private call, it warranted attention. It might be a call from a notable executive. Missing it would be regrettable. Upon seeing President Fong on the screen, he was momentarily taken aback. After regaining his composure, he quickly answered, "Oh, President Fong, what a surprise to receive your call. I'm sincerely flattered. The last time I sought your cooperation, I regrettably did not get to meet you." General Manager Lin bowed and scraped through the phone. President Fong was a long-standing client of their group company and a significant customer. As the general distributor of Maotai liquor, he procured vast quantities annually, ensuring that collaborating with him would be profitable. However, recently, President Fong seemed to have developed an interest in stocks, reportedly making substantial gains. His interest in the liquor business appeared to wane, leading to fewer transactions and reduced shipments. Sales representatives returned empty-handed after multiple visits, causing Lin to feel quite anxious. "General Lin, I called to discuss a matter with you," President Fong stated, standing at the door with a calm demeanor. "President Fong, how could you say that? Whatever the issue, if it is within my capacity, I would never dare to decline, let alone discuss it." "Please, just give the word," General Manager Lin replied hastily. "Do not be so polite. It is not a major issue. My brother's wife works at your company, and today he plans to return to his hometown with her. He wishes to request a few days off. As it is not the weekend, I thought it best to give you a heads up about this." President Fong paused. The reason for using this method to request leave for Qin Meiyun was indeed Yi Chen's suggestion. After all, Qin Meiyun valued her job highly, and it was challenging for her to request a leave of absence. Moreover, given Qin Meiyun's pride and strength, President Fong did not want to delve too deeply into the matter, so as not to cause her to misinterpret his interference in her autonomy and work. Thus, he could only approach General Manager Lin directly to make the request. At this moment, General Manager Lin felt perplexed and surprised. President Feng's brother. It surely could not be a biological brother, as he knew that the Fong family's patriarch was not located in a small place like Longzhou. However, President Fong and Appo's atone suggested that this individual was even closer than a biological brother. Yet how could such a prominent figure in Appo's wife be employed at his company? Chapter 84. The intentional harassment by Supervisor Li. "Mr. Fong, surely you jest. Your brother's wife works at my company?" Lin inquired tentatively. "My brother's name is Yi Chen. Have you heard of the stock god who recently made over $4 billion with 20-fold leverage in crude oil futures? That's my brother." Fong Tianhai replied directly. "And my sister-in-law is Qin Meiyun. Please make the necessary arrangements quickly. We are pressed for time." Instantly, Lin's eyes widened in shock, gasping in disbelief. The revelation of Fong Tianhai's brother's identity left him utterly astounded, his mind in a tumultuous whirl. Upon realizing that the so-called sister-in-law was indeed Qin Meiyun, he trembled with fear and stammered, "Mr. Fong, this is trivial. It's just a holiday. However, I must ask, what is the relationship between the stock god and Qin Meiyun? Surely, she cannot be his original partner?" "Indeed, she is. Do not pry too much. Their relationship is rather complex. Just remember, my sister-in-law is employed at your company, so exercise some discretion. If she is happy, both my brother and I will ensure you are well rewarded. Your small company isn't thriving, is it? If my brother merely mentions you, you could rise significantly. Feng Tianhai solemnly stated. My heavens, Mr. Feng, you should have informed me sooner. The stock god's wife is right in my company? How could I have missed that? Lin exclaimed, his excitement palpable, drooling with enthusiasm. Rest assured, the stock god's wife is akin to my revered ancestor. Let me arrange things immediately. Upon hearing Feng Tianhai's words, Lin, the seasoned executive, was suddenly electrified with exhilaration. He was so animated that he barely noticed the alluring female subordinate beside him. Lin, what has got you so joyfully animated? Feng Yu inquired, leaning closer. Listen, Feng Yu. Find an opportunity to apologize to Qin Meiyun and mend that relationship. From now on, no more rumors in the company, understood? If I catch anyone spreading falsehoods about her, they will be out on the street. Lin said gravely, his tone serious and unwavering. Feng Yu's heart raced, her face pale with anxiety. Manager, what is going on? Please enlighten me. She pressed urgently. You all have it wrong. Qin Meiyun has an amp. Oppose. T found a benefactor, nor is she being kept. She is simply low-key and unassuming. Her husband has unexpectedly struck it rich, and she is still adjusting. Didn't I mention the stock god who has stirred the financial world, capable of extracting wealth from the jaws of international tycoons? Just in one afternoon, he amassed over 4 billion, Lin recounted, patting his stomach in disbelief. Upon hearing Lin's words, Feng Yu was left speechless, covering her mouth in shock, her mind blank. After a moment, she stammered, I will go apologize right away. Without another word, she dashed out, her disheveled appearance evident. Lin tidied himself before departing the office. At that moment, Qin Meiyun returned to her workstation, her face a mask of frustration as she continued typing away. Suddenly, Supervisor Li slammed a stack of documents onto the desk. Qin Meiyun, are you deliberately trying to antagonize me? This is the umpteenth time we and Oppose done these proposals, and they just keep getting worse. Do you think you can hide behind some wealthy patron? At the end of the day, you are still selling yourself. You may have gotten lucky with a high price. But I warn you, this is a company, not your home. No matter how powerful your lover is, he has no authority here. Supervisor Li reprimanded, hands on hips, exuding an aggressive demeanor. Her derogatory remarks drew the attention of nearby female employees, some reveling in schadenfreude, others scoffing, while a few expressed jealousy and scorn. Qin Meiyun is fortunate. A single mother, now a sought-after catch. I heard a wealthy admirer spent 5 million to win her favor. If only I had known second-hand women were such hot commodities, I would have divorced long ago. One remarked, indeed, this wealthy man has peculiar tastes, preferring divorced women. Who would have guessed that the seemingly demure Qin Meiyun possesses such allure? Her prowess must be extraordinary. Another chimed in. Yet, being a mistress is no easy feat. One misstep, and they're discarded like refuse. After all, it's not as if they can't find other women. They continued, finally unable to contain her anger. Qin Meiyun slammed her palm against the table. Have you finished your slander? Do not project your sordid thoughts onto others. Your baseless accusations serve no benefit to you. Supervisor Li, momentarily taken aback by Qin Meiyun and Oppo's outburst, responded with feigned surprise. Our company and Oppo's model employee has finally lost her temper. I expected you to be nothing but benevolent. It seems I overestimated you. Regardless of your personal affairs, you must complete these tasks anew. Or you wanted Oppo's to leave until they are done. Do you hear me? I want a clear response. She thundered, her voice rising, pointing an accusatory finger at Qin Meiyun. Chapter 85. I implore you, take a break and return home to rest. The others were taken aback, all shrinking back, too frightened to observe the commotion. At that moment, tears welled up in Qin Meiyun's eyes, overwhelmed by a profound sense of injustice. She could have resigned immediately, yet Supervisor Li and General Manager Lin had conspired to withhold her bonus. Moreover, to return to the family business, she needed a recommendation from her current workplace. If General Manager Lin deemed it unsatisfactory, her standing with her grandmother would likely diminish. Qin Meiyun merely aspired to create wealth and establish herself through her own merits. Yet, she was persistently subjected to discrimination and oppression, simply because she was too kind-hearted and too accommodating. Additionally, her vulnerabilities were exploited, as she had confided in her trusted disciple, Fang Yu, about the necessity of obtaining a rating to secure employment at the family business. Otherwise, how could she be in such a predicament? Resigned, Qin Meiyun returned to her seat, tears cascading down her cheeks. Yet her hands picked up the documents for revision. Observing the subdued Qin Meiyun, Supervisor Li finally revealed a smug grin. At that moment, Fang Yu approached, seizing the documents from Qin Meiyun's grasp, anxiously stating, "Master, allow me to assist you. You should rest. I can handle this." Qin Meiyun wiped her tears and looked at Fang Yu in confusion, doubting the sincerity of her offer. It seemed more likely that Fang Yu had conspired to mock her. "No need, I can manage. Please let go," Qin Meiyun asserted earnestly. "Master, I was wrong. I shouldn't have spoken to you that way. Please don't take it to heart. I meant no harm, nor did I wish to add to your troubles. I, Fang Yu, am unworthy. Please grant me a chance for redemption. Let me handle this while you rest." With that, Fang Yu forcibly snatched the documents from Qin Meiyun's hands. Qin Meiyun was utterly stunned, unable to comprehend the sudden shift in Fang Yu's demeanor, leaving her bewildered. "Fang Yu, how audacious of you to oppose me," Supervisor Li exclaimed, yanking Fang Yu back and reclaiming the documents. "Get lost. Let us see who dares meddle today. Qin Meiyun, get to work if you fail to deliver. Don't expect to leave." Supervisor Li stood with her hands on her hips, resembling a fierce matron. "Huh. Supervisor Li, you've grown accustomed to wielding power, just wait. You'll soon face the consequences. How dare you bully my master?" Fang Yu exclaimed, reveling in the situation. Initially, she had been contemplating how to earn Qin Meiyun's forgiveness. But Supervisor Li's reckless provocation provided the perfect cover to redirect the animosity. "Don't think I'm not capable of retaliating, even if I were to bully her." "What of it?" Supervisor Li replied with an air of arrogance. She was taken aback, as, typically, Fang Yu was not one to shy away from colluding with her in tormenting Qin Meiyun. What had changed today? Had she truly undergone a transformation? "Ah, General Manager Lin has arrived. Just keep your tears at bay," Fang Yu remarked with a mocking tone. "General Manager Lin, good day." As Lin entered, the female employees rose in unison, greeting her warmly. "General Manager, are you heading out?" Supervisor Li strutted forward, swaying in her fitted skirt towards Lin. "I need to speak with Qin Meiyun," Lin said gravely, bypassing Supervisor Li to approach Qin Meiyun's workstation. "Meiyun, today you are granted leave. Go home and rest. Come back whenever you wish to return to work. Do not exhaust yourself at your post. You are our exemplary employee, and I cannot afford to lose you. Hurry, pack your things, and let Supervisor Li drive you home." As everyone anticipated Lin and Appo's reprimand towards Qin Meiyun, her astonishingly supportive demeanor left the onlookers in disbelief, particularly Supervisor Li, whose jaw dropped in shock, inhaling sharply as if she had misheard. Her expression shifted to one of utter disbelief. Could it be that Qin Meiyun has charmed General Manager Lin? How else could she receive such leniency? Supervisor Li pondered, her face darkening. "General Manager, I am merely performing my duties, standing by until the end of my shift. Why must you make this difficult for me?" Qin Meiyun, feeling cornered, emphasized her grievance, her face betraying her anger, on the verge of tears once more. This frightened Lin, who almost collapsed in distress. "Oh dear, please do not cry. I beg of you. Is it too much to grant you a long break to rest? It is not as you perceive. I have approved your resignation, and your evaluation will certainly benefit your future employment. I truly wish for you to take a break. I swear it." Lin raised her hand earnestly, pleading. "I can attest. Master, General Manager Lin genuinely intends to grant you leave. Please do not misconstrue her intentions," Fang Yu affirmed with unwavering conviction. It became evident that this was no jest. In an instant, the entire office fell silent. The boss pleading for an employee to take leave, and the employee refusing? Employees were left bewildered, their understanding of workplace dynamics completely upended. "Furthermore, I will arrange for your paid leave, triple salary, and bonuses without delay. Meiyun, your dedication and hard work have not gone unnoticed. I acknowledge my previous negligence towards you. Please do not take it to heart. Lin continued, intensifying the shockwave throughout the office. The employees were nearly driven to madness, wishing they could speak on Qin Meiyun and Appo's behalf. Even Supervisor Li, in that moment, was left aghast, gasping in disbelief, unable to comprehend the situation. What on earth had transpired? Why had General Manager Lin suddenly displayed such respect towards Qin Meiyun? General Manager, surely you jest. Supervisor Li exclaimed incredulously. Simultaneously, Qin Meiyun regained her composure, regarding Lin with equal confusion, remaining silent as Supervisor Li articulated her own queries. Silence. What does this have to do with you? Now, all of Meiyun's unfinished tasks will be assigned to you. They will be distributed to your department, and should you fail to complete them, I shall ensure you face the consequences. Lin barked suddenly, causing Supervisor Li to pale, silenced by fear. Chapter 86. The Remarkable Wang Chao. Such blatant favoritism. Although feeling a sense of imbalance and simmering anger within, Supervisor Li dared not express his frustrations. He could only cast a fierce glare at Qin Meiyun before storming off with the documents in hand. Meiyun, hurry up and pack your things. Your husband, my brother, is waiting downstairs. I'll escort you out, Mr. Lin said with a radiant smile. In an instant, Qin Meiyun snapped to attention. Mr. Lin and Appo's has sudden shift in demeanor. Could it be related to Yichun? She refrained from speaking, merely tidying up briefly before rising to head outside, with Mr. Lin following closely behind. Today, he was determined to seize the opportunity to curry favor with that financial magnate. At that moment, Yichun, holding a plane ticket, was making his way into the company. Just as he arrived at the elevator, he encountered Qin Meiyun and Mr. Lin descending. Meiyun, perfect timing. I plan to take you back to your hometown. Have you arranged your holiday? Yichun inquired with a smile. Didn't you already take care of everything? Why are you asking? Qin Meiyun feigned annoyance, though internally, she felt a wave of relief. The pressure at work had become unbearable, with Supervisor Li, Feng Yu, and the entire staff seemingly targeting her. Added to Mr. Lin's oppression, her stress had reached a breaking point. Now, she could finally breathe easy. Oh, is that so? Yichun chuckled, realizing he could no longer keep this under wraps. At that moment, Mr. Lin approached, overly polite, greeting Feng Tianhai first before stepping in front of Yichun. You must be Mr. Yi. What an honor. I've long heard of your esteemed reputation, and seeing you today, it's clear you are indeed a prodigy of your generation. Achieving such success at your age is nothing short of genius in the financial world. Truly admirable, Mr. Lin exclaimed, gripping Yichun's hand tightly, his flattery flowing incessantly. Yichun responded with mere polite remarks, his impatience becoming evident. Noticing this, Feng Tianhai stepped in. Mr. Lin, my brother needs to catch a flight. Can we discuss this when he returns? My sister-in-law and Appo's holiday may be extended at any moment, so please bear with us. Feng Tianhai said, patting Mr. Lin on the shoulder. Although his tone was one of gratitude, it sounded more like an order. Mr. Lin, not oblivious, quickly replied, It's no trouble at all. Sister-in-law, please enjoy your vacation. Take as long as you need without needing to inform us. Mr. Yi, you both are busy. Please allow me to treat you to dinner when you return. I hope you will grace us with your presence. Certainly, if the opportunity arises, Yichun replied nonchalantly, turning to leave with Qin Meiyun. Mr. Lin, my brother mentioned that you should consider exiting your current position with the ocean technology stock. I and Appo's. V heard good things about Hexus. Being a wise man, I trust you understand, Feng Tianhai advised, patting Mr. Lin on the shoulder before departing. What? Mr. Lin finally processed the information, a look of ecstasy appearing on his face. He had incurred significant losses with his current stock and was planning to invest further. However, upon hearing Feng Tianhai's words, he instantly reconsidered. This was advice from a stock market genius. Missing this chance would be a grave error. Mr. Feng, please convey my gratitude to Mr. Yi. And when he returns, do not forget about me. We must sit down to a proper meal together. Mr. Lin called out excitedly as he hurried after them. Yet, Feng Tianhai paid him no mind, entering the car to drive away with Yichun and Qin Meiyun. Feng Tianhai felt a sense of satisfaction. Being revered for his association with an extraordinary figure was exhilarating. This only reinforced his belief that being by Yi Chen's side would impart invaluable wisdom. Even as a mere driver, he was content. This life was truly invigorating, filled with excitement at every turn. In the car, Qin Meiyan secretly observed Yi Chun, lost in thought. The transformation in him was remarkable. His allure was now unmistakable. Even Mr. Lin, once so imposing, appeared subservient in Yi Chun and Amp. Appo's presence filled with respect. The aura emanating from Yi Chun was overwhelmingly powerful, leaving Qin Meiyun in a daze. As if in a dream, could this truly be the same man who once lacked integrity, was domineering at home, timid outside, evading responsibility, and resorting to violence when intoxicated? The contrast was staggering. Half an hour later, with Tong Tong in tow, the family set off for the airport. Tong Tong had never traveled far before and was filled with wonder upon boarding the plane, radiating happiness. Qin Meiyun settled into her seat, luxuriating in the comfort of first class, watching Yi Chun narrate a story to their child. Before she knew it, she drifted off to sleep. However, she was abruptly awakened from a nightmare. In her dream, she saw Yi Chun revert to his former self, more malevolent than before, leading her to paradise, only to cast her into the depths of despair. All the beauty dissipated into nothingness, leaving only shadows. In her dream, Yi Chun became increasingly cruel, coercing her to sell blood and gamble, even contemplating selling Tong Tong into the mountains. Overwhelmed by despair, she jolted awake to the aircraft's announcement. "Dear passengers, we are about to descend into Binhai City." As the announcement concluded, Qin Meiyun gasped for air, wiping the sweat from her brow. Just then, Yi Chen's large hand reached over, and she instinctively cried out, "No, don't." In an instant, many passengers turned to her with bewildered expressions. Realizing her outburst, Qin Meiyun suddenly came to her senses. "Meiyun, what's wrong? Did you have a nightmare?" Yi Chen asked, concern etched on his face. I and Amp, Appo's, am fine. We'll be landing soon. Let us buy some gifts for Mom and Dad in the city." Qin Meiyun managed a faint smile. "No need. Everything is arranged. Tianhai and Amp, Appo's old classmate is here to pick us up," Yi Chun replied with a grin. "All right," Qin Meiyun nodded, falling silent. Soon, the plane landed smoothly. The family exited and stood at the terminal and Amp, Appo's entrance, where Yi Chun scanned the crowd. "Excuse me, are you Yi Chun, a friend of Feng Tianhai?" A young man in a suit approached cautiously. "Yes," Yi Chun acknowledged with a nod. "Hello, I'm Wang Chao, a classmate of Tianhai's. He asked me to prepare some things for you. Let us head to the car, and I'll take you to Do Wang village." Wang Chao greeted warmly, gesturing for them to follow. "Thank you," Yi Chun replied appreciatively. "Not at all. A friend of Tianhai's is a friend of mine. If you need anything in Binhai, feel free to reach out. I wouldn't want to disappoint Tianhai. By the way, can I call you brother too? I hope you don't mind," Wang Chao said as they walked together. His warmth and down-to-earth nature quickly put Yi Chun at ease during their brief interaction. Chapter 87. Returning home. In front of the old house, call out casually, "Is there anything objectionable?" Yi Chun inquired, having heard from Tianhai that Wang Chao was in the 4S dealership business. "How in Appo's the business going?" In truth, his inquiry stemmed from his own foresight rather than from Tianhai and Appo's words. Moreover, Wang Chao was an old classmate of Tianhai, known for his good character. Otherwise, Tianhai would not have arranged for him to pick Yi Chun up. While it and Amp, Appo's manageable. Compared to your endeavors, it and Amp, Appo's just small-scale operations. A new dealership is opening soon, and if you have time, it would be an honor to invite you as a guest of honor for the ribbon cutting," Wang Chao said eagerly. "Forget it. I won't be staying for long during this visit. It's been a while since I've returned home, and I wish to spend time with my elders. By the way, you're opening tomorrow, right?" Yi Chun asked nonchalantly. At once, Wang Chao halted, his expression shifting to one of tension. Yi Chun, perplexed, stopped as well. "Bro, I and Amp, Appo's, heard from Tianhai that you possess extraordinary abilities, a prophet if you will. Everything you and Amp, Appo's, said has come to pass. Is there anything I should be aware of for my opening tomorrow?" Wang Chao queried urgently. "Don and Amp, Appo's, be alarmed. Don't listen to his exaggerations. However, you should prepare ample fire safety equipment. Additionally, it's best to set up a barrier at the entrance. If you have decorative balloons, the bigger, the better, and arrange several of them. Yichen replied before continuing on his way. Shortly thereafter, he was surprised to hear Wang Chao on the phone behind him, apparently relaying the precautions he had just mentioned to his subordinates. This fellow is quite competent and displays strong execution skills. It seems tomorrow will not bring about any major incidents. When confronted with a convoy of over a dozen brand-new black Range Rovers, Yichun was taken aback. Wang Chao, this is a bit excessive. I'm merely returning home to visit family. There's no need for such fanfare. Huh? While Yichun spoke these words, he couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction at being regarded so highly. Tianhai's old classmate was indeed reliable. There and Oppos, essay saying, and Oppos, a rich man who does not return home is like a brocade-clad figure walking at night. And Oppos, with such a display, I feel as though I am lowering the standards by picking you up. This is merely the best luxury fleet I could muster for my dealership. I hope you don't mind. Wang Chao replied with a broad smile. That's unnecessary. Leave one vehicle behind for me to drive home. When I return, I will return it to you, but please do not leave me a new car. Yichen indicated a somewhat used Range Rover behind them. Bro, you're putting me in a tough position. I want to be able to explain that to Tianhai. Wang Chao responded, looking quite troubled. Don't worry about him. I will take care of that. Your new store is about to open, so you should focus on that. I'm just returning home to visit family. A quiet time is just fine, Yichen said nonchalantly. All right then, please make sure to let me know when you and your wife leave. Otherwise, it would seem you look down on me, Wang Chao. Wang Chao reluctantly agreed. Sure, I will definitely contact you when we leave. Yichen nodded. Wang Chao then departed with the convoy, leaving behind a black Range Rover. Before getting into the car, Yichen opened the trunk to find a metallic box filled with gifts. Upon opening the box, he was met with a sea of red bills. At least 500,000. Dad, so much money, Tong Tong exclaimed, clapping her hands upon seeing it. Yichen, why are you carrying so much cash? Qin Meiyan asked, puzzled. With mobile transfers and convenient payments, there is no need to carry so much cash. You don't understand. Our family incurred a significant debt because of me, and it must be repaid. Moreover, transferring money is merely a string of numbers. The villagers value cash more. Besides, Wang Chao's words were right. A rich man who does not return home is like a brocade-clad figure walking at night. I am not flaunting. I merely wish to allow my parents to hold their heads high without having to worry about others in Oppos. Opinions, Yichen replied with a sigh. Indeed, you and Oppos, V, spoken truthfully. Over the years, Mom and Dad have faced debt and obligations because of you, and they've had to endure other scrutiny. Now that you are earning, it is only fitting that you restore their dignity. Qin Meiyun concurred earnestly. My wife understands me well. Now, let us get in the car and set off. Yichun waved his hand grandly, entering the vehicle as he drove his wife and daughter toward the outskirts of the city. As they navigated the rural roads, Tong Tong extended her little hand, grasping the warm summer breeze, joyfully gazing at the distant mountains. Qin Meiyun wore a smile, though an occasional hint of anxiety flickered across her face. The nightmare from the plane must be related to me. At that moment, Yichun turned off the music and gently asked Qin Meiyun, gazing in the mirror, what is troubling you? Qin Meiyun hesitated, reluctant to speak, fearing that addressing the dream might ruin the current joy, a loss outweighing the gain. Yet, she was genuinely frightened. After all, the scenes from her dream had been her lived reality for 7 long years. There's no need to say anything. I understand. Meiyun, remember, the former Yichun is dead. From now on, only the present Yichun exists, who will cherish you and Tong Tong 100-fold. No betrayal, no suspicion, only a heart that wishes for your happiness. Yichun, filled with remorse, extended his hand toward her. Seeing this, Qin Meiyun contemplated for a moment before placing her hand in his. The two held hands, feeling the warmth of Yichun's strong palm, the impact of the nightmare gradually dissipating for Qin Meiyun. Tong Tong, witnessing this, joined in as well. The hands of the three formed a harmonious stack, laughter spilling from the car into the air, floating like a melody, as if the blue sky and white clouds were smiling down upon them. A Range Rover appeared in the secluded mountain village, instantly drawing a throng of children chasing after it. Delwang village was impoverished. The youth often sought work elsewhere. However, today coincided with the May Day holiday, and many young people were returning home to visit family or for matchmaking. Thus, when they saw a Range Rover enter the village, curiosity sparked among the young people. Who could possibly be so fortunate to afford such a vehicle after doing well outside? Yichun drove with a calm demeanor, though his heart surged with intense emotions. In his previous life, he had caused his family to suffer, exacerbating their already dire financial situation, leaving them in debt. Because of him, his once impoverished parents had lost face in the village. Yichun's adoptive father, Yi Jianjun, and mother, Li Xiaoying, were both honest individuals, dedicating their lives to the land as true farmers. He vividly recalled how his father borrowed from neighbors and villagers to support his university education. Every relative had been approached, and the debts incurred were far beyond what a mere farmer could ever hope to repay. In truth, when his father lent him money to settle debts, it was a desperate gamble. He had sacrificed everything for his adopted son. Yichun's heart was filled not just with guilt. As the car came to a gentle stop before a dilapidated wooden door, he gazed at the familiar worn house, overwhelmed with emotion. Recalling the past, he would push open the door and call out, "Mom, I'm back." His mother would rush out, clutching green onions, her face radiant with joy, ready to prepare a feast of wild vegetables and delectable dishes. Chapter 88. In times of distress, no one cares. In times of wealth, relatives appear from afar. His father sat at the door, holding his eye bags, his expression seemingly indifferent. Yet Yichun understood the depth of his father's joy, which he struggled to express. His father, stubborn and fiery, often had high expectations that inevitably led to disappointment. Over time, he fell into bad habits, spending lavishly on gifts for female streamers and gambling, causing turmoil at home. Each time Yichun returned, the smiles on his parents' faces grew increasingly scarce. Returning to reality from his memories, Yichun took a deep breath and stepped out of the car. "Isn't that the second son of the Yi family, Yichun? I heard he lost his job in the city and has accumulated a mountain of gambling debts," someone remarked. "Indeed, a good family squandered away. Yi Jianjun has maintained his dignity all his life, but this second son has brought disgrace upon them. He walks with a hunchback these days." Another added, "Could it be that he asked back to swindle money again?" "Best to keep our distance," someone cautioned. "Hey, uncles and aunts, you're mistaken. He asked driving a Land Rover worth over $1 million," exclaimed a young man in surprise. "What? Over $1 million? Is it true? Has the second son of the Yi family struck it rich?" Another questioned incredulously. "Impossible. Gamblers never have a good ending. Even if they win, they'll eventually lose it all again. That car must be rented." The villagers murmured among themselves. At that moment, Qin Meiyun descended from the car, cradling their daughter Tong Tong, which stirred a commotion in the crowd. "But didn't Ti Chan say he was divorced?" Someone noted. "Yes, I heard about it before. Why have his wife and daughter returned?" Many expressed their surprise upon seeing Qin Meiyun. Qin Meiyun, however, paid no heed to them and silently gazed at Yi Chen's figure, uncertain of how to proceed. After all, she had finalized her divorce with him and wondered if his parents would reject her at the door. At that moment, Yi Chen pushed open the wooden door and, with a choked voice, called out, "Mom, I'm back." Responding to his call, a plain-looking woman with graying hair rushed out from the dilapidated house, appearing older due to years of exposure to the elements. "Mom, your son has returned. Un figlio. Sorry, Mom," Yi Chen exclaimed as he knelt on the ground, bursting into tears. To be nearing 30 and still able to call out for his mother was a profound happiness. Yi Chen felt fortunate to have been reborn, with a chance to repay his parents, especially for their nurturing, which was far more challenging to repay than the gift of life. Regardless of his past or present, only his parents had devoted themselves to him wholeheartedly. In his previous life, his gambling had brought shame upon his parents, but in this life, he had finally reversed his fate. He should have brought his parents over to care for them long ago, yet various circumstances had delayed him. The sight of his mother's haggard, aged face filled him with guilt, a feeling more unbearable than death itself. Upon seeing her second son return, Li Xiaoyan was momentarily stunned. Once she regained her composure, she wiped away her tears and approached him with mixed emotions. After all, whenever Yi Chen returned, it was usually to ask for money. This time, she didn't know how much he would want, but their family was truly out of funds. Second son, it's good that you're back. Quickly, get up. There's so many people watching, she urged as she hurriedly helped him to his feet. I heard. Meiyan has divorced you. Your father and I wanted to visit you both, but upon learning of this, we turned back, Li Xiuyan continued, her voice trembling. That night, we took a train to come see you, but when we found out, we returned. Your father has been drinking for several days without saying a word. As she spoke, Li Xiuyan wiped her tears. Second son, will your father and I still have the chance to see Tong Tong? She asked, worry creasing her brow. At that moment, Yi Chen felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He could imagine his parents' feelings, traveling overnight with local specialties to see their granddaughter, only to turn back upon learning of their son's divorce, too hesitant to disturb their daughter-in-law, and returning home in silence for 3 days. His father's silence was not due to a lack of words, but rather a heart heavy with sorrow. How desperate must his parents have felt during that time. Grandma, I'm here. Tong Tong missed you. Suddenly, Tong Tong ran over, her arms wide open in a gesture of affection. In that instant, Li Xiuyan was completely taken aback, almost unable to believe her eyes, thinking it a mirage. Only when Tong Tong embraced her legs did she snap back to reality. Tong Tong, my dear granddaughter, I missed you. Li Xiuyan could no longer hold back her emotions. The bond between generations felt profound. Seeing Tong Tong filled her with a sense of fulfillment greater than possessing the world. Tong Tong, I'm dirty. I can't hug you, she said as she squatted down, tears of joy streaming down her face. I don't care if you're dirty. I just want to hug you. Tong Tong cheerfully wrapped her arms around her grandmother's neck, refusing to let go. Oh, my dear granddaughter, I didn't love you in vain. I dreamed of you, my precious granddaughter. Li Xiuyan felt overwhelming joy, realizing that Tong Tong's affection was a balm for her heart. Mom. At that moment, Qin Meiyun entered, softly calling out. Her voice was barely above a whisper, yet Li Xiuyan heard it and hurriedly embraced Tong Tong, excitedly approaching her. Meiyun, you've come back. How wonderful. Come inside. I'll prepare a meal for you. With her daughter-in-law's return, Li Xiuyan was beside herself with joy. Mom, please don't fuss. Yi Chen and I aren't hungry. We ate on the way here. I was worried you might not welcome me. Qin Meiyun admitted, lowering her head nervously. What nonsense. Regardless, you are our daughter-in-law in the Yi family. There's no need for anyone to welcome you home. Come inside. Don't linger out here, Li Xiuyan beamed as she pulled Qin Meiyun toward the house. Yi Chen hurriedly followed behind. Mom, where's Dad? Yi Chen inquired. Your father is at the village chief and Appo's house. Your aunt and the others have taken over a fish pond and encroached on our land, and they're discussing it now, Li Xiuyan replied, her expression dimming. What? What is there to discuss? We've already made it clear that land belongs to us. Why should they take it for free? Yi Chen exclaimed, his anger rising. Moreover, I heard they even beat Dad. Is that true? Yi Chen asked, his face filled with indignation. Oh, that was in the past. You two go inside. I'll call your father back, Li Xiuyan said, wishing to avoid escalating the situation, especially since they still owed money to his aunts. Otherwise, how could they have allowed their land to be taken without a word? Yi Jianjun's fiery temperament would not tolerate such bullying. Chapter 89. The Stubborn Father. However, due to Yi Chen, over the years, he had suppressed his temper, speaking softly to anyone he encountered, and had become the subject of fewer jests. Mom, I'm going to confront them. You stay at home. It was merely a matter of repaying the debt owed to her. Yet the incident involving my father must be addressed. After Yi Chen finished speaking, he strode out with an air of determination. Son, don't act impulsively. Your temper is just like your father's. He's improved significantly. You mustn't escalate the situation. Li Xiuyan anxiously pursued him. Qin Meiyun held Tong Tong close, trailing behind. Yi Chen was already hastily making his way outside, drawing the attention of curious villagers who gathered around. Listen to your mother. Don't make a scene. After all, they are relatives. We will inevitably encounter each other. If you create a rift, how will you coexist in the future? Li Xiuyan implored as she caught up. At that moment, Yi Chen had already entered the Land Rover and, lowering the window, said, Mom, Get in the car. Mei Yin, you too. Qin Mei Yin nodded, opening the door for Li Xiaoying to enter first, then followed with Tong Tong. Mother, allow me to express this. The kind-hearted are often taken advantage of, and the gentle are often ridden upon. You and father are too honest. We indeed owe them money, yet that does not warrant our submission to their bullying. I shall repay the debt, but the matter of my father's assault will not go unaddressed. Yichen asserted firmly as he ignited the engine and sped towards the village chief's residence. But we truly owe them money, Li Xiaoying lamented with concern. I returned this time solely to repay the debt. You and father need not worry any longer. Rest assured, I will not allow you to suffer any further. Yichen stated resolutely. What? Li Xiaoying exclaimed, her expression one of disbelief. Mother, trust in Yichen. He has turned over a new leaf and has not only settled his debts, but has also earned a considerable sum. You should ease your mind and let him handle this. At that moment, even Qin Mei Yin reached out, gently patting Li Xiaoying's hand in reassurance. With a heavy heart, Li Xiaoying reluctantly nodded, her worries persisting. Yet with her daughter-in-law's encouragement, she felt at a loss for words. Soon, Yichen arrived at the village chief's home. The chief and Appo's residence was relatively well kept, featuring a tiled house and a spacious yard. Upon stepping out of the vehicle, Yichen heard a shrill female voice echoing through the yard. Yi Jianjun, how brazen you are! Have you forgotten the pitiful state you were in when you borrowed money from us? Now you act so high and mighty. I ask you a question, yet you remain mute. You used to have quite the temper. Why are you silent today? When our family lent you 20,000 yuan, you did not wear this countenance. A stout woman clad in a floral dress and adorned with gold rings spoke with a fierce demeanor. What of occupying a piece of your land? With such a meager plot, how much can you earn? It wouldn't even suffice for your second son's losses at the gambling table for a single year. If you feel aggrieved by our family's fish pond occupying your land, return the 20,000 yuan you owe, and I will gladly return a piece of land to you. Look at your pathetic state. Your family will never rise again. Yi Jianjun, let's not forget that we are relatives. This is your sister, and she merely took 2 acres of your land. Must you persist in your stubbornness? You should be grateful we lent you money in the first place. Now that you cannot repay it, you dare to act tough? Look at your sorry figure. A middle-aged man among the crowd scolded angrily. That land was divided among my parents. Whoever it is allotted to remains distinct. I will find a way to repay the money owed to you. Tomorrow, I shall seek work in the city on a construction site. No matter what, I will strive to repay you by the year and Appo's end. A middle-aged man in a tattered hat spoke with indignation. Humph, do you really think I do not know how much debt your family owes? Not to mention your second son's debts in the city. You have borrowed no less than 40 or 50,000 yuan from these relatives. Spare me your theatrics. Either you return that 2 acres of land or repay the debt. They're in Appo's. There's no need for all this chatter. You are impoverished, yet have plenty to say. The stout woman continued her tirade with a loud and domineering voice. As long as I, Yi Jianjun, draw breath, the debt shall remain. Yi Jianjun declared with conviction. What good is your life if it amounts to nothing? Look at your children. None have achieved anything. The eldest cannot afford to marry, yet pretends to be affluent, buying a house in the city, only to have his money swindled by your second son. As for the second son, he is drowning in debt. A pariah everyone wishes to scorn. How boastful you were during the civil service examination. Look at you now, reveling in your own misfortune. I tell you, Yi Jianjun, you are destined for a life of poverty, and your 4 children will amount to nothing. The stout woman mocked him mercilessly. At that moment, the wooden door was kicked open with a resounding crash, silencing the commotion. Yichen walked in with an icy demeanor, his face a mask of fury as he witnessed his father being scolded by relatives in front of the village chief and numerous villagers. The sight made his heart ache as he saw his father, usually so proud, reduced to silence. Yichen, you actually have the audacity to return? The stout woman sneered. Didn't they say you were fleeing from gambling debts, high-interest loans, and that your family was in ruins? Are you back to hide from your creditors? Yichen, how dare you disregard me as the village chief? After all these years, who dares to kick down my door? The village chief stood, enraged, chastising him. Upon seeing Yichen, Yi Jianjun furrowed his brow, sternly stating, "What brings you back, you scoundrel? This family matter is none of your concern. Be gone." Understanding his son's temperament, he knew that despite the lack of blood ties, their dispositions were strikingly similar. Particularly, like many fathers and sons in Huaxia, their communication was often muted, lacking fervent expressions of affection, with the father appearing merely hot-tempered and obstinate. Chapter 90. Under scrutiny. Yi Chun has harbored a deep-seated fear of his father since childhood. Yet, as he matured, he came to realize that his father, though not adept at expressing his emotions, cared for him profoundly. It can be said that the once indomitable man who was his father had, in his quest to repay debts and fund Yi Chun's university education, surrendered his dignity and endured scorn and ridicule. During the borrowing of money, he faced such humiliation, suppressing his anger in silence while forcing a smile. In 2 lifetimes, Yi Chun witnessed his father suffering under the exploitation and oppression of relatives, unable to resist, amplifying his guilt within. "If I don't come, they will bully you to death," Yi Chun exclaimed, his eyes reddened. "Nonsense! Who dares to bully me? I have never been bullied in my life. You hurry back home and stop meddling here," Yi Jianjun retorted, glaring fiercely. "You too. If he returns, let him have that little money and tell him what I am doing here." Yi Jianjun grumbled upon seeing his wife, Li Xiaoying, harboring the belief that their son had returned merely for money. "Dad, I have grown up. There are some matters I can handle. You rest for now. I will resolve this issue." With that, Yi Chun waved to Qin Meiyun, who was not far away. Qin Meiyun opened the trunk of her car and retrieved a box. Presenting it to Yi Chun, he placed the box on the stone mill in the courtyard and, upon opening it, extracted several bundles of cash, striding towards the overweight woman. "Initially, we borrowed 20,000 from your family. With interest, I will return you 40,000. From now on, we are even. Do not use this matter to stab my father's back anymore." Yi Chun then approached the village chief, handing over 30,000, stating, "Uncle Village Chief, last year when my father was injured working in the fields and hospitalized, he borrowed 15,000 from your family. Here, 30,000 for you. Let the rest be considered interest." This is too much. "Yi Chun, where did you get this money? If its origins are questionable, I cannot accept it." The village chief responded, though he still took the money, astonished at how this gambler had come by such a sum. Fearing it was ill-gotten, he worried that it might be seized before it warmed in his hands. With the village chief's inquiry, the surrounding onlookers displayed expressions of skepticism, their gazes toward Yi Chun shifting. What other source could it be? He is a gambler without a job, certainly cannot be legitimate. Perhaps it is counterfeit. Village chief, be careful. This fellow is no good, deceiving his family, swindling his father-in-law, and beating his wife. His money is undoubtedly tainted. At this moment, Yi Chun's aunt, Yi Huiling, spoke scornfully. The village chief retreated into the house to fetch the village's designated currency verifier, conducting an on-the-spot examination. All the bills turned out to be genuine. Even Yi Huiling checked her money, confirming it was real. Even if the money is real, it undoubtedly comes from dubious means. Yi Huiling remarked with a sinister grin. "If you are afraid to take it, then give it to me." Yi Chun coldly mocked in response. "Why should I give it to you? This is what you owe our family. In any case, should anything happen, it will be you who gets caught." Yi Dianjun, how foolish you are to raise such a wastrel who brings trouble. Just wait for the enforcers to come for him. Yi Huiling cursed, convinced that if Yi Chun's money were illicit, he would surely be apprehended. "Dad, do not listen to their slander. This money is all earned by me," Yi Chun declared earnestly, unafraid of others' misunderstandings but concerned about his father's worries. "Stop your nonsense. Do not think we are unaware of what you have been doing in the city, gambling until your family is ruined, wasting money on gifts for female streamers, and losing your job. You're a lowly gambler, a scoundrel, yet you wish to earn money? You are fooling no one here." However, at that moment, the usually gentle and virtuous Li Xiaoying stepped forward, pointing at Yi Huiling and rebuking her. "You are the ones talking nonsense. My son may have erred, but he has his principles and would never stoop to what you allege. Close your mouths." Just as Yi Huiling was about to retort, Yi Jianjun erupted in fury, seizing a nearby chair and smashing it to the ground. "Silence. My son has made mistakes, and as his father, I shall educate him. You have no right to meddle here. Even should he commit unlawful acts, it is I who will take him in to confess, not wait for others to come. Besides, you have no evidence. Why defame my second son? I believe in him. His money is clean. With that, Yi Jianjun pulled Yi Chun, intending to leave. Dad, wait a moment. Today, I will settle all our debts and obligations. Yi Chun declared, opening the box to reveal a mountain of cash, astonishing Yi Huiling's family, who had never witnessed such wealth. This box alone was roughly worth over $1 million. For ordinary farmers, even 10,000 would place them among the village's wealthier households. The village chief's family could not produce such a sum in one go. At this moment, the entire courtyard fell silent. Yi Chun, expressionless, stood beside the box of money and addressed the crowd. Dear uncles, aunts, I, Yi Chun, was immature and caused trouble for my family. I have repaid all debts owed to you today, and it is not merely the principal. For every 1,000 I owed, I returned 2,000. For every 10,000, I returned 20,000. Sister Zhang, Uncle Wang, Uncle Lu, Aunt Yu, please come forward. As Yi Chun called out grandly, for humble villagers approached. Yi Chun took the debt book from his mother and, adhering to the amounts listed, repaid them all in double. When the villagers received their money, smiles blossomed on their faces, and as each villager present received their owed sums, satisfied grins spread across their features. Their suspicions toward Yi Chun dissipated like mist. If the money had truly been earned through crime, how could it be used to repay debts? You have long enjoyed it or fled. This straightforward logic quickly dawned on the villagers, who had been misled by Yi Huiling and Appo's words. Dear village uncles and aunts, you are my elders, but today, as a senior, I have a few words to share. It is only just to repay debts. Those who aided our family, whether relatives or not. I shall not only clear the accounts, but will also be there should you ever need assistance from Yi Chun in the future. I must make it clear, with the debts settled and obligations repaid, should anyone dare to stab my father in the back, do not blame me, Yi Chun, for turning hostile. With this declaration, Yi Chun's imposing presence silenced the entire assembly. Chapter 91. Shocked Parents. As the conversation unfolded, all the elders fell into a profound silence. Nodding in agreement, recognizing Yi Chun's integrity, they felt that he was indeed a man of his word, vowing to repay his debts in full. However, just as the villagers began to alter their perceptions of Yi Chun, Yi Huiling's son, Zhang Chu, swaggered into view. How ridiculous! You really think you are someone important just because you have a little money? You're still the same coward and useless person who lost everything, and your wife ran off with someone else. You've always been bullied, and if you dare to act tough here, I will beat you to a pulp. Zhang Chu, a tall and imposing figure, sneered coldly. His last words caused Qin Meiyun, who stood nearby, to turn pale with anger. Yi Chun's expression hardened, his gaze fierce as he clenched his fists until his knuckles turned white, on the verge of eruption. However, before Yi Chun could respond, Yi Jianjun erupted in fury. His son's return had brought him pride, and Zhang Chu's taunts unleashed years of pent-up frustration and indignation. You scoundrel! Today, I will teach you a lesson you won and oppose. Forget. With that, Yi Jianjun rushed to the wall, seized a heavy iron shovel, and charged at Zhang Chu with an intimidating demeanor. Zhang Chu, seeing the threat, panicked and fled, but not before Yi Jianjun struck him on the head with the shovel, delivering several kicks that left Zhang Chu howling in pain. Yi Huiling attempted to intervene, but was swiftly knocked to the ground by Yi Jianjun. Listen, Yi Huiling, if it weren't for the fact that you're my sister, I'd deal with you too. Your unruly son dared to insult my son and daughter-in-law. Believe me, I want to hold back. Yi Jianjun, shovel in hand and eyes ablaze with fury, intimidated Yi Huiling, who rolled on the ground in a desperate bid to escape his wrath. Li Xiaoying hurried to embrace Yi Jianjun, fearing he might truly harm someone. Yet, when Yi Jianjun's temper flared, no one dared to intervene. Even a stray dog that crossed his path was sent flying with a kick, a testament to his resolve to protect his son and daughter-in-law. At that moment, Zhang Chu, clutching his head, lay on the ground, bleeding and too frightened to rise. Yi Chun approached him, delivering a few kicks before pulling his father back. Dad, that's enough. Let them learn their lesson. No way. This bunch dares to insult my daughter-in-law. I'll make them pay. The onlookers, his relatives, remained silent, too afraid to intervene. Dad, let us go home. We don't want to hurt anyone. Just then, Qin Mei-yun approached, holding Tong Tong, who was rubbing her mouth and softly pleading, Grandpa, I'm scared. With that, Yi Jianjun dropped the shovel, and astonishingly, the fury that had consumed him moments before melted away into a smile at the sound of his granddaughter's voice. Tong Tong, my dear granddaughter, I miss you so much. Mei-yun, why did you bring Tong Tong here? Grandpa won't be angry anymore. Come here for a hug. Yi Jianjun rushed over to embrace Tong Tong, his face radiating warmth and joy, the wrinkles on his face softening. I'm hungry, Tong Tong pouted, rubbing her belly. My precious granddaughter is hungry. Li Xiaoying, you too. With Mei-yun back, why aren't you at home cooking? Hurry up and make something delicious for my granddaughter. Yi Jianjun exclaimed, lifting Tong Tong onto his shoulders, completely forgetting his earlier rage. Li Xiaoying sighed in relief, and Qin Mei-yun smiled with satisfaction. As the family left the yard, the sounds of Yi Huiling and her son's commotion echoed behind them. Upon returning home, Li Xiaoying busied herself in the kitchen. Soon, a feast of farm-fresh dishes was prepared, the aroma filling the air. Tong Tong eagerly devoured a chicken leg, delighting Yi Jianjun and Li Xiaoying. However, when Yi Jianjun glanced at the corner where boxes of Maotai, Zhonghua cigarettes, and various expensive health products were piled high, his expression darkened. Where did all this money come from? He asked coldly. Of course I earned it, Dad. Don't you believe me? Yi Chen replied earnestly, putting down his utensils. That's nonsense. I was only saving face for you earlier. You know what kind of person you are. Now tell me where this money really came from, or I want to let it go. Yi Jianjun demanded sternly. This left Yi Chen feeling exasperated. Dad, you would understand if I told you. I made it in the stock market. Do you know what stocks are? He asked, spreading his hands in explanation. What kind of stocks could earn you this much money? Don't think I'm Navi. Those bottles of Maotai you brought back alone are worth tens of thousands. And those Zhonghua cigarettes, sea cucumbers, and bird's nests are all high-end items. Yi Jianjun's eyes narrowed, skepticism etched on his face. After all, Yi Chen had disappointed him in the past, and it was no wonder he harbored doubts. He had once been deceived by a gambling son who squandered their savings. Dad, I can assure you, Yi Chen's money is clean and legal. Otherwise, he would have come back to visit you both, Qin Mei-yun interjected. She had just learned that Yi Jianjun and Li Xiaoying initially planned to visit Tong Tong, but turned back upon hearing about her divorce. Fearing it would trouble them, Qin Mei-yun could only imagine the heavy hearts of the elderly couple on that journey. She felt a pang of guilt, knowing how much the divorce would hurt both families. Chapter 92. Father was nearly terrified. Mei-yun herself said it, and I believe it. But you, my dear son. Now speaking of spending, I find it hard to trust you. Purchasing so many items and expending such a large sum with this box of cash. It must amount to hundreds of thousands, right? Yi Jianjun displayed a remarkable double standard, believing his daughter-in-law's words while doubting his son's. This left Yi Chen sighing repeatedly, feeling quite helpless, as he knew all too well the troubles he had caused, which had cast a heavy shadow over his father. The total cash amounted to 1 million. After repaying debts of over 100,000, there remained around 700,000 to 800,000. I didn't spend that much on these things, Dad. I want to take you and Mom to the city this time, and this money is for you both. Yi Chen pointed to the box as he spoke. Forget about the city. Your mom and I cannot enjoy such luxuries. As long as you can turn your life around, stop gambling, and treat Mei-yun and her child well, your mother and I can rest in peace, even if we are buried in the ground. Yi Jianjun replied, shaking his head. Indeed, I still cannot accept that you and Mei-yun have. Li Xiaoying began, but suddenly realized she had misspoken, especially in front of Tong Tong, hastily covering her mouth. Yet tears streamed down her face. Why speak of such things at the dinner table? Mei-yun, do not listen to your mother. When you made that decision, your father and I held no resentment. After all, Yi Chen was quite reckless back then. I failed to educate my son properly, and I apologize for that. One day, I will visit your parents to express my regrets, Yi Jianjun said, bowing to Qin Mei-yun. Dad, what are you doing? How could I blame you? Although Yi Chun and I have. But I have returned, and my way of addressing you has never changed, Qin Meiyun hurriedly reassured, grasping Yi Jianjun and Appo's sleeve. Witnessing this scene, Yi Chun felt a pang of heartache, burdened with guilt. It's all right, it's only right. As long as you can frequently bring Tong Tong back. Yi Jianjun turned his head, his voice choking with emotion, unable to continue. To see such a resolute man shed tears was a testament to how profoundly saddened Yi Jianjun was. Dad, I'm sorry. It is I who have disappointed you. However, from now on, I will ensure that you both enjoy a life of ease, without worrying about me, Yi Chun vowed with unwavering determination. Nonsense. Our home has been ruined. What enjoyment do I have? Your mother and I do not lack for money. Do you not know what we truly desire? Yi Jianjun's eyes reddened as he turned away, scolding him. At that moment, Li Xiaoying extended her hand, grasping Qin Meiyun and Appo's, her eyes filled with entreaty. The elderly couple found it hard to voice their feelings. After all, Yi Chun had once been a source of great distress. As parents, they ached for their daughter-in-law, yet to prevent their son's divorce felt selfish. Thus, they yearned to see their family united in harmony, to avoid the chaos of the past. A stable life was worth more than anything. Qin Meiyun could sense her in-laws' intentions and understood their struggles, unable to articulate it. Mom, I understand what you mean. I am still contemplating. I am giving Yi Chun a chance, and he has changed significantly lately. You can see the bond between Tong Tong and Yi Chun. Just do not blame me for not accepting him too easily. After all, at this, Qin Meiyun lowered her head. Meiyun, do not say more. Your mother comprehends. As long as you can give Yi Chun a chance for redemption, I will be content. Initially, it seemed that Qin Meiyun and her son had no hope. But hearing her daughter-in-law and Appo's words, there seemed to be a glimmer of possibility. Instantly, Li Xiaoying wore a radiant smile, grasping Qin Meiyun and Appo's hand with delight. You rascal. Did you hear that? Make sure to behave yourself. If you let go of such a wonderful daughter-in-law, I shall no longer recognize you as my son. As he spoke, Yi Jianjun kicked Yi Chun's leg. Yi Chun winced in pain, clutching his thigh, feeling quite aggrieved. Dad, I am indeed trying my best. Rest assured, our daughter-in-law will always bear the surname Qin. At least you have some conscience. Yi Jianjun chuckled upon hearing this. He then took a drink, savoring the fine liquor, and remarked, this exquisite wine is truly delightful. However, even though you've earned some money, do not become too arrogant. Many who have struck it rich have ultimately lost everything. You cannot rely solely on past successes. You must find ways to sustain your newfound wealth. Seeking pleasure is not the right path, understand? As he spoke, Yi Jianjun took another hearty sip of the expensive Maotai liquor, then added later, return all this wine and give it generously to your wife and daughter to improve their lives. Dad, what are you saying? This is to honor you. If you return it, I shall just buy more. After all, we are not short on money now. Yi Chun replied, relishing his meal with great gusto, his tone filled with bravado. Hearing your words, it seems you've struck gold. Yet, that does not justify such extravagance, Yi Jianjun said sternly. Indeed, I have struck gold, and it is quite a windfall. This amount is merely the tip of the iceberg, so even if you drink 10 bottles a day, I can afford it. Yi Chun asserted earnestly. I may not possess other abilities, but when it comes to finances, Dad, Mom, you need not worry nor try to save. Yi Chun spoke with sincerity. Hearing this, Yi Jianjun became intrigued, curiously inquiring, just how much have you earned to be so extravagant, resembling a nouveau riche? Although Yi Chun appeared somewhat overzealous, a father's heart swelled with pride at his son's success, which was not ill-gotten. When his father asked, Yi Chun grinned, mysteriously raising 4 fingers. Yi Jianjun furrowed his brow and playfully slapped Yi Chun on the head. How much is it? You think I can guess? Yi Jianjun chuckled, scolding him lightly. Ouch, Dad. Your hand is too heavy. What if you break it? Yi Chun complained, rubbing his head. Nearby, Qin Meiyun stifled a laugh, and even Li Xiaoying couldn't help but smile. A father's love is indeed as steadfast as a mountain. 40 billion or so, Yi Chun said casually. As his words settled, the atmosphere in the room became instantly solemn. Yi Jianjun dropped his chopsticks onto the table, stuttering. How much? How much? 40 billion, not much at all. Just think of it this way. If deposited in the bank, it yields tens of thousands in interest daily. In other words, even if I do nothing, I earn tens of thousands each day. Yi Chen spoke with nonchalance. The moment he finished speaking, Yi Jianjun swallowed hard, his mind racing to comprehend the staggering revelation. Chapter 93. The happiness of home and the joy of earning money. The phone rang. Yi Chen casually picked it up, and Yi Jianjun, who was initially eager to ascertain whether Yi Chen was boasting, decided to wait for his son to finish the call before inquiring further. How's it going? Yi Chen asked, recognizing the caller as Feng Tianhai. Brother, the BM stocks have skyrocketed. The bullish trend is soaring. The official announcement just came out, and 3 series of vehicles are undergoing significant price reductions. Following your advice, I cashed out 10 minutes ago. The 20 billion you invested has netted over 2 billion in just 6 days. I've already transferred the money to you. Please check it. Feng Tianhai exclaimed excitedly from the other end. And how much have you and Shenpeng earned? Yi Chen inquired with a smile. Although the profit was only 2 billion, it was still substantial, especially considering that opportunities to profit from commodities like crude oil are scarce. This influx of capital would greatly bolster his future plans, as every action he took was a stepping stone toward his aspirations. I made over 1 billion, while he made around 70 or 80 million. By the way, brother, I'm off to find Shenpeng. He is planning to sell off all his hotels to dive headfirst into stocks with you, claiming that making money is too easy. Feng Tianhai chuckled. Go ahead, but tell him to temper his enthusiasm. It's not as rosy as he imagines. Developing real enterprises is the real path to success. Yi Chen replied, bimusit. All right, brother. When are you coming back? My uncle wants to discuss something with you. Feng Tianhai asked. In a few days. I'll let you know in advance when I return. Yi Chen assured him before hanging up. Now, tell me the truth. Were you just pulling my leg? Yi Jianjun pressed as soon as the call ended. Dad, I'll reiterate, it's not 42 billion. Yi Chen began, but before he could finish, Yi Jianjun's eyes widened in disbelief, and he scolded, I knew you were exaggerating. Dad, please don't rush me. What I meant was that I just earned a small target of 2 billion, meaning my total assets now exceed 44 billion. Yi Chen similed. Instantly, aside from Qin Meiyan, both Yi Jianjun and his wife were left dumbfounded at the dining table. The concept of billion was utterly foreign to them. They could barely fathom hundreds of thousands, let alone millions. Meiyan, is this boy pulling a fast one on me? You tell him, Dad believes you, Yi Jianjun stammered, his excitement rendering him nearly incoherent. Even Li Xiaoying set down her chopsticks, her hands trembling slightly. Qin Meiyan smiled gently and replied, Dad, it's true, he isn't deceiving you. If you don't believe it, you can check his bank balance. As soon as Qin Meiyan finished speaking, Yi Chen had already retrieved the transaction details from Feng Tianhai and presented them to his father. Boss, go fetch my reading glasses. Hurry, Yi Jianjun called out. Li Xiaoying rushed to put on her shoes, nearly tripping, before bringing the glasses over. Yi Jianjun scrutinized Yi Chen's phone for a while before silently setting it down. He lifted his glass and took a hearty drink. Dad, Yi Chen has truly changed. He is striving to be a good father, a good son, and a good husband, Qin Meiyan remarked from the side. Yi Chen took a deep breath and said, Dad, I promise not to disappoint you anymore. I will honor you and Mom properly, and one tea give you cause for concern again. Yi Jianjun remained silent, taking out a box of Zhonghua cigarettes. Yi Chen quickly produced a lighter to ignite one for his father. After taking a deep drag, Yi Jianjun spoke with a profound tone. You're making money, which pleases me, but what I dread most is seeing you return to your former ways. Money can be earned again, but if you lose your humanity, it's challenging to regain. You understand this better than I do. Over the years, Meiyun has had it the hardest. She followed you right after graduation, never enjoying any comfort and enduring so much hardship. You should treat her and their daughter well, especially your in-laws, who have nothing but good things to say about you. Now that you have the means, help your in-laws more. This is the right thing to do. Son, remember, small wealth comes from diligence, medium wealth from virtue, and great wealth is determined by fate. With that, Yi Jianjun took another sip from his glass and turned to Qin Meiyun, saying, Meiyun, the Yi family has wronged you. Whatever choices you make, we won't criticize. Yet, I still hope you can give each another chance. I'm practically begging you now. Call me selfish if you wish, but I must say, aside from you, I'm dissatisfied with anyone else as my daughter-in-law. Let us keep an eye on this rascal. If he doesn't change his ways, I'll handle him myself. What do you say? Dad, I will consider it, but please don't say such things. Qin Meiyin replied, her voice choked with emotion. And you rascal, if you don't win Meiyin back, even if your mother and I were pass, we wouldn't rest in peace, understand? Yi Jianjun turned back to Yi Chen sternly. I understand, don't worry. Even if I have to cling desperately, I will win your daughter-in-law back. There is no escaping. Yi Chen laughed. Upon hearing this, Qin Meiyin wiped her tears and shot Yi Chen an exasperated glance. By the way, since you bought so many nice things, I can't drink it all. I'll send a few bottles to Uncle Yen later. He has helped our family a lot over the years. Remember, you borrowed money from him for your college tuition. Yi Jianjun said, looking at the drinks on the table with delight. Got it. After dinner, I'll take care of it. Yi Jianjun then filled his glass again, his face glowing with joy. All right, old Yi, this wine is quite expensive, several thousand a bottle. You really are willing to indulge. Enough. Let us save the rest for tomorrow, Li Xiaoying said, snatching the bottle away. Of course. My son has earned so much. Why shouldn't I enjoy it? Yi Jianjun replied, thumping his chest, his pride unmistakable. These past few years had truly been stifling for him. With the weight lifted from his chest, he felt an unprecedented sense of relief. Before, he had felt utterly devoid of motivation, and if it weren't for his other children, he would have believed life held no meaning. But now, with his second son achieving success, it felt like a burden had been lifted from his heart. Plus, he had struck it rich. His aspirations for his son to become a dragon had finally been realized. Mom, bring it back. Dad is happy. A little drinking is fine. It's not about how much you drink, but rather about taking care of your health. This wine is harmless. Drinking a bit more is all right. As he spoke, Yi Chen got up and retrieved another bottle, pouring it for his father. The two raised their glasses, filled with emotion, recalling last year's New Year's Eve dinner. Yi Chen had secretly returned to evade creditors, chased home, and had to jump out the window in the middle of the night. He and T even enjoyed a peaceful meal. In contrast, the current moment felt overwhelmingly blissful. Chapter 94, Future Plans, Acquiring a Gaming Company. The father and son engaged in a spirited conversation over drinks, while Li Xiaoying cradled Tong Tong and chatted with Qin Meiyun about mundane matters. As the conversation drifted to the past, both women found themselves wiping away tears. That night, an awkward situation arose, for in the northern regions, the traditional earthen kangs could hardly accommodate so many people. One room had been tidied up, furnished with bedding for 3. Yi Chen scratched his head and glanced at Qin Meiyin. Mom, why not let Dad stay in this room? It's more spacious. I can sleep with you. At that moment, Qin Meiyin opened the door and leaned against the frame, whispering, No need, Meiyin. Your father and I are already settled for the night. It's inconvenient to keep moving around, and we wouldn't want to wake Tong Tong. With that, the light was turned off. Yi Chen understood all too well that this was his mother's deliberate attempt to create an opportunity for him. Qin Meiyin, too, was no fool. Her cheeks flushed as she turned away and closed the door. How about we just make do and sleep together? You can share a bed with me, and Tong Tong can have her own. Yi Chen grinned mischievously. Dream on. You can sleep next to Tong Tong, and I'll take the other side. Qin Meiyin shot him a glare before slipping off her shoes and climbing onto the Kong. Her back to Yi Chen as she changed clothes radiated an irresistible allure. After 2 months of abstaining from intimate relations, Yi Chen felt his eyes redden, his throat dry, and a heat enveloping him. He could hardly contain the urge to pounce like a wolf. Yet, he recognized that given the current circumstances, such actions were out of the question. Meiyun was a woman of strong principles. They were not yet remarried, and their relationship remained delicate. If not for Tong Tong, she would never have agreed to share a room with him. With a sigh, he lay down, unable to sleep, plagued by insomnia. I can't sleep, Yi Chen murmured. Then go bang your head against the wall. Just don't wake Tong Tong. Qin Meiyin replied casually. Yi Chen couldn't help but smile. The moonlight streaming through the window, illuminating his daughter's peaceful slumber, filling him with an unprecedented sense of fulfillment. In his past life, he had failed to appreciate what truly mattered. Now he understood. Listening to the croaking frogs and chirping cicadas outside, he closed his eyes and slipped into a blissful slumber. The following morning, Yichen awoke to the sound of his vibrating phone and stepped outside. He soon heard Feng Tianhai's laughter. "Brother, you're ruthless. After cashing out all our stocks yesterday, they've hit the ceiling today. I estimated LL last a few days, but not too long. I heard you also bought 20 billion in short positions in the US before this. You must have made a fortune." Feng Tianhai expressed his admiration wholeheartedly, almost to a fanatical degree. He would undoubtedly heed Yi Chun's words, even if they foretold an impending apocalypse. However, the stock market was in turmoil, with cries of despair echoing everywhere. "We made a fortune this time, but many lost everything, especially that so-called stock god, Zhang Liang. I hear he invested heavily, misjudging the market, and bought Tesla, which plummeted beyond recognition. What bad luck." Feng Tianhai continued, his laughter ringing out. Yichen had already anticipated Tesla and Oppo's troubles, but the company had rebounded swiftly, leaving little room for maneuver. "Tianhai, I need you to run an errand for me in the next couple of days. Investigate someone at Tian2 Entertainment Company. They're a gaming firm and may be willing to sell shares soon. Set up a meeting for me. The price is negotiable." Yichen instructed after a moment of contemplation. "Brother, are you looking to acquire a company? Is there another opportunity?" Feng Tianhai's excitement was palpable. "Get on it. It's just the beginning. Once we acquire this company, I'll bring you Chun Peng and how go over," Yi Chun urged, knowing that building connections was not merely about generating profits for others, but also about laying the groundwork for his own future. This gaming company was crucial to him and suitable for long-term development. Most importantly, its owner was an undeniable talent. In a time when such talents were overlooked, the one who could unearth them would emerge victorious. "All right, brother, I'll handle it. By the way, about that matter you warned me about last time, what a nightmare. If it weren't for you, I would have been in deep trouble. That vile woman tried to trap me, but it turns out she has a boyfriend. I almost got cornered at a hotel, but thankfully I had a few friends with me, or it would have been disastrous." Feng Tianhai suddenly cursed. "She and Oppo's LL regret it. I bet she'll be seeking you out soon, and how you choose to respond will be up to you. However, when she returns, it will be sincere. You'll have to see if you can accept that." Yichen replied nonchalantly. "Really? She'll come back to find me?" Despite his earlier anger, Feng Tianhai now sounded hopeful. "It's evident you still have feelings for her. If she returns with genuine intentions, you should give her a chance after testing her sincerity for a while. Ask her what troubles she is facing. All right, I have things to attend to, so I'll hang up now." With that, Yichen ended the call, as his mother was calling him for breakfast. Such a delightful morning should not be wasted on Feng Tianhai. He had shared all the necessary information and avoided potential pitfalls. Matters of the heart were best left untouched, as the girl indeed had her own struggles. It was only after a certain event that Yi Chun could foresee the unfolding situation. In essence, if the girl had not colluded with others to deceive Feng Tianhai, he would not have realized her predicament. Meanwhile, in Binhai City, at the Longteng 4's boutique car dealership, the ribbon-cutting ceremony had just concluded, and firecrackers erupted as Wang Chao welcomed the incoming guests with a beaming smile. "Mr. Wang, you're quite the achiever. Is this your 5th store now? We must collaborate more in the future." "Mr. Wang, the arrangement for the playhouse outside is truly thoughtful." A group of executives approached to greet him. At that moment, a security personnel approached. "Mr. Wang, many guests with children wish to enter the playhouse. Should we let them in?" The security officer inquired. Chapter 95. Repayment? No, absolutely not. This play area is not meant for amusement. Direct them to the lounge area of the store. Remember, no one is allowed to enter. If anything happens, I will hold you accountable. Upon hearing this, Wang Chao quickly shook his head and sternly asserted, "Brother Yi has specifically instructed me on this matter, and I must comply." Although he did not believe in the supernatural, he recognized from Feng Tianhai and Oppo's introduction that Yi Chun was undeniably an extraordinary individual, one who consistently turned misfortune into fortune. Most astonishingly, it was his lead that ultimately solved the case at Longzhou Primary School. Given this, as a businessman, he deemed it prudent to prioritize safety, as long as it did not compromise his interests. With the security personnel dispersing, many guests, accompanied by their children, left for the lounge within the sales hall. However, a few remained, as their children were adamant about playing, leading to disputes with the security staff. At that moment, Wang Chao glanced at his watch, anxiety etching his face, and made his way towards the play area. What are you doing? Did I not just say that no one is allowed to come near here? Why has it not been cleared out? Mr. Wang reprimanded sternly upon his arrival. Ladies, this is our Mr. Wang. As he has stated, please vacate the area. The security personnel, caught in a dilemma, hurriedly attempted to explain to the guests. One woman, visibly reluctant, exclaimed, "What is the big deal? It's just a play area. If we can't use it, why have it here? It's an eyesore." Exactly. With this kind of business approach, they will inevitably go bankrupt. Another chimed in. With such an attitude, can we expect any after-sales support if we buy their cars? Better steer clear. A chorus of disgruntled women continued their complaints. Wang Chao, increasingly irritated, raised his hand and declared, "Ladies, I have said it once. Please leave promptly. This is not a negotiation, and my business does not rely on your support. We can continue without you." With Wang Chao's words, several BMW owners grew indignant. They were not genuine customers, merely taking advantage of a new store in Dapo's opening to enjoy the free play area. They had hoped to add a festive atmosphere to the store, but were taken aback by the owner and Oppo's lack of emotional intelligence, which only fueled their anger. As the commotion escalated, suddenly, a gasp echoed through the air. Moments later, a deafening crash resonated from the play area. Everyone turned in shock to see an electric vehicle crash into the play area, airbags deployed, smoke billowing from the front. In an instant, flames erupted. A bloodied individual tumbled out of the car, collapsing to the ground. Wang Chao stood frozen for a moment before springing into action. "What are you waiting for? Hurry! Extinguish the flames. Bring that person over here." He dashed towards the injured individual, pulling them aside. Soon, the vehicle was engulfed in flames, with the play area also catching fire. Fortunately, the surrounding area was spacious, and the play area was not large enough to cause significant damage. The mothers, filled with terror and regret, instinctively clutched their children. As fire trucks arrived, the blaze was quickly extinguished. The mothers, now filled with shame, approached Wang Chao and bowed sincerely in apology. Wang Chao smiled, his gaze fixed on the play area directly facing the store. Had the play area not been there, the vehicle would have crashed straight into the store. If a fire had ignited inside, the potential losses would have been unimaginable. Moreover, thanks to the presence of the play area, the driver only sustained injuries and fainted, but his life was spared. Otherwise, he would have surely perished. Reflecting on this, Wang Chao felt not relief but gratitude. He was fortunate to heed Brother Yi and Oppo's advice. Otherwise, he would have faced monumental losses, at least in the millions. It was crucial to remember that the showroom was filled with luxury vehicles, including Range Rovers, Navigators, and even 2 Rolls-Royces for display. At that moment, Wang Chao's gratitude towards Yi Chun was akin to a life-saving grace. "Mr. Wang, did you consult someone about this? This gentleman is truly remarkable. Without the play area, our showroom would have suffered immensely. Mr. Wang, you are truly blessed." Many security personnel and guests emerged to congratulate him. However, Wang Chao was eager to express his gratitude to Yi Chun. Meanwhile, Yi Chun arrived at Uncle Wu and Oppo's house with 2 bottles of Maodai. Uncle Wu was eating on the calm when he saw Yi Chun and was pleasantly surprised. "Isn't this the second son of the Yi family? What brings you here? Haven't eaten yet? Come, sit." Uncle Wu welcomed him warmly. However, his wife wore a displeased expression, rolling her eyes at Yi Chun. "Yi Chun, you never visit us. This time, you aren't here to borrow money, are you? You still owe me the 5,000 from last time, and we aren't wealthy either. Uncle Wu ISN and Oppo's tea in good health, so if you have the money, please return it. You can skip the interest." Aunt Wu stated curtly. "Shut up, woman. Why bring that up now?" Uncle Wu retorted, annoyed. "Yi Chun has come to visit. Why say such things? You know how Jianjun is. If he truly had money, he would have returned it first. Don't listen to your aunt's nonsense, Yi Chun." Only discuss financial matters when you're in a comfortable position. Uncle Wu added with a chuckle. Having a temperament similar to Yi Chun and Appo's, as father and being his father and Appo's, as only good friend. They had often shared drinks together. However, Uncle Wu had recently injured his back at work, and it seemed he could no longer perform heavy labor. Yi Chun's father had always supported their family with some agricultural work. Wu Lao-san, you're always boasting. Can't you see the situation? Our children are growing up. Even if you can't help, you shouldn't burden them. Aunt Wu suddenly began to cry. I've lived my life with you and never enjoyed it. You're just pretending to be wealthy, but 5,000 is a lot. It's enough for our family's expenses for a year. Why shouldn't we have it? Hearing this, Yi Chun placed the Maotai on the table. Seeing Uncle Wu about to explode, he quickly intervened. Uncle, let's not argue. Aunt Wu is right. She has devoted herself to this family, having spent a lifetime with you. Please treat her better in the future. Turning to Aunt Wu, Yi Chun handed her a bag he had brought with him. Chapter 96. Greetings to my elder brother. I have returned the 5,000 I owed your family. Along with the interest, I sincerely apologize, Yi Chun said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Aunt Wu ceased her weeping, astonished as she accepted the bag. Its weight caused her expression to shift. 5,000 yuan should not require such a heavy container. As she pulled out stack after stack of cash and placed it on the Kong, her eyes widened in disbelief. Her hand covering her mouth as she gazed at Yi Chun. Uncle Wu looked equally bewildered, unable to contain his incredulity as he asked, Young man, how is there so much money? It's only 5,000. Where did you acquire all this? Uncle Wu, Aunt Wu, this is 100,000 yuan. Please accept it. During our family's most challenging times, you assisted my father. I want to mention interest. This is what you rightfully deserve. Rest assured, I've earned some money, and I'm no longer gambling. Our family has enough. Yi Chun replied. By the way, Uncle Wu, please accept these 2 bottles of wine as well. I must take my leave now. If you both have time this evening, do come over to my home and share a drink with my father. As he turned to leave, Uncle Wu grabbed his wrist and pulled him back. You young man, return this money at once. Just 5,000. How can you give away 100,000? Your good intentions are appreciated, but I cannot accept this. How could I face your father again? Seeing his husband's strong reaction, Aunt Wu felt anxious. It was her first time seeing such a large sum of money. Yet, she dared not speak, fearing her husband's anger. Besides, 100,000 was indeed excessive. She felt uncertain about it. Uncle Wu, what you say is true. My father initially intended to give you 200,000. However, he understands you well enough to know you might refuse even 100,000. And here we are. Yi Chun chuckled helplessly. Such is the nature of rural folk, simple and honest, with a pure disposition. Everyone loves money, yet not everyone can easily accept it. Come now, Uncle Wu. This is merely your nephew's heartfelt gesture. This young lad has recently earned quite a bit. Otherwise, how could I allow him to repay you so generously? Have you seen these 2 bottles of wine? One costs 7 or 8,000. Quickly accept this. It's a token of respect from the younger generation. Don't make me angry. At that moment, Yi Jianjun entered, draped in a coat and holding a pipe. He slapped the table and shouted loudly. Uncle Wu, who always heeded his father's words, turned away, wiping his tears from behind his glasses. Aunt Wu's eyes were also red, overwhelmed by emotion at the sight of the 100,000. Dad, Uncle Wu, you two chat. I'll go check on others, Yi Chun said as he stepped outside. Witnessing his father finally standing tall filled Yi Chun with a profound sense of pride. Truly, this joy surpassed earning billions. Once outside, Yi Chun received a phone call. Looking at the screen, he saw it was Wang Chao. Brother, are you still home? When will you have time? Let me treat you to a meal. Wang Chao's voice carried a note of earnest pleading. How did the opening go? No unforeseen incidents, I hope? Yi Chun inquired, steering the conversation away. Brother, you are my savior. Don't say anything further. You saved me from a major disaster. You must allow me to repay you, or I'll arrange a convoy to fetch you. Wang Chao insisted. With a sigh, Yi Chun relented. All right, I'll find some time in the next few days to dine with you. Great. Thank you, Brother Yi. I'll let you get back to your business. Wang Chao expressed his delight. After returning home and having dinner, Yi Chun's father called him into the courtyard. Son, you have gained the capability and achieved success. And I see it all. Although you are not my biological child, you know you are the one I cherish the most. Your elder brother has endured hardships over the years, and our family could not assist him. Now that you have the means, I wonder if I am pleading with you, son." Upon hearing this, Yi-chan felt a twinge of discomfort, not due to his father's request for assistance for his brother, but rather his father's tone and demeanor. "Dad, what do you mean? Even if you hadn't mentioned it, I would still do this. My brother helped me with the down payment for my house to settle debts. I have never forgotten that. Just a moment ago, you referred to me as part of the Yi family, yet now you are being so formal. I am your son. You are my father. This should be natural. Why do you speak in such a tone?" Yi-chan sighed deeply. His words left Yi Jianjun momentarily taken aback. "All right, I see my mistake. I apologize. I should have known better. It seems my son has truly matured. As long as you all are well, your mother and I can rest easy. Go ahead, assist your elder brother. After all, we are bound by blood." With that, Yi Jianjun stood up and patted Yi Chen's shoulder. At that moment, he felt an unprecedented pride as a father, reflecting on his life spent raising his children, which remained his greatest honor. Yi Chen nodded solemnly before entering the house. "Mei-yin, I'm going to Benhai to see my brother. You and Tong Tong stay at home. I'll bring him back." Upon hearing this, Qin Mei-yin embraced Tong Tong, smiling. "Be careful on the road. Daddy, come back early." "Tong Tong wants to hear you tell a story before bedtime," Tong Tong said, waving her little hand with reluctance. "Understood. Daddy is just fetching Uncle. I'll be back soon." "Tong Tong, be good at home," Yi Chen replied, his face beaming with happiness as he stepped out of the house. He got in his Land Rover, set off toward Benhai City. The journey would take only 2 hours, and by noon, he had arrived. Initially intending to visit Wang Chao, he now had more pressing matters at hand to attend to. Following his father's directions, Yi Chen arrived at an old, dilapidated residential building. This building was not the typical 3 households per floor. Instead, it housed over a dozen families on each level, with a long corridor leading outside. The corridor was cluttered with drying clothes, socks, and undergarments. Although chaotic, it exuded a sense of grounded authenticity. The hallway bustled with people, and several elderly men sat at the entrance, playing chess, sipping tea, and chatting merrily. As Yi Chen reached the innermost part of the corridor, he spotted a plump man dressed in a white tank top and loose gray shorts, washing clothes on the balcony. He appeared affable, with glasses perched on his nose, embodying a genuine and simple demeanor. Chapter 97. Brotherhood. Upon seeing this man, Yi Chen and Appo's eyes instantly glistened with emotion, reminiscent of his school days when he was bullied by his peers. At that time, this man, a chubby boy, stood resolutely before him, enduring the blows meant for Yi Chen. This was his elder brother, Yi Zhong, a person of unwavering integrity, true to his name. In their childhood, Yi Zhong had an insatiable appetite, yet due to their family and Appo's poverty, he often went to bed hungry, selflessly saving the meager meals for his younger siblings. Each time Yi Chen reminisced about those days, tears would flow uncontrollably. "Brother." Yi Chen's voice trembled, choked with emotion, unable to articulate further. This single utterance of brother resonated with the reverence one might hold for a father. Upon hearing Yi Chen's call, the man, who was washing clothes, dropped the garments from his hands and turned around in bewilderment. When he finally recognized Yi Chen, he was momentarily stunned, unable to react. After all, Yi Chen was no longer the destitute gambler he once was. He now exuded confidence, a transformation reflected in his very demeanor. However, after rubbing his eyes, Yi Zhong recognized his younger brother, and a smile broke upon his round face. "Little brother, what brings you here? Come inside quickly, don't linger outside. Last time you sought me out, we both got into trouble." With a look of delight, Yi Zhong pulled Yi Chen into his modest rented abode. As Yi Chen wiped away his tears and stepped inside, he noted the small space of about 30 square meters. The kitchen was shared, but it boasted a private bathroom alongside a bed, a wardrobe, and a desk. Though humble, it was impeccably tidy, exuding a sense of grounded comfort despite its wear. "Have you returned home? I had intended to help our parents with the farming, but the factory wouldn't grant me leave, so I stayed to work overtime. Nonetheless, I sent my bonus back to them. How about you? Are you in need of money again? I don't have much, but take this for emergencies." When my salary comes in, I'll give you more. Don't let Tong Tong suffer alongside you. As they settled down, Yi Zhong handed Yi Chun a glass of water and retrieved his wallet from beneath his pillow. With a total of 2,000 yuan, he extracted 1,800, leaving himself with 200, and handed the rest to Yi Chun. In that moment, the essence of an elder brother is like a father was perfectly embodied in Yi Zhong. Overwhelmed with emotion, Yi Chun could no longer contain his tears, setting the glass down before kneeling to the ground. Brother, I'm so sorry. I have disappointed you. In the presence of their parents, Yi Chun had managed to restrain his emotions, but now, having lived anew and altered the course of his life, he truly understood what was most precious: familial love, romance, marriage, and the bond with one's children. Little brother, what troubles you? Has something significant occurred? Don't tell our parents. They're getting old and cannot bear it. Confide in me, and I will help you find solution. Remember, whatever challenges befall you, they can be overcome, and those that cannot will not be placed upon your shoulders. Yi Zhong exclaimed, startled, as he hurriedly pulled Yi Chun up from the floor. I'm fine, brother. Truly fine. I just feel unworthy. I went home and saw our parents. They're doing well, Yi Chun replied, noticing the hint of gray in his brother and Appo's hair. Although Yi Zhong was only 2 years his senior, at 30, he had sacrificed his own future for Yi Chun 3 years prior, using his down payment for a home to repay debts, which led to the end of his engagement. It could be said that Yi Chun had unwittingly disrupted his brother's chance at happiness. His sister-in-law had made a sound choice. After all, who would wish to marry into a family burdened with such weighty obligations? You return home? You scared me. I thought something had gone awry. How are you, Mei Yun? I heard from our parents that you two are divorced? You must refrain from gambling. You're not a child anymore. You have a family, a wife, children. These are blessings that many would covet. Be content. I will help you shoulder your debts. They can be repaid gradually. As long as you're alive, there will be a way forward. But do not let your family fall apart. Seek an opportunity to sincerely apologize to Mei Yun and care for her and Tong Tong. Yi Zhong placed a box of cigarettes on the table, revealing a pack of Harjonghua. Yi Chun knew that his brother seldom smoked, yet each time he visited, there were high-quality cigarettes waiting for him, leftovers from Yi Zhong's colleagues or events he attended, saved for this very occasion. It was evident that Yi Zhong had thought of everyone except himself. Brother, I'm fine now. I've stopped gambling and have even made a little money. I've cleared the family debts, so rest assured. I've turned over a new leaf and will never stray from the right path again. Mei Yun and Tong Tong are at home. I came to bring you back, Yi Chun said with a smile. That's wonderful. I knew you wouldn't disappoint me. You must live well from now on, or beware of my wrath. Though I may not hit as hard as our father, haha. Yi Zhong exclaimed, laughter and surprise mingling in his voice. He harbored no suspicions, for his mind was straightforward. Yet, he was intrigued to know what business Yi Chun was involved in and how much he had earned. Of course, he misunderstood, believing that Yi Chun had merely repaid the family debts while his own remained unpaid. The family debts amounted to several thousand yuan, but Yi Zhong was aware that Yi Chun's personal debts were substantial as well. Brother, it's all my fault. You should have settled down long ago. Yet you still purchased a home and your sister-in-law. Yi Chun lowered his head in shame. His sister-in-law was indeed a wonderful person, but everyone has their limits. It was unbearable for her to see her fiancé sacrifice their future home's down payment to cover his brother's gambling debts, ultimately leading to their breakup. Let us not dwell on the past. Besides, I still have contact with Meng Meng. However, her family has always disapproved. Yet, she hasn't dated anyone in the past 2 years, and she has turned down all matchmaking proposals. I know she can't hold out much longer. Her family is pressing her. Just yesterday, she called me to say that her family has introduced a suitor with excellent conditions, and she might agree today. I've loved her for 3 years. I have no regrets, Yi Zhong said, removing his glasses to wipe away the bittersweet smile on his face, his eyes reddening. Upon hearing this, Yi Chun's heart quivered, and a chill ran down his spine. He had thought that his sister-in-law might have married long ago, but he was astounded to learn that she had waited 3 years for Yi Zhong, standing against her family. Heaven knows how they had endured these 3 years. However, as long as she remained unmarried, there was still a chance. Chapter 98. arranging work for my elder brother. Brother, hurry and come with me to pick up sister-in-law. Now that I have money, I will buy you a house, a car, a bridal gift. Everything will be taken care of by me. Yichen iklamet anjuously. Rising from his seat. No, I cannot accept your kindness. I know you are trying to comfort me. She has waited for me for 3 years. She has been exceedingly patient. I cannot delay her any longer. After all, a good home is far better than my current situation. Just take care of yourself and live well. Do not worry about me. Yi Zhong replied, shaking his head with a smile. No way, brother. I thought sister-in-law had already. Come on, let us go right now and bring her back. Brother, listen to me this time. I will support you. Yichen and Amp, Oppos. S eyes brimmed with tears once more, and his heartfelt words brought tears to Yi Zhong and Amp, Oppos. S eyes as well. Yichen pulled him out of the house, and, upon reaching the ground floor, Yi Zhong waved his hand and pointed to a nearby small electric heater, saying, let into Amp, Oppos. S take this. Brother, I remember you have a driver and Amp, Oppos. S license. Right? And you do enjoy driving. Yichen's eyes lit up suddenly. I have had my driver's license for a long time, but I never had the money to buy a car. A colleague bought a second-hand Jetta, and occasionally, when he is too tired after work, I drive it just with a thrill. Now, I can Amp, Oppos, to even afford a house, so I don't Amp, Oppos, to think about cars anymore. Yi Zhong chuckled. Hurry up. She should be getting off work soon. Otherwise, I will have to go to her home. I really cannot face her parents. Yi Zhong added, smiling. Brother, what kind of car do you like? A Mercedes or a BMW? I will gift you one, Yi Chan said with a mysterious smile. Stop joking. In our family, we can't even afford a second-hand car, let alone a Mercedes or BMW. You don't even have a car yourself. Yi Zhong shook his head. Suddenly, Yi Chen took out a car key and pressed a button. A black Land Rover nearby gleamed to life, making a cheerful sound. In an instant, Yi Zhong removed his glasses, his face filled with disbelief. Are you borrowing this car, or did you rent it? This is a Land Rover. Even renting it for a day costs thousands. Why spend money like this? Even if you earn money, you shouldn't Oppos, to squander it. Yi Zhong said, though he was still curious as he walked around the Land Rover. No man can resist the allure of luxury cars, just as no woman can resist diamonds, handbags, or cosmetics. Much like the roads of the West cannot be without Jerusalem. This car belongs to a friend of mine. He rarely drives it. He said it's a gift for me. Brother, from now on, this car is yours. I can't get used to driving it, Yi Chan said, tossing the car key directly to his elder brother. Originally, he intended to gift his brother a new car, but he knew his brother's personality too well. He might not even agree to go to a dealership. If he brought a car back, he would certainly refuse it, although this car was not brand new. It was practically new, only 2 years old, and having driven less than 20,000 kilometers. To give it to his brother, he knew he would not accept it. What? Don't scare me. How could I drive such an expensive car? I told you, you should return it to your friend. Yi Zhong shook his head repeatedly. Brother, this car was given to me by my friend, so just drive it. If you don't take it, I'll have to sell it at a loss, which would cost me at least tens of thousands. I will return to Longzhou in a few days. The journey is too long, and it's not safe to take your sister-in-law and niece along. It's better to fly back. Yi Chen insisted again, but Yi Zhong still felt uneasy. He could barely afford a second-hand Jetta, let alone a Land Rover. Having such a car at home, even the fuel would be beyond his means. Enough, brother. No more arguments. Just follow my arrangements. What time does sister-in-law finish work? Yi Chen asked. In about 2 hours, Yi Zhong replied after checking the time. They're in Oppos, still time. First, drive me to the Longteng 4S dealership, the new store on Shihe Road. With that, Yi Chen jumped into the car. Yi Zhong, holding the car key for a long time, finally felt excited and nervous as he sat in the driver's seat. After familiarizing himself with the controls, he started the car. The moment he sat down, Yi Zhong felt as though he were in a dream. This luxury car was something he had never dared to imagine driving, let alone owning. This car is so comfortable, far better than my colleague in Oppos, Jetta. No wonder they call it a luxury car. I wouldn't mind fueling it at all, Yi Zhong said with a hearty laugh. How come you were worried about affording it earlier, and now you're not? Seeing his brother so joyful, curious and exhilarated. Yi Chun felt deeply satisfied. This is happiness. About half an hour later, the car came to a stop. Yi Chun made a phone call from the car. He had initially planned to meet Wang Chao in a few days, but he unexpectedly needed to contact him sooner for assistance. At that moment, Wang Chao sprinted out of the store, his face brimming with excitement. After Yi Chun got out of the car, Wang Chao immediately grabbed his hand, exclaiming, "Brother, I've been waiting for you for so long. I thought you wouldn't be free for a few more days. What is the rush? What do you need from me?" Yi Chun smiled and pointed to Yi Zhong, who was walking over, saying, "This is my elder brother, my own blood. It's a pleasure to meet you." Upon hearing this, Wang Chao warmly welcomed Yi Zhong, leaving him pleasantly surprised. He recognized Wang Chao from his time at the auto repair shop. This young man was incredibly impressive. Each time he visited the shop, it was the high-ranking executives who greeted him, as he was a significant client. It was rare for him to meet the factory as higher-ups, and when he did, they always looked down on him, a mere worker from the workshop. "I recognize you. I work at AO Auto. You ordered a batch of joint venture vehicles from us before," Yi Zhong quickly said. "Oh, so you're from AO Auto. What a coincidence. I heard that your elder brother is quite a big boss. Why does he still let us work at the factory?" Wang Chao asked, puzzled. According to Feng Tianhai, Yi Chun was a financial magnate with over 4 billion in cash flow. Such wealth could likely buy AO Auto outright. Chapter 99. Accompanying my sister-in-law. Indeed, I am a late bloomer. It is not as if I lack capability in the past. It is as though I have wronged my brother, huh? Yi Chun chuckled in agreement. Indeed, Brother Yi is not that kind of person. Come, let us dine. Wang Chao eagerly seized the moment, speaking with enthusiasm. Let us postpone dinner for another day. I urgently need your assistance with a matter. I may not know your connections in Binhai City, but I still have faith in you. I hope you can help my brother secure a formal job, preferably a position with benefits,